Reborn into this life, I have acquired the grand martial arts system, which encompasses all the martial skills from my previous life's world of martial heroes. In a realm where even third-rate martial arts are strictly guarded, I, Shi Xiaole, shall follow my own path, frequently showcasing extraordinary skills, singing joyously along the way, ultimately earning the title of martial god. Chapter 1. The Grand Martial Arts System. Shi Xiaole awoke from his stupor, and upon surveying his surroundings, he found the cliff draped in a thin layer of snow, with occasional emerald hues dotting the landscape. In the distance, the sea of clouds rolled incessantly at the horizon, imparting a distinct chill. Have I truly traversed to another realm? Fragments of memories surged violently in his mind, and after a moment, he muttered in astonishment. In his previous life, he was a graduate in the sciences from a prestigious university in his homeland. Due to his exceptional performance, he was selected by a large corporation ahead of schedule, poised to make his mark in society. Yet unexpectedly, after a single slumber, he awoke here. According to his memories, the land he now inhabited was called Dongxing Delu, vast enough to dwarf the combined territories of Eurasia from his former life. Unlike his previous existence, Dongxing Delu had experienced thousands of years of civilization and remained reminiscent of ancient China, akin to a feudal society. However, what left Shi Xiaole astounded was that while science had scarcely progressed in this world, legendary martial arts truly existed. Skills such as striking through mountains, injuring from afar, and defying gravity were mere trifles for the adept. Is this the will of heaven? I once fantasized about a life filled with thrilling vendettas and swordplay in the rivers and lakes, and now the heavens have granted me this chance. By nature calm and composed, having been an orphan in his previous life, free from attachments, he readily embraced this new reality. Upon reflection, it was amusing that this body was also named Shi Xiaole, merely 15 years of age, a disciple of the Huajin sect on Luyan Mountain in Suyu City. However, this fellow's circumstances were rather dismal. Despite his aunt's connection with the sect leader, granting him the status of a direct disciple, he had only been there for a year, considered an interloper and not well regarded within the sect. For instance, he had recently been beset by several senior disciples, sustaining injuries that left him with a gash on his head and causing him to tumble down the slope, which ultimately led to Shi Xiaole taking over the original host body. You have granted me a second life. Rest assured, I shall live it well for you. Shi Xiaole sighed, touched the blood on his head, and limped along the mountain path towards the Huajin sect. The immediate priority was to tend to his injuries before anything else. Enduring the stares and whispers, Shi Xiaole returned to his courtyard, following his memories to retrieve a few bottles of healing wine from a chest in his room, beginning to tend to his wounds. Ouch! These people truly struck hard. Were they trying to kill him? In his recollections, Shi Xiaole's talent was not lacking, having progressed from no foundation to the second level of concealment in just a year, which was quite commendable. Unfortunately, he was no match for those sect disciples who had trained for 5 or 6 years, especially when outnumbered. To come in as a direct disciple must have obstructed some people's ambitions. Shi Xiaole chuckled bitterly, yet anger simmered within him. This group frequently came to humiliate and bully him. Now, taking advantage of the sect leader's seclusion and the absence of the 3 main direct disciples, their harassment had intensified. Had it not been for his possession of this body, Shi Xiaole would have already perished, enduring humiliation and bearing burdens. Lying back on the bed, Shi Xiaole calmed himself, analyzing the pros and cons in his mind. He was not an impulsive person. While vengeance was indeed necessary, the prerequisite was to first enhance his own abilities. In this world, martial arts were highly esteemed, and thus, each sect treasured their martial arts manuals, leading to even third-rate skills being scarce in circulation. As the direct disciple of the sect leader, Shi Xiaole had only managed to cultivate the foundational techniques and swordsmanship of the Huajin sect, and only upon reaching the 3rd level of concealment would he qualify to access more profound martial arts. This was already a privilege. Ordinary disciples had to wait until they reached the 4th level of concealment. So, must I endure a little longer? Ding! Just as he was mired in frustration, a voice echoed in his mind. The Grand Martial Arts system has been restored and activated, detecting brainwave patterns, with an intelligence index of 153, meeting system criteria, preparing for fusion. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. With a resounding boom, Shi Xiaole's vision turned white. In the next moment, he found himself standing before a 5-story, sharply angular, magnificent palace. The plaque on the first floor bore the imposing characters of Martial God Hall, radiating an aura that struck awe into the heart. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, for becoming the first ever owner of the Grand Martial Arts System. You shall forge an unprecedented brilliance. A mechanical voice intoned. Shi Xiaole took a moment to regain his composure and inquired, "Where is this place, and who are you?" "This is your brain space. I'm the Grand Martial Arts System." "What does that mean?" "The Grand Martial Arts System can only be possessed by those with exceptionally resilient souls. Within this martial god hall lies all the martial arts from your previous world." As the words fell, the martial god hall shimmered, and the walls and windows of the five-story structure vanished, replaced by towering stone walls inscribed with martial arts names that Shi Xiaole found remarkably familiar. Devu Jiujian, Kuehua Baodong, Xianglong Shiba Zhang, Daoxin Zhongma Dafa. At a glance, Shi Xiaole could hardly believe his eyes. His resilient heart forced him to suppress his excitement, and after a long pause, he asked, "How can I obtain these martial arts?" This was a classic case of serendipity. Just moments ago, he had lamented his inability to acquire superior martial arts, and now, with the Grand Martial Arts System at his disposal, what was there to fear? Yet, he understood that matters would not be so simple. Indeed, the system mechanically stated, "In order to harmonize with this world, I have categorized these martial arts into 5 tiers. Sanliu, Erliu, Ilio, Dingji, and Shinji, each further divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. According to your rank, you must complete corresponding tasks to draw rewards. Of course, in the middle of each month, the host is granted 1 free drawing opportunity." No sooner had the words left its mouth than a stone wall, 3 zhang tall and 1 zhang wide, suddenly rose from the ground beside the Wushan Dian, its surface blank. This was the task stone wall. Tasks are divided into 2 types, those assigned by the system and those initiated by you. The former can be declined, but the latter cannot. Otherwise, I shall erase your existence. Additionally, tasks range from easy to difficult, categorized from 1 star to 5 stars. The greater the difficulty, the higher the reward. Naturally, the penalties for failure are also more severe. Shi Xiaole lingered on the system's previous statement, furrowing his brow and asking, "Draw? Do you mean that even if I complete the task, there is still a chance of drawing nothing?" Indeed, the probability of drawing nothing for a 1-star task is 10, for a 2-star task 20, and so forth. As for the free draw in the middle of the month, the probability is uniformly 50. A chill washed over Shi Xiaole's heart. By this logic, even if he accomplished the highest 5-star task to draw Shinji martial arts, he still faced a 50% chance of drawing nothing. As for the free draw, that seemed even more elusive. Sensing Shi Xiaole's frustration, the system added, "In fact, there is another way to acquire martial arts. After completing a task, you can purchase them with the reward points earned." According to the system's explanation, for every task completed, the host would receive corresponding reward points. Shi Xiaole questioned, "If that's the case, why include the drawing mechanism?" "Because the reward points earned can be exchanged for time spent training within the system. The time flow within the system is 3 times faster than that of the outside world. In other words, if you train for 3 Shi within the system, only 1 Shi passes in the outside world." Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaole let out a sigh of relief. This was indeed good news. Having begun martial arts training at the age of 14, his innate foundation was thinner than others, making time a crucial factor for catching up. However, the system was quite cunning, clearly preventing him from having both fish and bear's paw. In the dilemma between martial arts and training time, every martial artist would find themselves troubled. As this is the host's first integration with the system, as a benefit, the system will grant you 1 free Shi of training time, and you may also draw 1 3-star martial art. Shi Xiaole's spirits soared, and he exclaimed, "Very well, let us proceed with the draw." A square halo flickered and shifted among the stone walls of the first level of the Wushan Dian. Shi Xiaole felt an inexplicable nervousness, especially as he watched the halo illuminate the blank stone wall. For his first draw, he hoped he wouldn't draw nothing. Ding! Finally, the square halo settled upon a stone wall inscribed with characters. A surge of light rushed into Shi Xiaole's mind. "Congratulations, host! You have drawn a 3-star lower-grade martial art technique, Huashan Jianfa." Shi Xiaole raised an eyebrow. "Huashan Jianfa? Very well. As the entry-level sword technique of the Huashan sect, it certainly had its merits, especially as Shi Xiaole became familiar with its moves and realized that this set of swordsmanship was actually superior to the foundational techniques of the Huajin sect. Without delay, he began to practice. His focus had always been easily captured. Once immersed in a task, he could remain undistracted. Otherwise, he would not have easily gained admission to a prestigious university in his past life. However, he entered the state of practice a bit too swiftly, holding the sword conjured by the system. At first, his movements were quite clumsy, slow, and even comical. Yet, after a quarter of an hour, he surprisingly began to show some proficiency. By the time half an hour had passed, his posture grew elegant, and as he wielded the sword, the blade shimmered subtly. Unbeknownst to Shi Xiaole, due to the fusion of two souls, his willpower had solidified, and his intelligence and comprehension had significantly improved, making martial arts practice come effortlessly. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and as Shi Xiaole thrust his sword forward, the momentum hinted at a sense of strangeness. Huashan Jianfa was renowned for its peculiar and perilous techniques, and from this perspective, Shi Xiaole had already entered the threshold. Training time is up. The host may return. Before he could savor his triumph, a flash of light enveloped him, and Shi Xiaole found himself back in bed, as if everything had been a dream. However, when he clenched his fist, he discovered that his injuries had inexplicably healed. Rising from his bed and seizing the sword hanging on the wall, Shi Xiaole began to swing it, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Chapter 2. Retribution. In pursuit of superior martial arts and additional training time, one must continually complete tasks. After careful consideration, Shi Xiaole decided against impulsively activating a task through the system. His current martial prowess was meager. Should he trigger a one-star task, it might be manageable. Yet the prospect of inadvertently activating a 5-star task was rather ludicrous. Moreover, who could ascertain the difficulty of a 1-star task? In essence, this matter could not be rushed, as it could lead to dire consequences. Shi Xiaole was not one to gamble. After a series of deliberations, night had fallen. He hurried off to the dining hall of the Huajian sect for a quick dinner, then returned to his quarters, seated cross-legged on his bed, palms facing heavenward, and began to silently cultivate the foundational martial arts techniques of the Huajian sect. Before long, a faint, almost imperceptible wisp of white vapor emanated from his nostrils, swirling around him like a serpent. Within his perception, a stream of energy was being guided along the path of his cultivation method to a location just below his navel, known in common parlance as the lower dantian. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a concept of breaking the 3 dantians, shattering the 3 barriers, and traversing the 3 origins. The stage of storing energy corresponds to the first level of breaking the 3 dantians. Curiously, according to the original owner's memories, elevating 2 minor realms within a year was considered a commendable achievement in the Huajian sect. Why then did this process seem so effortless to me? After an hour, Shi Xiaole inhaled deeply, awakening from his meditation. He sensed that it would not be long before he could break through to the 3rd level of energy storage. Shi Xiaole concluded that this was not solely due to the original owner's prior accumulation, or perhaps just a part of it. A more significant factor lay within himself. Was the fusion of souls the reason for this remarkable progress in martial cultivation? Shi Xiaole mused. Nevertheless, it was a fortunate development, and since he could not fathom it fully, why delve deeper? Feeling somewhat fatigued, Shi Xiaole decided to cease his contemplations, extinguished the candle in his room, disrobed, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke the following day, Shi Xiaole had completed his morning ablutions and began practicing the Huashan sword technique in the courtyard, concurrently rehearsing the foundational swordsmanship of the Huajian sect. The advantage of being a direct disciple was having a private courtyard, free from the worry of disturbance. Alas, this tranquility was soon shattered by the arrival of several unexpected guests. Bang! The courtyard door was forcefully kicked open, crashing against the wall, as a group of arrogant disciples from the Huajian sect swaggered in. Shi Xiaole halted and regarded them. "Oh, junior brother Shi, how diligent you are! While others still slumber, you are already up practicing. You truly possess the makings of a martial arts master," declared the leader, a tall and lean youth of 17 or 18. His words elicited laughter from the others. "It's commendable that a few of you have risen so early for my sake," Shi Xiaole replied, his tone calm and unperturbed. "In my recollection, it was these few individuals who, throughout the year, took pleasure in tormenting the original owner, whether intentionally or not. Sometimes they would engage in one-on-one confrontations, while at other times, they would resort to group assaults, treating the bullying of the original owner as a source of amusement. The original owner, on the other hand, was characterized by a stoic and reclusive nature, tinged with a hint of cowardice, and never confided the details to the sect leader, instead harboring thoughts of revenge for when their martial skills improved. What a foolish child, suffering in silence. Junior brother Shi, is your health restored? Yang Yuan squinted his eyes. Yesterday, your injuries were quite severe. I almost thought you had perished, which left us in a state of anxiety. Had it not been for the rumors we heard, we would have nearly packed our belongings and fled. To his surprise, Shi Xiaole, unperturbed, responded, "Given the severity of your strikes, wouldn't you know whether I am healed?" Yang Yuan retorted, "Junior brother Shi, do not slander us. When have we ever struck you? You missed yesterday's annual assessment, leading to your expulsion from the Painting Sword sect. Do not lay the blame at our feet." Expelled from the Painting Sword sect? A jolt of realization struck Shi Xiaole as he recalled that yesterday marked the sect's yearly evaluation. By the sect's regulations, all disciples who had joined for a year must pass this test, and even the direct disciples of the sect leader are not exempt. A cold glimmer flashed in Shi Xiaole's eyes as he regarded the group before him. Their timing was impeccable, choosing to act yesterday, revealing their malicious intent. "What kind of gaze is that, Shi Xiaole? Do you dare to threaten me?" Yang Yuan stepped forward, his voice rising in fury. In past encounters, such confrontations would have sent Shi Xiaole trembling in fear, which was a source of amusement for Yang Yuan. However, today, Shi Xiaole did not flinch. He merely replied, "Threaten you? Go ahead, come and try." Yang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and so were the others present. After being unexpectedly challenged, Yang Yuan managed to muster a cold smile. "It seems that upon learning of your expulsion, you've become desperate, Shi Xiaole. Huh, I shall not stoop to the level of a dog. Hurry and pack your things to return home and entertain your lascivious aunt. By the way, your aunt's figure is quite alluring." Before he could finish his taunt, a sword met him head-on, Shi Xiaole's sword. "You bastard, are you courting death?" Yang Yuan sneered, channeling his inner strength to evade and throw a punch towards Shi Xiaole's face. He would not underestimate others, but against Shi Xiaole, who had practiced martial arts for less than a year and was still at a basic level, he believed it would be an easy victory. Little did Yang Yuan know, today's Shi Xiaole was not the same as yesterday's. His carelessness would soon cost him dearly. With a deft twist of his wrist, Shi Xiaole did not evade. Instead, the sword's edge grazed Yang Yuan's fist, piercing towards his shoulder from an unexpected angle. The peculiar and perilous clash, reminiscent of a mutual destruction, elicited gasps from the onlookers. With a swift motion, the tip of the sword found its mark, piercing Yang Yuan's shoulder first. As Shi Xiaole deftly evaded Yang Yuan's fist, he withdrew his sword and thrust again. "Damn it!" Yang Yuan howled in agony as blood cascaded from his shoulder. Yet, Shi Xiaole showed no signs of mercy, delivering a relentless barrage of 7 or 8 thrusts. The sickening sound of steel meeting flesh sending shivers down the spines of the spectators, starkly contrasting with the calmness in his eyes, which exuded an unsettling terror. "Your words are foul," Shi Xiaole retorted, pulling back his blade with nearly all his strength. With a sickening thud, Yang Yuan collapsed to the ground, his mouth stained with blood as he let out a pitiful wail. "You lot, come forth and let me demonstrate my prowess." Grasping his sword with one hand, Shi Xiaole directed his gaze at the remaining few. His victory over Yang Yuan had been a result of surprise and the latter's negligence. Otherwise, even with his prodigious talent, he could not have hoped to defeat Yang Yuan after only a couple of hours of training. The others, all at the 3rd level of concealed energy, would overwhelm him if they chose to attack together. Thus, he provoked them, leveraging Yang Yuan's pitiful state and his own impassive demeanor to intimidate them. The results spoke for themselves. They were indeed frightened. Being mere teenagers accustomed to playful sparring, they lacked the courage to engage in earnest combat. The chilling image of Shi Xiaole piercing Yang Yuan repeatedly, as if intent on creating a gaping wound, was simply too daunting. "You, Shi Xiaole, you brazenly injure your fellow disciples. Your sins warrant the gravest punishment. Just wait until the elder arrives to deal with you." They hurriedly lifted Yang Yuan from the ground and fled without looking back. Shi Xiaole exhaled deeply, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. The earlier insult towards his aunt had ignited a fury within him, compelling him to act uncontrollably. It seemed he was still influenced by the original owner of this body. Most importantly, whenever he recalled the vague visage of that aunt, alongside feelings of respect and admiration, he found himself grappling with an inexplicable, youthful yearning. Shaking his head, Shi Xiaole endeavored to cast aside such distractions, but suddenly his expression hardened, and he plunged his sword into the left side of his chest, nearly 2 inches deep. Suppressing a groan of pain, he fetched a basin of water to cleanse the blade before disposing of the water and pretentiously began to bind his wounds. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man in gray, accompanied by a group of disciples, stormed in with palpable anger. "Shi Xiaole, do you recognize the severity of your transgressions against your fellow disciples?" The sword-drawing sect forbids personal duels. Minor skirmishes may be tolerated, but once blades are drawn, the rules dictate expulsion. Just as the elder was about to unleash a tirade, he paused upon seeing Shi Xiaole's pale countenance and the blood streaming from his shoulder. The others were equally taken aback. The most astonished were Yang Yuan and his companions, who could not comprehend the situation before them. Shi Xiaole furrowed his brow and inquired, "Elder, when have I ever harmed a fellow disciple?" The elder scoffed. "Just now you stabbed Yang Yuan repeatedly with your sword, seemingly intent on killing him. Is there any truth to this?" Shi Xiaole shook his head. "Shameless. Yang Yuan below it." Shi Xiaole replied, "Elder, esteemed brothers, you are all well aware of my capabilities. How could I possibly injure senior brother Yang? The truth is, he sought me out this morning to vent his frustrations, and, after wounding me with his sword, realizing he had violated our sect's rules, resorted to self-harm, thus casting the first stone." His tone grew somber, and a muffled groan escaped him, evoking a sense of pity among those present. The gazes of many disciples shifted immediately. The incident of Yang Yuan bullying Shi Xiaole was hardly a secret among the disciples of the sword-drawing sect, and upon seeing Shi Xiaole's injury, which was perilously close to his heart, one could not help but acknowledge Yang Yuan's cruelty. "You are spouting nonsense. Clearly, you are the one who harmed me, and I have witnesses." Yang Yuan, whose wound had been treated and was no longer severe, exclaimed at this moment. Shi Xiaole smiled. "Senior brother Yang, you and your cronies are of the same ilk. How credible are your witnesses? If you claim it was not self-inflicted, then why is the wound on your shoulder a place so trivial as to be hardly consequential?" Yang Yuan's face flushed with rage, while those beside him began to tremble. They contemplated a possibility. Could it be that Shi Xiaole had anticipated this scenario and deliberately targeted the area? This young man possesses such cunning? As they scrutinized his wound, a chill crept into their hearts, and they gradually felt averse to meeting Shi Xiaole's gaze. The elder was momentarily at a loss for words, his thoughts wavering, and could only darkly declare, "Let us set this matter aside for now. Shi Xiaole, why have you not left the sect after failing yesterday's annual assessment?" Shi Xiaole chuckled inwardly. This elder, surnamed Qin, seemed to be the uncle of Qin Zhao, a disciple of the sword-drawing sect, who happened to be the leader of Yang Yuan's group. The sect's master traditionally accepted only 4 direct disciples to cultivate as future leaders. Before Shi Xiaole's arrival, one spot remained, and Qin Zhao was the most likely candidate. Chapter 3. The First Task. Yang Yuan and his companions had previously acted with impunity towards the original owner and had never faced punishment. This was not solely due to the original owner's issues, but also closely tied to the elder's influence. After some consideration, Shi Xiaole stated, "Yesterday, I was ambushed by senior brother Yang and his companions, resulting in my being knocked unconscious and missing the assessment. I had intended to explain the situation to my master upon his return and then depart." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression changed dramatically. Throughout the past year, the sect master had spent most of his time in seclusion, allowing the elder to wield unchecked authority. The elder's original plan was to expel Shi Xiaole before the master's return, ensuring that the matter would be irreparable and beyond the master's intervention. However, it now appears that Shi Xiaole is not as foolish as one might think. The Grand Elder spoke coldly. "Without rules, there can be no order. Regardless of your reasons, if you fail the annual assessment, you are not a disciple of the sword-drawing sect, even if you are the direct disciple of the sect leader. I command you to leave today. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As he spoke, a formidable aura surged forth, pressing heavily upon Shi Xiaole, suggesting that should he refuse to leave, the elder would take action. "Shi Xiaole, your presence is a disgrace. It would be wise for you to return home," he mocked, drawing laughter from Yang Yuan, who reveled in the moment. His companions, however, remained silent. Under the invisible pressure, Shi Xiaole's wounds bled anew. Though fury simmered within him, he chose silence, staggering back to his quarters to gather his belongings. Many disciples of the sword-drawing sect felt a mix of sympathy for him, yet they could not voice their anger, as the Grand Elder's behavior was indeed rather unbecoming, all for the sake of senior brother Qin. The Grand Elder's eyes flickered as he suddenly commanded, "Stop." Shi Xiaole turned back, inquiring, "What else do you want?" The Grand Elder cursed the boy's cunning in his heart. He suddenly realized that if this lad returned to inform his aunt of the situation, he would be in a precarious position. Indeed, this boy's apparent compliance was merely a ruse, a ploy to turn the tables on him. After so many years of living, Would he fall into such a trap? The Grand Elder's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he declared, Shi Xiaole, upon reflection. I should grant you an opportunity. Here's the deal. I will administer a supplementary assessment. If you pass, you may remain. Many disciples of the sword-drawing sect were taken aback by this turn of events. The Grand Elder was certainly not providing Shi Xiaole with an easy way out. The annual assessment comprised two parts: internal cultivation and techniques. The requirements for internal cultivation were relatively modest. Achieving the second level of breath concealment sufficed, a criterion that Shi Xiaole undoubtedly met. However, the techniques were a considerable challenge, necessitating the attainment of the perfected form of resemblance. Historically, techniques have been categorized into three grand realms: resemblance, harmony of spirit, and transformation of form. Each realm is further divided into three stages: minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Although the perfected form of resemblance is merely the first stage, it typically requires several years of dedicated effort for an ordinary person. Shi Xiaole's talent was not particularly remarkable, yet he was said to achieve the perfected form of resemblance 4 or 5 times out of 10 attempts. Even under normal circumstances, he could not guarantee success. Now, with injuries, his performance would undoubtedly be severely compromised, making it nearly impossible to pass the annual assessment. As Shi Xiaole regarded the Grand Elder, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Face the challenge head-on. Do not betray the essence of manhood. Task 1 initiated. Pass the Grand Elder's test and establish your footing within the sword-drawing sect. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, a random selection of third-rate martial arts, yielding 100 reward points. Failure penalty, erasure of the host cultivation, starting from 0. Shi Xiaole felt a surge of astonishment within him. He had not anticipated that the system would issue a task so swiftly, and that this particular level was merely a 1-star rating. It was difficult to fathom the challenges posed by a 5-star mission. Yet, as the system aptly stated, one must face adversity head-on to embody the true essence of manhood. If the Elder wished to suppress him to the point of immobility, then he would seize the opportunity to let the onlookers witness him turn the tables, making the Elder's own machinations backfire. The Elder had proclaimed with certainty that the young man would struggle to pass. There is no need for you to deride me. With so many pairs of eyes present, the false cannot masquerade as the true, nor can the true be dismissed as false. With that, the young man thought it prudent to give a try. Grasping his sword, he strode to the center of the courtyard, a sight that appeared to be his last desperate effort, fraught with resignation. The Elder wore a smile that masked his silent mockery, while Yang Yuan laughed heartily, reveling in the spectacle. Many disciples, however, regarded the scene with eyes tinged with pity. Taking a deep breath, Shi Xiaole pondered the semblance of completeness. After the practice sessions of the previous night and morning, he believed he could succeed at least 8 times out of 10. However, that was before his injury. Now, with his condition diminished, his chances of success had undeniably plummeted. In truth, for an average individual, success under such circumstances would be nearly impossible, as pain would instinctively distort their movements beyond conscious control. Yet, Shi Xiaole remained undaunted. The amalgamation of 2 lifetimes within his soul endowed him with an extraordinary level of self-control. With a mind cleared of distractions, he assumed his stance and, without a moment's hesitation, thrust his sword forward, executing the foundational sword technique of the painting sword school. Swish, swish, swish. As Shi Xiaole swung his sword, blood seeped through the bandages, and even those standing at a distance could see the cold sweat beating on his forehead. Nevertheless, his movements remained resolutely unaltered. Not only did he not falter, but his execution was remarkably precise. Sure shitty, someone called out softly. Upon completing the 18 basic sword techniques, Shi Xiaole noticed that the left side of his upper body had become stained with blood. Turning to the Elder, he gasped, "What do you think?" The Elder's expression fluctuated between dark and light. His fists clenched and then relaxed, only to tighten once more. Finally, suppressing his murderous intent, he replied grimly, "Shi Xiaole, you have done well." He then turned to leave. "Wait," Shi Xiaole called out. "Over the past year, Yang Yuan and his companions have conspired against me multiple times, causing me to miss the annual assessment yesterday, thus violating the sect's regulations. I implore you, Elder, to clarify how you intend to handle this matter." Before the gathered crowd, the Elder's countenance turned a shade of iron. This incident was well known among the disciples, and he could not deny it. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Yang Yuan and his companions shall face 3 months of solitary confinement. The 5 disciples stood aghast, their faces as pale as parchment. The term 3 months of solitary confinement referred to being locked away in a dark cell for an entire 3 months, deprived of sunlight. The isolation and terror of such an experience were truly beyond description. In the past, those who suffered this punishment either went mad or fell into a state of mental disarray, with only a few managing to recover. The disciples present could not help but revel in the misfortune, casting glances at Shi Xiaole. 2 kind-hearted female disciples even stepped forward to tend to his wounds and rebind his bandages. Shi Xiaole smiled at them, expressing his gratitude with sincerity. "Thank you, sisters." His smile revealed a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, radiating warmth, causing the 2 young women to blush. After the commotion settled and everyone departed, Shi Xiaole promptly closed the courtyard gate and returned to his bed, closing his eyes in contemplation, his thoughts drifting to the martial god temple. The system had previously notified him of the completion of his task, and now he entered to claim his reward. Would the host like to proceed with the draw immediately? The system inquired. "Yes, proceed," he replied. On the first floor of the martial god temple, a square halo flickered and fluctuated, mirroring Shi Xiaole's growing anxiety. Although it was merely a third-rate martial art, the disparity between superior and inferior grades was undeniably vast. Shi Xiaole hoped that even if he could not draw a superior grade, at least a middle grade would suffice. Well, even if a middle grade eluded him, a lower grade would be acceptable, as long as it was not empty. Congratulations, host, on drawing nothing. Gazing at the blank stone wall, Shi Xiaole felt as though 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. A mere 10% chance, and he had hit the void? Shaking his head, he quietly inquired, "How long can I exchange 100 reward points for cultivation time?" Since he could not draw a martial art, he could only hope for an extended cultivation period. The system replied, 1 hour requires 10 reward points. Shi Xiaole nodded gently. This meant he could cultivate for 10 hours in the martial god temple. Based on the 3-to-1 flow rate, it equated to more than 6 additional hours compared to others. Friendly reminder, host, should you cultivate martial arts to a certain level, you can earn additional reward points from a system. Furthermore, contributing martial arts from this world to the martial god temple will also yield reward points, with the amount varying based on circumstances, the system added. Lifting Shi Xiaole's spirits significantly, he began to realize that acquiring reward points was no easy feat, and having another avenue to earn them was indeed a relief. As he examined the prices of various third-rate martial arts, he found that even the Huashan sword technique he had received required 150 reward points, rendering his current 100 points insufficient for any purchase. With a resigned shake of his head, he decided to exchange them for 10 hours of cultivation time. As for accumulating reward points for future martial arts purchases, it seemed futile. His current strength was far too weak. Enhancing his capabilities was the immediate priority. Shi Xiaole was acutely aware that the Grand Elder would not relent. Although direct confrontation was unlikely, he would surely employ underhanded tactics. Therefore, swift growth was imperative. Within the temple of the martial deity, unburdened by injury or hunger, Shi Xiaole's focus remained unwavering. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had elapsed. Upon his emergence from the temple, the world outside was still basking in the afternoon sun. His mastery of the Huashan sword technique had reached a level akin to perfection, while his understanding of the foundational sword techniques of the painting sword sect was not far from the realm of divine unity, a commendable advancement. Should any disciple of the painting sword sect overhear Shi Xiaole's words, they would surely be left astounded. To achieve such progress in the foundational technique in merely 10 hours, transitioning from an unstable semblance of perfection to nearing divine unity, was an astonishing feat. Moreover, from his tone, it was evident that he had not confined himself to the practice of a single sword technique. At this moment, though Shi Xiaole's aura remained unchanged, he was confident that, even without resorting to ambush, he could triumph over adversaries like Yang Yuan. The leap from a semblance of perfection to near divine unity was not a mere incremental improvement. It represented a qualitative transformation. To speak frankly, only by grasping the essence of swordsmanship could one truly unleash its formidable power. In the ensuing days, Shi Xiaole devoted himself to recuperation and training within his small courtyard. His left chest wound, having been intentionally inflicted, appeared perilous yet was not as grave as it seemed. Thus, by the end of 2 weeks, he was nearly healed. With swift strokes, he brandished his long sword in the courtyard, the brilliance of the blade dazzling, each movement imbued with an unexpected essence of danger. The Huashan sword technique had undeniably elevated him to the minor achievement of divine unity. As for the more accessible, foundational techniques of the painting sword sect, he had already attained minor divine unity the day prior. Now, with his swordsmanship significantly advanced and his cultivation on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of concealed energy, perhaps it was time to visit the martial arts arena. Sheathing his sword, Shi Xiaole mused softly to himself. Isolating oneself from the world had never been his style. To be honest, he had yet to properly engage with the other disciples of the painting sword sect. Chapter 4. The First Glimmer of Brilliance. The Lu Yin mountain stretches majestically, its peaks soaring over 1,000 meters, with the gates of the painting sword sect positioned conveniently on the mountainside. Walking along the edge of the martial arts arena, shrouded in mist, Shi Xiaole could gaze down at the distant rooftops of Siyu City. While looking up revealed the overlapping snow-capped green mountains, a truly picturesque scene, evoking an enchanting sense of being in a celestial realm. In high spirits, Shi Xiaole turned towards the center of the martial arts arena, where a lively atmosphere prevailed. Scanning the surroundings, he noted no fewer than several hundred disciples engaged in various competitions and exchanges, with a throng gathered before the stone wall on the eastern side of the arena. Seemingly engrossed in discussion, this Yu Tianlin was indeed formidable beyond measure. Reportedly only 16 years of age, yet he had already reached the 6th layer of energy absorption. Remarkable. He surpassed many of their peers by leaps and bounds. When compared to his achievements, the realm of internal cultivation seemed trivial. This Yu Tianlin, upon entering the scene, had single-handedly vanquished the notorious Luoyuan 13 bandits with a single stroke and recently, armed with only his sword, had swept through the infamous Tiger's Den in Qingxue Prefecture. Many had already begun to bestow upon him the illustrious title of the Wandering Dragon Swordsman. Yu Tianlin is indeed formidable. However, the renowned swift sword Guanduli is no less impressive. In terms of both strength and achievements, he stands on par with the Dragon Sword Master, making him a formidable contender among the new generation of the 4 young swordsmen in Qingxue Prefecture. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Shi Xiaole glanced at the notices affixed to the stone wall, and comprehension dawned upon him. To encourage the disciples within the sect to diligently train, the Huajian sect periodically posts intriguing events from the martial world, which serve as one of the few topics of conversation for the disciples. However, the reaction this time was particularly intense. It is only natural, considering that Qingxue Prefecture governs 358 counties and Siyu City, where the Huajian sect is located, is merely an inconsequential one among them. The ability to gain renown throughout the entire Qingxue Prefecture speaks volumes about the prowess of Yu Tianlin and Guanduli, 2 peers of the same age. In fact, among the 13 sects of Lu Yin Mountain, Chu Lin from the Changfeng sect is also formidable. It is said that he once fought to the death against 3 masters of the Qi gathering realm in the martial world. Someone redirected the conversation back to Lu Yin Mountain. While Chu Lin is strong, our senior brother is no weakling either. As one of the 4 exceptional talents of Lu Yin, the outcome of a battle between the two is far from certain. As for the likes of Yu Tianlin, we need not concern ourselves. If we can keep pace with our senior brother and his companions in this lifetime, we would be quite content. Someone shook their head with a sigh, their tone tinged with resignation. How shameless. Can you really compare to our senior brother? A mocking voice rang out just in time. Who? The previously speaking youth's face flushed red as he turned to look around. The crowd parted, revealing a slender youth with a long sword at his waist, who approached slowly, smiling. It is I. The earlier speaker retorted. Zhao Fengzi, what madness are you up to now? Zhao Buping, known for his impulsive temperament and extreme actions, bore a brutal aura in his martial style, earning him the moniker of Zhao the Mad. Generally, no one wished to provoke him, but when it came to matters of pride, the youth could not tolerate it. I simply cannot abide such insolence. A worthless wretch dares to claim to chase after our senior brother? Are you insulting the Huajian sect? Zhao Buping's long fingers caressed the sword hilt as he spoke with a faint smile. The youth retorted angrily. Who are you calling worthless? Do you think you are so impressive? You are merely an ordinary disciple. This remark struck a nerve with Zhao Buping, causing his expression to contort with rage. In a swift motion, he drew his sword and struck horizontally at the speaking youth. The unexpected attack caught the youth off guard, forcing him to hastily draw his sword in response. Yet, one was fully committed while the other was caught off guard, and coupled with Zhao Buping's superior strength, the confrontation resulted in the youth's long sword being knocked from his grasp, causing him to tumble to the ground. Zhao Buping did not relent. With a flick of his sword, he unleashed a wave of sword wind, startling the surrounding disciples into retreat, inadvertently exposing the fallen youth and another individual. That individual was Shi Xiaole. Uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, Shi Xiaole perceived that Zhao Fuzi's sword did not seem to be aimed at the young man on the ground. Grasping the hilt, he drew the sword from its sheath. Clang! Sparks flew as Zhao Buping, holding the sword, let out a cold laugh, while Shi Xiaole retreated 3 steps. Shi Xiaole, the boy on the ground, hastily rose, his heart still racing. Although he was convinced that, due to sect rules, Zhao Fuzi would never truly harm him, he felt a lingering fear in that moment. Zhao Buping gazed at Shi Xiaole and declared, "I intend to teach someone a lesson, and no one shall interfere." Shi Xiaole, are you feeling particularly rash? Shi Xiaole replied, "We are all brothers in the sect. If there are no deep-seated grudges, why resort to such measures? Are you implying that you are teaching me a lesson?" Zhao Buping's eyes flickered, recalling the words of the elder from the previous night. "Buping, devise a plan to accidentally incapacitate Shi Xiaole. I will intervene on your behalf. At worst, you will face 100 days of confinement. Once you emerge, I shall take you as my disciple." Zhao Buping understood his limited talent. Under normal circumstances, he would only achieve the rank of a sect steward in his lifetime. However, if he were accepted as a disciple by the elder with proper cultivation, he could potentially become the next elder himself. Even if the elder did not nurture him, the status of being a direct disciple of an elder would elevate Zhao Buping's standing considerably. The price for such an opportunity was merely 100 days of confinement. The flames of ambition surged within Zhao Buping. "I'm not here to teach you a lesson. I merely wish to express an idea." Shi Xiaole, disinterested in conflict, turned to leave. "Wait a moment, Shi Shitty. I heard that half a month ago, you passed the annual assessment despite your injuries, indicating your considerable strength. Why not engage in a friendly contest?" Zhao Buping said calmly. Shi Xiaole's heart stirred. "There's no need. I'm not a match for Zhao Xixiao." Zhao Buping chuckled. "I am well aware of that. To ensure fairness, I shall suppress my internal cultivation at the 2nd level of concealed energy, making it a fair contest." This was indeed peculiar. The other disciples exchanged glances, puzzled by Zhao Fuzi's unusual behavior today. The young man who had initially faced Zhao Buping was the first to react, shouting at Shi Xiao, "Do not fall for his trap. Zhao Fuzi is merely seeking a way to humiliate you." One by one, the others came to the same realization. This Zhao Fuzi was indeed no good. Shi Shitty, we warriors must possess the pride of our kind. In the martial world, no talented individual ever refuses a challenge from peers. Zhao Buping continued to provoke him with words. Yet, Shi Xiaole still refused. "I am but novice, unworthy to compete with Zhao Xixiao." Upon finishing his words, he decisively turned to leave. Zhao Buping was taken aback by Shi Xiaole's timidity, refusing to engage in battle in front of such an audience. Upon recalling the promise made by the Grand Elder, a fervent madness ignited in his eyes as he bellowed. "Whether we fight or not is not for you to decide." Suppressing his cultivation to the 2nd level of concealed chi, Zhao Buping thrust his sword fiercely towards Shi Xiaole, producing a crisp sound of slicing air, accompanied by the gasps of the onlooking disciples. Having joined the painting sword sect for 2 years, Zhao Buping was rumored to have perfected the 3rd-tier medium-grade sword technique, the plum blossom sword technique, to a near-complete state. Thus, even when restraining his cultivation, he could effortlessly overpower Shi Xiaole. In the eyes of the spectators, it was evident that Shi Xiaole had drawn the short straw by provoking the madman Zhao today. As he sensed the sword wind approaching from behind, Shi Xiaole's expression turned icy. In a swift motion, he dodged and counterattacked while declaring, "Do not force my hand." Zhao Buping let out a hearty laugh. "Force you? Do you truly believe you are stronger than I?" As he spoke, Zhao Buping continuously unleashed his sword techniques, not employing the plum blossom sword technique, but rather the foundational sword techniques. His intent was clear, to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence against himself. "I have suppressed my cultivation and am utilizing only the basic sword techniques. Should Shi Xiaole still be defeated by me, it would not be by design, but rather due to his own inadequacies." Shi Xiaole was not a rash individual. At times, he was willing to endure humiliation for the sake of a greater outcome. However, Zhao Buping had evidently overestimated himself. In his current state, he was unworthy of compelling Shi Xiaole to bear any disgrace. "You push me to the edge, so do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With a resolute thought, Shi Xiaole unsheathed his sword with determination. His strike, too, was a basic sword technique of the painting sword sect. Yet after just a handful of strokes, he swiftly dismantled Zhao Buping's sword path. Years prior, Zhao Buping had not fully mastered the foundational sword techniques, and, upon breaking through to the 4th level of concealed chi, hastily shifted to the plum blossom sword technique. Consequently, his understanding of the foundational techniques had stagnated at a level that merely resembled completion. In truth, due to prolonged neglect and practice, his current proficiency was even inferior to that of his earlier days, merely approaching the semblance of perfection. Thus, the disparity became glaringly apparent. What? Shi Xiaole's wrist moved deftly, each thrust of his sword effectively sealing off Zhao Buping's maneuvers, demonstrating an overwhelming dominance that left Zhao both astonished and enraged. The surrounding disciples, akin to explorers who had discovered a new continent, were filled with astonishment. So, Shi Xiaole, you have been concealing your prowess, having refined the foundational sword techniques to a level of remarkable synergy. It appears I have been too lenient. Consumed by rage, Zhao Buping resolved to unleash the plum blossom sword technique with a thunderous force to incapacitate this youth. A smirk danced on Shi Xiaole's lips as he suddenly quickened his sword strikes, forcing Zhao Buping into a flurry of disarray, leaving him unable to alter his techniques. Brother Zhao, there is no need to suppress your cultivation. In a duel of equal rank, you are no match for me, Shi Xiaole declared as he continued to press forward with his strikes. You seek death. The words of Shi Xiaole effectively thwarted Zhao Buping's intentions to unleash his full potential. After all, it was Zhao himself who had previously suppressed his cultivation. Now, to resort to underhanded tactics when faced with defeat would be a loss of face he could not afford. After several exchanges, Shi Xiaole had gained the upper hand. Yet he found himself lacking the final breath needed to completely vanquish Zhao Buping. He understood that the issue lay within his own internal energy. The foundational techniques of the Huajian sect were ultimately too rudimentary, lacking both explosive power and endurance. After this prolonged bout, his internal strength had begun to wane. In contrast, Zhao Buping, who merely suppressed his realm, possessed a far more robust internal force. Should the battle continue, it was he who would be defeated. I wonder how long you can hold out, Zhao Buping sneered, clearly recognizing the shift in momentum. At that moment, Shi Xiaole's expression hardened as he charged directly towards Zhao Buping's sword tip, unleashing a thrust from a downward angle, exuding an aura of perilous rhythm. This was the first form of the Huashan sword technique. White clouds emerged from the abyss. With a sharp gasp, Zhao Buping felt a jolt of pain in his wrist, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Shi Xiaole struck with a palm blade to the back of Zhao's head, instantly rendering him unconscious. Chapter 5. What did I draw? After taking a few deep breaths to stabilize his internal energy, Shi Xiaole turned to the stunned onlookers and said, Dear senior brothers and sisters, Brother Zhao has a volatile temperament. To prevent him from losing control, I had no choice but to incapacitate him. Might I trouble one of you to escort him back to his quarters? You're too modest, junior brother Shi. A young man in black stepped forward and lifted Zhao Buping. The ordinary disciples resided in shared quarters, 6 to a room, and this young man was Zhao's roommate. After expressing his gratitude, Shi Xiaole paid no mind to the astonished and inquisitive gazes of the crowd and turned to leave alone. Why do I feel that junior brother Shi is different from before? Indeed, I sense it too. It's not just a change in strength, but also in his demeanor. I have a premonition that the Huajian sect is about to become lively. Upon returning to his quarters, Shi Xiaole's emotions settled. Was Zhao Buping truly a pawn sent by the elder to deal with him? Rationality suggested that today's conflict was peculiar. Yet instinct told him that Zhao was specifically targeting him. Throughout the Huajian sect, the only individuals who would wish for his demise were the elder and Qin Zhao. With Qin Zhao currently descending the mountain with the 3 most trusted disciples and yet to return, that left only the elder. My swordsmanship is adequate, but my internal energy is woefully insufficient, and my internal cultivation technique is far too primitive. Shi Xiaole felt a mix of frustration and urgency. Today had been a stroke of luck. Zhao Buping's overconfidence had afforded him an opportunity, but Shi Xiaole could not rely on such fortune to recur. It is evident that following this event, the elder will only intensify his schemes against me, and to navigate through this treacherous landscape unscathed, strength is my most formidable ally. I must strive to transcend my current limits today and seek out superior internal cultivation techniques in the library. The foundational techniques of the sword-drawing sect are woefully inadequate. Had Shi Xiaole cultivated more advanced methods, he would effortlessly vanquish Zhao Buping without such exertion. After all, the greater the sophistication of the internal techniques, the more rapid and pure the flow of internal energy becomes, providing a significant advantage in combat. Ultimately, internal energy is the essence of a martial artist's confidence. Techniques are merely the means to harness that energy. Seated in a meditative posture with his legs crossed and his heart directed towards the heavens, Shi Xiaole immersed himself in self-cultivation, free from distractions. An hour passed. Then, too, as night fell, a sudden soft sound resonated. Within the room, a gentle breeze emanated from Shi Xiaole, causing the candles 3 feet away to flicker. At that moment, he successfully broke through to the third level of concealed energy. Within the realm of the 3 Dan, the concealed energy stage corresponds to the lower Dantian, which is divided into 9 levels. The third level of concealed energy is merely the starting point of martial arts, yet Shi Xiaole felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. He could distinctly sense that the internal energy stored in his lower Dantian had increased by a full 30%. If he were to exchange his current self with the one from earlier in the day, he was confident he could defeat Zhao Buping within 10 moves. After spending a quarter of an hour consolidating his newfound level, Shi Xiaole rose to tidy himself and promptly made his way to the library of the sword-drawing sect. The library comprises 3 floors. Ordinary disciples require the 4th level of concealed energy to gain entry to the 1st floor, while the sect master's direct disciples have a lower threshold, permitted entry at the 3rd level. Halt! Who goes there? At the entrance of the library, a stern-faced elder rose from his chair to block Shi Xiaole's path. I am Shi Xiaole, here to select internal cultivation techniques from the library, he replied, subtly releasing his aura as he spoke. The elder in charge of the library cast a glance at him and said, the library is currently undergoing renovations. Please return in a few days. Renovations? Shi Xiaole appeared inside, noticing the stillness and the unchanged furnishings. Where was the renovation? Could you make an exception, elder? I only wish to transcribe some techniques and then depart. I have stated that renovations are in progress. Do you not understand? If you have no urgent matter, you may leave. The elder waved his sleeve dismissively, returning to his chair to close his eyes in meditation, leaving Shi Xiaole abandoned at the entrance. Taking a gentle breath, Shi Xiaole inquired, may I ask, elder, when will the renovations be completed? The elder replied nonchalantly, I do not know. It depends on the circumstances. With a faint smile, Shi Xiaole chose not to press further and turned to leave. Shortly after his departure, a figure slowly descended from the 2nd floor of the library. It was the elder. Elder San, my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance this time. Elder San opened his eyes and replied with a smile, there is no need for thanks. Compared to Qin Zhao, that lad is significantly inferior in talent, character, and strength. Yet, he has managed to seize the position of a direct disciple through connections, which I find quite distasteful. He paused, shifting his tone to one of concern. However, should our actions against that young man come to the notice of the sect leader, it may lead to complications. Elder Do waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. There is no cause for alarm. The sect leader will remain secluded until the sect competition 3 months hence. As long as that young man provides me with even the slightest opportunity, I shall ensure his permanent disappearance. And if he continues to hide away, lacking superior martial arts, he is bound to embarrass himself 3 months from now. At that time, the sect leader may not be inclined to protect him. Elder Sin clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Elder Da, your strategy is indeed remarkable. As he walked along the cobblestone path at night, Shi Xiaole's eyes sparkled with determination. He could clearly perceive that Elder San was intentionally making things difficult for him. The elder had seized control of the library, preventing him from entering, thereby obstructing his prospects. In his recollection, among the 3 elders of the painting sword sect, Elder Da and Elder San were on good terms, while Elder Air maintained a more neutral stance. Regrettably, the only person who could assist him had departed the mountain with the 3 direct disciples. As the mid-month approached, a mechanical voice resonated in Shi Xiaole's mind. Host, would you like to proceed with the martial arts extraction? At that moment, the voice was like a celestial melody to Shi Xiaole. He suddenly recalled that the system had mentioned a free extraction opportunity each month at mid-month. How could he have forgotten this? Hastening back to his room, he secured the door and promptly entered the space of the martial god hall, declaring solemnly, commence extraction. Please note, host, that as this is a free extraction, the probability of obtaining something is 50%. The system's words cast a shadow over Shi Xiaole's heart. A 50% chance of failure was indeed daunting. A square halo flickered back and forth among the stone walls of the 5th level of the martial god hall, synchronizing with the rapid beating of Shi Xiaole's heart. Undoubtedly, with the sect leader remaining in seclusion, he could not expect to gain martial arts from the painting sword sect's library. Thus, he had no choice but to place his hopes on the system's extraction. Should he miss this opportunity, excluding additional tasks, he would have to wait another month. Shi Xiaole could scarcely afford such a delay. Therefore, this extraction was of utmost importance. He endeavored to calm himself, yet beads of sweat began to form on his palms. The flickering frequency of the square halo gradually slowed, and Shi Xiaole's heartbeat nearly ceased. Ding! At last, the square halo came to a halt upon a stone wall on the 1st level, and a beam of light surged into Shi Xiaole's mind. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 3rd-tier, medium-grade martial arts internal cultivation method, the Hengshan Mind method. Initially feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him, Shi Xiaole soon erupted into laughter. It is indeed the Hengshan Mind method, although merely of mediocre quality. Shi Xiaole was exceedingly content. Among the 5 mountain sword sects, the Hengshan sect may not be considered the pinnacle, yet it is undeniably formidable. Particularly, its leader, stands as one of the top 10 martial artists in the realm, having once vanquished Fei Bing, one of the 13 protectors of Songzhan. While the latter relied primarily on decades of internal strength and profound swordsmanship, it nonetheless attests to the merits of the Hengshan heart technique, especially for Shi Xiaole, who has only cultivated the foundational heart technique of the Huajian sect. Nothing could be more appropriate. It is worth noting that the 3rd-rate, inferior Huashan sword technique is but a notch below the foundational sword technique of the Huajian sect. One can only surmise that the 3rd-rate, medium-quality Hengshan heart technique far surpasses the meditative heart technique of the Huajian sect. The elder and the 3rd elder, in their earnest attempts to obstruct Shi Xiaole's path, were blissfully unaware that destiny had opened a grander door for him. Upon exiting the system, Shi Xiaole eagerly commenced his practice of the Hengshan heart technique. Immediately, he sensed a remarkable difference. Utilizing the Hengshan heart technique to channel his physical strength, his speed increased by a notable 30 to 40%. What does this signify? In combat, swifter internal energy flow translates to shorter recuperation times and reduced intervals between strikes. To put it bluntly, having merely practiced the Hengshan heart technique once, Shi Xiaole's prowess had inexplicably advanced. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. As his training continued, his internal strength would inevitably become more refined and robust. At that juncture, his explosive power and endurance would ascend to a new echelon, further amplifying his strength. Just wait, for those who wish to belittle me. I shall delight in surprising you immensely. A smirk played upon Shi Xiaole's lips as he recalled the faces of certain individuals. Days passed in a blend of simplicity and fulfillment. Shi Xiaole's life was uncomplicated. Each morning, he practiced swordplay. In the afternoons, he honed the Hengshan heart technique. And in the evenings, he summarized both aspects. On average, he dedicated an astonishing 7 hours daily to martial training. Such dedication would undoubtedly render hundreds of disciples from the Huajian sect utterly ashamed. After a fortnight, both his Huashan sword technique and the foundational swordsmanship of the Huajian sect reached a harmonious and consummate state. With the impetus of the Hengshan heart technique, his internal skill ascended to the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the concealed Qi realm. He pondered the extent of his current strength. In moments of stillness, thoughts stirred. After prolonged diligence, Shi Xiaole could not suppress the urge to seek an opponent to validate his capabilities. He felt confident that he could effortlessly best the version of himself from half a month prior. Such a rate of advancement was nothing short of astonishing. That night, in the spirit of chivalry, he embarked on a solitary journey. Mission 2. Hunt down the notorious bandit Sanzun Yao of Tsuyu City. Difficulty level, 1 star. Reward, a random selection from 3rd-rate martial arts, yielding a reward value of 200 points. Penalty for failure, erasure of the host's internal heart technique, rendering them incapable of further cultivation. The sound of the system reverberated incessantly in his mind. Shi Xiaole was somewhat exhilarated. He had been troubled by the lack of opportunity to prove his prowess, and now, unexpectedly, the moment had arrived. After a night devoid of events, dawn broke the following day. Shi Xiaole freshened up and deliberately donned a blue robe, binding his long black hair with a matching cloth strip. Armed with a treasured sword, he stealthily departed from the courtyard. Chapter 6. The true and false three-legged bird in the martial arts world. Rules are exceedingly stringent. Except for the sect leader. Anyone wishing to leave must seek permission from their clan. This is both for organizational management and to ensure the safety of the sect's skilled practitioners. Naturally, Shi Xiaole could not inform the Huajian sect of his departure. With the Grand Elder wielding immense power, he did not wish for his whereabouts to be known, for that would invite relentless danger. Thus, he opted for a clandestine escape. He could not exit through the main gate, but fortunately, the original owner's reclusive nature often led him to the back mountain, where he inadvertently discovered a secret path down the mountain. Shi Xiaole approached the cliff's edge at a leisurely pace, halted, and turned, saying, "Come out, you sneaky one." Silence ensued. Could it be that the renowned Zhao Fengzi had taken to the art of stalking? With a rustle, the foliage parted, revealing Zhao Buping, sword at his waist and an ominous aura about him. He inquired, perplexed, "How did you detect my presence?" Thanks to his training in the Hengshan heart method, Shi Xiaole's senses were considerably sharper than before. Thus, he had sensed the follower from the moment he stepped outside. Of course, he had no intention of explaining this to Zhao Buping, merely responding, "Zhao Shi Xiaole, what is your intent in following me?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Buping let out a sinister laugh, stating, "This place is known as the Cliff of Severance, a precipice that claims lives. Do you comprehend, Shi Xiaole?" Shi Xiaole replied, "We harbor no enmity. Even regarding that day's duel, it has not escalated to murder. Are you being manipulated by someone?" Zhao Buping's elongated fingers grasped his sword as he advanced step by step, his murderous intent no longer concealed, his expression resembling that of a hunter poised to slay his prey. "No need for pretense. It serves no purpose. You should seek answers from the King of Hell." As the final word left his lips, Zhao Buping drew his sword and lunged at Shi Xiaole. The humiliation and rage from his previous defeat at Shi Xiaole's hands had left him with an unprecedented sense of disgrace. For days, without needing the Grand Elder's prompting, he had been lurking outside Shi Xiaole's courtyard, waiting for the chance to eliminate this youth. As for the sect's rules, they held no significance in the mind of the already deranged Zhao Buping, especially with the Grand Elder backing him. With his fifth level of concealed energy and the seemingly perfected Huame sword technique, Zhao Buping's strike was particularly fierce, the sword light resembling a plum blossom, simultaneously targeting 8 vital points on Shi Xiaole's body. Faced with this sword strike, the most prudent course of action would be to retreat. Alas, behind him lies an abyss, offering no means of escape. Had this been a fortnight prior, Shi Xiaole would have resigned himself to fate with closed eyes. However, in the present moment, the only sentiment that surged within him was an unwavering spirit of combat. With a swift motion, the silver glimmer of 2 long swords collided with a resounding clang. Shi Xiaole staggered back a step, narrowly evading the lethal thrust from his side, and retaliated fiercely against Zhao Buping. The brilliance of his swordplay flowing fluidly and relentlessly, transforming defense into offense. Did he manage to parry that strike? Zhao Buping would be lying if he claimed not to be astonished. That had been an all-out strike, and how could Shi Xiaole possibly withstand it? Was he merely feigning weakness all along? Regardless of one's strength, the essence of one's realm cannot be deceived. Death was inevitable. Zhao Buping roared vidly, unleashing the full spectrum of the 12 styles of plum blossom sword technique, vowing to bring Shi Xiaole to his demise. It must be acknowledged that the plum blossom sword technique eclipsed the foundational swordplay by a considerable margin. Under the auspices of a seemingly perfected realm, Zhao Buping's swordsmanship resembled a blooming plum flower, its center aimed squarely at Shi Xiaole. Yet, Shi Xiaole remained composed. Each move, though unadorned, adeptly countered his opponent's lethal maneuvers, even as he found himself retreating repeatedly, clearly on the defensive. Perfect harmony? Impossible. The swordplay had been continuously suppressed, and coupled with an enigmatic finesse, Zhao Buping could scarcely fathom that Shi Xiaole had cultivated his foundational swordsmanship to an extraordinary level of perfect harmony. In recent decades, only the most gifted third senior sister of the sword painting sect had achieved such mastery. What right did Shi Xiaole have? Zhao Buping, I have always been a person who clearly distinguishes between grievances and kindness. If you seek my life, do not blame me for being ruthless. Shi Xiaole's swordplay transformed, shifting from the mundane to the extraordinary and perilous, boldly advancing toward the tip of his opponent's blade. The previous encounter with Zhao Buping had been under scrutiny, and thus Shi Xiaole had refrained from fully unleashing the Huashan sword technique, leading others to believe it was merely a desperate strike. Now, with his full repertoire on display, the precariousness and the peculiar peaks of his technique resembled an unseen hand tightening around Zhao Buping's throat. Shi Xiaole withdrew his sword and suddenly dashed forward. Zhao Buping, believing he was retreating back to his sect, felt a surge of panic, causing his sword momentum to falter. At that moment, Shi Xiaole abruptly turned, delivering a fierce thrust into Zhao Buping's left chest from an oblique angle. With a sickening squelch, the blade was stained with blood. Zhao Buping's pupils dilated, his mouth agape in disbelief. You only understand the sequential application of sword techniques, yet lack the adaptability required. What a pity. Shi Xiaole withdrew his sword and thrust again. After 3 swift strikes, Zhao Buping was irrevocably dead, his body unceremoniously cast down the cliff by Shi Xiaole. Zhao Buping had spoken a truth. This was indeed a precipice that claimed lives. Regrettably, it was not Shi Xiaole's life that was severed, but rather his own. Swiftly wiping the blood from his sword with leaves, and ensuring no trace was left at the scene, Shi Xiaole retraced his steps, guided by memory, and discovered a secret path down the mountain in another direction, his figure vanishing quickly into the dense foliage. Chuayu City, a metropolis boasting a population exceeding several million, features bustling streets lined with a variety of shops, with a steady flow of people, occasionally revealing wanderers of the martial world, armed with swords and daggers at their waists. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. After appreciating the ancient Chinese-like tapestry of the mundane world, Shi Xiaole began his investigation into the 3-legged bird. Naturally, his inquiries would be directed toward the disciples of the Qiangjia gang. The foremost martial forces in Qing Shui Zhou can be categorized into 2 great demonic palaces, 3 major guilds for prominent families, and 8 notable sections. The Qiangjia gang is one of the 3 major guilds, akin in nature to the beggar gang of his previous life, welcoming impoverished youths into its fold, with members scattered across various cities in Qing Shui Zhou. In every alley and street, it could be observed that among 10 beggars, 4 or 5 were disciples of the Qiangjia gang. "Brother, may I propose a transaction?" Shi Xiaole inquired, producing a silver ingot as he gazed at a scruffy man with twinkling eyes. The disheveled man grunted. "What kind of transaction?" "I need you to gather information on a notorious thief known as the 3-legged bird. I require every detail possible." Upon glancing at the silver in Shi Xiaole's hand, the scruffy man chuckled. "You possess a certain charm. If you spoke to me in a tone of charity or command, even if you offered gold ingots, I would not budge an inch. Young lad, I'll accept this transaction. Return here in 3 days to find me." The scruffy man rose and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Watching his retreating figure, Shi Xiaole couldn't help but chuckle. With the wealth left to him by his aunt, Shi Xiaole spent freely without a hint of hesitation. He reserved the cleanest and most luxurious room in the finest inn of Chuayu City, dedicating 3 consecutive days to cultivation within its confines. His battle with Zhao Buping seemed to have awakened his latent potential, making him acutely aware of an almost imperceptible veil surrounding him, an indication of the bottleneck at the 4th level of qi concealment. Shi Xiaole was confident that, at the current pace, within a month, he would achieve another breakthrough in his internal martial arts realm. On the 4th day, at the same time and place, Shi Xiaole handed over the silver and received a dossier from the scruffy man, departing with a smile. Although he appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, he conducted his affairs with surprising decisiveness. The scruffy man muttered to himself, weighing the silver, pleased that he could indulge in the pleasures of the Yihong courtyard that evening. Chuayu City is home to a vast bamboo forest, opposite a lake on which a 2-story tavern stands. On this day, after a light winter rain had just ceased, a young man clad in blue entered. "Ah, what can I get for you, young sir?" The proprietress's eyes sparkled as she warmly welcomed him. "Anything meat-related, just bring it to me." Seated by the window, Shi Xiaole remarked succinctly. With a burst of laughter, his arrival shattered the tense atmosphere within the tavern. A charming young lady could not suppress her giggles as she cast a glance in his direction. Just then, a seemingly ordinary man suddenly erupted into action, striking towards the table where the young lady sat, while simultaneously leaping out of the tavern. "3-legged bird, we have pursued you for quite some time. Where do you think you can flee?" At the young lady's table were 2 youths, both possessing the cultivation of the sixth layer of concealed qi. They swiftly drew their swords, attacking from either side. The young lady was no ordinary girl. With a playful huff, she unsheathed her sword, revealing her inner strength at the fifth layer of concealed qi. After what seemed like a fierce exchange, the trio soon returned to the inn, dragging the man along with them. The tales of the martial world are indeed unreliable. It was said that three-legged bird had slain masters of the nascent qi realm, which had us overly concerned. Turns out, he is quite the weakling. A young man laughed heartily, clearly pleased with their triumph. The onlookers, familiar with the infamous three-legged bird, approached the two young men and the lady to offer their congratulations. Senior brother, Captain Jean is still waiting for us. Let us take this man to the magistrate, the charming young lady said, casting a disdainful look at the three-legged bird before sneaking another glance at Shi Xiaole. Once the other composed young man settled the tavern bill, the three clasped their hands in farewell and departed. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaole, having dined to his heart's content, approached a taciturn man and smiled. I wish to request something from you. What is it? The man replied in a low voice. Your head. The man lifted his gaze and replied with a grin. Why do you seek my head, young hero? Because you are the notorious bandit, three-legged bird. Upon hearing this, the remaining patrons of the inn who had not yet left were taken aback. Just moments ago, they had captured one three-legged bird, and now another had emerged. What was going on? After some contemplation, a few displayed expressions of disdain. In these times, it seemed that in the pursuit of fame, one could encounter all sorts of characters. They surmised that Shi Xiaole must be seeking notoriety, orchestrating this scene himself. After all, the three young individuals were esteemed disciples from the Dust Whisk sect, one of the 13 factions of Luyan Mountain, with one of them holding considerable renown in the martial realm of Tsiyu City. It was hard to believe they were deceived. Chapter 7. Miao Family Sword Techniques. What makes you think I am three-legged bird? The man inquired. Shi Xiaole replied, because I have learned from my intelligence that three-legged bird is left-handed. Although that man also wielded his knife with his left hand, the knife he had placed on the table was oriented towards the right, which clearly contradicts the nature of a left-handed individual. Furthermore, you, with the knife handle facing right and using your right hand to eat, yet as a swordsman, why do you possess so few calluses on your right hand, while your left hand bears so many? As Shi Xiaole spoke, the man's expression darkened with each word until he finally burst into laughter, exclaiming, after all that, it is merely your own conjecture, young hero. Shi Xiaole nodded and replied, Indeed, it is my own conjecture, but I trust my judgment, and thus I shall kill you. As he spoke, he grasped the hilt of his sword. The man, intrigued, asked if I truly were a three-legged bird, having slain even those at the first level of the Qi gathering realm, would you dare to strike at me? Shi Xiaole remained silent, slowly drawing his sword. The onlookers deemed the young man mad, overly presumptuous. Moreover, as the man had asserted, if he were indeed a three-legged bird, how could one like Shi Xiaole hope to contend with him? Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, a nearly imperceptible silver needle shot forth from a man's mouth. How could one, while speaking, launch a needle from their lips? This maneuver was entirely unexpected. Shi Xiaole and the man were merely 3 feet apart. At such a distance, even a master of the first level of Qi gathering would struggle to react. A cruel smile spread across the man's face. However, in the next moment, that smile froze. For Shi Xiaole had deftly blocked the silver needle that had always proven effective. No, it was more accurate to say that Shi Xiaole had anticipated the move from the very beginning. The needle had nearly impaled itself upon the blade of his sword, falling to the ground under its own weight. Each time you speak, your throat scarcely moves. You must employ ventriloquism. You keep a silver needle concealed in your mouth, intending to ensnare others. That master of the Qi gathering realm must have met his end in such a manner, I presume. Alas, your tricks have been employed long before, Shi Xiaole said, lightly swinging his sword. The man, momentarily composed, had no time to react before his throat was slashed. In his final moments, he trembled and asked who has used it before. He was known as the Plum Blossom Thief. Upon hearing this, the man's head tilted as he succumbed to death. The inn fell into silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. All present stared blankly at Shi Xiaole. In that realm of martial arts, the Plum Blossom Thief was likely a guise for the renowned Beauty Lin Siener, intended to ensnare Li Xuanhuan. The truth of her martial prowess remained shrouded in mystery. Later, embellished by storytellers, the art of ventriloquism and lethal strikes became the hallmark of the Plum Blossom Thief's reign over the martial world. Shi Xiaole mused in secret that indeed, where there are people, there exists remarkable similarities. He reached into the three-legged bird's belongings, retrieving 2 manuals and a bag of silver. He placed a bar of silver upon the table, clasped his hands in salute to those around him, and stepped out. "Young man, what is your name?" The innkeeper's wife called out from behind, but alas, there was no response. How intriguing, she thought. It had been a long time since she had encountered such an amusing youth, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Just as people thought the matter had settled, the 3 disciples of the dust-clearing sect returned, accompanied by a pallid constable. "Did anyone leave just now?" The rather arrogant young man among the trio barked, his expression somewhat grim. Earlier, they had encountered Constable Jean, who, upon seeing the 3-legged bird they were carrying, had claimed it was merely a decoy, not the genuine article, which had resulted in quite the farce. Constable Jean surveyed the scene, his gaze sharpening as he swiftly approached the lifeless man, lifting his garments with a smirk. "The 3-legged bird is already deceased." The audacious youth, named Chi Hui, protested. "By what evidence do you assert this is the 3-legged bird, Constable Jean?" The constable replied, "According to my investigations from the 6 doors, today is precisely the day the 3-legged bird was to meet its decoy, and the birthmark upon his chest cannot be fabricated." Chi Hui and his companions exchanged glances, noting the grotesque birthmark on the man's chest, and fell silent. Who, I wonder, is the hero that has rid the martial world of such a menace? Constable Jean inquired of the assembly. The martial guests present turned crimson, until finally, an elder rose and admitted, "I am ashamed to say that the one who identified the 3-legged bird was not any of us, but a mysterious youth." Constable Jean expressed surprise with a simple "oh." Beside Chi Hui, the charming maiden Zhao and Molan gazed towards the now empty window seat, and for reasons unknown, the figure of Shi Xiaole surfaced in her mind. Floating skill, golden whip saber technique, rather than returning immediately to the sword-drawing sect. Shi Xiaole first returned to the inn, where he retrieved 2 martial arts manuals found on the 3-legged bird, based on the original owner's memories. It was evident that the martial factions in this world were fanatically protective of their own techniques. It was not merely the first-rate skills. Even second-rate martial arts were fiercely guarded, and those who dared covet third-rate skills would face retribution from the martial sections. Of course, there is no net that can catch every fish. Over the years, no sect could claim that their martial arts had never leaked. However, due to the measures taken by various sects, many who privately practiced formidable skills dared not display them in public. Thus, rather than targeting the major sects, many in the martial world turned their attention to wandering practitioners. As he perused the bloodstained manuals, Shi Xiaole was convinced that the 2 manuals in the 3-legged bird's possession had also been seized from others. Delving into the system, Shi Xiaole inquired, "What reward value can I exchange for these 2 manuals?" With a flash of light, the manuals vanished, and 2 new stones appeared on the wall of the first level of the Martial God Hall. The system responded, "Floating skill, a third-rate inferior light skill, can be exchanged for 130 reward points. Golden Whip Saber Technique, a third-rate inferior saber technique, can be exchanged for 150 reward points. Can the martial arts I acquire be directly exchanged for those within the system?" Shi Xiaole pondered, a sudden thought striking him. "Certainly, however, the exchange is limited to martial arts of the same tier," the system replied in a dispassionate manner. After some contemplation, Shi Xiaole decided against immediate redemption. Evaluating the comparative value of rewards, he concluded that the Golden Whip sword technique did not surpass the Huashan sword technique, rendering it unnecessary for his cultivation. Conversely, although the floating skill was inferior to the Huashan sword technique, it was nonetheless a lightness skill, a crucial aspect he lacked, thus worthy of practice. Host has successfully completed Task 2 and has earned an opportunity to draw from a Tier 3 martial art. Would you like to draw immediately or retain the opportunity for later? Shi Xiaole's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "What happens if I retain it?" Accumulating 2 opportunities of the same tier will elevate the lower limit of the draw by 1 minor tier, while accumulating 5 will enhance the success rate by 10%. Shi Xiaole felt a surge of excitement. If he completed 2 1-star tasks without depleting his chances, he would at least secure a Tier 3 middle-grade martial art. "I shall retain the opportunity for now. Additionally, I wish to purchase martial arts with my reward points." Having exchanged for 2 manuals, along with the rewards from this task, Shi Xiaole's reward points soared to a total of 450, ample to procure some Tier 3 upper-grade martial arts. He resolved to acquire a Tier 3 upper-grade martial art this time, and once he gathered enough for 2 drawing opportunities, he could potentially obtain a Tier 3 middle-grade martial art, significantly enhancing his prowess. The system interjected to purchase directly. The host must not only pay the reward points for the martial art itself, but also incur 3 types of taxes: designated martial art level, designated martial art category, and specific martial art designation, each taxing half of the reward points. This statement felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing Shi Xiaole's soaring spirit. What is this? If that were the case, even the Huashan sword technique valued at 150 points would require a staggering 375 reward points for designated purchase. And for those upper-tier martial arts costing 400 to 500, would he not need over 1,000 reward points to afford them? This grand martial arts system seemed intent on making his journey arduous. May I ask, host, do you wish to proceed with the purchase? The system asked patiently. Shi Xiaole reminded himself to remain calm. He scanned the stone walls, and suddenly his gaze brightened, fixating on one particular wall. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and declared this one. Purchase. Ding. A beam of light from the stone wall surged into Shi Xiaole's mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Tier 3 middle-grade sword technique, the Miao family sword technique by Miao Renfeng, at the cost of 450 reward points. The base price of the Miao family sword technique was only 180 reward points, yet upon designated purchase, it escalated to an astonishing 450 points. Nevertheless, Shi Xiaole felt no regret. Who could predict when the next task would arise? Rather than prolonging his wait, it was more prudent to exchange his reward points immediately. Although he would forfeit some training time in the martial god temple, this transaction was not a loss. As the unparalleled skill of the golden-faced Buddha, the Miao family's swordsmanship stands as a peerless art in the realm, on par with the Hu family's blade techniques. Some assert that the Miao swordsmanship harbors a fatal flaw. During the final move, the white crane spreads its wings. A slight shrug of the shoulders presents an opportunity for adversaries. However, Miao Renfeng has previously elucidated this to Hu Fei, explaining that it stems from his childhood practice, where the incessant biting of lice on his back over time became an ingrained habit, rather than a deficiency in the Miao swordsmanship itself. Shi Xiaole even speculated that this singular imperfection accounted for the Miao swordsmanship S-value being merely 180 points, with 25 points remaining. He promptly exchanged them for 2.5 hours of training time to familiarize himself with the Miao swordsmanship. Within the martial god hall, those 2.5 hours felt like less than an hour in the outside world. With his mind focused, Shi Xiaole smiled slightly and remarked, "Indeed, the Miao swordsmanship is remarkable. Though I am only approaching a semblance of mastery, its power already surpasses that of the seemingly perfected Huashan sword technique." Upon opening the window and sensing the commotion outside, Shi Xiaole couldn't help but smirk. He had already noticed the stir among the patrons of the inn when he took the 3-legged bird's manual. Not rushing out, he spent 3 consecutive days practicing the Miao swordsmanship and the floating step within his room. Perhaps the experience gained from practicing the Huashan swordsmanship provided him insight. Or perhaps he was simply too engrossed. In just 3 days, Shi Xiaole had cultivated the Miao swordsmanship to a minor completion, while his floating step achieved perfection. His strength had significantly increased. With a slight smile, on the 4th day at noon, Shi Xiaole checked out and calmly departed the inn. Chapter 8. The Black Sha Gang. In a narrow alley beside the inn, Shi Xiaole halted and turned to face 2 towering figures blocking the entrance. Dressed in fitted short garments, each wielding a sharp 3-foot-long sword, their expressions were decidedly unfriendly. "Little one, we, the twin heroes of Jibei, mean you no harm. Surrender your martial arts manual, and we shall spare your life," the man on the left said with a grin. "I am a disciple of the Huajian sect. You may leave," Shi Xiaole replied calmly. The 2 men hesitated momentarily. As wandering practitioners, they were certainly familiar with the reputation of the Liu Yin 13 factions, a formidable force in Suiyu City. However, their desire for the manual evidently outweighed their fear of martial sections. Being vagabonds, they thought, leaving Suiyu City would be the worst consequence. The man on the right stepped closer, ominously stating, "Brother, it seems that at this juncture, we have no choice but to eliminate him." The man on the left sighed, "Little one, remember in your next life, do not traverse the martial world while so young." No sooner had he spoken than he advanced, drawing his sword. The twin heroes of Jibei each possessed a cultivation level of the 5th layer of hidden energy, but their heavy murderous aura suggested they had taken lives before. Shi Xiaole sensed that even without their combined strength, either one of them could likely vanquish Zhao Buping. who also cultivated at the fifth layer of hidden energy. Regarding innate resources, these wanderers may lack the training of sect disciples, yet when it comes to combat experience, many of them far surpass the disciples. With a swift clash, two long swords approached, one from the left, the other from the right, striking simultaneously. In this narrow alley, they effortlessly severed all of Shi Xiaole's escape routes. It was evident that the twin heroes of Jibei intended to conclude matters swiftly. Having roamed the martial world for many years, they would not underestimate any sect disciple. Even though Shi Xiaole's cultivation was merely at the third level of concealed qi when he had slain the three-legged bird, he gripped the hilt of his sword and, just as the sword tips were about to pierce him, he fiercely countered with his own blade. Clang! He deflected the sword of the man on the left. His body jolted back while he deftly employed the floating step, narrowly evading the lethal strike from the man on the right. The Emerald Mountains loomed in the distance, with the floating step beneath his feet and the perilous Huashan swordplay in hand. Shi Xiaole displayed a reckless bravery paired with a chilling calmness as he engaged in fierce combat with the twin heroes of Jibei. The duo could not help but be taken aback. They did not anticipate Shi Xiaole's audacity. His reckless moves, which disregarded his own life, forced them to hesitate. Their past experiences in slaughter proved futile against this youthful adversary. If they were desperate criminals, Shi Xiaole was an absolute novice oblivious to the concept of death. Employing the Miao family swordplay in conjunction with the perfectly synchronized floating step, Shi Xiaole's prowess had ascended beyond what it had been when he defeated Zhao Buping. He aimed to strike faster and with more ferocity, leaving no room for retreat for his opponent, and consequently, for himself. Amidst the fierce struggle, it seemed Shi Xiaole had grasped a deeper essence of the Huashan swordplay. Fall! With a decisive step, he disregarded the incoming blade and charged at the leader of the twin heroes of Jibei, both warriors racing to see who could strike faster. In the narrow passage, the brave would prevail. The leader of the twin heroes faltered, and in a moment of life and death, his sword slowed for an instant. Just that fleeting moment was the difference between life and death. Big brother. As he witnessed his brother fall, the man on the right cried out in alarm and turned to flee. Unfortunately for him, Shi Xiaole was swifter. Executing the floating step, he vaulted off the wall and, mid-air, delivered a fatal strike. Swoosh! The man on the right collapsed, lifeless. Shi Xiaole sheathed his sword and quickly rifled through the bodies, retrieving two manuals before scaling the alleyway and departing quietly. Suyu City lay about a day's journey from Luyan Mountain. Shi Xiaole ran relentlessly to the woods outside the official road, where he accessed the system and exchanged the manuals from the twin heroes of Jibei for 200 reward points. That should suffice for 20 hours of training. After orienting himself, Shi Xiaole intended to return to the Huajin sect. However, as he made his way part way, he suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle not far off. Black Sha Gang, do you dare to kill us? Do you not fear inciting the fury of the Dust Whisker sect? In the dense forest, Qi Guang, Qi Hui, and Zhao Molan were all injured to varying degrees, surrounded by more than 30 men clad in black. Outside the encirclement stood a gaunt old man, who sneered. You three have trespassed into my Black Sha Gang with ill intentions, a crime deserving of death. As for the Flicking Dust sect, without solid evidence, I doubt they would dare to act against my Black Sha Gang. Not far away, hiding in the thicket, Shi Xiaole remained expressionless. He had certainly heard of the notorious Black Sha Gang, known for its multitude of skilled fighters and countless minions, making it the most formidable gang in Suyu City. He never anticipated that Qi Guang and his companions would provoke them. Brother, Sister Zhao, I will hold them off. You two find a way to break through and alert the sect, Qi Guang declared resolutely as he brandished his sword. Just after the trio had left Suyu City, they had been targeted by the Black Sha Gang, and despite killing several of their pursuers along the way, they had sustained injuries themselves. Now, surrounded once more, Qi Guang understood that their prospects were grim. Brother, I refuse to flee. I would rather perish alongside them, Qi Hui shouted fiercely. Zhao Molan remained silent. Yet she too showed no intention of retreating, evidently prepared to fight to the death. Truly admirable, young disciples of a prestigious sect, the gaunt old man remarked, though his tone was laced with contempt. Amidst the fierce battle, only 7 or 8 of the Black Sha Gang's masters remained standing after Qi Guang and his companions fought valiantly. However, the trio had also suffered severe injuries, their strength reduced to less than half of their usual capacity. You three have quite the reputation among the younger generation of Suyu City. Once I sever your heads, The gang leader will surely reward me handsomely, the old man proclaimed, as the remaining Black Sha gang fighters tightened their encirclement around Qi Guang and his companions. The old man removed his gloves, seemingly preparing to strike. Despicable, Zhao Molan exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. The old man possessed only a cultivation of the 6th level of Qi condensation. Under normal circumstances, she would be confident in facing him, not to mention her 2 brothers. However, in their current state, she feared that even their combined strength would be insufficient to withstand the old man. From his concealed vantage point, Shi Xiaole weighed his options. Rationality urged him to leave immediately. After all, Qi Guang and the others were not his kin, and it was unnecessary to offend the Black Sha gang on their behalf. Yet, considering their pursuit of the 3-legged bird, it seemed they too were champions of justice. Otherwise, they would not have antagonized the ruthless Black Sha gang. Could he truly turn a blind eye to their plight? Having sustained the lightest injuries, Zhao Molan had already engaged the gaunt old man. Yet after only a few exchanges, she found herself in dire straits. Meanwhile, Qi Guang and Qi Hui could only watch helplessly as they were surrounded by 7 or 8 Black Sha gang masters. Realizing that rescue was unlikely. Enough, I shall aid them this once. With his mind made up, Shi Xiaole revealed himself, leaping forth and thrusting his sword fiercely at the gaunt old man. Who is this little thief? Get lost! As the sword light surged forth, the emaciated elder seized it with one hand. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Molan finally extricated herself from peril, exclaiming in delight, "Young master!" The scoundrel dared to meddle in the affairs of the Black Fiend gang. He must be tired of living. After their initial clash, the elder discerned that Shi Xiaole possessed only the cultivation of the 3rd level of concealed energy. Thus he remained unfazed. "I shall grant you a chance. Leave now." Standing firm with his sword, Shi Xiaole responded coolly. Ha ha ha. The elder and the 7 or 8 elite members of the Black Fiend gang erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most amusing joke in all the world. Zhao Molan urged anxiously, "Young master, I am grateful for your assistance just now, but you must leave quickly." No matter how shameless the elder was, he was still a 5th level concealed energy cultivator. And with the support of the 7 or 8 4th level members, how could Shi Xiaole, with his 3rd level cultivation, stand a chance? Only a peer like Brother Qi Guang could possibly contend with them. Qi Guang, equally appreciative, addressed Shi Xiaole. "Brother, the situation is dire. We are grateful for your kindness. If it isn't too much trouble, please report our demise to the Dustbrush sect. Someone will avenge us." Shi Xiaole shook his head. "I'm under no obligation to assist you. I will only attend to the present." The elder, infuriated by the boy's arrogance, resolved to employ the most ruthless methods to eliminate him. Contemplating this, a malevolent expression crossed his face as he extended his hands into claws, lunging towards Shi Xiaole's crown with the swiftness of a gale. The technique was a mediocre 3rd-tier martial art known as the Wolf's Claw. "Be careful," Zhao Molan cried out. It is worth noting that the higher the martial art, the more arduous it becomes to attain a high level of mastery. Yet its power undeniably increases. The elder's Wolf's Claw had already reached the minor completion stage, and combined with his 5th level cultivation, dispatching the previous formidable duo from Jibei was effortless. As the claw winds approached, Shi Xiaole seemed to perceive 2 fearsome wolf claws, making no move of resistance whatsoever. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Shi Xiaole had been rendered senseless by fear, clearly lacking any true capability, yet still attempting to act heroically. He was destined for ruin. The elder grinned wickedly, believing he was about to pierce Shi Xiaole's crown with his claws. At that moment, however, Shi Xiaole struck. A brilliant silver sword radiance soared skyward, imbued with an indomitable sharpness, clashing forcefully against the wolf's claw. This was indeed the Miao family sword technique, mastered at the minor completion stage. Shi Xiaole himself was astonished to have employed this technique so swiftly. With a resounding bang, their attacks collided, causing both Shi Xiaole and the elder to retreat 3 steps. In terms of cultivation level, Shi Xiaole was undoubtedly inferior to the elder. However, he practiced a 3rd-tier, middle-grade mental technique, while the elder, as a minor leader of the Black Fiend gang, had only trained in a 3rd-tier low-grade mental technique. In circumstances where the realm was not as advanced, the purity and speed of Shi Xiaole's inner strength surprisingly surpassed that of the gaunt elder. Cursed be it! As the gaunt elder seethed with fury, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes, clearly contemplating that Shi Xiaole must have cultivated superior internal skills. If only he could eliminate this youth, How could he not experience a significant enhancement in his own power? The remaining elite members of the Black Sha gang began to stir restlessly. Observing the situation, Shi Xiaole suddenly executed a startling maneuver, thrusting the tip of his sword fiercely towards his own heart. To perish was not so easily attainable. The gaunt elder lunged forward with great speed. However, when the sword tip made contact with Shi Xiaole, it did not penetrate deeply. Instead, the entire blade was propelled outward from the opposite direction, striking the gaunt elder squarely, causing him to spew blood and be hurled backward. Chapter 9. Transformation. What? The masters of the Black Sha gang were left astonished by this turn of events. Even Qi Guang and his companions wore expressions of disbelief. It was Qi Guang who first regained his composure, exclaiming, "The sword tip has been severed." As it turned out, although the confrontation between Shi Xiaole and the gaunt elder ended in a stalemate, the blade had been shattered by the wolf's claw. An idea sparked within Shi Xiaole, prompting his astonishing act. Previously, during the battle between the golden-faced Buddha Miao Renfeng and the renowned hero Hu Yidao of Liaodong, a similar tactic had been employed, wherein a blunted sword tip was thrust into the chest, utilizing internal force to rebound and strike Hu Yidao's vital point. Shi Xiaole merely emulated this technique, yet the results were undeniably remarkable. As he retrieved the rebounding longsword, Shi Xiaole wasted no time and charged towards the remaining 7 or 8 members of the Black Sha gang. These individuals possessed only the 3rd or 4th level of concealed energy, and witnessing their leader's defeat severely dampened their morale. Within a few exchanges, Shi Xiaole, employing the Miao family's swordsmanship, routed them decisively. However, 2 cunning individuals took advantage of the chaos, tossing down a smoke bomb and swiftly retreating with the injured gaunt elder. Alas, when the fog dissipated, only a heap of lifeless bodies remained, and Shi Xiaole had no inclination to pursue them. He first wiped the blood from his sword with a blade of grass, then searched through the pile of corpses, finding nothing of value, and rose in disappointment. "May I inquire your esteemed name? I shall not forget the kindness shown today." Qi Guang and his companions approached him. "I am Shi Xiaole, a disciple of the Huajian sect. Today was merely an impulsive act." Upon hearing Shi Xiaole's identity, Qi Guang felt a greater sense of camaraderie. The 13 sects of Liu Yin had historically emerged from the same lineage, and in Suyu City, they could be regarded as a singular faction. Zhao Molan, with her enchanting eyes, scrutinized Shi Xiaole and suddenly remarked, "Young Master Shi, were you the one who captured the true 3-legged bird at the inn? Truly, you are remarkably unassuming." Shi Xiaole smiled. Wishing to spare the trio any discomfort, he redirected the conversation. "How did you come to be entangled with the Black Sha gang?" Qi Guang did not withhold any details and recounted the events that had transpired. The trio, having descended the mountain for a brief training, upon hearing of the heinous deeds perpetrated by the Black Fiend gang in Suyu City, audaciously infiltrated the gang under the cover of night, intent on assassinating its leader. Yet, their plot was soon uncovered, resulting in a relentless pursuit by the Black Fiend gang. However, Shi Xiaole, with his keen instincts, sensed that Qi Guang was concealing something. Could it truly warrant such an unending chase from the Black Fiend gang, merely because of a single failed nocturnal ambush by 3 esteemed disciples of the Flicking Dust sect? Qi Hui remarked, "Sure shitty, our injuries will take time to heal, and the Black Fiend gang will not relent. You must escort us back to the Flicking Dust sect for now." Shi Xiaole furrowed his brow at this commanding tone from Qi Hui, and he noticed that every time Zhao Molan cast a glance his way, Qi Hui's expression darkened with palpable envy. "You must return to the mountain gate at once. The Black Fiend gang will not pursue you," Shi Xiaole asserted. "What? Are you unwilling to assist?" Qi Hui raised an eyebrow, his voice laden with disdain. "If you choose to flee for your life, and this matter becomes known, you may find yourself scorned by the Liu Yin 13 sects." A wave of discomfort washed over Shi Xiaole. His noble intent to save had been twisted into an obligation and duty in Qi Hui's words, which he found utterly absurd. Sensing the escalating tension, Qi Guang interjected, "Enough." Noticing Zhao Molan's expression, Qi Hui's jealousy flared further. Ignoring his brother's warning, he coldly remarked, "Your swordsmanship just now seems to lack the hallmark of the painting sword sect. It appears you have had other adventures. I wonder if you have reported them to the sect? To withhold martial knowledge is a grave offense." Shi Xiaole discerned the veiled threat in his tone, as if to say that should he fail to report the Miao family's sword techniques, Qi Hui would not hesitate to inform the painting sword sect himself. Acknowledging the precarious situation, Qi Guang conceded, "Thank you, Shi Shitty, for your gallant assistance this time." I shall express my gratitude at the painting sword sect when next I have the opportunity. Zhao Molan, her face flushed with shame, began to speak. Shi Gongzi. Shi Xiaole offered a faint smile before taking his leave, departing without a trace of regret. This young man, having slain members of the Black Fiend gang, yet rummaging through their belongings, is of questionable character and certainly not a paragon of my chivalric ideals. Once Shi Xiaole had left, Shi Hui continued to stoke the flames of discord. Observing Zhao Molan's lowered gaze, he felt a surge of anger and resentment. The Luyan Mountain was vast, with the Luyan 13 sects situated in its inner depths, while on the periphery, a group of menacing figures in black were scouring the area. Reporting to Lord Shashin, "We have discovered our brothers ahead." One man bowed his head as he informed a stern middle-aged figure. Soon after, 2 members of the Black Fiend gang arrived, carrying an injured and emaciated elder. Upon seeing the cold and imposing figure, the 3 men hastily knelt in unison. Where is he? In the realm of shadows, there exists a formidable figure known as the Reaper of Souls, a man of cold demeanor and iron will, who has attained the pinnacle of the 6th level of concealed energy. He stands as one of the 8 notorious demons of the Black Sha gang, his reputation for ruthlessness echoing through the annals of the underworld. An emaciated elder trembled as he addressed the Reaper. "My lord, I had successfully captured those 3 individuals. But alas, unforeseen interference thwarted my efforts." "Are you implying that you have failed?" The Reaper of Souls replied with a dispassionate tone, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him, suffocating the air around. The frail elder quaked in fear, hastily responding, "My lord, as we departed, we discreetly released the soul-pursuing smoke amidst the smoke bombs. As long as we follow its scent, those individuals cannot escape our grasp. Spare your life for the moment. Will you not lead the way?" "Yes." The soul-pursuing smoke was one of the rare concoctions the elderly man had stumbled upon during his ventures in the martial world, detectable only by those with an acute sense of smell, like his own. With half a day's journey remaining to the Huajian sect, Shi Xiaole did not rush onward. Instead, he seated himself beneath a concealed tree and focused intently, channeling his energy. The confrontation with the frail elder had inadvertently brought him closer to his limits, rendering the membrane of his dantian increasingly fragile. Shi Xiaole resolved to harness this momentum, hoping to transcend his current state by the day's end. He activated the Hengshan Heart technique, circulating his inner energy through countless cycles. 10 cycles, 20 cycles, 30 cycles. When the count reached 150, the membrane had become as thin as parchment, yet Shi Xiaole's inner strength had dwindled to a mere flicker. He felt an imminent breakthrough was within reach, yet he could not breach the barrier. With each attempt, his vigor waned, and he sensed that if he failed to make a breakthrough that night, a considerable duration might pass before another opportunity arose. Time, indeed, was the most precious commodity for Shi Xiaole. Summoning an unknown reservoir of strength, he inhaled deeply and shouted, forcing his faltering energy to surge once more. With a soft sound emanating from within, a gust of wind swirled around him, stirring the fallen branches and leaves within a 3-meter radius. He had entered the initial stage of concealed energy, 4th level. Feeling the substantial increase of over 30% in his inner strength, Shi Xiaole exhaled with relief. If his previous energy could be likened to a slender thread, now it resembled a robust rope. Furthermore, the breakthrough in his barrier allowed his inner energy to circulate over greater distances, effectively enhancing his explosive power. However, the speed of circulation paradoxically diminished due to this increase in power. In summary, with his mastery of inner power elevated to the 4th level of concealed energy, Shi Xiaole's prowess ascended to an entirely new realm, far beyond the reach of daylight comparisons. In a moment of breakthrough joy, Shi Xiaole felt an exhilarating clarity of thought and a surge of inspiration coursing through his mind. He swiftly found a cave and, after discreetly concealing its entrance, promptly exchanged the reward points obtained from submitting the secrets of the Jibei twin heroes for 20 hours of cultivation time. Previously, Shi Xiaole had already achieved a minor success in the Miao family sword technique. Now, with unwavering dedication to practice and insights gained from his daytime battles, he made remarkable progress. Within a mere 12 hours, his proficiency in the Miao family sword technique advanced significantly, nearing the realm of major accomplishment. Following the Miao family sword technique, he turned his attention to the Huashan sword technique. Memories of the life and death struggle against the Jibei twin heroes flooded his mind, and as he wielded his sword, every move resonated with an extraordinary and formidable elegance. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though a faint, ethereal silhouette of a mountain emerged within his swordplay. Should a discerning observer witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. For it clearly indicated the third level of mastery, transformation of form. In the vast realm of martial arts, one must first embody the form, and then imbue it with spirit. When both form and spirit are harmonized, it signifies that a martial artist's comprehension of techniques has reached a new pinnacle. This juncture leads to the next stage, transformation. Among the countless practitioners, even those who manage to cultivate third-rate martial arts to the level of transformation are undeniably considered prodigies. Remarkably, Shi Xiaole, having mastered the Huashan sword technique for just over a month, found himself on the brink of transformation, a testament to his exceptional insight. With a swift flourish, another blossom of swordplay erupted, and a 3-foot-tall silhouette of a mountain flickered uncertainly in the air before gradually fading away. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have mastered the initial stage of transformation in the third-rate inferior sword technique, Huashan sword technique. You have earned one opportunity to draw from the third-rate martial arts pool. Would you like to use it immediately? The abrupt voice of the system filled Shi Xiaole with elation. He had long heard the system mention that reaching a certain level in martial arts would yield additional rewards. However, after having seen no response from the system during his previous attempts at embodying form or spirit, he had lost hope. To his surprise, unexpectedly demonstrating transformation had triggered the system. Just as Shi Xiaole was about to respond, he sensed a disturbance from the outside world, prompting him to leave the martial god hall temporarily. Damn it! How did you find us? Qi Hui exclaimed, bloodied and frantically fleeing through the night. Hee, you little brat. I have my ways. This time, I'll make sure you have no way to escape, no place to hide, cackled the gaunt old man, who, after swallowing a pill, temporarily subdued his injuries and was now leading a host of experts from the Black Evil Gang in pursuit of Qi Guang and his companions. Of course, he deliberately guided the trio in a particular direction without intending to kill them. The exceptionally sensitive nose of the emaciated elder allowed him to discern the whereabouts of Shi Xiaole. In his mind, it was imperative to eliminate all 4 of them in one fell swoop to assuage his pent-up wrath. Chapter 10. Who is the fool? Elder brother, what shall we do? Qi Hui, his body marred by over a dozen cuts from blades, appeared somewhat pallid in the darkness. Qi Guang, however, remained composed, gritting his teeth as he declared, if there is no way to retreat, we can only fight to the death and protect Sister Zhao's escape. Qi Hui's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. Zhao Mulan exclaimed, Senior brother Qi, I will not leave. If we must die, let us die together. The trio, already wounded, found their strength diminished to a mere 30% of its usual capacity. Surrounded by the adept members of the Black Sha gang, they ultimately retreated to a concealed cave entrance, with no path left to escape. Flickering firelight emanated from within the cave, and Qi Hui, with keen eyes, suddenly shouted, That scoundrel Shi is inside. This outcry effectively revealed Shi Xiaole's location to all, leaving no chance for escape. Qi Guang sighed deeply. Zhao Mulan looked at Qi Hui, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment. From within the cave, a slender figure emerged, illuminated by the faint glow of the fire. It was none other than the youthful and handsome Shi Xiaole. Qi Guang, filled with shame, said, Junior brother Shi, I am sorry for dragging you into this. Zhao Mulan, unable to lift her gaze, felt her cheeks flush with a mixture of red and white, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Yet Qi Hui boldly proclaimed, In the face of this formidable enemy, Shi Xiaole, we must unite, otherwise, none of us shall survive. Shi Xiaole surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, there were no fewer than 50 adept members of the Black Sha gang, all seemingly at the 3rd or 4th level of concealment. The gaunt elder from earlier wore a sinister grin, resembling a venomous serpent. His injuries appeared to have healed significantly. Qi Hui recognized his own limitations. Confronting such a formidable array would have been certain death had he not recently achieved a breakthrough. His call for unity was likely tinged with mockery. Shi Xiaole smiled serenely under the moonlight. His altruistic intentions had inadvertently led to this dire predicament. Qi Guang, mustering his strength, approached Shi Xiaole and whispered, Junior brother Shi, when the time comes, we shall charge to the right together. I will protect you with my life. Zhao Mulan similarly positioned herself beside him, resolute. But upon seeing Shi Xiaole's silence, her youthful face nearly crumpled with tears of shame. Ha ha ha, Your deliberations are futile. Tonight, even with wings, you cannot escape. The gaunt elder's malevolent gaze settled upon Shi Xiaole as he gritted his teeth and declared, I have roamed Siyu City for 10 years without ever falling to a mere child. Little pup, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure. Shi Xiaole retorted, I fear you may find that impossible. As he spoke, he suddenly moved towards the left, where the most formidable foes gathered, his right hand firmly grasping the hilt of his sword. Junior brother Shi, do not. Qi Guang shouted loudly to stop. The experts standing there constituted a significant portion of the crowd, nearly 60%. Not to mention Shi Xiaole, even in his prime, Qi Guang felt no assurance of overcoming them. Young Master Shi, come back quickly. Do we not agree? Zhao Molan cried out, her urgency evident as she stamped her feet. Only Qi Hui secretly chuckled to himself. Shi Xiaole, that foolish imbecile, stubborn and overestimating his capabilities, was perfectly positioned to draw their fire, thus significantly increasing their chances of breaking through from the right. Little pup, you truly are the most foolish creature I have ever encountered. It seems I have overestimated you. The gaunt elder sat firmly, unperturbed, on his perch, surrounded by 7 or 8 experts at the 4th level of concealed energy. With their combined assault, how could they fail to subdue this youth? Naturally, he planned to wait until Shi Xiaole could no longer hold out before striking, crushing him underfoot to shatter his bones, thus satisfying his vengeance. Such a chatterbox. Old man, you were fortunate enough to reclaim your life. Yet you insist on returning to your demise. I can only oblige you. Shi Xiaole's voice was not loud. It resonated with calm clarity in everyone's ears. All present believed the young man had gone mad in despair. Very well. What are you waiting for? Go forth and chop this brat to pieces for the dogs. With a command from the gaunt elder, the already restless members of the Black Shaman rushed forward with a shout, 7 or 8 of them lunging at Shi Xiaole. They envisioned the fearful expression of youth amidst the flashing blades, erupting into triumphant laughter. However, just as they moved, Shi Xiaole made the first move. Utilizing his floating step, he lowered his body, covering 3 feet in an instant, and with his sword drawn, unknown to them, he thrust at the center of their formation. Splat! Blood sprayed into the air. The man fell dead on the spot, and before the others could react, Shi Xiaole had already slipped through the gaps in the crowd, charging toward the gaunt elder. Damn it, this brat has broken through a realm. The gaunt elder was taken aback. Once a martial artist's inner energy realm is transcended, their speed and strength noticeably increase. At this moment, Shi Xiaole was undeniably not the same as he had been earlier. Everyone, kill him. The gaunt elder, lacking confidence to face Shi Xiaole, frantically retreated. Yet Shi Xiaole's initial target had always been him. Escape was not an option. With a flourish of his sword, Shi Xiaole soared into the air, executing a move from the Miao family swordplay, the Phoenix at Dawn. No, it's impossible. This strike was swift and fierce, imbued with an even richer essence than before. The gaunt elder realized that in just over half a day, Shi Xiaole had not only advanced in inner strength, but also elevated his swordsmanship to a new level, channeling all his energy into his hands. The emaciated elder unleashed a vicious claw attack. Alas, with his internal power having significantly increased and the Miao family's swordsmanship nearing perfection, Shi Xiaole's strike was approximately 50% more formidable than during the day, rendering the frail elder utterly defenseless. A crisp sound of slicing echoed, accompanied by a beastly roar, as all present witnessed a pair of bloodied palms soar into the air before crashing down. The elder, half drenched in blood, found both his hands severed at the wrists, his visage contorted in agony, grotesque and fearsome. Old fool, who is truly the dimwit here? Without granting the elder a moment's respite, Shi Xiaole unleashed a second strike, gliding through the moonlight, forcefully plunging his blade into the elder's left chest. An uncanny silence enveloped the scene, particularly among Qi Guang, Qi Hui, Zhao Molan, and 2 other elite members of the Black Fiend gang who had witnessed the earlier battle. Disbelief etched across their faces. Just half a day prior, Shi Xiaole's martial prowess had merely matched that of the elder, victory having been snatched through cunning. Yet now, he required but 2 strikes to claim the elder's life. Though mere moments had elapsed since he had drawn his sword, Shi Xiaole had already carved out a path. Before the elder could utter another word, Shi Xiaole, expressionless, withdrew his sword and fled without a glance back. Meanwhile, emerging from the perceived weakest point of the encirclement, a figure surged forth, leaping 3 zhang in pursuit of Shi Xiaole, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Heaven forbid, it was one of the 8 fiends, the death-seeking fiend. Could it be that young Master Shi was already aware? Zhao Molan gasped, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Qi Guang shouted, quickly. Shi Xiaole has drawn away the formidable foe for us. We must break through to the left. In this life-and-death moment, the trio dared not tarry, pouring every ounce of their strength into the leftward charge. In the night-shrouded Lu Yin Mountain, the chill of early spring lingered, silence reigning as 2 figures darted through the woods. You, young as you are, possess such ruthless intent. This night, I shall not allow you to live. The death-seeking fiend taunted as he pursued, still capable of speech. In contrast, Shi Xiaole felt a tightness in his chest, focused solely on his flight. Should he speak, his resolve would surely dissipate, leading to his capture. Yet, despite this, the distance between them continued to narrow, from over 10 zhong to 5, then 4. As the gap closed to 3 zhong, the death-seeking fiend let out a cold laugh and struck towards Shi Xiaole's back with an open palm. A third-rate, mid-tier martial art. The death-seeking palm, combined with his mastery at the pinnacle of the 6th level, placed the death-seeking fiend far above the frail elder in strength. Amidst the whistling wind of the palm strike, Shi Xiaole felt a chill at his back. At that moment, the inherent flaw of the floating step revealed itself, leaving him unable to evade the impending blow. As the vest shifted, Shi Xiaole turned his body, executing the most formidable move of the Miao family sword technique. The white crane spreads its wings with a fierce flourish. With a resounding impact, the force of his palm erupted, and Shi Xiaole realized that the internal strength of the death-seeking demon vastly surpassed his own, not only in depth, but also in purity. It was evident that his opponent had also cultivated a mid-tier internal martial art. Suppressing the sweetness rising in his throat, Shi Xiaole fought while retreating. Throughout this ordeal, he had to contemplate an escape route while simultaneously fending off the relentless attacks of the death-seeking demon, a truly harrowing endeavor. An hour passed, and Shi Xiaole spat out a mouthful of blood, his body staggering. Boy, it's time for you to die, the death-seeking demon sneered coldly, striking with a palm. Against a mere 4th-tier novice, he had only utilized 70% of his strength, which was more than sufficient. In this critical moment, Shi Xiaole remained unperturbed. Suddenly, he altered his swordplay from the fierce Miao family's technique to the perilously intricate Huashan sword style. In the midst of it all, a 3-foot-tall mountain silhouette loomed in the void, bearing down on the unsuspecting death-seeking demon. This was the Huashan sword technique at the transformation stage. With a soft thud, the mountain silhouette barely countered the force of the death-seeking demon's palm strike, and leveraging this explosive power, Shi Xiaole swiftly darted aside. Transformation? The death-seeking demon's expression momentarily froze. As one of the 8 demons of the Black Demon Gang, he certainly understood the significance of transformation. Frankly, with his aptitude, even after years of training in the death-seeking palm, he had yet to reach the transformation stage. Shi Xiaole, at such a young age, despite the apparent low level of his swordplay, demonstrated exceptional talent. The death-seeking demon remained stationary, refraining from further pursuit. Given that they were now within the territory of the painting sword sect, this boy was clearly a talented disciple of theirs. Should he continue the chase, it could invoke the wrath of the sect's experts. This time, I spare your life. I hope not to see you again, he muttered begrudgingly as he departed. Little did he know, had he pursued Shi Xiaole further, he would not only have evaded the sect's experts, but might have also garnered applause from certain individuals. Chapter 11. The Draw Technique in the Silent Embrace of Night. Shi Xiaole ascended along a concealed path. After expending over half an hour, he finally returned to his courtyard within the painting sword sect, dragging his injured body. At this moment, the horizon began to brighten faintly. This latest injury would require at least half a month of recuperation. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Shi Xiaole let out a bitter smile. He was not afraid of being injured, nor did he shy away from recovery. The troublesome aspect was that internal injuries differed from external ones. Not only did they heal more slowly, but during the healing period, he could not recklessly use his internal energy or engage in combat. And even his martial training would be greatly hindered. It can be said that due to the forthcoming recuperation, Shi Xiaole's progress will be severely impeded. This is a bitter pill for him to swallow. If only the Hengshan Heart method possessed the ability to heal internal injuries. In this moment, Shi Xiaole even fantasized about cultivating unparalleled inner arts, such as the 9-yin manual or the 9-yang divine skill. Such minor injuries would be of no consequence. However, He knew well that the likes of the 9 manual were of an alarming caliber, with an exceedingly low probability of acquisition, far beyond the reach of his current self. But I had previously completed the task of hunting down the three-legged bird and successfully manifested the Huashan sword technique, which has granted me 2 opportunities for extraction of martial arts. According to the system's claims, accumulating 2 chances elevates the grade of the extraction by 1 tier. This means that this time, Shi Xiaole either wouldn't obtain anything, or if he did, the worst he could draw would be a 3rd-tier middle-grade martial art. Given that I cannot practice martial arts normally for the next month and a half, I might as well take a gamble and see if a turn of fortune might arise. With this resolution, Shi Xiaole immersed his spirit within the martial god hall and declared, "System, I wish to utilize my 2 extraction opportunities." The system kindly reminded him, "Utilizing fusion extraction will not alter the probability of obtaining nothing. Does the host wish to proceed?" Shi Xiaole's lips twitched, yet he resolutely affirmed, "Extract." In his heart, he fervently wished not to draw a blank. A square halo flickered erratically among the stone walls of the 1st level of the martial god hall. Each time this moment arrived, Shi Xiaole found himself particularly anxious, his heart racing uncontrollably. Ding! Ultimately, the square halo stabilized, and Shi Xiaole exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful not to have drawn a blank. A beam of light surged into his mind, and upon skimming through the information, his previously gloomy mood instantly brightened, prompting him to muse with a smile. "It seems my luck this time is rather favorable." Initially, Shi Xiaole approached the extraction with a mere trial-and-error mindset, hoping for a miracle. Now, it appeared that fate was indeed smiling upon him. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 3rd-tier middle-grade martial art technique, Fu Hongshue's blade technique." Shi Xiaole fell silent once more. Fu Hongxue is undoubtedly a renowned figure within the realm of martial arts. This man, who was instilled with hatred from a young age, devoid of childhood or companionship, seems to have been born solely for the purpose of vengeance. He is crippled and suffers from epilepsy, his heart laden with depression and solitude. And it is only when he encounters Cui Nong that he glimpses a flicker of light in his life. Yet, Cui Nong eventually meets her demise. The life of Fu Hongxue is undeniably a tale of tumultuous destiny, akin to a flickering candle in a blizzard, cold, desolate, yet steadfastly burning. For the sake of vengeance, Fu Hongxue began practicing the blade at the tender age of 4 or 5, repeating the act of drawing his sword 12,000 times each day, never parting from his blade, even during meals or sleep. It is through such relentless dedication that the once ordinary blade technique transformed into Fu Hongxue's formidable weapon, enabling him to traverse the martial world with unparalleled prowess. It can be said that only Fu Hongxue's sword-drawing technique qualifies as a true killing art. However, this very fact makes it exceedingly difficult for others to cultivate this technique to its highest realm. This, perhaps, elucidates why the sword-drawing technique is rated merely as 3rd-tier quality. Due to internal injuries, Shi Xiaole was unable to exert himself during this period, rendering him incapable of executing coordinated movements. The sword-drawing technique was, therefore, tailor-made for his current condition. Shortly after Shi Xiaole returned to the painting sword sect, 5 individuals ascended the mountain gate, illuminated by the dawn's light. These 5 comprised 1 elder and 4 youths. The elder, tall and slender, donned a long robe of moon-white, with 3 wisps of long beard adorning his chin, exuding an air of refined elegance. Behind him stood 3 men and 1 woman, each man radiating a remarkable presence. The solitary young woman, clad in a pink long robe and a matching shoulder cape, possessed a strikingly graceful appearance and an unpretentious, noble demeanor that captivated all who beheld her. "Ah, elder brother, you have finally returned," exclaimed the Grand Elder and the 3rd Elder, accompanied by various stewards of the painting sword sect, who had long awaited at the mountain gate. The elder in white was none other than the 2nd Elder of the painting sword sect. The 4 individuals behind him were the sect's chief disciple, Yuan Xiaowei, the 2nd disciple, Xiao Yuanbo, the 3rd disciple, Mao Wenjing, and the foremost among the direct disciples, Qin Zhao. 2nd Elder, did you manage to secure the establishment token from Qingsno City? The Grand Elder first cast a glance at his nephew, Qin Zhao, before directing his inquiry toward the 2nd Elder. Upon hearing this, the 2nd Elder's smile gradually faded as he shook his head. The once lively atmosphere at the mountain gate became considerably subdued. A flicker of insight crossed the Grand Elder's eyes as he remarked, "Since the chaos that erupted a century ago due to the excessive number of sects, the court's scrutiny of martial arts sects has intensified. Obtaining an establishment token from the Qing Snow Alliance has become exceedingly arduous. There is no need for you to blame yourself, Second Elder. Presently, the martial arts world is divided into two factions, the orthodox and the unrecognized. The term orthodox refers to those martial arts forces that are registered within the alliance representing various states and have obtained an establishment token. Such forces are typically replete with masters and are overall formidable, bolstered by the backing of the alliance, thus occupying the upper echelons of the martial world. In contrast, the unrecognized refers to martial arts forces that have not gained the alliance's endorsement. Although these forces are weaker, they constitute the majority on the Eastern Victory Continent, particularly in the Pegasus dynasty, where they exceed 60%. Due to their lack of official recognition, every unrecognized sect must pay substantial taxes to the court and the state alliances each year. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of sect rights and confiscation of their mountain gate. The most dire consequence is that if an unrecognized sect encounters adversaries intent on their destruction, they can only rely on their own fortunes, for the alliance will never come to their aid. Thus, for any unrecognized martial arts force, acquiring an establishment token and becoming an orthodox force remains their paramount objective. Alas, I have failed the trust bestowed upon me by the sect leader. How could the Second Elder be unaware of the tremendous challenges faced by a rogue sect aspiring to attain the status of an orthodox sect? Aside from the countless rival rogue sects, the established orthodox sects are also disinclined to welcome new entrants, fearing the division of their well-established dominion. Nevertheless, he finds himself in a state of helplessness. Xiaole, it appears your cultivation has made significant strides. At this moment, the Grand Elder's gaze was intensely fixed upon Qin Zhao. At the tender age of 16, Qin Zhao stands tall and handsome. In response to the Elder's remarks, he smiled modestly and confessed, to not deceive the Grand Elder, I have indeed made some progress. The second disciple, Xiao Yuanbua, interjected, it is not merely a matter of progress. Junior Brother Qin has now reached the 7th level of the concealed Qi realm, and his swordsmanship has markedly improved, rivaling my own at this age. Upon hearing this, the masters of the painting sword sect, who had come to welcome them, were astounded, gazing at the composed and humble Qin Zhao in disbelief. As the personal disciple of the Second Elder, Xiao Yuanbua's prodigious talent was well known. He had once been a formidable contender among the 4 talents of Luoyan. Now, with his own acknowledgement of Qin Zhao's prowess, it was evident how formidable Qin Zhao truly was. Suddenly, the Third Elder sighed, what a pity. Many exchanged glances, quickly grasping the weight of his words. In terms of strength, talent, and character, Qin Zhao undeniably ranks among the top 4 of the younger generation of the painting sword sect. By all accounts, he ought to be one of the sect leader's 4 personal disciples. Yet, alas, with the sect leader's return, certain matters indeed require resolution. For the painting sword sect to thrive, we cannot rely solely on personal affinities. Someone proclaimed, voicing their discontent on behalf of Qin Zhao, which sparked a chorus of agreement. The Grand Elder exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Zhao, both secretly pleased. Silence. The decisions and commands of the sect leader are not for us to contest. As the moment grew ripe, the Grand Elder sternly admonished, appearing to counsel, yet inadvertently intensifying the collective discontent. With their objectives achieved, he finally led the assembly back to the sect. After discovering a rusted blade within the confines of his quarters, Shi Xiaole had been diligently practicing his sword-drawing technique. His grip on the blade grew increasingly steady, and his speed of drawing the sword improved at an imperceptible rate. Yet dissatisfaction gnawed at him, for Shi Xiaole was acutely aware that the blade's potency was diminishing rather than increasing. Why? How could this be? After a prolonged contemplation, Shi Xiaole's eyes suddenly widened as he mused aloud. Fu Hongxue draws his sword for vengeance. For what purpose do I draw mine? In that moment, Shi Xiaole comprehended the truth. While his skills were indeed advancing, he lacked a crucial element, emotion. The supreme art of drawing the sword is fueled by inner forces such as hatred, confidence, despair, and faith. Shi Xiaole had attained enlightenment. From the very first day, he drew his sword 12,000 times, reducing the frequency to 10,000 on the second day, and to 5,000 on the third. By the 13th day, he hadn't drawn his sword for 2 consecutive days. On the 15th day, Shi Xiaole stood like a wooden post for a full 2 hours. During this time, he did not so much as move a finger, nor did he even blink, appearing as though he had lost his very soul. A gust of wind swept by, sending withered leaves swirling through the air. Gradually, Shi Xiaole began to revive, his arm exerting strength. With a swift motion, a cold gleam flashed, as if the very wind was cleaved in twain, brushing against the dark strands of hair at his temples. The fallen leaves, upon closer inspection, were indeed evenly bisected. What a remarkable display of swordsmanship! Shi Xiaole released his grip on the sword hilt and let out a long sigh. In recent days, he had been contemplating the essence of swordsmanship in the courtyard, interpreting how to channel all his emotions into a single stroke. Clearly, to practice 12,000 sword draws daily like Fu Hongxue was not a matter of willpower, but one of necessity. After all, Shi Xiaole was not merely a swordmaster, nor did he bear the heavy burdens and hatred that Fu Hongxue did. The sword is lifeless, while the person is alive. Fu Hongxue's sword technique in Shi Xiaole's hands should take on an entirely different form. Fortunately, he had achieved this in his own way. At that moment, a distant chime resonated through the air. The bell rang 3 times, summoning all disciples to the training ground. I almost forgot. Today is the quarterly sect summary, Shi Xiaole murmured. Chapter 12. The Dust Bringers Seek Trouble, Part 1. After more than half a month of recuperation, Shi Xiaole's injuries had largely healed, and his swordsmanship had flourished, thus not wasting the passage of time. Hearing the bell calling the disciples, he donned a new green robe and, wielding a sword, hurried to the training ground. At this moment, the training ground was already filled with people, numbering no less than 600 or 700. The quarterly sect summary served to gather all disciples, with the strongest direct disciples imparting wisdom to the others, fostering communication to prevent estrangement among them. Additionally, it acted as a means of mutual encouragement, cultivating healthy competition. Therefore, regardless of personal training or pressing matters, no disciple could afford to be absent. Have you heard? The second elder and the others returned half a month ago. Of course, I'm not deaf. I also know that the sect's application for recognition as an authentic sect has once again failed. This was anticipated, so let us speak of better news. I've heard that during the recent expedition to Qinxue Prefecture, our 4 senior brothers and sisters made significant gains. With remarkable advancements in their strength, the 3 foremost disciples need no introduction, and neither does Brother Qin Zhao, whose impressive demeanor elicits deep admiration. However, the chatter among the crowd suddenly hushed as many turned to behold the approaching figure of Shi Xiaole. In the eyes of some, he perceived disdain, scorn, and even a hint of jealousy. Yet, he said nothing, merely nodding as he passed by. How arrogant! If it weren't for his connections with his aunt and the sect leader, this brat wouldn't have the privilege of being a direct disciple, some muttered. He is just fortunate to have strong ties. What can we do? The murmurs expressed their discontent. Before long, the clamor subsided as the 3 elders appeared on the elevated platform at the northern edge of the training ground, accompanied by 3 exceptionally poised young individuals. Among the crowd, Shi Xiaole felt a stir within. At the forefront stood a mature man of average build, undoubtedly Yuan Xiaowei, the foremost young master of the painting sword sect, one of the 4 talents of Lu Yan. Following him was a nonchalant young man clad in blue, likely Xiao Yuan Bo, the sect's second disciple, whose talent was nearly on par with Yuan Xiaowei. The third was a strikingly beautiful young woman, 3 or 4 years younger than the other 2, renowned as the greatest prodigy of the painting sword sect in decades, Mao Wenjing, the rain-soft sword. Logically, at the assembly, the 4 direct disciples should be positioned behind the 3 elders. However, one was conspicuously absent, prompting many to search for him. Brother Shi, why aren't you coming forward? Someone nearby called out, drawing the crowd's attention. Upon spotting Shi Xiaole hiding among the throng, laughter erupted. For only a handful had witnessed his duel with Xiao Buping. To most, he remained the timid, trouble-averse interloper who had risen through connections. The second elder frowned and said, Xiaolu, why do you still hesitate? His tone bore a hint of disappointment. The grand elder added, Xiaolu, you have only been with the sect for a year. Everyone knows your situation and will not make things difficult for you. Though this seemed to reassure Shi Xiaole, it subtly implied his lack of skill, hinting to all present that he was unworthy of being a direct disciple. Indeed, more faces displayed unmistakable disdain. Not far away, the handsome Qin Zhao appeared outwardly indifferent, yet he had been closely watching Shi Xiaole. In the past 3 gatherings, although Xiaole had taken the stage each time, his timid demeanor had been a source of ridicule, and this time would likely be no different. However, upon feeling the diverse gazes from the crowd and the elevated platform, Shi Xiaole surprisingly did not falter. Instead, He smiled and said, "Since the Grand Elder has extended an invitation, it would be disrespectful not to comply." With that, he stepped forward onto the platform, confidently positioning himself beside Mao Wenjing. The Grand Elder was taken aback for a moment, and then a surge of anger welled up within him, as the words seemed to suggest that he was unwelcome. "This insolent child, I shall tolerate your audacity for now. But just wait." Contemplating his scheme, the Grand Elder sneered internally and cleared his throat. "It is once again time for our quarterly summary meeting. If any of you have questions, feel free to raise them, and a few of our senior brothers and sisters will provide clarification." As was customary, the disciples were not shy in voicing their inquiries, and the atmosphere quickly grew lively, with many turning to the senior brothers Yuan Xiaowei and Xiao Yuanbo for guidance on their cultivation. Undoubtedly, the most sought after was Mao Wenjing. As the most gifted disciple of the sword-drawing sect, she was renowned for her exceptional talent and beauty, universally acknowledged as the goddess of Luyan Mountain. When a disciple finally seized the opportunity to ask her a question, blushing and trembling with nerves, Shi Xiaole could not help but chuckle, his laughter ringing out amidst the attentive silence, a stark contrast to the moment. "Sure, brother, what is so amusing? Do you perhaps have some profound insights to share?" Someone immediately challenged him, their intent far from benign. Shi Xiaole waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they should continue. The crowd huffed in unison, choosing to ignore the insufferable connection he had. "Sure, brother, I have a question I would like to pose, if you could possibly enlighten me?" Just then, a provocatively beaming youth approached, his eyes glinting with eagerness. "If you have questions, seek the 3 senior brothers and sisters. I am not the one to answer." Shi Xiaole replied cheerfully, reveling in his leisure. The youth smiled, suddenly raising his voice to exclaim, "Since you possess such self-awareness, why do you not step down from that high platform and allow someone more deserving to take your place?" His boisterous shout echoed far and wide, drawing the attention of the crowd. Is he deliberately seeking trouble? Shi Xiaole caught sight of Qin Zhao not far away, flashing him a bright smile, and retorted, "Whether I am qualified is a question for the sect leader. And for the record, I dislike being shouted at." The youth laughed heartily, his voice rising even louder. In the martial world, only the strong earn respect. Shi Xiaole, if you lack the ability, do not cling to that position. I, Qian Tong, have long been displeased with you. Today, you must relinquish your status as an inner disciple. Feigning great anger, the Grand Elder bellowed, "Nonsense! Withdraw at once." Qian Tong replied in a low voice, "Grand Elder, even if I am expelled from the sword-drawing sect today, I must speak my mind. We disciples toil relentlessly, enduring hardship. If in the end we still have to bow to an inept connection, what is the point of our struggles?" His words struck a chord with many, evoking a significant resonance among the crowd. It seemed as though a silent agreement had been reached as several voices rose in unison, decrying the injustice. The unfolding situation suggested that unless Shi Xiaole willingly relinquished his identity as an inner disciple, they would not relent. Observing the indifferent Qin Zhao and the seemingly angry yet secretly pleased Grand Elder, Shi Xiaole understood that this was their cunning scheme. The pair of uncle and nephew could not wait for the sect competition in over 2 months. They sought to expel him now. The silent second elder, witnessing the commotion, rebuked, "Silence, everyone. Shi Xiaole's status is determined by the sect leader. Do you intend to rebel?" Qian Tong, seemingly emboldened, retorted resolutely, "Such injustice. We are willing to withdraw from the Huajian sect." "Yes, withdraw from the Huajian sect." A chorus of voices rose in support of Qian Tong, inciting considerable ire in the second elder. Yet he sensed that if he did not provide a resolution today, it would be challenging to restore order. The Grand Elder appeared to suppress the crowd while secretly fanning the flames, and the third elder, stroking his beard, chuckled quietly, enjoying the spectacle. The 3 direct disciples regarded Shi Xiaole with complex expressions, as if he had suddenly become the embodiment of all that was wrong within the Huajian sect, the very antithesis of its unity. "You claim I lack ability?" Shi Xiaole regarded Qian Tong with a calm demeanor. From the current situation, it was evident that the Grand Elder had covertly commandeered much of the Huajian sect's influence. This left Shi Xiaole feeling a sense of indignation. He could hardly fathom how the sect leader could allow such a state of affairs to persist. If this momentum continued, by the time he emerged from seclusion, the authority might well be rendered meaningless. To be frank, Shi Xiaole did not value the title of a direct disciple of the Huajian sect. Possessing the great martial arts system, even as a mere rogue cultivator, he would ultimately soar to great heights, like a rock taking flight. However, he could not accept being forced out. Yes, he could renounce his title as a direct disciple, but it must be of his own volition. No one could coerce him. Do you think you possess the skill? Qiantong regarded Shi Xiaole with a condescending gaze, full of disdain. He was aware of Shi Xiaole's victory over Zhao Buping. But in Qiantong's view, it was merely a result of Zhao Buping's own carelessness and deliberate lowering of his cultivation. Moreover, Qiantong considered himself superior in strength to Zhao Buping, excelling in internal energy, understanding of techniques, and adaptability in combat, easily capable of overpowering Shi Xiaole. With a smirk, Qiantong declared, Shi Xiaole, do not feel disheartened. I am your age, yet I have reached the 5th level of qi concealment, and my mastery of the Dianmei sword technique has achieved minor perfection. What do you have to match me? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Dianmei sword technique was one of the few second-tier sword techniques of the Huajian sect, even more profound than the Huamei sword technique. Achieving minor perfection at the age of 15 placed Qiantong among the top 20 in the sect regarding talent. Shi Xiaole nodded thoughtfully and said, let us engage in 10 exchanges. I will use basic swordsmanship against you. If I cannot bring you down within 10 moves, I shall withdraw from the Huajian sect. Gasps of disbelief echoed as the gathered crowd struggled to comprehend what they had just heard. Is this truly the timid and apprehensive Shi Xiaole? How dare he utter such audacious words? Qiantong chuckled sinisterly, remarking, a broken pot can still shatter with dignity, can it not? I shall facilitate your departure. Without awaiting the elder's verdict, he unsheathed his sword and lunged at Shi Xiaole, having secretly received the elder's directive to preclude any intervention from the second elder. The blade arced towards Shi Xiaole, its tip wavering like a plum blossom unfurling, enveloping the 13 vital points around him. What an exquisite swordsmanship! A voice gasped in astonishment. Yet, the next moment, the gasp was abruptly silenced. For Shi Xiaole retaliated with a strike of his own, a seemingly mundane move rooted in basic swordsmanship, which, for reasons unknown, effortlessly countered Qiantong's initial assault. Chapter 13. The Dustbrush Sect Seeks Trouble, Part 2. A consummate execution of foundational swordplay? Shi Xiaole's strike caused the elder's expression to darken instantaneously. Further astonishing him was the revelation that Shi Xiaole's cultivation had inexplicably reached the 4th stage of concealed breath. With the first and second strikes, Shi Xiaole deftly dismantled Qiantong's offense, evoking immense astonishment. He could scarcely fathom how Shi Xiaole's prowess had surged to such extraordinary heights. Blossom, oh blossoms! Following his shock, fury erupted as Qiantong bellowed, unleashing the final move of the plum blossom sword technique after the 6th strike. He was convinced that Shi Xiaole would be utterly unprepared to withstand his ultimate blow. Is this your basis for looking down upon me? A smirk graced Shi Xiaole's lips as he flicked his sword, executing a lateral sweep that obliterated the advancing plum blossoms, and with a swift kick, he sent Qiantong tumbling from the platform, inciting a thunderous uproar from the onlookers. Truth be told, Qiantong's strength did surpass Zhao Buping to a degree. Yet Shi Xiaole's advancement was even more astonishing. Fortified by the Hengshan Heart method, Shi Xiaole's inner strength was not significantly inferior to Qiantong's. Most importantly, the plum blossom sword technique, derived from basic swordplay, represented a further evolution and refinement. For Shi Xiaole, who had thoroughly grasped the foundational techniques, its lethality was far less formidable than one might imagine. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to this fact, while others found the preceding scene quite remarkable. Little junior brother seems to have transformed somewhat, remarked the elder brother, Yuan Xiaowai, with a hint of perplexity. As far as I know, only junior sister Mao had previously mastered the foundational swordplay to such perfection, chuckled the second elder, Xiao Yuanhua. It was not a matter of aptitude that limited others from achieving this level of mastery. Rather, most had surpassed the 4th stage of concealed breath, thus qualifying to adopt more advanced techniques. Who would still invest time in perfecting foundational swordplay? In Xiao Yuanhua's view, this little junior brother had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Due to limitations in aptitude, he devoted considerable time to honing his foundational swordplay, ultimately achieving remarkable prowess. The principle of returning to simplicity, breaking complexity with simplicity, encapsulates this truth. Though I have only been a member of the sword painting sect for a year, and my skills are lacking, I am not someone to be insulted by anyone. Shi Xiaole's words, as he sheathed his sword, left many feeling utterly ashamed. Even Qiantong, who ranks among the top disciples, was defeated by you in 7 moves, and your fundamental swordsmanship is flawless. To claim that your abilities are inadequate is absurd. If that were the case, over 70% of those present might as well leap off a cliff. Coupled with Shi Xiaole's earlier remark about being a novice for just a year, many suddenly realized that this seemingly connection-driven junior brother was not as ineffectual as they had imagined. Junior brother Qin, someone has accused you of coveting the status of my direct disciple. Would you like to take this opportunity to teach me a lesson and drive me away? After a moment of contemplation, Shi Xiaole finally turned to Qin Zhao, whose expression was far from pleasant. Qin Zhao forced a smile and replied, Senior brother Shi, there is no such thing. I have never coveted your position. As he uttered these words, the veins in his clenched fists were visible beneath his sleeves. Within the sect, Qin Zhao had always presented himself with humility and grace. In front of so many witnesses, he could not admit his true feelings. He despised Shi Xiaole, the scoundrel, for employing a strategy of retreat to gain the upper hand against him. Truly despicable, just as everyone thought the summary meeting would conclude at this juncture. A disciple guarding the mountain gate rushed in, exclaiming, Elders, there is grave news. The leader of the Dustbrush sect has arrived with 7 of his direct disciples. The second elder urged, Speak slowly. Why has the Dustbrush sect come here? The disciple shook his head, clearly unaware of the reasons. Ha ha! The sword painting sect is quite the spectacle today. It seems I have not come in vain, a voice called out just then. As a group confidently entered the training ground, completely disregarding the more than 700 disciples of the sword painting sect. At the forefront was a man wearing a gauze hat and simple robes, appearing to be in his 40s, exuding the demeanor of a sect leader, Hua Chaochuan, the master of the Dustbrush sect. Behind him followed 7 or 8 young individuals. Shi Xiaole immediately spotted Qi Guang, Qi Hui, and Zhao Molan among them, and his heart sank. If the 3 revealed his escapades in Xiu City, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly seize upon his unauthorized descent from the mountain. And who knew what schemes that old fox would devise? The trio of Qi Guang also noticed Shi Xiaole standing on the elevated platform. Their expressions varied. The Grand Elder approached them, saying, Master Hua, it is a rare honor to welcome you. May I inquire what brings you here today? Was it merely an illusion? Or did Shi Xiaole sense an exchange of glances between the Grand Elder and Hua Chaochuan? Hua Chaochuan smiled and replied, There is no significant matter at hand. I merely recalled that it has been a while since we last communicated, so I took the liberty of coming by. I hope you do not take offense. Communication? The Grand Elder glanced at the young disciples behind Hua Chaochuan, and with a knowing expression remarked, Could it be that Master Hua intends for the young disciples of both sects to engage in a friendly exchange? Hua Chaochuan affirmed, Indeed. The members of the sword painting sect were taken aback. In the past, while the 13 sects of Lu Yan had occasionally held similar exchange competitions, these events were typically announced months in advance. After all, in the course of disciple exchanges, injuries are inevitable, and various unforeseen incidents necessitate thorough preparations. Hua Chaochuan's sudden arrival today, declaring a desire for a martial arts contest, inevitably led the sword painting sect to entertain numerous thoughts, leaving them momentarily undecided. Do not worry, everyone. This time, I simply had a spontaneous idea, so let us confine the participants to our respective core disciples. The notion of core disciples engaging in combat sparked excitement among many in the sword painting sect. After all, the 3 core disciples rarely revealed their skills, and no one truly knew the extent of their abilities. This presented an excellent opportunity for observation. The second elder was about to speak when the Grand Elder preemptively interjected. Since Master Hua has taken such an interest, we, the sword painting sect, cannot allow our reputation to diminish. Second elder, third elder, what say you? Without hesitation, the third elder concurred, stating, I believe the sect leader will agree. This left the second elder feeling somewhat disheartened, and he resignedly replied, Very well. Unlike the sword painting sect, the Dust Wisp sect had no restrictions on the number of core disciples, and it was said that each possessed formidable skills. In contrast, while Yuan Shiwei and the other 2 were not a cause for concern, Shi Xiaole's situation was more precarious. Although he had defeated Qian Tong, proving his strength, the opponent's caliber was a crucial factor. Faced with a core disciple from the Dust Wisp sect, the second elder could only hope that Shi Xiaole would not suffer a humiliating defeat. Shi Xiaole glanced at the Grand Elder and, noticing the smug smile on Qin Zhao's face, began to harbor doubts. Was it possible that this visit from the Dust Wisp sect was orchestrated by this uncle-nephew duo? Upon deeper reflection, it seemed quite plausible. If he, as a core disciple, were to lose face internally, it would be one thing. However, Being soundly defeated by a core disciple from the Dust Wisp sect would be a matter of great significance for the sect's reputation. In such a scenario, Qin Zhao could swoop in for a flawless rescue, not only slapping his own face, but also winning the favor of the sword-painting sect as disciples in the process. Truly a dual advantage. At that moment, it was likely that all members of the sword-painting sect would wish to distance themselves as much as possible. Qian Tong's provocation was merely the first step. The arrival of the Dust Wisp sect was the true lethal blow. "You scoundrel, let's see how you embarrass yourself this time," Shi Xiaole thought grimly. Observing Shi Xiaole's contemplative demeanor, Qin Zhao could not help but smirk inwardly. In the martial arts arena, the two sects were clearly delineated, and soon a space of 10 paces in diameter was cleared. The three elders accompanied Hua Chaochuan, seated at a high position, from where they could easily observe the fighting circle and promptly intervene should any unexpected development arise. Yuan Shiwei stepped forth. The first to emerge is Ha Hua, the foremost disciple of the Dust Brush sect and one of the illustrious four talents of Lu Yan. "Please, brother He." Without further ado, Yuan Shiwei and Ha Hua immediately engage in combat. Both 18 years of age and possessing the same level of mastery at the 9th stage of Qi concealment. One is a swordsman, the other a swordsman, as if destined adversaries, unleashing a flurry of blades and swords, fraught with peril. The hissing energy spirals outward, palpable and tangible. At the 9th stage of Qi concealment, the radius of their techniques could reach approximately 2 zhong. Yet, it is evident that Yuan Shiwei and Ha Hua are far from ordinary practitioners at this level, as their power radiates nearly 2.5 zhong. Shadows dance and techniques intertwine. In the blink of an eye, they have exchanged dozens, if not hundreds, of blows. Shi Xiaole, upon comparing their prowess, cannot help but concede that if he were to step in a fray now, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike from either of them. The disparity is simply too vast. "Enough, you two shall settle for a draw." After 1,000 exchanges, the Grand Elder speaks first, and Hua Chaochuan offers no dissent. "If it were a fight to the death, you would have long since perished beneath my blade," Ha Hua declares with a fierce tone. "Likewise," retorts Yuan Shiwei, unyielding as he retreats into the crowd. The clash of the two sects' strongest disciples stirs the hearts of the onlookers, igniting a jubilant atmosphere amongst the audience. Following them onto the stage are Xiao Yuanbua and another young contender. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Yuanbua's swordplay is as spirited as his character, unconventional and exuberant, seamlessly blending with his lightness of foot, rendering him elusive. However, his opponent is equally formidable, adeptly countering every thrust of the sword, no matter how intricate the maneuvers. After a fierce duel, they too conclude in a draw. What a pity. The second senior brother had several opportunities to strike his opponent, but failed to capitalize on them. "You performed admirably. If you think you can do better, step up." The disciples of the Painting Sword sect vocally deliberate, still immersed in the excitement of the preceding battle. Shi Xiaole glances at the grinning Xiao Yuanbua, a nagging intuition whispering that this individual has yet to exert his full potential. In the third bout, the air is filled with thunderous cheers, for entering the fray is the goddess of many, the gentle rain's sword, Mao Wenjing. "Sister Mao, please offer your guidance." The young man across from her is evidently mesmerized by Mao Wenjing's beauty, lowering his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Shi Xiaole shakes his head, pondering how he could possibly win in such a state. Indeed, within a mere handful of exchanges, the young man loses grip of his long sword, conceding defeat. Hua Chaochuan coldly regards the shamefaced disciple. Yet, he is not blind to the fact that Mao Wenjing's strength is nearly on par with Yuan Shiwei and Xiao Yuanbua, truly deserving of the title of the Painting Sword sect's foremost genius, far beyond the capabilities of that disciple. His ire stems from the disgrace of his favorite pupil, who crumbles so easily beneath the allure of beauty. Chapter 14. A blade is drawn. Sister Mao is incredibly formidable. Such trivialities. At merely 15 years of age, Sister Mao has already attained the remarkable cultivation of the 7th level of the concealed energy realm. Given time, she is destined to become the foremost master of our sword painting sect. Many male disciples of the sect are filled with enthusiasm, while the female disciples, though filled with admiration, harbor a trace of jealousy. Since Mao Wenjing's induction into the sword painting sect, from the sect leader to the lowest ranking attendants, none have failed to regard her with special attention. Even some of the senior disciples, captivated by her innate grace, willingly refer to her as sister. Once Mao Wenjing stepped back, all eyes turned to Shi Xiaole. The previously boisterous crowd fell into an abrupt silence. Compared to the previous three direct disciples, Shi Xiaole was clearly lacking in prowess, which instilled concern among the onlookers, not for Shi Xiaole's safety, but for the potential disgrace he might bring upon the sword-painting sect. "Master, I wish to take the stage." From the side of the dust-brush sect, a disciple stepped forward to challenge, revealing himself to be Qi Hui. Having been saved by Shi Xiaole twice, Qi Hui felt little gratitude, only a swelling tide of jealousy and anger. He envied Shi Xiaole for earning his elder brother's genuine admiration and was further incensed by Zhao Molin's apparent indifference towards him due to Shi Xiaole. If not for my injuries last time, I wouldn't need your assistance." Qi Hui glared at Shi Xiaole, gripping his sword tightly. "Brother, you're truly disappointing." Qi Guang and Zhao Molin averted their gazes. Qi Hui laughed heartily, and with Wachakan's tacit approval, he leapt forward to face Shi Xiaole. "Enough with the pleasantries, let us get to it." Fearing Qi Hui might reveal his previous exploits, Shi Xiaole urged him to act. "Since you are so eager to embarrass yourself, I shall oblige." With the early-stage cultivation of the 6th level of the concealed energy realm, Qi Hui was brimming with confidence. In a swift motion, he unleashed the Dust Brush Sect's intermediate sword technique, the 25 Swords of Mysterious Wind. The gleaming sword light stirred a subtle breeze, and Shi Xiaole suddenly felt ensnared, as if escape was futile. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his sword forward, employing the basic sword technique. Clang! The swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Qi Hui launched a relentless assault, aiming every strike at Shi Xiaole's vital points, causing many to furrow their brows in concern. Soon, Shi Xiaole found himself at a disadvantage. "Is this all you can do?" Qi Hui sneered repeatedly, recalling Shi Xiaole's swordsmanship that had felled the gaunt old man, prompting him to intensify his attack, offering no chance for Shi Xiaole to change his technique. "Are you intent on fighting to the death? Very well." Seizing upon a flaw in his opponent's guard, Shi Xiaole charged forward, exposing his openings while directing the tip of his sword towards Qi Hui's chest, as if prepared for mutual destruction. The spectators, including Qi Hui, had seldom witnessed such a reckless style of combat. Qi Hui was compelled to withdraw his sword defensively. Seizing this opportunity, Shi Xiaole unleashed a fierce barrage, akin to a tiger breaking free from its confines, relentlessly attacking. Due to the presence of the members of the sword-painting sect, Shi Xiaole's impressive martial skills were nearly rendered ineffective. Should he reveal them, it would undoubtedly invite complications. Fortunately, he had cultivated the Huashan sword technique to the realm of transformation, allowing him to disassemble his moves into numerous forms, thereby evading detection. Furthermore, his relentless swordplay ensured he maintained an undefeated stance. After executing 10, then 20 exchanges, as the duel reached 50 moves, Qi Hui could no longer contain his rage, exclaiming, "Do you dare to die? Do you think I fear death? What makes you superior to me?" Both swords launched towards their adversary, seemingly destined for mutual demise, eliciting screams from the onlookers. Shi Xiaole, however, smiled silently. His swordplay, though appearing reckless, was calculated at every turn. In a pivotal moment, he deftly sidestepped, leveraging Qi Hui's forward momentum. What should have been a thrust transformed into a sweeping strike, his blade crashing fiercely against his opponent's face. With a resounding thud, Qi Hui fell heavily to the ground, a deep crimson mark of humiliation blooming on his furious visage, rendering him unconscious. Suppressing the murderous intent within, Shi Xiaole withdrew nonchalantly. Had he truly triumphed? The disciples of the sword-painting sect exchanged incredulous glances. If Shi Xiaole's victory over Qiantong had established his prowess, then his narrow triumph over the 6th-layer disciple of the Dustbrush sect, despite bearing only the cultivation of the 4th layer, almost validated his status as an esteemed disciple. This little pup. The Grand Elder's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible darkness as he narrowed his gaze. It was sheer luck. Qin Zhao clenched his fists, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the fallen Qi Hui, nearly uttering a curse of incompetence. Yet Qi Guang and Zhao Molin held differing sentiments. They perceived that Shi Xiaole had refrained from employing the Miao family's sword techniques, clearly showing mercy. Despite Qi Hui's multiple provocations, Shi Xiaole had responded with grace, a display of character truly deserving of admiration. While thoughts varied among the crowd, Hua Chaogun was more direct, slamming his hand on the armrest of his chair and bellowing, "Well done, sword painting sect!" In a friendly contest, How could you strike so severely? Is there no one to intervene? The second elder promptly retorted. You of the Dust Brush sect initiated the harshness first. Sect Master Hua, do not distort the truth. Hua Chaogun cast a sidelong glance at the Grand Elder, contemplating the significant gift he had received, and thus refrained from leaving quietly. He declared, Wan Chong, go and experience the prowess of that young hero. Wan Chong, a towering young man nearing 8 feet in height, his muscles straining against his attire, approached Shi Xiaole, gripping a large blade. He remained silent, yet his imposing presence resembled that of a fierce tiger, instilling an inexplicable fear in many standing behind Shi Xiaole. Sect Master Hua, the exchanges have concluded. Your actions seem inappropriate, the second elder remarked, rising abruptly, clearly recognizing Wan Chong's formidable capabilities. Hua Chaogun replied coolly, before the competition, it was not stipulated that a single participant could only engage in one match. Let us proceed thus. Should Wan Chong be defeated, Hua shall turn and depart. The second elder remained obstinate, merely asserting that it was inappropriate. At that moment, the Grand Elder waved his hand and said, Second Elder, when a challenge is presented, how can our sword-drawing sect refuse to engage? I have faith that the talents of the Dust Whisker sect understand the gravity of the situation. Hua Chaochuan chuckled softly and remarked, Wan Chong, do be mindful of your limits. The final 4 words were delivered with particular emphasis. Wan Chong, naturally comprehending the implication, looked down at Shi Xiaole with a hearty laugh, declaring, Young lad, make your move. I fear that if I strike first, you may not even have the chance to retaliate. One audacious fellow. Truly, he displayed a bravado that could easily lead to his downfall. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the sword-drawing sect erupted in indignation. At such a pivotal moment for inter-sect exchanges, they instinctively aligned themselves with Shi Xiaole. Do you doubt it? Wan Chong sneered, suddenly drawing his blade. A flash of steel glimmered, and in the next instant, a single black strand of hair fell to the ground. It was Shi Xiaole's sideburn. A chill swept through the air, and the atmosphere grew eerily silent. One could hear a pin drop. Wan Chong's strike had been astonishingly swift, so much so that many did not even catch a glimpse of the blade before it was all over. Had his aim been directed at Shi Xiaole's head, many dared not contemplate the consequence. It was at that moment they truly comprehended the extent of Wan Chong's terrifying prowess. With a cultivation level of the 7th layer of concealed qi, it seemed that only our trio and perhaps junior brother Qin Zhao stood chance against him. Xiao Yuan sighed helplessly and called out ahead, Junior brother Shi, retreat. You're no match for him. Qin Zhao, invigorated, felt every pore on his body open up in anticipation. He had even tightened his grip on his sword, ready to step in for Shi Xiaole at a moment's notice. However, Shi Xiaole in the midst of it all showed no inclination to withdraw. Your swordplay is commendable, he stated. Merely commendable? Huh. It is sufficient to slay 10 of you, Wan Chong asserted with unwavering confidence. To be candid, had Wan Chong chosen to strike lethally just then, no matter the prowess Shi Xiaole possessed, he would have been unable to withstand that blade. Yet Wan Chong erred in his reckless bravado. Shi Xiaole continued, in my leisure, I have also practiced a form of swordplay. Dare you measure your skill against mine? Wan Chong, thinking he had misheard, erupted into raucous laughter, and after a moment replied, my swordplay is unparalleled among the disciples of the Dust Whisker sect, even revered by Brother He. You wish to compare your swordplay with mine? Not only Wan Chong, but the members of the sword-drawing sect were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. The sect was named for its mastery of the sword, possessing but a handful of inferior blade techniques. Could it be that Shi Xiaole had encountered some extraordinary fortune? Yet even so, with his cultivation at the 4th layer of concealed qi, to aspire to compare his blade skills with Wan Chong's was hardly a wise endeavor. Could it be that this lad harbored some hidden mastery? The Grand Elder smiled faintly, each word piercing to the heart. For the majority of the martial arts sects within the Pegasus dynasty, it is considered a grave sin, unforgivable in nature, for disciples to secretly harbor unique skills or practice the arts of other sections. It was a blade. Lend it to me, for a moment, Stone Xiaole declared, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of those around him. Stone catch. A sword was flung from the crowd and caught securely by Stone Xiaole. With a blade now in his grasp, his mind settled completely, and he gazed at Wan Chong, saying, I wager you cannot withstand my strike. Wan Chong, seemingly deeply insulted, let out a sinister laugh, his massive fists cracking ominously as he ominously replied, Show me what you've got, but I assure you, you will pay dearly for your words. In that instant, the cacophony of voices around them vanished. In Stone Xiaole's eyes, there was no one else, nothing else. There remained only himself and the blade. The sword was not merely an object, it was an extension of his emotions and sentiments. The blade of Fu Hongxue was a weapon of vengeance, guaranteed to draw blood. Yet for Stone Xiaole, his strike was not driven by revenge, but rather to shatter all doubts that pervaded the world. As he gripped the sword with his right hand, a surge of emotions erupted within him like a flood unleashed from a dam. With a flash of white light, the blade gleamed brilliantly under the sun. Though his grip on the sword remained unchanged, the blade had already returned to its sheath. A drop of blood fell to the ground. And Wanchong's previously smug expression froze in disbelief as a sharp pain shot through his wrist, rendering his arm weak, causing the long sword to clatter to the ground. What? Hua Chaochuan leapt to his feet, disbelief etched on his face for the first time. It was not only he, the three elders of the painting sword sect, along with their three esteemed disciples, Qin Zhao, and the disciples of the Wandering Dust sect, all turned pale, astonished by Stone Xiaole's swift strike. Chapter 15. The Hunter Battle's Sword Technique and the Embrace of the Origin. Among the more than 700 people present, only a handful were able to discern the intricacies of Stone Xiaole's strike. Remarkably, he had merely attained the initial stage of the fourth level of concealed energy, which rendered his execution of such a blow utterly astonishing to the onlookers. How did you accomplish that? Wanchong's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat. Upon reflection, he realized that while the speed and power of Stone Xiaole's strike did not surpass his own, there was an unsettling essence within the sword technique that invoked fear. My strike was merely a common unsheathing technique, yet it drew upon all my mental and emotional energy. Stone Xiaole felt no hesitation in employing the unsheathing technique, as it was not a formal technique per se, but rather one that anyone could learn, albeit mastering it was a different challenge altogether. The elders and their associates who sought to undermine him through this were simply unrealistic in their expectations. Seizing this opportunity, Shi Xiaole also discerned the fatal flaw in the sword-drawing technique. It is a form of blade artistry that embodies the principle of success or death. In other words, should one fail to strike true, one risks losing everything and forfeiting the initiative. Furthermore, this technique can only be employed once in a short span and necessitates prolonged preparation. Otherwise, its potency is severely diminished. As Wanchong pondered this, his formidable frame suddenly trembled, and he picked up the fallen sword, solemnly clasping his fists toward Shi Xiaole, declaring, "I shall not forget the grace you have bestowed upon me today. In the future, I shall seek your guidance once more." Before turning to rejoin the ranks of the dust-brushing sect, a myriad of complex gazes fell upon Shi Xiaole. To the members of the dust-brushing sect, he was a young prodigy worthy of his status as a direct disciple. Yet, for the members of the painting sword sect, thoughts ran rampant. Today's battle was nothing short of a defining moment for Shi Xiaole. He first triumphed over Qian Tong with fundamental swordsmanship, then showcased his remarkable adaptability to best Qi Hui, and ultimately, he employed an astonishingly ordinary sword-drawing technique to defeat the blade genius of the dust-brushing sect. At this moment, who could still assert that Shi Xiaole was merely a privileged individual devoid of genuine skill? Let's not forget, he is merely 15 years old and has only been a member of the painting sword sect for 1 year. How could this be? Was he perhaps concealing his true capabilities all along, masquerading as a simpleton to outwit others? Witnessing a spectacle intended for his own glory transform into Shi Xiaole's ascendance left Qin Zhao fuming, her beautiful face pale with rage, her body trembling slightly. As for the Grand Elder, the situation was even more lamentable. Not only had he unwittingly bestowed a grand gift upon Hua Chaochuan, but he had also managed to shoot himself in the foot, inadvertently aiding the very individual he detested most, Shi Xiaole. Reflecting on the events of the day, the Grand Elder felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Indeed, Xiaole, you have performed admirably. The second Elder, in stark contrast, was in high spirits, lavishly praising Shi Xiaole and appearing quite satisfied. Congratulations to the Grand Elder. It seems that after Mao Wenjing, your painting sword sect is set to rise with another talent. You ought to cherish this opportunity. Hua Chaochuan, with profound implications in his words, then waved his hand and departed with 7 direct disciples in tow. Thank you for your sword, senior brother, Shi Xiaole said as he approached the crowd, returning the weapon to the young man who had lent it to him. Shi Xiaole, you are too modest. Your swordsmanship is truly extraordinary, and it has opened my eyes. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, the young man replied. clasping his fists with a hint of admiration. Not at all. Shi Xiaole quickly returned the courtesy, thinking to himself how little he understood of sword techniques. As a throng of people surged around him, some offering apologies, others extending congratulations, and many seeking to establish rapport, Shi Xiaole recognized that the previous malice exhibited by the painting sword sect disciples towards him was not as profound as he had imagined. It had merely been tinged with disdain and jealousy. However, both sentiments were thoroughly shattered by Shi Xiaole's own hands on this day. In contemporary times, an insatiable curiosity and a subtle admiration have arisen amongst the masses regarding him. It appears we have misjudged the young apprentice all along. Yuan Shiwei, with his profound gaze, remarked. Xiao Yuanbo, with a cheerful grin, added, "It is not that we erred. Rather, he has concealed himself too deeply. Now, as he basks in the glory of success, another is destined for disappointment." Upon hearing this, both Yuan Shiwei and Mao Wenjing instinctively turned their attention towards Qin Zhao, who wore a stern expression and turned to leave. Enough. The summary meeting has concluded. Everyone depart. The Grand Elder declared with a note of finality, leaving in a similarly discontented mood. Before he exited, he cast a glance at Shi Xiaole with a glint of malice in his eyes. Later that night, in a study still illuminated by candlelight, Qin Zhao slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Uncle, I am utterly unwilling to accept this." The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and replied, "Sure, my resentment is no less than yours. Yet, it has become evident that we previously underestimated him. Shall we simply allow him to ascend and secure his position as the favored disciple?" The Grand Elder reminded him, "Do not forget, only the favored disciple of the sect leader is entitled to become the next sect leader." Both Qin Zhao and the Grand Elder understood deeply that, thanks to the connection with his aunt, as long as Shi Xiaole was not exceedingly inadequate, no one could dislodge him from the position of favored disciple. Presently, given the normal course of events, Qin Zhao's hopes for that position had dwindled significantly. Rest assured, as long as the sect leader remains in seclusion, we still have a chance. Since this lad possesses strength and talent, there remains but one method: to eliminate him, for the dead can never outmatch the living. Beneath the flickering candlelight, the Grand Elder's expression was dark and venomous, resembling a predatory serpent as he articulated, "Among the three primary disciples, Xiao Yuanbo is vivacious. Mao Wenjing is indifferent and unambitious. But as for Yuan Shiwei, once you become the favored disciple, Zhaoer, you shall undoubtedly lead the painting sword sect. The Grand Elder shall not stand idly by and allow such a promising situation to be squandered by mere youth." 3 days passed following the sect's summary meeting. During this time, Shi Xiaole endured considerable hardship, besieged by disciples he seldom interacted with, seeking him out to discuss martial arts. The male disciples were somewhat tolerable. However, many female disciples, while claiming to discuss martial arts, frequently diverted the conversation to personal gossip, prying into his private life, which left Shi Xiaole feeling utterly exasperated. He had no desire to squander his time. Thus, after 3 days, Shi Xiaole resolved to rise early each morning and retreat to the secluded mountains behind the painting sword sect, where amidst the encircling peaks and swirling mists, he practiced martial arts in solitude. He embraced a disciplined and tranquil lifestyle, dedicating 7 hours each day to his training, while others succumbed to the tedium of solitude, seeking various distractions for amusement. Alone, he reveled in the vast ocean of martial arts. Through tireless effort, Shi Xiaole's martial prowess showed remarkable progress. On the 7th day, he successfully advanced his Miao family sword technique into the realm of transformation. Upon a stone platform, Shi Xiaole wielded his sword, and a shadow of an elusive white crane soared from the tip of his blade, merging into the distant sea of clouds with a soft pop. Indeed, the might of the Miao family sword technique surpassed that of the Huashan sword technique by a considerable margin. Particularly after reaching the transformative phase, the disparity continued to widen. Including the Huashan technique, Shi Xiaole had now mastered 2 martial arts that had entered the realm of transformation, a feat that would undoubtedly astonish the members of the painting sword sect. He estimated that his current strength had improved by approximately 10% compared to a week ago. Among the disciples of the painting sword sect, while he may not rival the 3 leading disciples or Qin Zhao, he could be deemed first-rate. The only regret was that the foundational sword techniques of the painting sword sect and the mediocre blade techniques had yet to show any signs of entering the transformative phase, not even a hint. Shi Xiaole speculated that this might be due to the simplicity of these two techniques. The principle of the Great Way lies in simplicity. The more straightforward the concept, the deeper the mysteries it encompasses, making it rather challenging to comprehend. By the time he truly grasped it, Shi Xiaole feared that his martial arts realm would have reached an extraordinarily high level. Congratulations to the host for completing the transformation of the Miao family sword technique. You are awarded a chance to draw from third-tier martial arts. Additionally, today, being the middle of the month, you receive another drawing opportunity. Would you like to use it immediately? Should the draws be separate or combined? As he pondered, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Shi Xiaole smiled and sought a secluded spot nearby. With a deep breath, he soon found himself standing before the martial deity hall, contemplating, I shall use them separately. Though combining them would yield at least a third-tier mid-grade martial art, should he exhaust a draw, it would render the effort futile. By drawing separately, he would retain 2 chances. The probability of depleting both was merely 1%, and Shi Xiaole doubted he would be that unfortunate. A circular light flickered among the stone walls of the first floor of the martial deity hall, filling Shi Xiaole with a blend of trepidation and anticipation. Uncertain of what he might draw this time. Ding! The light stabilized. Congratulations to the host for drawing a third-tier, mid-grade martial art technique. The 100 Battles Blade Technique of Shi Xiaole. The 100 Battles Blade Technique? It seemed promising. Derived from the adage of knowing oneself and the enemy to secure victory in 100 battles. This technique was personally named by King Qiningzheng. This blade technique amalgamated the Mo family sword technique with various modern physical arts, representing Shi Xiaole's most potent creation. It was precisely through this technique that Shi Xiaole possessed the capability to engage the sword Saint Chao Qiudao to a standstill, ultimately earning the title of Blade Monarch during the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. In terms of the required contribution points, the 100 Battles Blade Technique demanded 10 more than the Miao family sword technique, suggesting its formidable power. Most importantly, a sudden thought struck Shi Xiaole. If he were to combine the blade technique with the 100 Battles Blade Technique, would it not perfectly address the shortcomings of the blade technique while augmenting the momentum of the 100 Battles Blade Technique, suppressing the joy within his heart? His gaze remained fixed upon the martial deity hall, for the second draw had commenced. Shortly thereafter, the square halo once again solidified. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him. For this time, Shi Xiaole had drawn a third-tier superior internal cultivation method, the Bao Yuan Jing, originating from the Gui Xing tree. Although the Bao Yuan Jing did not rank among the pinnacle internal arts of the Huashan sect, such as the Zixia Divine Art or the Hunyuan Gong, it undoubtedly qualified as a first-rate internal technique. Due to limitations in his aptitude, the Gui Xing tree had been unable to cultivate the Hunyuan Gong. However, after mastering the Bao Yuan Jing, it had enabled him to dominate the martial realm and earned him the renowned title of the Invincible Divine Fist. Initially, relying on the Hongshan Heart method, Shi Xiaole was confident that he could ascend to the 9th level of the concealed Qi realm within 2 years, a pace that was indeed not slow and could even be deemed astonishing. This was significant, as it meant he would be able to rival the 18-year-old Yuan Qiuwei at the age of 17. However, with the acquisition of the Bao Yuan Jing, everything had changed. Shi Xiaole believed that the timeline he had set could be reduced by a considerable margin. Chapter 16, The Black Street. Following the acquisition of the 100 Battles Blade Technique and the Bao Yuan Jing, Shi Xiaole began his solitary, yet joyous cultivation anew. If one were to liken internal energy to water, then the internal cultivation methods would be the conduit system, comprising both the pumping power and the delivery pipelines. Thus, to transition from the Hongshan Heart method to the Bao Yuan Jing was akin to charting a new course for energy flow, a process that took a full 3 days. After 3 days, as Shi Xiaole initiated his energy flow, he felt a powerful roar within him. The very same internal energy now surged like boiling water, bursting forth with a richness that seemed boundless. Both the speed of energy circulation and its explosive force had markedly improved. This underscores the importance of the internal cultivation method. The more powerful the technique, the more sophisticated the energy pathway, and, consequently, the greater the force exerted under equivalent conditions. But that was not the end. With a sudden pop, a barrier within him shattered, and Shi Xiaole's internal energy realm surged from the early stage of the 4th level of concealed qi to the mid-stage. Rising to his full height, he unleashed a punch, causing a faint explosion in the air. A smile graced Shi Xiaole's lips as he was certain that, when comparing his current self to 3 days prior, his strength had increased by at least 10%. It was time to practice the 100 Battles blade technique. In the original narrative, the 100 Battles blade resembled a later Eastern blade, akin to both a sword and a knife. For only in such a form could the technique's power be truly realized. However, Shi Xiaole was not in a rush. He decided to first familiarize himself with the blade technique, and if necessary, he could stealthily descend the mountain later to commission a high-quality replica of the 100 Battles blade. As time swiftly passed, night once again descended. Upon returning to his residence, Shi Xiaole spotted a young man standing at the entrance of his courtyard, calm and composed. It was Qi Guang, the disciple from the dust-waving sect. Upon hearing this, Qi Guang's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached, saying, "Brother Shi, I have been waiting for you here all day, thinking you might not return." Both being disciples of the 13 clans of Lu Yen, they could typically visit one another with prior notification. Yet Shi Xiaole did not comprehend why Qi Guang sought him out. Qi Guang expressed his apologies. "Brother Shi, my younger brother has been coddled since childhood and is rather thoughtless. I hope you will not take offense." Shi Xiaole smiled faintly, but remained silent. Qi Guang's face flushed with embarrassment, clearly aware that his brother's thoughtlessness was far more serious than mere ignorance. Suddenly, he produced a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it to Shi Xiaole. "What is this?" Shi Xiaole inquired. "Brother Shi, I must apologize. That day, I lied to you. The reason the Black Sha gang has been pursuing me and Sister Zhao, apart from the night raid, is due to this stolen map. It turned out that after Qi Guang and his companions stealthily entered the Black Sha gang leader's chamber, they discovered he was not present and casually took the map from the table, which subsequently led to the gang's fierce pursuit. This is your possession. Why give it to me?" Shi Xiaole questioned. "Brother Shi, you have saved my life twice. I am not one to be ungrateful. After much contemplation and having nothing of value to offer, I can only present this map as a token. Please accept it." Seeing Shi Xiaole hesitate, Qi Guang decisively took his leave, bidding farewell with a phrase of parting, and departed swiftly. This Qi Guang is indeed a paragon of virtue. It is a pity about his brother. Withdrawing his gaze, Shi Xiaole shook his head and stepped into the courtyard. After lighting a lamp within, he began to examine the map in his hands. Regrettably, the characters on the map resembled indecipherable symbols to him. He could not comprehend a single one. These must be the script of a minority tribe. Though the Fima dynasty constituted only a portion of the Eastern Victory continent, its geographical expanse nearly equaled that of an entire Asia from his previous life. Consequently, the dynasty was home to a multitude of ethnicities, numbering in the tens of thousands, with a correspondingly diverse array of scripts, each more peculiar than the last. Based on Shi Xiaole's conjecture, the symbols on the map likely represented the writing of a particular tribe. However, identifying it among thousands of scripts posed an insurmountable challenge. Thus, it appeared that the Black Sha gang had also failed to decipher it. Otherwise, there would have been no need to expend such effort in pursuing Qi Guang and his companions. Folding away the map, Shi Xiaole extinguished the candle and retired to sleep in his clothes. In the following days, aside from cultivating the Baoyuan technique, Shi Xiaole focused his energy primarily on practicing the 100 Battles sword technique. Thanks to the foundational skills acquired from previous martial arts, his progress was nothing short of astonishing, and he soon cultivated the 100 Battles sword technique to a realm of divine integration. On the stone platform, Shi Xiaole gripped his sword with both hands and swung it in a decisive arc. With a sharp sound, the ground bore a 3-foot-long, 2-inch deep scar, its line straight and exuding an aura of lethal ferocity. Excellent. I believe that in just a few days, the 100 Battles sword technique will reach the transformative realm, and at that time, my overall strength will achieve a breakthrough. Contentment enveloped Shi Xiaole as he gazed upon the sword in his hand, contemplating that it was time to descend the mountain. In Suiyu City, within the confines of a blacksmith shop, he meticulously sketched the design of the Baijian sword and entrusted it to the proprietor. "Young hero, your sword indeed possesses a rather peculiar design. However, since you have generously compensated me, I shall labor through the night to ensure its completion by tomorrow," the blacksmith declared, his gaze fixed upon the 100-tael silver note laid upon the table, his chest thumping with pride. According to the pricing standards of the Fima dynasty, 10 taels of silver would suffice for a family of 3 for an entire month. The blacksmith's previous record for a single commission had been a mere 50 taels. Yet, this young lad had boldly presented 100 taels. How extravagant! One could not help but wonder which affluent family he hailed from. "Thank you for your diligence. I shall return tomorrow," Shi Xiaole replied courteously before departing the blacksmith shop. With no acquaintances in Siyu City, he wandered aimlessly until he found himself on a lengthy street. Flanking the thoroughfare were countless stalls alongside shops, offering an array of wares: agate, blades, tomes, flora, and even human skulls. Shi Xiaole soon realized that none of the individuals here were ordinary. All were wanderers of the martial world. "Young hero, welcome to the Black Street. May I inquire what you wish to purchase?" An elderly man approached him. "Black Street?" Shi Xiaole pondered, the term igniting recognition within him. Despite its unassuming name, the Black Street served as a clandestine venue for martial practitioners to conduct various transactions. It was rumored that every city on the Dongxing continent housed such a place. The origins of the Black Street remained shrouded in mystery, as did the identity of its owner. What was known, however, was that violence was strictly prohibited within its bounds. One could procure anything they desired, provided they possessed sufficient currency, thereby earning the status of a lord. There were tales of individuals who, in disbelief, spent 2 decades in search of the rare 4-insect flower, only to succumb to despair upon discovering its existence in the Black Street. One such soul, a wealthy merchant of the hidden Qi realm, once paid a staggering 500,000 taels for the head of a master ranked on the martial hero list, leading to the untimely demise of that master the very next day, with the head vanishing without a trace. Countless similar accounts attested to the enigmatic allure of the Black Street. Unexpectedly, Shi Xiaole found himself amidst this peculiar locale. After excusing himself from the elderly man, he continued to explore. The Black Street resembled a miniature city more than a mere street, boasting banks, brothels, and inns, all characterized by an exceptional standard of service. No wonder some claimed that with abundant wealth, one could happily reside in the Black Street for a lifetime. Ultimately, Shi Xiaole entered a bookshop. Within the bookshop, a myriad of volumes beckoned: tomes on health, guides on cultivating plants, treatises on the art of assassination, and even manuals on the subtleties of intimacy. There exists nothing you cannot imagine, yet the collection of martial arts scriptures is lamentably scant. Only a few volumes, and those of mediocre quality. It is only natural, for even if high-caliber martial arts existed, the underworld would never dare to present them openly for sale, lest they provoke the wrath of the entire martial community across the continent. "Esteemed guest, what may I assist you in acquiring?" The proprietor, a middle-aged man with a smile in his eyes, inquired. Stirred by a sudden impulse, Shi Xiaole said, "I seek a few characters." With that, he picked up a brush from the table and casually drew a couple of strokes on a sheet of white paper, replicating certain symbols from the blueprint given to him by Qi Guan. "Ah, esteemed guest, fortune smiles upon you today. I have just relocated to the Black Building, and within my collection lies a book that introduces such characters." "Oh." The proprietor handed him a tome, and Shi Xiaole flipped through it with casual interest. His delight grew, though he maintained a facade of indifference, stating, quite intriguing, "I shall purchase it for 2 taels of silver." 10 taels. The Black Street does not entertain haggling. Shi Xiaole shrugged, resignedly producing 10 taels of silver. Meanwhile, within the Black Shaman gang of Siyu City, one of the 8 Shade Walkers, the soul-reaping Shade, was receiving reports from his subordinates. "My lord, the youth you instructed us to watch has reappeared." "Where?" "Today, I personally witnessed him entering the Black Street." The soul-reaping Shade paused, his eyes glinting with a lethal intensity. "The Black Street? Continue to monitor him closely. Report to me immediately if there is any movement." "As you command." After spending a night at an inn in the Black Street, Shi Xiaole had expended a full 100 taels of silver. As noon approached, he donned a silk robe tailored specifically for him by the innkeeper and ventured forth from the Black Street alone. Target sighted. Alert the soul-reaping lord. A group of Black Shaman members rose from their seats in a tavern. Half an hour later, Shi Xiaole exited Siyu City, 2 weapons adorning his waist, one a finely crafted imitation of the battle blade, the other a sword. Having had his previous sword destroyed by the emaciated elder, he was fortunate to acquire a replacement. "Youngster, how dare you show your face here again? Truly audacious." A sudden, booming laugh echoed as a shadow launched from the dense forest, landing steadily 3 paces in front of Shi Xiaole. "It is you." A glimmer of light flickered in Shi Xiaole's eyes as he grasped the hilt of his blade with one hand. A cold, disdainful smile curved the lips of the soul-reaping Shade as he languidly remarked, "I truly admire your audacity, to offend the Black Shaman gang, yet still waltz about so brazenly. Today shall mark your demise." Chapter 17. The Blade's Might Revealed. On the official road, 100 meters outside Siyu City, a group of cloaked figures rushed forth, encircling Shi Xiaole. Youngster, if you willingly surrender the martial arts scriptures upon your person, I might consider sparing your life. The god of death wore a confident expression, stroking his fingers as he chuckled. Over 20 days ago, he could have easily slaughtered his opponent, and this time would be no different. Unless the sun rose from the west, he refused to believe that Shi Xiaole could escape once more. A complete corpse? One mustn't be overly confident. A misstep could lead one straight into the depths of hell. Shi Xiaole's grip on his knife tightened, every muscle in his body tensing. Ha ha ha. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I suddenly feel that killing you outright would be a pity. I detest the fearless expression on your face. The god of death advanced step by step, and when they were merely a yard apart, he unleashed his full power, striking with a fierce palm. Last time, he had underestimated his opponent, giving them a glimmer of hope. This time, the god of death would not hold back, aiming a powerful blow at Shi Xiaole's right shoulder. He was confident that while this strike would not kill him, it would leave him severely injured, allowing for easy humiliation and extraction of martial arts secrets to present to his leader. The overwhelming force surged towards Shi Xiaole, making his breathing laborious. Yet, the emotions and spirit he had long harbored erupted with unprecedented power under this pressure. With a resounding clash, he executed his knife-drawing technique. The gleaming blade seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, swift and elusive. Last time, the concealed energy of the sevenfold wave had failed to block this strike. This time, however, the god of death, of the same realm, sensed the danger of the blow and shouted in alarm, desperately attempting to evade. A sharp sound echoed. Blood splattered forth, accompanied by an incredulous scream. A deep gash stretched from the god of death's left shoulder to his right rib, penetrating an inch deep. Simultaneously, the momentum of the knife-drawing technique dissipated, but Shi Xiaole, gripping the 100 battles blade, managed to fend off the god of death's unfinished strike after a series of horizontal and vertical slashes, retreating 7 or 8 steps in the process. Initially, the knife-drawing technique will have left Shi Xiaole gravely injured beneath the god of death's palm, but with the addition of the 100 battles blade technique, the flaw in his knife drawing was flawlessly compensated. If you wish to kill me, you must pay the price in blood. With a deep roar, those from the Black Fiend gang distinctly sensed a change in Shi Xiaole's aura. If he had previously been as calm as still water, he now radiated a ferocity akin to raging fire, like a general charging in a battle, risking his life, victorious time and again. The 100 battles blade technique emphasized the importance of momentum. Shi Xiaole surged towards the god of death, launching a relentless series of fierce attacks. The blade flashing in a bewildering dance, leaving little opportunity for the god of death to catch his breath. What kind of blade technique is this? How could this little dog progress so rapidly? The god of death was thrown into disarray, primarily caught off guard by the ferocity of the knife-drawing technique. Severely injured, he found himself momentarily dazed. Everyone attack. The surrounding members of the Black Sha gang finally reacted, brandishing their blades and charging at Shi Xiaole. However, as soon as they drew near, 3 or 4 of them fell victim to the 100 battle blade technique, their severed limbs and bloodied bodies gruesomely collapsing to the ground. Witnessing their fallen comrades, the remaining Black Sha members were paralyzed by fear. They saw Shi Xiaole growing fiercer with each encounter, and for a moment, they hesitated to advance. Typically emboldened by the reputation of the Black Sha gang, they thrived on preying on the weak, but when faced with the brutal reality of life and death, they dared not display their bravado. In truth, they had squandered their best opportunity. Aside from the one-time draw of his blade, Shi Xiaole's true prowess was still far inferior to that of the death-seeking demon. If a dozen or so of the Black Sha members with concealed energy levels of 3 or 4 were to disrupt him momentarily, the death-seeking demon would easily escape, leaving Shi Xiaole with no avenue for survival. A horde of fools, unwilling to aid in the face of death. Did they wish to be punished by the Gang-S regulations? The death-seeking demon, in a state of desperation, shouted in frustration. You seek your own demise while hoping to drag others down with you. Your intentions are despicable. Shi Xiaole's strikes grew increasingly rapid as he bellowed at his surroundings. A pack of rabble. Once I eliminate your leader, the rest of you shall follow. To display hesitation now would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Shi Xiaole boldly reversed his approach, unleashing his 100 battle blade technique with such ferocity that the death-seeking demon found himself at a loss, trapped and in disarray. With a resounding thud, during a fierce collision, the death-seeking demon sustained further injury and finally sent the 100-battle blade flying. However, before he could revel in his momentary triumph, he witnessed Shi Xiaole unsheath his sword. In a swift motion, a blurred white crane emerged from the tip of the sword, its claws darting towards the death-seeking demon's throat, causing blood to erupt forth. Transformation. With wide eyes, the death-seeking demon collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of a mere youth whose abilities were significantly inferior to his own. During this period, although Shi Xiaole had primarily focused on mastering the 100-battle blade technique, he had not neglected other sword styles, particularly the Miao family sword technique, which had astonishingly reached the realm of transformation, serving as his second lethal technique beyond the blade-drawing art. The severely injured, death-seeking demon could not evade his fate. Run! Flee! With their leader slain, the members of the Black Sha gang were gripped by terror, each one bolting as if they wished they had been born with wings. Paying no heed to these lowly minions, Shi Xiaole carefully reflected on the battle he had just fought. He felt his combat experience growing, realizing that in the past, he would never have thought to deliberately loosen his grip on the 100-battle blade to prepare for a sword strike. True masters are forged through the crucible of bloodshed. I relish this form of conflict. Crouching down, Shi Xiaole searched the death-seeking demon's body and discovered, aside from a pouch of coins, he possessed no martial arts manuals whatsoever. Indeed, the Black Sha gang is the foremost faction in Suyu City. The martial arts manuals must undoubtedly be safeguarded within the gang's stronghold, never to be cared about by individuals. Shaking his head in disappointment, Shi Xiaole rose to depart. He hurried back to the Huajian sect, managing to complete the journey in 3 short hours. That very night, he began to decipher the contents of the blueprints, illuminated by candlelight, referencing the texts he had procured from the black market. The three-eyed old man, the three-eyed cave. After laboriously deciphering the blueprints, Shi Xiaole was left in awe as he set the text aside. It turned out that the blueprints detailed the location of a cave belonging to a master known as the three-eyed old man, an eminent figure in the art of stone manipulation. In this world exists a rare substance known as the Xianjing stone, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, possessing an extraordinary allure for martial artists. The spiritual energy contained within these stones can be absorbed directly, transforming into a martial artist's internal power. Legends in the martial world speak of a once lowly wanderer who fortuitously stumbled upon a Xianjing mine. After absorbing the spiritual energy from mine, his internal strength multiplied 100-fold, instantly elevating him to the status of a formidable master within the realm. Such Xianjing mines are exceedingly rare, occurring perhaps once in 10,000 years, and scattered Xianjing stones are equally elusive. They bear no distinguishing features from ordinary stones, covered instead by an imperceptible, thin membrane, which must be skillfully breached to access the energy within. There exists a select group of individuals trained over long periods, who possess the ability to locate Xianjing stones and penetrate this membrane. These individuals are revered as masters of stone manipulation. Such masters are regarded as both the most illustrious and perilous figures in the martial world. Wherever they go, they attract the attention of various martial factions. Yet they also become coveted prizes, losing their freedom entirely unless they themselves are unparalleled martial artists. Curiously, however, tales from the martial realm suggest that these stone masters are often incapable of martial practice, which is quite peculiar. Could the cave of the master of stone manipulation harbor Xianjing stones, or even the secrets of stone manipulation itself? Gazing at the blueprint in his hands, Shi Xiaole would be lying if he claimed he was not moved. Opportunity unseized often leads to chaos. He was a decisive individual, and after merely a few moments of contemplation, he resolved to investigate further. Presently, his internal martial prowess remained a significant shortcoming. It was impossible to catch up with others without taking shortcuts. The following day, Shi Xiaole first visited the library. This time, perhaps out of fear of the second and third elders, they did not dare to obstruct him. The Huajian sect, being a third-rate faction, possessed a lamentably scant collection of martial arts manuals, the majority of which comprised texts on geography and local customs. He effortlessly acquired the pointing plum sword technique and the meditation mind method and began to peruse their contents. He did not intend to practice these two martial arts, but rather sought to present the information to the system in exchange for reward points. Soon, Shi Xiaole received a reward of 380 points. Junior brother Shi, you are also here. At that moment, a melodious and soft voice reached his ears. Shi Xiaole looked up and saw a girl clad in pink, her face as luminous as jade, standing not far away. It was none other than Mao Wenjing, the foremost prodigy of the painting sword sect. Even after encountering various beauties through multiple avenues in his past life, Shi Xiaole could not help but marvel. Mao Wenjing was indeed a rare gem, flawless from any distance. Greetings, senior sister Mao. Shi Xiaole smiled, but then noticed Qin Zhao emerging from the gap in the bookshelf, engaging in conversation with Mao Wenjing. It appeared that the two had arrived together. Throughout the exchange, Qin Zhao remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to Shi Xiaole's presence. Senior sister Mao, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Not wishing to indulge in futile pleasantries, Shi Xiaole turned to depart. Mao Wenjing slightly nodded, feeling somewhat discomfort. Although she prided herself on not caring about others' opinions, as a 15-year-old girl accustomed to being viewed with admiration, she found Shi Xiaole's nonchalance toward her rather disconcerting. Her feminine intuition suggested that Shi Xiaole was not playing hard to get. He genuinely had not noticed her. Senior sister Mao, junior brother Shi possesses high standards and seems reluctant to associate with us. In 2 months, the sect competition will commence. I truly hope to engage him in earnest. Qin Zhao remarked, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Shi Xiaole's retreating figure. His words implied that Shi Xiaole was aloof, while simultaneously hinting at his own intention to show no mercy during the competition. Shi Xiaole, unaware of Qin Zhao's machinations, was preoccupied with packing his belongings, preparing to venture to the three-eyed old man's cave for an exploration. Chapter 18, Mo Yun City. As Shi Xiaole exited the courtyard, the watchful eyes immediately reported his departure to the Grand Elder. Uncle, this is a golden opportunity. Let us discreetly leak the news of his unannounced departure. According to sect rules, the second elder cannot protect him, Qin Zhao exclaimed with excitement upon returning from the library. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively in reply. Zhao, you are being foolish. If this matter is exposed, the worst that will happen is a few days of confinement, which is of little consequence. What then shall we do? I have already dispatched Elder Wu to follow him. Since this little pup dares to leave unaccompanied, he shall not return. The Grand Elder's tone turned ominous as he recalled Zhao Buping, who had been missing for several days. Based on Shi Xiaole's performance at the sect's summary meeting, it was likely that Zhao Buping had met with a fatal end. Qin Zhao sensed the implication in his uncle's words and felt a wave of fear wash over him. Uncle, if word spreads about the assassination of sect disciples, fear not. Elder Wu is my trusted confidant and will never divulge our secrets. Moreover, the steward Wu possesses the formidable cultivation of the 8th level of concealed energy, rendering the possibility of mission failure non-existent. Qin Zhao, after a prolonged period of contemplation, finally let out a sinister laugh. Uncle, what a brilliant scheme. Alas, I cannot personally eliminate that young man. Half a day later, Shi Xiaole arrived at the foot of Lu Yin Mountain, where an ominous premonition suddenly surged within him, akin to being fixated upon by a venomous serpent. This is bad. Channeling his well-practiced floating steps, Shi Xiaole desperately darted sideways. With a thunderous crash, a gust of fierce wind erupted, sending the compacted yellow earth soaring 3 feet into the air, splattering violently in all directions. The little dog was indeed alert. Not far off, a figure clad in white emerged slowly, hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile gracing his features. Shi Xiaole recognized the identity of the approaching man from memory. He was a loyal confidant of the Grand Elder, who had long followed in the latter's shadow. Has the Grand Elder sent you to kill me? Shi Xiaole inquired in a grave tone. Not all. A mere insignificant creature like you is hardly worthy of the Grand Elder's concern. It is I Wu, who has observed your furtive behavior and suspected you of colluding with external enemies, thus taking preemptive action to cleanse our sect. As a trusted aide of the Grand Elder, Wu the steward was always meticulous in his dealings. Even in a situation where he knew he was unobserved, he still donned an air of righteousness. You are indeed intent on scheming. It seems I was overly lenient in the past. Having experienced the incident with Zhao Buping, Shi Xiaole had already developed murderous intent towards the Grand Elder. However, this animosity had gradually waned with the passage of time. It was only now that he truly comprehended that some individuals are destined to be unforgivable. If he could evade this predicament, he would ensure the Grand Elder regretted ever gracing this world with his presence. You little dog, I see a profound hatred in your eyes. Go to hell and plead with Yama, who told you to act immorally and collude with outsiders. With a cruel smile, Wu the steward took a step forward, traversing several yards in an instant, his fist driving forward with formidable force, transforming into a concentrated stream of fist wind. A third-rate martial technique, the true fist. This was a skill Wu had acquired during his years wandering the martial world, and though limited by his aptitude, it remained at the perfected level of divine harmony. Coupled with his 8th level of concealed energy, the force he exuded was still imposing and powerful. Shi Xiaole drew his sword, unleashing a faint, illusory white crane that soared forth. Thud! Shi Xiaole was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps, blood surging within him. What a clever little dog. Indeed, practicing our sex martial arts, and even reaching the perfected form of manifestation. I cannot spare you. A glimmer of greedy fervor flickered in Wu's eyes as he launched his attacks with increasing ferocity, relentlessly driving Shi Xiaole towards a dead end. In terms of technique, Shi Xiaole was not inferior to Wu. In fact, he might even surpass him. Yet the disparity in internal strength was insurmountable, as the saying goes. A single force can overwhelm 1,000 skills, leaving Shi Xiaole utterly helpless. Quickly reveal the sword techniques you have cultivated, clarify the origins of this matter, and I shall leave your corpse intact. As the steward Wu launched his assault, he bellowed threats. Shi Xiaole merely wielded his sword in defense, while discreetly surveying the surroundings for an escape route. Refusal to cooperate means death at my hands. The cold-hearted steward Wu, upon realizing this, swiftly abandoned his greed, channeling every ounce of his inner strength into a ferocious punch aimed at Shi Xiaole's head. The force of the wind from the blow caused Shi Xiaole's movements to momentarily falter. In that critical moment, a figure suddenly darted in from the side. Like an eel slipping through water, and with a single palm, met Wu's fist head-on, sending the steward staggering back 3 paces. "Who are you?" Wu demanded, attempting to counter the unexpected intruder. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage, his expression shifting from smugness to sheer displeasure. The masked figure remained silent. Observing this, Shi Xiaole clasped his fists in gratitude and said, "Thank you for your timely rescue, noble benefactor. I shall be sure to repay your kindness in the future." Without looking back, he fled. Fuming with anger, Wu attempted to circumvent the masked man multiple times, but was continually forced back. He shouted, "I am the steward of the painting sword sect. Do you dare to oppose us? Do you wish for death?" The masked man responded with disdain, silently contemplating that had he not received explicit orders, he would not have revealed himself, nor would he have been restrained from eliminating this old fool. "Very well, you have spirit." Aware that he was no match for his opponent, Wu, filled with both rage and frustration, chose to retreat, deciding it prudent to report the day's events to the Grand Elder to avoid unforeseen consequences. After repelling the formidable foe, the masked figure pursued Shi Xiaole in the direction he had fled, pondering a question that stirred in his mind, as he routinely safeguarded the young master. From whence had the latter acquired his eclectic skills? Shi Xiaole ran for a full hour, only stopping when exhaustion set in. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was already noon. He decided to take a moment to recuperate his energy using the hugging yuan technique before proceeding along the official road at a measured pace. The Grand Elder must die. The events of the day ignited a fervor for vengeance within him. He also recalled the masked figure's intervention, feeling uncertain about their true intentions. Whether friend or foe would eventually become clear. For now, he resolved to grow stronger, fearing no one. Unable to discern the masked man's identity for the time being, Shi Xiaole chose to focus on his journey instead. The Xianjing Cave of the Three-Eyed Old Man was located in the neighboring city of Mayun, adjacent to Tsuyu City. He knew that traveling through Tsuyu City would allow one to reach Mayun City in merely 2 days, yet Shi Xiaole dared not take that route. Having slain the soul-seeking demon, he had undoubtedly become a target for the Black Demon Gang, and should his whereabouts be discovered, he would face certain death. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, having consulted the county records in the Painting Sword Sect's library, thus aware that he could circumvent the official road and still arrive at Mayun City. As the early spring arrives, nature awakens, and the tender green buds quietly emerge amidst the mountains surrounding the official road, presenting a scene brimming with vitality. A horse approaches from behind, and a youthful maiden atop it inadvertently glances back, momentarily captivated by the composed yet striking figure of Shi Xiaole. The horse comes to a halt, and the maiden cheerfully inquires, "Are you traveling, young hero?" Upon noticing her delicate features reminiscent of a lotus blossom, complemented by exquisite facial features yet hinting at a playful mischief in her eyes, Shi Xiaole smiles and nods in acknowledgement. "Where are you headed, young hero?" she asks. "My family has instructed me to refrain from conversing with strangers while abroad. I hope you can forgive me." The maiden appears to have never encountered such an adorably obedient youth and cannot help but giggle, causing her bosom to sway. After a moment, she suggests, "Having more friends opens more paths. Why not join me on my horse, little brother? I can give you a ride." Shi Xiaole, filled with caution, shakes his head and gazes straight ahead. Despite her repeated invitations, he remains unresponsive, prompting her to scold him for being ungrateful before she cracked her whip and rides off on her own. What an inexplicable encounter. Shi Xiaole shakes his head and lets out a wry smile. Traveling alone inevitably leads to braving the elements, yet he does not dwell on such thoughts. Whenever he pauses, he diligently practices his skills, never allowing himself a moment of relaxation. This diligent demeanor astonishes the masked figure trailing him, who is both impressed and reassured. No one understands the various changes in the young master better than he does. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have doubted that the young master was the same person. On the third day at noon, a soft sound emanates from within Shi Xiaole, signaling that his cultivation has reached the late stage of the 4th level of concealed energy. In just over a month since his arrival, he has advanced 2 levels in his internal cultivation, a feat that would certainly astonish many. Apart from his cultivation, Shi Xiaole has not overlooked the 380 points of reward value he recently acquired. After 38 hours of intensive training, his Huashan sword technique, Miao family sword technique, and even his floating steps have all achieved a perfected state, while his 100 battles blade technique has reached great mastery. As for his drawing technique, it has already attained a harmonious perfection, with no further progress possible for the time being. Thus, compared to just a few days prior, Shi Xiaole's strength has undoubtedly seen a significant enhancement. He believes that should he face the martial arts steward again, though victory may be unattainable, he could at least withstand 4 or 5 more exchanges. The only regret lies in the fact that once his floating steps and 100 battles blade technique entered the realm of transformation, the system did not grant him any rewards. According to its reasoning, the threshold for this realm was deemed too low for him, prompting it to raise the standards. Such a miserly system. On the 5th day, Shi Xiaole arrived at Moyun City. Moyun City is approximately 30% larger than Shuiyu City, with bustling streets filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. According to the map's indications, the Xuanjing Cave is not situated on the outskirts, but rather beneath an arch bridge in Moyun City. Only by activating the mechanism of the arch bridge can one uncover the passage. Exercising caution, Shi Xiaole first entered a tavern. "I've told you repeatedly, I lack funds. Why can't you comprehend? No money? Do you dare to believe that I could sell you to a brothel in exchange for coin?" Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Shi Xiaole was drawn to 2 figures by the window. One was a wealthy young gentleman clad in luxurious attire, his countenance dark and brooding. The other was a little girl with sparkling eyes, exuding an air of whimsy. Surrounding them was a throng of attendants, evidently subordinates to the affluent young man. "You have stolen 500,000 taels of silver from me. Can you truly exhaust it in a single day? Speak, where have you hidden the money?" The wealthy young man clenched his teeth and declared, "Do not waste time. That old man has already been lured outside the city by my associates and cannot return." The little girl appeared flustered and, with a swift glance, pointed at Shi Xiaole, exclaiming I entrusted the money to him. Chapter 19, The Battle at the Arch Bridge. The wealthy young man turned his gaze towards Shi Xiaole, who stared blankly at the little girl. "Do you take me for a fool?" As the wealthy young man prepared to seize him and sell him for profit, the little girl nearly burst into tears, pleading, "I swear, every word is true. I just slipped away from home. Lacking experience, I was deceived by that pretty boy and gave him everything." As she spoke, she twisted the hem of her garment. Her cheeks flushed, exuding a sense of regret and vulnerability. A mere girl of 10, no matter how mischievous, would never jest with her own innocence, especially if her emotions ran deep enough to evoke tears. Gradually, many began to doubt Shi Xiaole's integrity, with some murmuring harsh words against him. "If you do not believe, feel free to search him. I personally handed him the receipt for the 500,000 taels." The little girl added fuel to the fire. The wealthy young man approached and said, "Boy, I intend to search you. Do you mind?" Shi Xiaole replied, "I do mind. I'm doing this for your own good. If you cannot clear your name, you will not leave Moyun City. Do you understand?" Xue Tianmu, from a position of superiority, spoke coolly. As a scion of the Xue family, He possessed the cultivation of the 6th level of hidden Qi and, supported by his powerful lineage, he was akin to a local tyrant in Mayan City. Earlier, he had dared to sell a 10-year-old girl to a brothel. Now, he held no reservations regarding Shi Xiaole. Many around wore expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness Shi Xiaole's response. "Come, search him," Xue Tianmu commanded, not allowing Shi Xiaole any chance to object. With a single order, a fierce, sword-bearing attendant stepped forward, bellowing, "Strip off your clothes." Shi Xiaole tightened his grip on the cup slightly. "Do not remove it. Allow me to assist you," he said. In a flash, a servant reached out to grasp Shi Xiaole's clothing. However, before the hand could descend, Shi Xiaole seized it with anticipation. This individual also possessed a cultivation level of the 4th layer of concealed Qi, yet his internal energy lacked purity. With a forceful grip, Shi Xiaole shattered the servant's fingers, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony, writhing in pain. "Young man, do you seek death?" The other servants rose in unison, hesitating to act. The one just incapacitated was their leader. If he could be subdued so easily, their intervention would only lead to their own demise. They could only feign bravado. For Xue Tianmu would not spare them otherwise. "You have injured my man, which is tantamount to slapping my face. I shall sever your right hand, strip you bare, and cast you out of the window onto the street," Xue Tianmu declared, as if stating a mere fact, slowly drawing his sword from his waist. He discerned that Shi Xiaole's cultivation was merely at the 4th layer of concealed Qi, which instilled him with confidence. His own internal energy surpassed that of his opponent by 2 levels, and he had perfected a 3rd-rate sword technique. It was improbable for Shi Xiaole to best him unless he, too, had mastered a comparable technique to a significant degree. Given Shi Xiaole's youthful appearance, such a feat seemed impossible. "Those who provoke me do not meet with favorable outcomes." With a thrust of his sword, Xue Tianmu envisioned the scene of Shi Xiaole severing his hand and bleeding profusely. However, he was met with an even more brilliant sword strike. A 3-foot white crane suddenly emerged, shattering Xue Tianmu's sword path. Perfected transformation? No, could it be complete transformation? As he comprehended the power behind this strike, Xue Tianmu's expression turned grave, escaping his lips involuntarily. Seizing the advantage, Shi Xiaole unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, 3 in rapid succession, forcing Xue Tianmu to retreat in disarray, nearly tumbling down the stairs. "Begone," Shi Xiaole uttered succinctly. "Very well, you have the audacity to wait here. I shall ensure your demise," Xue Tianmu retorted, realizing he was outmatched. He uttered a menacing remark before hastily retreating downstairs with his subordinates. Witnessing the little tyrant suffer such a setback, the onlookers on the 2nd floor of the tavern exchanged glances, their expressions filled with uncertainty as they regarded Shi Xiaole, seemingly speculating about his origins. "You are truly impressive, young sir." The girl who had previously slandered him was the first to approach, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yet, Shi Xiaole was not inclined to trust her, and unsure of how to respond, he opted to rise from his seat. "Where are you headed, young sir? You wouldn't be thinking of fleeing alone, would you?" the girl inquired, her eyes darting with curiosity. "What do you think?" From the surrounding chatter, Shi Xiaole gleaned some insight into Xue Tianmu's background. Aware that he could not afford to provoke the Xue family at this time, he resolved to conceal himself for the moment. After a brief moment following Shi Xiaole's departure, an elderly man hurriedly ascended the stairs. Upon seeing the young girl safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. "My lady, please do not frighten this old servant. I cannot withstand such shocks repeatedly." The young girl, with a playful smile, replied, "Do not worry, Uncle Fu. Perhaps even more thrilling events await us soon." Shi Xiaole had significantly underestimated the influence of the Xue family in Moyun City. Upon learning that Xue Tianmu had been bullied and nearly lost his life, the head of the Xue family promptly dispatched a considerable number of elite family members to scour the entire city. Moreover, other sects within the city, upon hearing the news, also sprang into action. This presented a prime opportunity to curry favor with the Xue family, and no one wished to miss their chance. The city soon became a hive of anxiety and chaos. Unbeknownst to anyone, Shi Xiaole had not actually left the tavern. Instead, he executed a strategic retreat, waiting for the Xue family's experts to depart before stealthily returning to the private room, where he remained concealed until the late hours of the night. With each cautious step, relying on the cover of darkness, Shi Xiaole finally arrived at the vicinity of the arch bridge as indicated on the map, half an hour later. According to the blueprint, The entrance to the three-eye cave would only reveal itself when a moonlight shone upon the third pillar on the eastern side of the arch bridge. Initially, he intended to observe for several days before taking action. However, with the Shui family conducting a massive manhunt, he doubted his ability to remain hidden indefinitely. He believed the city gates were now being closely guarded, leaving him with no alternative. As time passed, several groups passed by. Eventually, a burly man with a bushy beard, accompanied by a dozen comrades, decided to rest on the arch bridge, exchanging lewd banter. As the moon reached its zenith, a beam of moonlight illuminated the designated pillar. Hidden in the shadows at the corner, Shi Xiaole resembled a patient wolf, waiting for the opportune moment. However, as time wore on, it seemed the footsteps in the vicinity grew more numerous, while the bearded man's group continued their revelry without any sign of leaving. Remaining there any longer would inevitably lead to discovery. As the moonlight began to shift, coupled with the increasing risk of exposure, Shi Xiaole steeled his resolve. Gripping the hilt of his blade, he suddenly activated his perfected floating step technique and charged toward the arch bridge with all his might. 20 meters. 10 meters. As he neared within 5 meters, the individuals on the bridge heard the commotion and turned to look. It's him. This is the one that young Master Shui is after. The burly man momentarily froze, then let out a roar, laughing maniacally as he summoned his mid-stage inner strength of the 7th layer to strike down at Shi Xiaole with an axe. The air seemed to thicken in tension. The burly man was the leader of a small faction in Mo Yun City, possessing strength that surpassed even the infamous deathly demon by notch. Faced with this axe, Shi Xiaole let out a deep shout and drew his blade. Once again, the blade technique was unleashed. The gleaming blade light, akin to a fleeting phoenix, cleaved through the thickened air, splitting it in twain. The blade of the 100 battles clashed violently with the heavy war axe, sparking a shower of fiery embers. Shi Xiaole felt a jolt of numbness in his arm, nearly losing grip on the 100 battles. In contrast, the burly man with a fierce beard was not so fortunate. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his axe plummeted into the river, the force of Shi Xiaole's strike sending him reeling backward. Not good, a painful sting. Brothers, to arms. The burly man spat blood and bellowed, intent on drawing nearby comrades to his aid. As anticipated, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder in the night. A throng of people rushing toward them. Those who stand in my way shall perish. With no avenue of retreat, Shi Xiaole's starry eyes darkened. Grasping the hilt of his sword with both hands, he executed a swift downward slash, severing the long blade of a would-be assailant at the shoulder, the edge slicing in 3 inches deep. Withdrawing his blade, heedless of the blood that splattered around him, Shi Xiaole became immersed in the essence of the 100 battles technique, unleashing strike after strike as he moved through the crowd with reckless abandon, causing 3 or 4 foes to fall at his feet in an instant. At that moment, he was merely 10 feet away from the stone pillar. Kill. The remaining 8 or 9 men, enraged, formed a line and brandished their weapons, attacking Shi Xiaole from all directions. The 100 battles technique was suited for one-on-one combat, but faltered in the chaos of group skirmishes. Without hesitation, Shi Xiaole drew his long sword, executing the white crane spreads its wings maneuver. Thwack! The first of the assailants was pierced through, while Shi Xiaole, employing the floating step, narrowly slipped past several adversaries, paying the price of a gash to his shoulder. Kid, retreat. The burly man had been waiting, unleashing a powerful gust of wind with his palm. Shi Xiaole barely managed to sidestep, disregarding the turmoil within him, and struck out with another 100 battle slash. A surge of blood energy exploding from the blade. With a resounding impact, the already severely wounded burly man had his arm severed, emitting a piercing scream of agony. In this life-or-death moment, Shi Xiaole experienced a profound awakening, the 100 battles technique finally reaching the peak of its manifestation. That one. Everyone, seize him. Shui, Tianmu, leading a charge, shouted excitedly. The elite from the Shui family and various factions descended upon Shi Xiaole like ravenous wolves. Yet, undeterred, he approached the stone pillar, employing a unique technique to pry inward, causing a fragment of stone to drop to the ground. With a decisive press of his palm inward, the arch bridge trembled violently, automatically splitting into 3 sections, with the central segment, along with Shi Xiaole, plunging into the whirlpool of the lake, vanishing from sight. This astonishing scene left the onlookers in awe, cries of shock echoing in the air. It was a middle-aged man with a mustache who first regained his wits, declaring, "There must be something remarkable in the lake. Do not panic. Follow me to investigate." Shui Qianmu questioned. Uncle, could it be a trap? Shui Long let out a cold smile, remarking that the young man had clearly taken a considerable risk, evidently in pursuit of something within this place. A certainty that could not be mistaken. Shui Tianmu, aware of Shui Long's astuteness and infrequent errors, chose to remain silent. In the distance, a porcelain doll-like little girl cheerfully chimed. Uncle Fu, I told you something intriguing would happen. Do you believe it now? Uncle Fu, upon hearing her, wore an expression of helplessness. Chapter 20. The Enchanting Fox. Under Shui Long's direction, a skilled member of the Shui family, adept in water, secured a rope around his waist and leapt into the lake. Shortly thereafter, someone grasped the end of the rope, hauling him back to the surface. Reporting to you, esteemed sir, there exists a portal at the bottom of the lake. Though its destination remains unknown, declared the Shui family expert loudly. A hum of discussion erupted, with many gazing at Shui Long in admiration. Their curiosity and excitement about the underwater passage palpable. In the realm of martial arts, such occurrences typically herald extraordinary opportunities. Of course, they might also signify perilous dangers. Yet those immersed in the martial world inherently lead lives with risks akin to placing their heads at their waists. Few are disinclined to take a gamble, pondering the fortune that might await. Friends, why not join me in descending together? Shui Long observed the expressions of those around him, inwardly smirking. If there were no dangers below, surely they would not dare seize the Shui family's belongings. Conversely, if peril lurked, it would serve well to have these foolish individuals as fodder. Under the Shui family's command, one after another, experts plunged into the swirling waters. Moreover, as more individuals arrived, this trend only intensified. Shi Xiaole, swept away by the current, found himself unwittingly drawn into a passage. Just as he felt he could no longer hold his breath, he finally emerged from the tunnel, surfacing above the water. A few paces southward, he spied a three-tiered staircase, atop which loomed a colossal stone door exceeding 3 zhang in height. The Three-Eyed Cave. Upon seeing the 4 characters inscribed above the door, Shi Xiaole felt a sense of effortless fortune, having narrowly escaped with his life. With no time for further contemplation, he surmised that the Shui family experts would likely follow him, so he quickly swam ashore. Then, following the method outlined in the map, he pressed a specific spot on the stone door 3 times, prompting it to rumble open, creating a narrow gap just wide enough for one to pass through. Shi Xiaole slipped through the opening. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the Shui family experts, along with skilled members of various factions from Moyun City, arrived, all exhilarated as they passed through the stone door. Beyond lay a winding passage illuminated by countless small holes in the ceiling, allowing beams of light to filter through. You cannot escape, so why not stop? Shouted someone from behind, prompting Shi Xiaole to let out a sigh. He had set off a quarter of an hour earlier. But due to issues with internal energy and agility, the distance between them was steadily closing, an unavoidable reality. After traversing several hundred meters, a figure was now a mere 2 zhang away from Shi Xiaole. Listen closely, young man. I am Shui Long, the second master of the Shui family. If you value your life, cease your flight immediately, or you shall regret it for eternity, Shui Long commanded, his tone icy and authoritative. Yet, Shi Xiaole pressed on, ignoring the warning. He understood that speaking would release the tension within him, rendering him vulnerable and unable to escape. Underestimating his own capabilities, Shui Long leapt forward, closing the distance between them to a mere 10 paces, and then slashed forward with his sword. Possessing an 8th-level mastery of internal energy and having perfected a 3rd-tier sword technique, he unleashed a fierce wind with his strike. With a swift motion, he tore through Shi Xiaole's blue robe, drawing blood from his back. Cease your flight, or I shall take your life. Shui Long issued a final ultimatum, a cruel smile playing on his lips, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. However, to his astonishment, Shi Xiaole remained oblivious to the threat, continuing his desperate escape. Shui Long unleashed a flurry of 7 or 8 strikes, each carving intersecting lines across Shi Xiaole's back, deliberately extending the intervals between his attacks to prolong the agony. Shi Xiaole, racked with pain, felt cold sweat trickle down his face, his complexion pale, his speed diminishing. Shall I sever your legs? Shui Long chuckled lightly, swinging his sword downward towards Shi Xiaole's lower limbs. He had no intention of killing Shi Xiaole. He needed him to unravel the mechanisms of the cave. Yet, once he obtained the treasures within, he vowed to make Shi Xiaole's existence a living hell. No one defies my orders and walks away unscathed. As the sword descended, Shi Xiaole suddenly halted, pivoting to unleash a fierce strike backward. It was the sword technique he had been accumulating power for. Initially dismissive, Xuelong's demeanor shifted as the blade's light descended, compelling him to brace himself with his sword. Clang! A colossal force surged through him, causing his arm to go numb, and he staggered backward several paces, exclaiming, "You wretched scoundrel, should I ever catch you? Do not let me escape." Shi Xiaole retorted coldly, locking eyes with Xuelong defiantly. "Do you still wish to flee?" Xuelong scoffed, preparing to act, when unexpectedly, Shi Xiaole struck a panel on the wall, and with a whistling sound, a barrage of arrows shot down from the ceiling of the passageway. Shi Xiaole had held back, waiting for this moment. In his recollection, the passage ahead was fraught with peril, requiring utmost caution even from him. If Xuelong dared to pursue, he would ensure that the man would not return. Regardless of his status as the second master of the Shui family, he would not be spared. Indeed, after enduring several ambushes, Xuelong's expression darkened, and he refrained from recklessly pursuing Shi Xiaole, opting to wait for reinforcements. That brat knows the mechanisms within. Shui Tianmu clenched his jaw, his face contorted with malevolence upon hearing Xuelong's words. The mechanisms here are not exceedingly clever. I might as well give it a try. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out, and a captivating beauty with spring-like eyes emerged from the crowd. If Shi Xiaole were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the enchanting maiden who had once flirted with him on the official road. Xuelong's eyes sparkled with delight as he laughed heartily. "Ah, I have heard that Miss Mei who is adept at mechanisms and hidden weapons. It seems tonight we shall certainly witness her skills." The crowd exchanged peculiar glances. This Mei who is renowned as a seductress in Mo City, rumored to have shared fleeting romantic encounters with various leaders of the city's factions. Though they held her in contempt, her mastery of mechanisms was indeed impressive, and it appeared they would have to rely on her tonight. "Ladies and gentlemen, follow me," Mei Hu said, her waist swaying like a water snake, her playful demeanor turning serious. After a lengthy corridor, they arrived at a labyrinth. Shi Xiaole inwardly cursed his luck, for the blueprints had made no mention of this section. He speculated that it was due to incomplete schematics. Now, with no choice but to proceed, he gritted his teeth and randomly selected an entrance. Shortly thereafter, Mei Hu led the elite from Mo City to the scene. What now? Faced with a labyrinth, Shui Tianmu covertly glanced at Mei Hu's ample figure and inquired. According to Elder Shui, that brat must have hidden himself within the maze. If so, it would be prudent for us to split up and enter through various entrances. This way, we could corner him, and with a stroke of luck, even locate the maze's exit. The inheritance here should be anything but simple, Mei Hu remarked with a smile. The crowd was ignited by his words. Setting aside the possibility of obtaining the inheritance, if they could capture that injured brat, it would amount to a significant favor owed to the Shui family, rendering this expedition worthwhile. "That scoundrel, I shall personally ensure his downfall," declared the burly man with the severed arm, his voice laced with fury. Without delay, the hundreds present immediately dispersed, with more than 10 individuals entering each entrance. Notably, Xuelong ensured that at least 2 experts at the 6th level of concealed energy were assigned to each group. Thus, he could hardly believe that Shi Xiaole would manage to escape alive. Inside the labyrinth, Shi Xiaole struggled to find his bearings. Having wandered in circles for nearly half an hour, "This cannot continue. I will not find a way out like this." He forced himself to remain calm, recognizing that in the balance of life and death, opportunities often lie hidden within the smallest details. After a moment of contemplation, he began to formulate a vague, yet promising plan. "Look, there he is." Upon turning a corner, a dozen elite warriors from Mo City spotted their prey and charged towards Shi Xiaole with fervor. As Elder Shui had mentioned, this brat was gravely injured, with barely a third of his strength remaining. Truly, the heavens were favoring them. Before the thought could fully materialize, the faint glimmer of a blood-stained blade yanked them back into the harsh reality. The perfected blade technique of 100 battles had become, without a doubt, Shi Xiaole's most formidable weapon, particularly in this narrow labyrinthine corridor, where it served as the optimal instrument of death. With a swift and ruthless execution, Shi Xiaole wielded his blade with both hands, swiftly cleaving through the air, resulting in the immediate demise of a master at the 6th level of Qi concealment. While another, weapon dropped, suffered a severed arm at the elbow. The sheer prowess of this young man left the remaining onlookers in a state of shock, cold dread seeping from the crown of their heads. Unbeknownst to them, however, was Shuai-Long's sinister intention. He had deliberately belittled Shi Xiaole's strength, aiming to orchestrate a cunning play of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. In his eyes after the battle, not only would Shi Xiaole find himself ensnared like a fish in a barrel, but he would also, through Shi Xiaole, diminish the gang's strength of Moyun City, a win-win situation for him. As others turned to flee, Shi Xiaole made no attempt to pursue, instead opting to depart through another route. At that moment, he began earnestly recording the direction and approximate distance of the paths he traversed. The labyrinth appeared intricate, yet as long as one adhered to a singular direction and accurately calculated the vector displacement, escape was feasible. However, accomplishing this task required constructing a mental map of the maze, while simultaneously recalling the direction and comparative distances of each pathway, an endeavor demanding an extraordinary level of memory and mental acuity. Indeed, a daunting challenge. Half an hour later, Shi Xiaole had faced successive ambushes, encountering 7 or 8 lethal assaults. The wounds on his back had healed only to reopen, the cycle intensifying his injuries. Coupled with several encounters with masters at the 7th level of Qi concealment, Shi Xiaole was undoubtedly teetering on the brink of death. An hour later, he was bloodied and pale, nearly unable to move. Ironically, he stumbled upon a group ahead. Among them was the burly man with the severed arm. Judging by his position, was not even the leader. Now, Shi Xiaole, unable to contend with even a warrior at the 3rd level of Qi concealment, faced a dire situation against such a formidable assembly. A low gasp escaped from Meihu's lips, quickly silenced. "Kid, keep running if you got the guts." The burly man laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with a savage and cruel light. He borrowed a blade from someone nearby and approached with malicious intent on severing Shi Xiaole's hand first. Yet in the next breath, the burly man suddenly convulsed, collapsing to the ground with eyes rolling back. "Meihu, what have you done?" A voice shouted from behind. However, Meihu was prepared. Clutching a small box, she unleashed a rapid barrage towards the group beside her. The suddenness of the attack, combined with their proximity of mere feet, resulted in the swift demise of the nearby masters. With a triumphant laugh, Meihu glyphously approached Shi Xiaole. Chapter 21. The Art of Transformation, a Surge in Power. "My dear boy, it seems that after all this time, we have finally crossed paths." Since her debut in the martial world, Meihu has captivated countless hearts. Whenever she beckons with a mere finger, a multitude of men are eager to grace her bed. Thus, the indifference displayed by Shi Xiaole on that fateful day left an indelible impression on Meihu. What remains unattainable is perpetually alluring. For Shi Xiaole, she would not hesitate to eliminate those boorish warriors of the Jianghu, men she had long since tired of. "My dear, this place is perilous. Let us retreat first," Shi Xiaole cautioned, noting Meihu's restless demeanor. He felt a sense of relief. Being in the hands of this woman was preferable to facing death, although her intentions seemed far from benign. Meihu shook her head. "This is a labyrinth. Wandering aimlessly is even more dangerous. Follow my lead, and we shall soon find our way out." Shi Xiaole's confidence was met with Meihu's amusement, as she chuckled to herself, marveling at the boy's audacity. Strangely enough, she found herself unwilling to reject him. As she assisted him, her waist twisted slightly, and she leaned against him, leaving Shi Xiaole momentarily speechless. At the tender age of 15, he was in the throes of youthful vigor, and her deliberate teasing ignited a rush of blood through his veins. "My dear boy, it appears you are not as innocent as you pretend." Meihu teased with a knowing smile. Under Shi Xiaole's guidance, they navigated several turns and, to their astonishment, emerged from the labyrinth. Meihu stood momentarily stunned, her playful banter silenced. "My dear boy, how did you manage that?" she inquired, her expression filled with curiosity. Shi Xiaole, however, chose to ignore her, silently channeling his energy while contemplating his escape. Unfortunately, Meihu was quite cunning. Despite her seemingly affectionate demeanor, one finger remained poised at his lower abdomen. Shi Xiaole was acutely aware that any sudden movement would prompt her to incapacitate him with a single touch. "I have a fondness for clever young men, especially those as handsome as you." Now that they had escaped the labyrinth, Meihu felt a sense of ease and was determined to relish her prize. With a delicate yet forceful gesture, she began to unfasten Shi Xiaole's garments. Seizing the opportunity, He retreated, but Mehu merely chuckled darkly. Do not resist unnecessarily, or you shall suffer the consequences. My dear, I hope you will not force my hand, Shi Xiaole replied, gripping his sword tightly, inwardly lamenting his weakened state. He feared that even without hidden weapons, he was no match for her. Do not be so ungrateful, my dear boy. Come here. Driven by lust, Mehu disregarded his plea and advanced boldly. Shi Xiaole had no choice but to once again employ the 100 battle blade technique. Unfortunately, his internal energy was insufficient, and his blade's force was effortlessly disrupted by the seductive fox, who possessed the strength of the 5th layer of concealed energy. As a result, he spat blood and crashed against the wall with a thunderous thud. Unbeknownst to him, his fall triggered a hidden mechanism. The moment he hit the ground, the floor abruptly tilted to the right, and he tumbled into an abyss. In a flash, the stone slab sealed shut, infuriating the seductive fox, who stamped her feet in frustration. Witnessing the duck she had nearly caught fly away, she searched desperately around her for a way to deactivate the mechanism. Regrettably, the traps here were evidently of a higher caliber than those outside, and she found herself unable to decipher them in that moment. Shi Xiaole landed on a soft bed, feeling disoriented and seeing stars before he gradually managed to rise. Before him lay a stone chamber of approximately 3 zhang in size. The chamber was simply furnished. Aside from a soft bed, there was a stone table and 2 stone benches. On the table rested a wooden box about a foot in length, alongside some well-preserved dried meat and a water storage jar. Could it be that this was the core of the three-eyed cave? Given the peculiarity of the situation, Shi Xiaole found no other explanation. His gaze quickly fixed on the small box. An instinct whispered to him that its contents were likely the most precious treasure of the three-eyed cave. Adhering to the principle of caution, he stood at a distance and pried open the box with his long sword. After a moment of silence, without any apparent danger, he cautiously approached. Friend, I am the three-eyed elder. By opening this box, you prove our fated connection. Inside lay a yellowed piece of paper, which contained a few sparse lines detailing the life of the three-eyed elder. He was, it turned out, a descendant of a minority ethnic group from the Pegasus dynasty who, through fortuitous circumstances, had received teachings that led him to become a modestly renowned master of transmutation. At the end of his life, lamenting the absence of an heir, he constructed this three-eyed cave in hopes that a kindred spirit would come to inherit his legacy. In matters of my inheritance, if you possess the talent for transmutation, you shall cultivate my techniques and utilize the art of transmutation to depart from this place. If you lack such talent, I regret to inform you that you shall remain here indefinitely. Setting the paper aside, Shi Xiaole picked up the book beneath the wooden box, which was an induction manual. As he perused its contents, his expression grew increasingly grim. He finally grasped the reason why masters of transmutation were typically ordinary people devoid of martial prowess. According to the manual, to attain the ability to sense the mysterious crystal stone, one must cultivate a special vortex within the human body space. This vortex would serve as a foundation, establishing a connection between the vortex and the mysterious crystal stone through the art of induction, thereby enabling its discovery. However, the manual explicitly stated that only the dantian within the human body possessed sufficient space to develop such a vortex. Ironically, the vortex was incompatible with internal energy. In other words, if Shi Xiaole wishes to master the art of transmuting stone, he must first disperse all his internal energy, resigning himself to the role of a mere stone master henceforth. This, of course, is an impossibility. Shi Xiaole's desire to practice this art stems primarily from his aspiration to advance his martial prowess more swiftly. However, it is apparent that the three-eyed old man has set a trap. Should Shi Xiaole refrain from mastering this technique, he is doomed to perish in this place. I have been reckless, embarking on an adventure that is beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Sitting down, Shi Xiaole found himself enveloped in a profound sense of despondency. For an ordinary individual, the vast space of the human body is limited to the dantian. Yet for me, suddenly, Shi Xiaole felt a jolt, as if he had discovered a pathway from the brink of crisis. He recalled the existence of a system within his mind. Surely, its spatial dimensions far exceeded that of his own dantian. Resolving to act upon this thought, for he had little to lose, Shi Xiaole focused his mind and began to cultivate a vortex of energy within the system's space, following the method outlined in the sensory strategy. This vortex, known as a chi swirl, is essentially a manifestation of one's will, originating from within the body. According to the sensory strategy, among 1,000 individuals, Only one may succeed in forming such a swirl. It is a rare gift of willpower, one that ordinary folk cannot hope to learn. After approximately an hour of concentration, Shi Xiaole succeeded in shaping a small whirlpool composed of this willful energy within the system space. In that instant, he felt an inexplicable connection to the surrounding air. Should the three-eyed old man revive here and witness this, he would surely be astounded. Typically, for a stone master to gather a chi swirl, one must meditate for 3 hours daily, taking at least a month to achieve even a modest success. Those with slightly better aptitude might require around half a month, while even the most gifted would take no less than 3 days. Yet here was Shi Xiaole, accomplishing this feat in merely 1 hour, a veritable miracle. Having gathered the chi swirl was merely the first step. Shi Xiaole then proceeded to practice the techniques of perception as recorded in the sensory strategy. Time seemed to stand still within the confines of the room, and before he realized it, a day had passed. At a certain moment, the chi swirl within the system's space extended tendrils of intangible will, resembling an octopus. In the darkness of his vision, specks of light began to materialize ahead. He abruptly opened his eyes and turned to the eastern wall of the stone chamber. If he was not mistaken, the unremarkable stones embedded in the wall were the fabled Xianjing stones. Rushing forward, Shi Xiaole touched the surface of the stones, his heart swelling with joy. Just a day prior, he would have felt nothing. Yet now, equipped with a modicum of stone manipulation ability, he easily discerned the peculiar thin membrane that enveloped the surface of the stones. The essence of thought surged forth once more, penetrating the membrane of a piece of Xianjing stone through a specific method. In an instant, a wave of fresh spiritual energy erupted, coursing through Shi Xiaole's arm and entering his body. Suppressing his elation, Shi Xiaole channeled the Baoyuan energy, causing the spiritual energy within him to obediently merge with his original inner strength. After several cycles of circulation, it became an integral part of his inner power. Shi Xiaole felt as though, in those brief seconds, his inner strength had increased by the equivalent of 10 days of effort. So this is Xianjing stone? No wonder the martial world is so eager to pursue it. Taking a deep breath, Shi Xiaole hesitated no longer and continued to absorb the remaining pieces of Xianjing stone. As the Xianjing stones on the wall shattered into a pile of fragments, a torrent of inner power surged, and with a resounding boom, the invisible barrier within him shattered, allowing Shi Xiaole to break through. He ascended from the peak of the 4th layer of chi concealment to the early stage of the 5th layer, then to the mid-stage of the 5th layer. Ultimately, Shi Xiaole's inner strength cultivation settled at the mid-stage of the 5th layer of chi concealment. If his previous inner strength could be likened to a narrow ditch, his current inner strength resembled a broadened stream, swift in circulation and more formidable in force. With a swift flick, the sword gleamed brilliantly. Wonderful! With the same sword technique, its power had increased by a remarkable 30 to 40%. Just as the surprise was not yet over, the moment the Xianjing stones vanished entirely, the eastern wall thunderously parted, revealing a passageway, an apparent exit. He could not afford to be reckless. The three-eyed elder had evidently not considered the clashes between the two factions during the initial design. If he were to step directly out of the cave now and encounter that surnamed Shui, he would likely suffer a loss. The more exhilarating the moment, the more one must remain calm. Shi Xiaole pondered for a moment, then focused his mind on the martial god hall, inquiring, can this induction strategy be exchanged for reward points? This is a technique akin to cultivating the spirit. It can be exchanged, albeit with some difficulty. The system responded after a brief contemplation. Very well, I shall exchange it immediately. Upon evaluation by the system, the induction strategy was rated as a 3rd-tier superior technique. May I ask, host, would you prefer to exchange for reward points or for martial arts of the same level? The system inquired mechanically. Martial arts of the same level. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Xiaole replied. Chapter 22, The Celestial Net. Shi Xiaole never anticipated that the induction strategy would be rated as a 3rd-tier superior technique within the system. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Compared to the substantial reward points, the allure of higher-tier martial arts was evidently greater for Shi Xiaole at this stage. His formidable martial arts had already reached their peak, making further enhancement exceedingly challenging. At his current strength, should he encounter Shui Long again, defeat was inevitable. The only solution lay in cultivating higher-tier martial arts to elevate himself once more. Thus, without hesitation, Shi Xiaole chose to exchange for the 3rd-tier superior martial arts. The square halo flickered incessantly, Yet Shi Xiaole's heart was more tranquil than before, for the system had informed him that under the conditions of this exchange, he could not deplete his resources. With a resounding thud, congratulations to the host, he had drawn a third-tier superior martial arts technique, the heavenly net formation. Shi Xiaole felt a sense of relief at the revelation of this skill. As an introductory martial art of the ancient tomb sect, the essence of practicing the heavenly net formation lies in the ability to restrain a sparrow with one's palm strength, ensuring it cannot escape its bindings. The ultimate mastery requires one to restrain a total of 81 sparrows, marking the completion of the training. The legendary couple who had previously cultivated this technique had employed it in battle multiple times, achieving remarkable results. In Shi Xiaole's understanding, this technique was not so much an offensive maneuver, but rather a means akin to establishing a field of influence. Within the range of his palm strength, anyone would be disrupted, rendering their power ineffective. It was prudent to remain cautious outside. Thus, he resolved to hone his mastery of the heavenly net formation before venturing out. In the ensuing days, Shi Xiaole devoted himself entirely to the practice of the heavenly net formation. Although he lacked sparrows for training, this did not hinder his progress. After all, sparrows were merely tools. As long as he ensured that every key point was executed to perfection, the potency of the technique would manifest naturally. He slept for 4 hours each night, subsisted on dried meat and water from the table, and utilized the inner restroom adjacent to the stone chamber whenever nature called. Time slipped by quietly amidst his monotonous yet fulfilling training. On the third day, Shi Xiaole unleashed a series of palm strikes, generating a subtle whistling sound in the chamber. By the fourth day, his technique became increasingly cohesive, the sound akin to tearing cloth, resonating loudly. By the sixth day, his palm strikes flowed without rhythm, spontaneous and effortless, while the sound transformed into a silent bloom, akin to cotton fluff. Remarkably, ants 3 yards away seemed frozen in place, unable to escape the invisible force binding them, regardless of their struggles. Perhaps it was because he had achieved perfection in 4 previous martial arts that he felt the cultivation of the heavenly net formation was easier than mastering the Miao family sword technique. With palms withdrawn, he stood in a mix of joy and astonishment. He rejoiced that he had finally cultivated the heavenly net formation to a state of significant achievement, with complete mastery not far off. Yet he was astonished that, despite being a third-tier superior martial art, it felt only slightly more challenging than the basic acts of eating and drinking. For an ordinary person, to cultivate a third-tier superior martial art to a state of divine unity would typically require years of dedicated effort. The transformation into a perfected state could not be achieved merely through the passage of time. It hinged upon one's comprehension and insight. Without the requisite understanding, one could devote a lifetime without success. Yet, astonishingly, Shi Xiaole accomplished this in merely 6 days, evoking a sense of the extraordinary. He pondered, wondering what level of strength he could attain if he were to unleash his full potential. With this thought, Shi Xiaole resolved to leave the stone chamber. Firstly, he now possesses the confidence to ensure his own survival. Secondly, much of the dried meat upon the stone table has long since spoiled due to the passage of time. The edible portions were consumed by him yesterday, leaving him with the grim prospect of starvation if he were to linger any longer. Senior, regardless of the circumstances, I'm grateful for the opportunity you have bestowed upon me. With a respectful bow toward the stone chamber, Shi Xiaole tidied himself up and departed without a backward glance. On the second day after Shi Xiaole entered the stone chamber, Mei Hu, frustrated by her inability to unlock the mechanism, huffily exited the three-eyed cave from another direction. Meanwhile, the others, including Shualong, found themselves enveloped in despair. Trapped within the labyrinth, they floundered about like headless flies, utterly disoriented. Fortunately, a lucky underling stumbled upon an exit and reported the matter to the Shui family. Upon receiving the news, old Master Shui immediately dispatched a substantial force, compass in hand, to search the maze and ultimately rescued Shualong and his companions on the third day. However, although they were extricated from their predicament, the Shui family was left utterly humiliated. They had launched an aggressive assault on a mere youth, only to end up ensnared themselves, an ignominious disgrace. Both the cunning Shualong and the arrogant Shui Tianmu found such humiliation intolerable. Consequently, upon their return, they dispatched numerous Shui family experts to vigilantly guard the area surrounding the broken arch bridge, determined to prevent Shi Xiaole from having even the slightest chance of escape. Uncle, I believe that boy has likely perished within a maze. There is no need to wait any longer. On the morning of the 7th day, the uncle and nephew stood by the riverbank, with Shi Xiaole chuckling as he spoke. He felt dizzy from the frustration. The intricate maze was impassable without a guide. And considering Shi Xiaole had been injured at the time, his survival seemed improbable. Shui stroked his mustache, contemplating before responding. Let us wait one final day. If he does not emerge by tomorrow, we shall withdraw. Shi smiled, feeling lightheaded and weary from a night spent with the courtesan of the fragrant pavilion, and deemed it necessary to return for a much-needed rest. Just as he prepared to take a step, a distant voice cried out, Master Shui, young Master Shui. There is someone in the water. With a splash, a figure surged from the depths, leaping onto the shore and casting a cold gaze upon the Shui family. You're still alive? Shui turned, and upon recognizing the newcomer, he was struck with disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost. How could Shi Xiaole have survived these past days? Could it be that he had obtained some form of legacy? Shui was not foolish. He quickly grasped the critical point, as it was the only explanation for Shi Xiaole's vitality in the absence of food and water. Brat, you possess remarkable resilience. Gulme, accompany us back to the Shui residence, Shui remarked, a glint of unmistakable greed flashing in his eyes as he clasped his hands behind his back, a leisurely smile gracing his lips. Shui pondered over matters that Shui could not possibly overlook. In his estimation, the scale of the three-eyed cave was undoubtedly remarkable, and its legacy must be far from ordinary. Should he acquire it, the Shui family would certainly ascend to new heights. As for the unyielding Shi Xiaole, the 36 tortures of the Shui family have yet to encounter anyone who could endure even 5 of them. This lad would certainly break. At that moment, as Shi Xiaole made his appearance, a young girl, exquisitely adorned, leapt with excitement from her seat by the window of a nearby tavern. He is still alive. A spectacle awaits. Uncle Fu shook his head with a sigh, remarking, the Shui family boasts many skilled fighters. If he is captured, this young man may find his plight worse than death. The little girl's eyes gleamed with mischief as she replied, Uncle Fu, please assist him. After all, he bears no grudge against the Shui family. It is I who have caused this trouble. Uncle Fu, as if awakening to a new world, widened his eyes in astonishment. This little rascal, when did she become so compassionate? At the same time, the charming fox at the street corner was equally elated. In recent days, she often recalled Shi Xiaole's visage, even while entertaining other suitors. Women possess an innate intuition, and hers told her that Shi Xiaole had not perished. Why did this little scamp not choose to hide for a time? Did he not fear death? The charming fox stomped her foot in frustration, growing increasingly anxious. By the lakeshore, Shi Xiaole faced the encirclement of numerous Shui family masters, his expression unchanging as he calmly stated, What if I refuse to leave? A cruel smile crept across Shuilong's lips as he replied, If you choose not to depart, I shall have someone shatter your legs and carry you away. Shui Tianmu bellowed with laughter. Had you permitted me to search you that day, this predicament would not have arisen. This is what is meant by self-inflicted suffering. Bring them forth. Impatient to wait, Shuilong commanded the Shui family masters to initiate their assault. Remembering Shi Xiaole's blade technique from the labyrinth, he sought to force him to draw his weapon, thereby rendering him harmless. Kill! The Shui family masters surged toward Shi Xiaole from all directions, their blades flashing in a chaotic dance, sending shivers down the spines of the nearby townsfolk. Without uttering a word, Shi Xiaole preemptively moved amidst the onslaught, advancing toward Shuilong and his nephew, ignorant of the dangers that loomed. Shui Tianmu's laughter echoed as 3 masters of the 6th level of concealed qi obstructed his path. Get out of my way. With a chilling gaze, Shi Xiaole unsheathed his sword. In that fleeting moment, silence enveloped the lakeshore as his blade cleaved through the air, claiming 3 splendid heads. The 3 masters of the 6th level of concealed qi from the Shui family were instantaneously vanquished by Shi Xiaole's strike. In the past, during the 4th level of concealed energy, Shi Xiaole's swordsmanship was sufficient to vanquish a master of the 6th level. Now, with his internal strength significantly enhanced and the 3 experts from the Shui family underestimating him, a shocking outcome ensued. This young man, Shui Tianmu, was momentarily struck with astonishment. So sudden was the event that he forgot to move. You dare to kill my kin from the Shui family? I shall have your corpse torn asunder. Xuelong also found the situation beyond his expectations. In a fit of rage and astonishment, he bellowed, and, seizing the moment when Shi Xiaole's blade momentum waned, thrust his long sword fiercely. Had it been 7 days prior, Shi Xiaole would have awaited death with closed eyes. However, now a smirk graced his lips as he deftly blocked the long sword with his 100 battles blade, while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of strikes with his left hand. Just as Xuelong's sword was poised to pierce Shi Xiaole's shoulder, even old Fu was prepared to intervene, when suddenly Xuelong's pupils contracted, ensnared by an invisible force that rendered him as if ensnared in quicksand. This unexpected turn left Xuelong unable to adapt. Shi Xiaole's 100 battles blade gleamed ominously as it relentlessly slashed toward his opponent's neck. "You dare to kill me? The Shui family shall not." The voice abruptly ceased as Xuelong's head flew into the air, blood splattering across the astonished face of Shui Tianmu. "If I spare you, will the Shui family spare me?" With a derisive smile, Shi Xiaole's movement never faltered. The 100 battles blade rose once more, and with a swift hiss, Shui Tianmu followed in Xuelong's grim fate. At that moment, all the masters of the Shui family felt as though they were losing their minds, chilled to the bone. Even the distant Mei, who was left in a daze. Chapter 23, 2-star mission. The Shui family, as the foremost martial lineage in Mo Yun City, despite their formidable strength, was not particularly populous. Old Master Shui had but 2 sons. The elder was slain by enemies at the tender age of 20, leaving only Shui Tianmu as the sole descendant. Fortunately, the younger son, Xuelong, was shrewd and resolute, having served as the family's representative and expertly solidified the Shui family's standing over the years. It was common knowledge that Xuelong was undoubtedly destined to be the future head of the Shui family. However, this very future head was unexpectedly slain before their very eyes by a mere youth. Even more terrifying was the death of Shui Tianmu. In that instant, the Shui family was irrevocably extinguished. The masters of the Shui family felt a deafening buzz in their minds. They could scarcely fathom how old Master Shui, who sat deep within the estate, strategizing, would react upon learning of this calamity. Shi Xiaole was certainly doomed. However, as followers of Xuelong, they feared that under old Master Shui's wrath, they too would meet a grim fate. After dispatching the uncle and nephew of the Shui family, Shi Xiaole created an opening and made his escape. The Shui family experts, roused from their stupor, pursued him with frenzied determination. "This young man is truly resolute," old Fu murmured to himself within the tavern. With a playful giggle, she exclaimed, "I always said he was an intriguing character. Come, let's follow him. We must repay our debts." The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, urging them on as if fearing the loss of an exhilarating spectacle. Shi Xiaole raced towards the city gate, acutely aware that once the Shui family caught wind of his actions, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. At that moment, the limitations of his lightness skill became painfully evident. His floating steps were merely a mediocre technique, despite having mastered it to perfection. He could not evade the throngs of Shui family experts on his tail. Furthermore, several adept practitioners at the 7th level of Qi concealment were closing in rapidly. Suppressing his urge to engage in combat, he knew he could not afford to be encircled, otherwise he would surely meet his demise. As he turned a corner, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him, and a sudden appearance of a figure's scattered white powder, followed by a chorus of anguished cries from behind. "Follow me," the woman urged anxiously. Shi Xiaole hesitated momentarily, but recalling his newfound strength, he decided to follow her. The two navigated a series of winding paths through secluded alleys until nearing the city gate, when Mei Hu's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. The Shui family has received word and has sealed the gate." The elder Shui had always maintained a cordial relationship with the city lord, who would not hesitate to grant a favor to his ally. "You should leave. I will bear the weight of this conflict," Shi Xiaole declared resolutely. Despite Mei Hu's ambiguous intentions during their prior encounter in the Three-Eyed Cave, she had ultimately saved him, and he wished to avoid dragging her into further danger. "I can leave, but I wish to share a moment with you," Mei Hu replied, her tone teasing. Shi Xiaole felt the frustration building, realizing the gravity of their situation. Suddenly, Mei Hu let out a melodious laugh. "I was merely jesting. I've already engaged with the Shui family, and now I cannot extricate myself." Shi Xiaole sighed deeply. Looking at him with curiosity, Mei Hu remarked, "Dear brother, your martial prowess has advanced so swiftly. It truly astonishes me. Surely, you must have acquired something remarkable in the cave." I obtained a manual of a third-tier superior martial art. Should I manage to escape? I would gladly offer it to you, he responded. The matter of becoming a master of stone was a closely guarded secret, one he would never disclose. However, as a means to repay her kindness, offering the martial manual was indeed a consideration. Upon hearing his words, Mei Hu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. For most martial artists, especially those who were wanderers, a third-tier superior martial art was exceedingly rare and profound. In fact, even within the ranks of the painting sword sect, such techniques were regarded as their most treasured secrets. For instance, the Xinhua mind technique, which only the sect leader could practice, fell within this esteemed category. Do you possess a means to escape? Mei Hu inquired, locking eyes with Shi Xiaole and recalling how he had once guided her out of a labyrinth. Indeed, he replied, his answer igniting a glimmer of hope in Mei Hu, who eagerly pressed, What is your plan? Seizing the moment before reinforcements arrived, they charged forth. Mei Hu exclaimed, Who goes there? Halt! The soldiers guarding the city gates, upon noticing the two masked figures approaching, immediately raised their voices in admonition. Unexpectedly, one of them released a sleeping potion, rendering all the surrounding soldiers unconscious. Then, amidst the astonished expressions of the nearby citizens and the furious gazes of the Su family's experts rushing to the scene, they opened the city gates and departed with haste. Before long, news reached the lord of the city. How audacious! To openly confront the imperial forces and unilaterally open the city gates. He commanded, Issue a warrant for the capture of the city lord and pursue them with all our might. The lord of Mo Yun City, a man in his 40s, had yet to finish issuing his orders when an elderly man and a child leisurely entered the hall, displaying an air of indifference towards him. Who are you to trespass upon my residence? The lord of Mo Yun stood, exuding a formidable aura of concealed power. However, Fu Bo was even more fearsome. With a mere flicker of movement, he swiftly subdued the lord, pinning him to the ground, rendering him incapable of even the slightest motion. As for the other experts within the hall, they had already been discreetly incapacitated by Fu Bo, unable to intervene. I command you to refrain from pursuing those two individuals. You understand my meaning, do you not? The young girl bounced over to the lord of Mo Yun, waving a token before his eyes. Upon recognizing the token, the lord's expression changed drastically, his pupils nearly narrowing to a pinprick. Shi Xiaole and Mei Hu fled with all their might, diving into the dense forest. After a day and night of relentless escape, they finally managed to shake off the Su family as persistent experts. Phew, that was a close call. How perilous! Mei Hu exhaled deeply, still feeling a sense of unreality. It was not merely relief from eluding nearly 100 Su family experts, but rather the overwhelming dread she felt when she saw the city gates close, her heart sinking to the depths, convinced they were doomed. Remarkably, their escape turned out to be so simple. Though Shi Xiaole's strategy seemed crude and straightforward, Mei Hu had to concede that sometimes simplicity is indeed the most effective solution to a problem. Though this course of action might incur legal repercussions, it was far better than being captured by the Su family, which would be a fate worse than death. In the distance, a city came into view, its gates adorned with the characters for Fei Yin City. It turned out that in their frantic flight, they had unwittingly run all the way to the nearby Fei Yin City. Suddenly, Shi Xiaole halted and said, My lady, I shall recite the incantation for the celestial net. He was determined to fulfill his promise. Mei Hu replied, You truly wish to part with it? Seeing Shi Xiaole nod decisively, his gaze filled with sincerity, Mei Hu suddenly laughed. Sister has changed her mind. This left Shi Xiaole astonished. You wish to return the favor to me, to dissolve our enmity? I shall not grant you that. Little brother, remember your sister well. Shall we meet again? My dear sister shall not let you off easily. The alluring fox boldly cast a flirtatious glance, her laughter echoing as she gracefully made her way toward Feiyin City, swiftly blending into the crowd and vanishing from sight. This woman, Shi Xiaole, found himself perplexed by the alluring fox. Could it be that owing someone a favor held more significance than acquiring unparalleled martial skills? He could not dictate the thoughts of others. Regardless of whether they would encounter one another again, he reasoned that he could always repay her favor in due time. With this thought, he felt considerably lighter and found himself irresistibly drawn toward Feiyin City. If his memory served him correctly, his little aunt resided in Feiyin City, and this unexpected turn of events provided an opportunity to pay her a visit. In terms of prosperity, Feiyin City surpassed Mayan City, and even more so compared to Yu City. As Shi Xiaole journeyed, he observed numerous martial artists heading toward a grand residence, suggesting that something significant was unfolding there. Curiously, it appeared that Zhang Yuanwei was seeking to hire guards to escort his daughter to Qiandu Mountain. Though perilous, the mountain promised substantial rewards. Did they not see that anyone chosen as a guard, regardless of success, would receive a handsome reward of 100,000 taels of silver? By the entrance of the Zhang family estate, a throng of martial artists gathered, engrossed in discussions regarding a notice affixed to the wall. Shi Xiaole had vaguely heard of Qiandu Mountain, rumored to be the dwelling of the Elder of 1,000 Poisons, a place teeming with various toxins, poisonous herbs, and flowers, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to enter. This elder was renowned for his dual mastery of medicine and poison. Yet he adhered to a peculiar rule. To receive his healing, one must reach the summit of Qiandu Mountain alive. The dilemma lay in the fact that those capable of reaching the summit hardly required his assistance, while those in dire need of help were unlikely to make it that far. The implication of the notice was clear. The young lady of the Zhang family had fallen gravely ill and in desperation sought to hire several guards to escort her to the peak of Qiandu Mountain. Shi Xiaole shook his head, unwilling to involve himself in such matters. Just as he was about to move on, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Those capable must take action, and idle matters must be addressed. Task 3 released. Assist the young lady of the Zhang family in reaching Qiandu Mountain to receive treatment from the Elder of 1,000 Poisons. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 1 random selection of 2nd-tier martial arts, with a reward value of 500 points. Failure penalty, reduction of 2 realms. Random erasure of 1 3rd-tier medium-grade martial art, and a lifetime prohibition on cultivation. Shi Xiaole's steps abruptly halted. To his astonishment, this was a 2-star task. He could easily surmise that the journey to escort the young lady would likely prove more arduous than he had initially anticipated. Yet, the temptation of the reward upon successful completion was nearly irresistible. 2nd-tier martial arts. As one of the 13 sects of the Lu Yan, the sword-drawing school holds a modest reputation within the martial circles of several nearby cities. However, its foundational martial arts are merely of mediocre quality. Should Shi Xiaole manage to acquire a 2nd-tier martial art, it is evident that his prowess would advance at an accelerated pace, rendering him unconcerned about the formidable elder. Fortune favors the bold. After careful consideration, Shi Xiaole resolved to take a risk. Who knows when the next opportunity for a 2-star task might arise. Chapter 24. Seizing the Candle. The Zhang family, a prominent merchant in Fian City, undoubtedly possesses considerable wealth. Upon entering through the grand gates, one is immediately greeted by an expansive plaza measuring 100 meters in both length and width, filled with a diverse array of martial artists. Shi Xiaole's presence attracted the attention of many. What sort of child is this, they wondered, still in the early stages of youth yet daring to apply for a position as a guard. Truly, he is unaware of his own limitations. The clamor persisted for about 15 minutes until a somewhat portly middle-aged gentleman, flanked by a cadre of skilled guards, stepped forth to the front of the plaza. Esteemed heroes, he began, Zhang Yuanshan extends his gratitude for your presence here today. Mimicking the customary gestures of martial artists, he clasped his fists and continued. This endeavor to escort my daughter to the Qiandu Mountain is indeed a matter of urgency. In light of the dangers that lie ahead, I seek to select the 10 strongest individuals among you. I hope those not chosen will bear no ill will. Several individuals scoffed in response, their confidence unwavering as they believed themselves superior to the rest. A robust man, brandishing a saber, interjected, enough with the pleasantries, Zhang Yuanwei. How do you intend to conduct the selection? Zhang Yuanwei smiled and waved his hand, instructing several guards to place 10 candles upright on a nearby table. The rules were straightforward. The participants would freely form 10 groups, and within each group, the first individual to seize a candle by any means would secure their place. Shi Xiaole paused momentarily, quickly grasping the cunning nature of Zhang Yuanshan's proposition. True to the businessman's reputation, he had devised a candle-snatching contest instead of a traditional one-on-one duel. This seemingly chaotic arrangement was, in fact, a test of each individual's adaptability, combat skills, and survival instincts. Moreover, the initial grouping was crucial, as it also assessed one's perceptiveness. In the world of martial arts, longevity is not merely determined by superior skills or capabilities. Rather, it hinges upon one's comprehensive abilities. Shi Xiaole understood this, as did many seasoned veterans, their gazes toward Zhang Yuanshan shifting in realization. Do any of you have objections? Zhang Yuanshan inquired loudly, and upon receiving no response, he declared, "If that is the case, let us commence." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an air of nonchalance, failing to provide any guidance on the grouping, an embodiment of the notion that anything goes. A brief silence enveloped the arena. Before long, a shadow darted forth unexpectedly amidst the crowd, akin to a swiftly released arrow, reaching for one of the candles. "Leave it!" A thunderous voice erupted, belonging to the burly man who had spoken first. He stepped forward, swinging his long blade with force, embedding it into the ground with a resounding clang, effectively blocking the shadow's path. Momentarily halted, the shadow hesitated as the burly man closed in, his fingers splayed wide, reaching for the shadow's shoulder. "Huh, I've been waiting for you. Retreat at once." However, the shadow was not to be underestimated. Its earlier demeanor had been a ruse. At an unknown moment, it had readied 5 throwing darts, launching them towards the burly man's vital points. Unprepared, startled gasps echoed from behind. Yet, the shadow had ultimately underestimated the burly man's prowess. A sudden force emanated from his palm, causing the darts to veer off course. With a powerful grasp, he flung the shadow aside, while simultaneously seizing the first candle, much to the resounding cheers of the crowd. Even Zhang Yuanshan nodded in approval. However, before the applause could subside, a second candle was snatched away, this time by the previously dismissed slender figure. "You deceitful trickster, Sun Ting." Many local warriors, recognizing the slender figure's identity, shouted in outrage. Sun Ting grinned smugly, proclaiming, "Master Zhang never said that after one failure, one cannot attempt again." The crowd turned to Zhang Yuanshan, who nodded. "This fellow, Sun, has indeed passed the test." This ignited a fervor among the onlookers, their spirits rekindled. Some stealthily prepared hidden weapons, others readied poisons, while many rushed towards the candles with fervent determination. Chaos ensued as a cacophony of clashing swords, colliding fists, and the sounds of concealed projectiles filled the air, accompanied by shouts and cries of both anger and delight, creating a tumultuous symphony. Some were injured and fell, while others fought valiantly through the fray. In that moment, all participants seemed to have lost their senses, employing every means possible to secure a candle. A few audacious individuals even dared to target the burly man and Sun Ting, reasoning that if they could use any means necessary, why not seize the candles already in hand? With such treachery afoot, the burly man's expression turned steely as he cleaved his stealthy assailant, a master of the hidden energy technique, sending him sprawling and bloodied to the ground, which deterred many from advancing. As for Sun Ting, he nimbly navigated through the throng, his exceptional agility rendering him untouchable. "The third candle is mine," declared a remarkably young gentleman clad in white, wielding a golden spear. With rapid precision, he struck several blows, driving back 2 masters of the hidden energy technique, and seized the third candle. He is none other than Wang Yangming, the recently renowned master of the exquisite little spear. Indeed impressive, this individual's prowess appears to be on par with that of an ordinary 8th-layer concealed energy expert. In the ensuing chaos, the 4th candle was seized by a woman clad in red. The 5th candle fell into the hands of an unremarkable middle-aged man, while the 6th was acquired by a venerable old man with snow-white hair. Additionally, a monk, an elderly woman, and a laborer each managed to snatch a candle as well. At this juncture, most of those present had sustained injuries or retreated, reduced to mere spectators. Only a handful of the most composed individuals remained, standing at a distance without making a move. Such cunning individuals, many silently cursed, filled with regret for their lack of fortitude, lamenting how these few had taken advantage of the situation. "Ha, gentlemen, if there are no objections, I shall claim the remaining candle with a single stroke. Zhao Deming will take charge." A man in his 30s stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance at the crowd. Earlier, Zhao Deming had carefully observed that among this handful, only a Taoist posed a slight threat. The rest were of little concern. Thus, he boldly stepped forward to assert his dominance. "Zhao, you seem to underestimate us." A Taoist interjected, stepping forward to rally the others. Zhao Deming was well known among the nearby practitioners, possessing the 8th-layer concealed energy cultivation and exceptional swordsmanship. In truth, when he revealed his name, some had already succumbed to despair. "You fool, daring to play tricks, you're courting death." Zhao Deming thrust his sword towards the Taoist, the tip darting erratically like a venomous serpent, forcing the Taoist to dart about in panic, retreating incessantly. The swordplay, a manifestation of minor transformation, drew a quiet breath from Shi Xiaole. Undoubtedly, in terms of strength, Zhao Deming surpassed Shuelong of Moyun City, indeed rendering him a formidable adversary. With 3 resounding strikes, Zhao Deming easily wounded the Taoist, withdrawing his sword to stand poised. The Taoist's complexion paled. He had anticipated a disparity between himself and Zhao Deming. Yet he had not expected it to be so vast. "Don't seek discomfort," Zhao Deming muttered, ostensibly to himself, but in truth warning the remaining few. He then turned away, striding towards the long table opposite, extending his hand to claim the final candle. At this point, it was evident to all discerning eyes that the 10th candle would inevitably fall into Zhao Deming's possession. Halt! Unexpectedly at that moment, someone foolishly interjected. It was none other than Shi Xiaole, clad in a blue robe. It seemed Zhao was overly merciful earlier, leading you to believe that the consequences of repeatedly provoking me would only result in minor injuries. Is that so? Zhao Deming glanced back, his expression instantly darkening. Since when has the renowned title of one sword to determine the universe become insufficient to subdue even a mere child? Could it be attributed to his recent infrequent displays of power? As the distance between the two narrowed to merely 2 zhang, many onlookers exhibited expressions of keen interest. They could discern that, astonishingly, Shi Xiaole seemed utterly unperturbed by Zhao Deming's imposing presence, which appeared to have no effect on him whatsoever. "Bow before me." Zhao Deming, filled with rage, drew his sword towards Shi Xiaole, the blade darting forth like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, replicating the very technique he had employed to vanquish a Taoist priest. However, this time, Zhao Deming unleashed 70% of his strength, aiming directly at Shi Xiaole's knees, evidently intent on crippling him. As the sword tip advanced, Shi Xiaole swiftly unsheathed his blade. With a resounding clang, bolstered by the full force of his internal energy, the 100 Battles blade effortlessly disrupted Zhao Deming's attack, akin to a serpent being seized by its vulnerable neck. Before Zhao Deming could even react, Shi Xiaole surged forward with an overwhelming momentum, executing the 100 Battles blade technique, compelling his opponent into a defensive retreat as he landed successive strikes upon Zhao Deming's arms and shoulders. What a magnificent swordsmanship! The finesse of the technique was remarkable, and the sheer talent of this youth left the onlookers astounded. Who could fathom the origins of this prodigious boy? Among them, the young gentleman Wang Yangming, clad in white, gazed intently, his eyes glimmering with a profound battle spirit. The 100 Battles blade technique is a relentless series of strikes, and once a practitioner is ensnared within its grasp, unless their prowess vastly exceeds that of their opponent, finding an opportunity to counterattack proves exceedingly difficult. Zhao Deming was certainly feeling the weight of this truth. Yet, he was no weakling himself. At one moment, he endured a cut to his shoulder, liberating his right hand to unleash his most formidable attack. How dare this impudently defiant youth bring him public humiliation? He vowed to ensure this boy would find no rest in death. A terrifying flurry of sword light surged forth, rendering many spectators momentarily dazed. Had it been them, they would have likely perished under such a strike. However, Shi Xiaole exhibited no signs of panic, merely using his left hand to subtly gesture at the air. In an instant, an intangible force enveloped Zhao Deming, causing his wrist to twist, greatly diminishing both the speed and power of his sword strike. "Not good," Zhao Deming exclaimed, hastily retreating. Unfortunately, Shi Xiaole's blade was swifter still. With a flash of crimson light, Zhao Deming was sent hurtling 10 meters away, a horrifying gash marring his chest. Chapter 25, The Invisible Gorge. The atmosphere abruptly quieted. Prior to this moment, no one could have anticipated that the unassuming Shi Xiaole would actually triumph over the formidable Zhao Deming, known as one sword to determine the universe. Most astonishingly, it was evident to all that Shi Xiaole possessed merely the cultivation of the 5th layer of concealed qi. Raising a candle, Shi Xiaole turned to face the crowd, his intent unmistakable. Any who dared to covet the candle should step forward and test their mettle. Yet, no one dared to advance. Today, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for contributing to a splendid contest. Please, summon the accountant. For every hero not admitted, a reward of 20 taels of silver shall be dispensed. Furthermore, the medical expenses for the heroes present will be wholly borne by the Zhang family. Zhang Yuanshan possesses an admirable knack for diplomacy, and with his assurances, the last remnants of resentment among the defeated masters dissipated. After a flurry of activity, everyone returned to their respective homes, leaving only 10 individuals, including Shi Xiaole, at the scene. Gentlemen, please follow me, Zhang Yuanshan beckoned, leading the way. Before long, the group arrived at the hall and took their seats. Once the servants had arranged the tea, Zhang Yuanshan spoke. Esteemed heroes, I do not wish to deceive you. The journey to Qiandu Mountain is fraught with peril. Should you wish to withdraw, now is still the time. Zhang, you jest. We, as individuals of the martial world, hold our promises in the highest regard. To falter at such a crucial moment would cast a shadow upon our future, boomed the robust Dong Chengwu. The others echoed their sentiments in agreement. Zhang Yuanshan's expression shifted slightly as he continued. My daughter is gravely ill, and to save time, I have resolved to take the route through the no-return gorge, heading directly to Qiandu Mountain. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of those who had previously expressed their bravado changed dramatically. Sun Ting leapt up in alarm. The no-return gorge symbolizes a point of no return. It is a narrow valley where the treacherous slopes often witness boulders tumbling down, making passage extraordinarily difficult. However, what truly instills fear is that the gorge is the territory of the notorious Dongshan bandits. In the past decade, very few from a martial world who entered the no-return gorge have emerged unscathed. The authorities have also dispatched troops to eradicate them, yet their efforts ended in failure. Reportedly due to the bandits' generous offerings to the officials, leaving the matter unresolved. Zhang Yuanshan, this is quite unscrupulous. You failed to mention this in the announcement. Sun Ting retorted, his indignation palpable. What a jest. The Dongshan bandits are infamous in the nearby martial circles. It is said that their leader, the Golden Dragon Blade Zhou Xiong, is a master at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi concealment, with 2 deputy leaders equally formidable. Coupled with the remaining ruthless killers, even seasoned masters would find themselves outmatched, let alone us. Among those present, the mightiest Dong Chengwu was merely at the mid-level of the 9th stage of Qi concealment. The prospect of entering Qiandu Mountain was already daunting. And now, with the additional obstacle of the no-return gorge, this venture had morphed into a mission of certain death. No wonder the Zhang family offered such a generous reward. The expressions of the crowd reflected their discontent. Yet, Shi Xiaole, having been forewarned by the system task, was somewhat prepared for this revelation. Alas, should I have disclosed the intention to traverse the no-return gorge, we would face even greater challenges once the Dongshan bandits were alerted. Zhang Yuanshan articulated a point that left no room for rebuttal, revealing the cunning nature of this mercenary. Since we have embarked upon this venture, unless our lives are truly at stake, I, Dong, shall never withdraw from this undertaking. Dong Chengwu was the first to express his stance. Naturally, he did not speak in absolutes, indicating that should we find ourselves unable to confront the bandits of Dongshan, he would withdraw immediately. It is said that the bandits of Dongshan are formidable, and Wang is rather eager to witness this for himself. Wang Yangming, youthful and brimming with vigor, offered a faint smile, casting a somewhat disdainful glance at Sun Ting. The others, seasoned veterans of the Jianghu, shared Dong Chengwu's sentiments and thus resolved to remain. As for Shi Xiaole, he was the one among the 10 who could not afford to leave. Zhang Yuanwei, filled with delight, clapped the armrest and declared, "Excellent. I have arranged a banquet. Afterward, I invite everyone to rest well. We shall set forth at dawn." After the evening feast, Shi Xiaole initially intended to visit his aunt, but upon reflection that they would depart the following day, and the possibility of causing her worry should she inquire, he decided instead to postpone his visit until his return. Shi Xiaole had also contemplated that accepting this mission was indeed somewhat impulsive. Should the endeavor prove unfeasible, he would have no choice but to depart and accept the consequences dictated by the system. A night passed without incident. The following day, before dawn, the Zhang family and their entourage were already preparing for departure. The 10 of them mounted their steeds, encircling a horse-drawn carriage. 50 Zhang family guards flanked the front and back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Inside the carriage sat Zhang Yuanshan and the young lady of the Zhang family. The group swiftly exited Fian City and entered the official road. 2 days later, they ventured into the lush, verdant mountains, and after another half-day, they finally encountered an extraordinary terrain. It was a deep and lengthy mountain ridge, towering at least 100 meters high. Each side featured an exceptionally steep incline, while the central part was quite narrow, resembling an inverted trapezoid. This was the infamous Unseen Gorge, regarded by many in the Jianghu as a den of perilous creatures. Shi Xiaole felt his heart sink slowly. Merely observing the terrain, he could envision the dangers that lay within the Unseen Gorge. Were this a military campaign, As long as troops were ambushed on either side of the gorge, whether through archery or by rolling stones, they could easily annihilate any army that dared to enter. Frankly speaking, even if the bandits of Dongshan were merely ordinary individuals with adequate planning, they could exploit the geography of the unseen gorge to ensnare and doom the lot of them within its confines. The expressions of the other 9 were evidently grim, one more troubled than the last. Even Wang Yangming, who had previously boasted of slaughtering the bandits of Dongshan and ridding the Jianghu of their menace, now seemed as if he were afflicted with constipation. Hero Dong, do you have any suggestions? Zhang Yuanshan inquired gravely, subtly acknowledging Dong Chengwu as the leader among the 10. Dong Chengwu pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps we should first send a few individuals to scout the situation, which would aid us in formulating our plans. Zhang Yuanshan nodded and gestured for his men to comply. After a few guard from the Zhang family quietly departed, the remaining group decided to establish a temporary camp, intending to wait for their return. However, to their dismay, an hour passed without any sign of the guards. They must have encountered some misfortune. Gritting his teeth, Dong Chengwu summoned Sun Ting, and together they ventured towards the unseen gorge, cloaked in the encroaching twilight. Soon, they returned bearing the grim evidence of their search, several headless corpses, pierced by a hail of arrows. A chorus of screams erupted among the Zhang family guards, who turned pale at the sight. They had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. The most piercing screams emanated from within a carriage, presumably from the unseen young lady of the Zhang family. Alas, these bandits were merciless in their bloodlust. Among the 10 guardians, a monk clasped his prayer beads, his face etched with compassion. Dong Chengwu murmured, "This is a warning from the Dongshan bandits. Should we dare venture into the unseen gorge, we shall meet a fate akin to these unfortunate souls. I fail to comprehend why we cannot send someone to negotiate." The woman in red replied coldly, "The Dongshan bandits are merely driven by greed. Zhang has already attempted that route, only to be rebuffed by the bandits, who declared that Zhang was unworthy of negotiation, reveling instead in their penchant for murder and plunder." This declaration shattered any lingering hopes of a peaceful resolution among the gathered crowd. Dong Chengwu proposed, "Let several skilled fighters lead the Zhang family members into the unseen gorge to draw out the bandits, while I will take another group to flank them from the rear, allowing us to coordinate our efforts." The woman in red chuckled, "A splendid scheme, Dong Hero, but why should you lead the rear assault? Clearly, circumventing the gorge appeared far safer than entering it directly." Dong Chengwu sought the opinions of the others, who, unable to conceive a better plan, readily agreed. The only dissent lay in their shared reluctance to enter the unseen gorge, all preferring to ambush the enemy from behind. When asked about his thoughts, Shi Xiaole bluntly stated, "I believe Dong Hero's strategy is unfeasible." The group regarded him with surprise, including Zhang Yuanshan. Dong Chengwu replied calmly, "Does Shi Xiaole possess a superior alternative? I am all ears. The Dongshan bandits are intimately familiar with this terrain. Circumventing it is not advisable. We are better off waiting before taking action." "Waiting? You may have the luxury of time, but the young lady of the Zhang family does not. Shi Xiaole, having accepted this charge, must not succumb to fear," Dong Chengwu said, laced with a hint of mockery. Fearing a confrontation between the two, the others hastily intervened. Ultimately, after much deliberation, it was decided that Dong Chengwu, the woman in red, Wang Yangming, Sun Ting, and the elderly white-haired man would lead an ambush on the enemy's rear, while Shi Xiaole and his companions would enter the unseen gorge to draw fire. Shi Xiaole glanced at Dong Chengwu, remaining silent, though he internally disagreed with the other strategy. He found it difficult to outright abandon the endeavor, opting instead to proceed with caution. The night swiftly elapsed. At dawn the next day, Shi Xiaole and his companions boldly entered the unseen gorge. As they traversed halfway, a sudden ambush materialized from the cliffs on either side, where figures emerged, bows drawn, unleashing a torrential volley of arrows upon the group. The arrows rained down, and amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, the Zhang family's guards began to fall one after another. "Damn these wretched bandits!" The laborer wielding a hoe swung it vigorously, striving to deflect the incoming arrows. The group adhered to their plan, retreating while advancing, fervently hoping that Dong Chengwu and his men would swiftly vanquish the enemy. However, at that moment, Dong Chengwu's party had unwittingly fallen into the intricate trap laid by the Dongshan bandits. Instead of encircling the foe, they found themselves ensnared. A one-eyed giant, brandishing a golden blade, laughed maniacally, overwhelming Dong Chengwu, who was renowned for his formidable presence and swordsmanship, leaving him in disarray. Two other bandit leaders, evidently superior in strength to their peers, fiercely contended with Wang Yangming and the red-clad woman, maintaining the upper hand. These three were the leaders of the Dongshan bandits, the mountain lord, Zhou Xiong, alongside his two deputy leaders. Meanwhile, nearly 100 bandits encircled Sun Ting, the elderly man with white hair, and the remaining guards of the Zhang family. In the harrowing melee, the Zhang family's guards were nearly annihilated. Although Sun Ting and the elderly man managed to slay numerous foes, they too sustained injuries amidst the onslaught and seized a fleeting opportunity to flee. Retreat. Dong Qingwu's eyes blazed with fury, yet he recognized the perilous turn of events and, alongside Wang Yangming and the red-clad woman, forced their way out like frightened dogs. Brother, your reputation indeed precedes you. When the battle subsided, one of the deputy leaders gave Zhou Xiong an approving nod. A band of fools, attacking my strengths with their weaknesses. Oomph. Second brother, third brother, take a moment to recuperate, then immediately pursue and ensure that those wretches are exterminated. The one-eyed man smirked coldly, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Chapter 26. The Art of Blade, Drawing reaches new heights. Several miles away from the unseen gorge, a carriage stood still, attended by a mere handful of individuals. In today's skirmish, nearly 100 of the Zhang family's guards had perished, leaving only 5 or 6 survivors. Aside from the top 10 protectors, the Zhang family had virtually suffered total annihilation. Zhang Yuanshan's face bore the marks of grief and helplessness, while the young Zhang lady, distinguished in beauty, wept silently. Perhaps it is best if we disperse. The Dongshan bandits are far too formidable. Unless we have the assistance of a master in the Qi gathering realm, passage is simply unattainable. The red-clad woman spoke first, having already contemplated retreat following the day's events. The remaining few exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning in a similar sentiment. Esteemed heroes, I implore you, do not depart. If you leave, my daughter is doomed. Zhang Yuanshan, in a state of desperation, fervently pleaded. Beside him, Ms. Zhang, once a beauty, now bore a pallid complexion and vacant eyes, clearly ravaged by illness. Oomph. Your daughter's life is precious. Are our lives mere trifles? Sun Ting declared, rising to his feet. Zhang Yuanshan hurried to clarify, evidently reluctant to offend these formidable figures from the martial world at such a critical juncture. Yet before he could finish, the sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed from afar. Disaster struck, the bandits from Dongshan were advancing aggressively. Dong Chengwu sprang to his feet, observing the encroaching bandits and swiftly brandishing his blade to charge forth. The others followed suit, hastily engaging the enemy. Even the masters of breath control dare not approach Wujin Gorge. You fools must be emboldened by the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards. The assault was led by 2 vice mountain lords, who refrained from close combat, instead commanding a relentless barrage of arrows. The sky darkened with arrows, raining down without respite. Amidst the onslaught, a man wielding a hoe was struck by 3 arrows, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, not due to his lack of skill, but because his weapon was ill-suited for such a chaotic battlefield. Following him, an elderly man, a middle-aged warrior, and an old woman met similar fates, all succumbing to arrows mere paces from the throng of bandits. Open mountain blade technique. Dong Chengwu shouted, his blade slicing through the air like a comet, and he finally closed the distance, cleaving through 3 bandits with a single stroke. Unfortunately, before he could unleash further devastation, one of the vice mountain lords charged at him. Simultaneously, Wang Yangming wielded his golden spear, its shimmering brilliance cutting down several bandits with each graceful sweep. The woman in red brandished dual blades, moving with the ferocity of a female warrior. Yet after dispatching a few enemies, she was struck in the leg by an arrow. Observing the fallen bodies of the hoe-wielding man and others, her eyes narrowed, and after vanquishing a few more foes, she vanished into the mountains, fleeing alone. It's clearly a deadlock. Those who remain are the true fools. Some will take his leave. With the red-clad woman leading the way, Sun Ting, now unencumbered by hesitation, nimbly leaped over the heads of those around him and turned to retreat. As several masters departed, the Zhang family's strength waned significantly. However, Shi Xiaole remained undeterred, vowing never to flee until the final moment. His blade danced with increasing ferocity, its bloodied edge gleaming ominously. In a state of transcendent clarity, he charged forth with a fervor that seemed more formidable than Dong Chengwu's. It was not merely the prowess of his swordplay that was fearsome, but the indomitable spirit of one who thrives amidst death, victorious in every battle, sending shivers down the spines of his adversaries. As Shi Xiaole felled over a dozen foes, his strength waned, yet his momentum surged beyond its initial intensity. At that moment, he stood as an unparalleled blade, an embodiment of lethal precision. Concurrently, after wounding a vice mountain lord, Dong Chengwu felt no elation. Instead, despair washed over him as he glanced at the besieged comrades. Shaking his head before leaping into the woods. 3 individuals remain. Eliminate them. The 2 vice masters of the mountain were seething with rage, particularly the injured one. Unable to contend with Dong Chengwu, unleashed his fury upon the others, revealing his ferocity without restraint. Amiba, the monk thought, I am on the verge of collapse. Among the last 3, the monk recited Buddhist chants, making a final struggle. Even the typically proud and unyielding Wang Yangming could not suppress a flicker of retreat. Casting a glance at Shi Xiaole, his eyes widening as if witnessing something extraordinary. For Shi Xiaole had clearly opened a gap, yet chose not to flee. Instead, he charged towards the 2 vice masters, who were the most numerous. What is this boy attempting? Brother, step aside. Allow me to cleave this reckless lad. The injured vice master, brimming with anger, saw Shi Xiaole's audacity as a provocation, clearly underestimating him. With a grim expression, he advanced with his blade drawn. Brother, be decisive. The other vice master urged, wishing to avoid wasting time. Boy, meet your demise. Harnessing his cultivation at the 8th level of concealed energy, the injured vice master swung his blade downward, as if cleaving the very air in twain. The terrifying flash of the blade sent chills down the spine, extinguishing any thought of resistance. In the shadows, someone shook their head. It was Dong Chengwu. For reasons unknown, he wished to observe the fate of the remaining 3. The one to die shall be you. As the long blade descended upon him, Shi Xiaole merely smiled faintly, casually swinging his 100 battle blade. A sudden surge of power caused the blade to accelerate, akin to a stunning swan gliding past. This was the art of drawing the sword. Yet in this moment, having endured bloody battles, Shi Xiaole no longer needed to consciously draw his blade. He could unleash a power greater than before. In truth, throughout this period, Shi Xiaole had never relinquished his training in the sword-drawing technique. It was this unwavering dedication, coupled with today's decisive moment, that propelled him to a higher realm. With a clang, a segment of the blade flew off, followed by a spray of blood. The one who perished was not Shi Xiaole, but rather the vice master with 8th level concealed energy. In his dying moments, he could scarcely believe that someone could execute such a strike. What manner of sword technique is this? In the shadows, Dong Chengwu's eyes widened, a strange glint flashing within. Brother, the other vice master cried out in disbelief. And upon meeting Shi Xiaole's gaze, he suppressed his hatred and turned to flee. He repeatedly pondered that earlier strike, realizing that had he been in the same position, he likely would not have been able to defend against it. Brother Wang, Master, we must not allow him to escape if we are to traverse the unseen gorge. Shi Xiaole's thunderous voice roused the still-dazed Wang Yangming and the monk from their stupor. The 2 individuals were perplexed by Shi Xiaole's intentions, however, compelled by his words. They instinctively pursued the fleeing deputy mountain lord. Wang Yangming, being the closest to the deputy, unleashed his lifelong mastery, employing the renowned 18 styles of the Rui Golden Spear, aiming to pierce 18 vital points around the deputy's body. Get lost. The deputy, fully aware of the urgency, retaliated with his own formidable sword techniques. As their weapons clashed, Wang Yangming's face flushed, forcing him to retreat 3 steps, while the deputy merely shrugged his shoulders. Yet the encounter was far from over. The resonant chants of a monk announced his arrival. With rapid-fire Buddha's hand seals, he struck, leaving the deputy with no time to recover. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaole found himself besieged by bandits. In that moment, he transcended the boundaries of self and surroundings, executing his combat techniques with relentless precision, leaving a trail of fallen foes at his feet. The palpable aura of death he exuded sent chills through the hearts of the bandits. Inevitably, Shi Xiaole sustained injuries, but drenched in blood, he became even more ferocious, ensuring that each strike resulted in a corpse collapsing to the ground. Ultimately, he carved a bloody path through the onslaught of numerous bandits. As his momentum reached its zenith, Shi Xiaole seized the moment. raising his blade high like a thunderous decree of divine retribution, and struck down upon the mountain lord with a technique infused with his indomitable will and murderous intent. The deputy mountain lord, aghast, turned pale as he exerted every ounce of strength, only to feel the pressure of his own blade sinking into his shoulder. This scene was etched into the minds of all present, rendering them momentarily dazed. Could such a devastating blow truly be delivered by a mere youth possessing a fifth-tier cultivation? The sheer prowess of his swordsmanship was staggering. If only one could possess it. Dong Chengwu trembled uncontrollably, fully aware of the significance of such a powerful martial art as an itinerant cultivator. To put it bluntly, it not only represented an enhancement in combat prowess, but also elevated one's ability to survive, serving as a crucial ladder to attain fame and fortune. No, this is impossible. The deputy mountain lord howled, his neck seeming to swell as he desperately sought to lift his blade for a counterattack against Shi Xiaole. In response, Shi Xiaole gritted his teeth, pressing down with all his might. Their gazes locked, resembling feral beasts or desperate gamblers, both filled with a thirst for blood. The only distinction was that the deputy was cornered, wagering his life, while Shi Xiaole gambled with his faith, convinced of his ability to conquer any adversary. This was not merely a contest of strength. It was a duel of will. The first to falter, succumbing to pain and releasing a breath of defeat, will be the ultimate loser. Sensing the dire situation, the bandits rushed forward with shouts. Wang Yangming and the monk exchanged a glance, uttering no further words, and positioned themselves to intercept, buying Shi Xiaole as much time as possible. I shall lead the way, breaching the unseen gorge and vanquishing the bandits of the cave mountain. Stone Xiaole spoke softly yet with remarkable resolve. The heart of the deputy mountain lord trembled abruptly, and a breath escaped him in an instant. With a sharp sound, the 100 battle's blade pressed against the opponent's long sword, sinking deep into the deputy mountain lord's body. He gasped twice, ultimately succumbing to a myriad of emotions: shock, resentment, and regret, before collapsing to the ground. As the second deputy mountain lord met his demise, the remaining bandits were struck with terror. Witnessing Stone Xiaole, dignified and poised with his blade, advancing towards them, they were gripped by panic and scattered without a word. Their average cultivation level hovered around the 4th or 5th stage of concealed qi. Perhaps they could rely on their numbers to wear down the 3. But who would dare to fight to the death? Truly, you are a hidden gem. After the thieves departed, Wang Yangming regarded Stone Xiaole with a complex expression. Even now, he felt an unsettling sense of unreality. The two deputy mountain lords had come with a retinue, yet in the face of their comrades' retreat, they had managed to turn the tables. Wang Yangming understood that the decisive factor in all of this stemmed from Stone Xiaole. Recalling their initial encounter at the Zhang residence, he had never deemed the other worthy of notice. Young benefactor, your resolve is steadfast, and your talents are extraordinary. You are destined for greatness, the monk remarked, approaching with hands clasped in prayer. Chapter 27. The marvelous use of the stone qi whirlwind. Stone Xiaole sat cross-legged on the ground, oblivious to the peculiar expressions of Wang Yangming and the monk, for his mind was preoccupied with the vivid recollections of the recent battle. Before this, Stone Xiaole had divided the sword-drawing technique into 2 parts, concealing the edge and unleashing the blade. Concealing the edge represented the buildup of momentum, while unleashing the blade signified the release of that force. Yet now, he had undoubtedly ascended to a higher realm. Concealing the edge no longer required the sword to be hidden within its sheath, seeking mere formal conformity. Previously, if an opponent could defend against Stone Xiaole's initial strike, it would effectively neutralize the sword-drawing technique. However, following this battle, even after the sword had been drawn, Stone Xiaole possessed the capability to unleash a second strike. Of course, such swordsmanship demanded considerable mental and emotional investment, rendering it impossible to execute without limit. Nevertheless, it was certain that the advancement of the sword-drawing technique had subtly endowed Stone Xiaole with a powerful trump card, invaluable in critical moments. After circulating the Baoyuan energy for a considerable duration, Stone Xiaole suddenly realized that his internal power was subtly trending towards an elevation to the later stages of the 5th level of concealed qi. In summary, this battle had yielded significant gains for him. Young hero, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Zhang Yuanshan said, approaching with the Zhang family young lady as Stone Xiaole opened his eyes. During the tumultuous battle, the father and daughter had remained hidden within their carriage, witnessing the unfolding events through the window. although they had anticipated the unreliability of the hired martial artists in the face of life and death peril. The departure of Dong Chengwu and others left Zhang Yuanshan profoundly disappointed. Fortunately, Shi Xiaole, Wang Yongming, and the monk had not departed. Particularly, Shi Xiaole's final desperate act left Zhang Yuanshan astonished, not only by his martial prowess, but also made him acutely aware of having previously underestimated the young man. There is no need for formalities, Mr. Zhang. Since I have pledged my assistance, I shall give my utmost effort, Shi Xiaole remarked calmly. Alas, at this juncture, Zhang Yuanshan had resigned himself to despair. To avoid being a burden to the others, he resolved to abandon the unseen gorge and seek an alternative solution. It was not that Zhang Yuanshan had forsaken his daughter. Rather, he had grossly underestimated the bandits of Dongshan. At this moment, including himself and his daughter, the Zhang family numbered merely 5. What could they possibly do to confront the unseen gorge? Despite the demise of 2 deputy leaders among the bandits, the formidable Jinlong Dao still remained, along with countless other brigands lurking nearby. Continuing down this path would lead to certain death. Wang Yongming seemed on the verge of speaking, but ultimately sighed in resignation. As a newcomer to such perilous affairs, he had indeed stumbled into a significant predicament. Shi Xiaole shook his head, gesturing towards the corpses of the 2 deputy leaders, and said, I fear that if we attempt to leave now, Zhou Xiong will not spare us. In the realm of the green forest and the underworld, the principle of righteousness always prevailed, regardless of one's inner thoughts. Maintaining appearances was essential. The murder of the 2 deputies meant that Zhou Xiong could not remain passive, not only due to his own temperament, but also for the sake of his subordinates. If a brother fell and he remained silent, who would be willing to serve him henceforth? I have put you all in jeopardy. Zhang Yuanshan expressed his deep remorse, striking his chest in despair. Just as the atmosphere grew bleak, Shi Xiaole suddenly spoke up. In truth, I have another idea, albeit fraught with danger. It hinges on Mr. Zhang's decision. Zhang Yuanshan, taken aback, shuddered and gazed intently at Shi Xiaole. Finally, with a glimmer of hope, he asked, What is your plan? Shi Xiaole proceeded to share his thoughts. The others stared at him in astonishment. Wang Yongming could not help but interject, Brother Shi, you truly are playing a risky game. If this plan falters, we shall all perish. Shi Xiaole replied, Even if we attempt to flee now, we are unlikely to succeed. I suspect Zhou Xiong has already dispatched men to encircle this place. Wang Yongming appeared skeptical and, employing his lightness skill, dashed outside. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a grim expression. The outcome was evident. Gentlemen, united we prosper, divided we perish. Our only path to survival lies in our collective effort, Shi Xiaole asserted. Rising to his feet, witnessing his resolute demeanor, Wang Yongming felt inspired and clenched his teeth, declaring, Since Zhou Xiong will not spare us, let us confront him with all our might. The monk, with palms pressed together, uttered a prayer of Amitabha, clearly in agreement. Dear friends, I am profoundly grateful for your unwavering loyalty. Should we survive this ordeal, the reward originally set at 100,000 shall be raised to 200,000. Zhang Yuanshan could hardly be unaware that if Shi Xiaole and the others abandoned their father-daughter duo and fled alone, their chances of survival would undoubtedly be greater. The adversary valued loyalty, and thus he could not be stingy. Mountain Master, those rascals have broken through from the east. An outlaw hastily approached a tall, one-eyed man on a high slope to the south and reported, Let us go, and together with this mountain master, avenge our fallen brothers. With a flourish of his long blade, Zhou Xiong charged forward alongside his men, exuding an imposing presence as they advanced to the east. Indeed, they spotted Shi Xiaole and his companions driving their cart, fiercely assaulting the eastern front. For the murder of my brothers, Zhou will have your bodies torn to pieces. Zhou Xiong bellowed, his robust frame lunging forward like a bear as he swung his blade toward Shi Xiaole. His fury was genuine. After all, those 2 deputy mountain masters had been with him for over a decade, and even a pig would develop sentiments. Moreover, during ordinary times, their handling of affairs had saved Zhou Xiong considerable effort. Thus, when both were slain in battle by Shi Xiaole, how could Zhou Xiong not harbor hatred? He secretly vowed to reduce Shi Xiaole to a mere stick of human flesh, to be dried in the sun on the mountain, and then to be gnawed apart piece by piece, lest his rage remain unquenched. With the peak cultivation of a 9th layer of hidden chi, combined with the perfected technique of the third-rate blade art, Thunderstrike, Zhou Xiong's blow was the most formidable Shi Xiaole had ever encountered since his arrival in this realm. He dared not underestimate the attack, swiftly transferring his sword from his right hand to his left, while his right hand drew out the 100 battle blade with great force. Clang! What incredible strength! A sharp pain coursed through Shi Xiaole's arm. His wrist felt as if it might snap, and even the horse beneath him stumbled back, collapsing to its knees. Seizing the advantage, Zhou Xiong's blade technique grew even more ferocious, delivering 3 consecutive strikes. And a small notch appeared on the edge of the 100 battle blade. Thunderous yellow. Zhou Xiong cackled menacingly, raising his hands high to unleash the lethal move of Thunderstrike. In an instant, the blade's light descended like a bolt of lightning, exuding an unstoppable momentum aimed at severing Shi Xiaole's right hand. Zhou Xiong envisioned the scene of blood splattering, his single eye gleaming with the pleasure of revenge. However, in the next moment, an invisible force of restraint enveloped him, abruptly hindering his blade's momentum and causing its direction to veer. Heavenly Net Formation. Within the Xianjing Cave, Shi Xiaole had already mastered the Heavenly Net Formation to the pinnacle of its manifestation, and through days of diligent effort, this technique had long since reached its perfect form. Previously, Shi Xiaole had deliberately refrained from employing this move to prepare for this very moment. Receive this. With a thunderous shout, Shi Xiaole executed the 100 battle blade technique with one hand, engaging Zhou Xiong in combat. In terms of skill, Shi Xiaole was certainly inferior. Yet, whenever he found himself in peril, he always managed to utilize the Heavenly Net Formation to turn the tide, effectively stalling Zhou Xiong, who was now enraged and shouting in frustration. This stone brother possesses an unexpected hidden card. Witnessing the chaos of battle, Wang Yangming, despite being embroiled in fierce combat, felt a jolt of astonishment. It is important to note that previously, only Dong Chengwu could barely contend with Zhou Xiong, and both Dong Chengwu and Zhou Xiong were at the 9th level of Qi concealment, far beyond the 5th level of Qi concealment that Shi Xiaole could muster. If Shi Xiaole were to reach the 9th level, would he not be able to effortlessly dispatch them? Young Master Wang, swiftly execute young Master Shi's plan. A monk beside him reminded, rousing Wang Yangming from his reverie. The two combatants, one possessing the 6th level of Qi concealment and the other the 8th, were emboldened by Zhou Xiong's distraction, wreaking havoc among the bandits with abandon. After a fierce skirmish, the duo even surged past the defensive line, charging towards the periphery. Damn it, Mountain Master, they have escaped. The bandits loosed arrows in pursuit, but alas, the arrows merely clattered against the reinforced cart, proving utterly ineffective. Relay my orders. All must intercept the cart. We cannot allow these scoundrels to flee. Zhou Xiong bellowed, his voice echoing far and wide. Upon the issuance of this command, bandits from the west and north, as well as those guarding the unseen gorge, rushed forth, tightening the encirclement. Brat, you shall not escape. Surrender at once. Zhou Xiong glared menacingly at Shi Xiaole. Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. Shi Xiaole retorted defiantly. I will not kill you. I vow to remain a man. Zhou Xiong seethed with frustration. The two sides clashed for more than 100 exchanges, but soon Shi Xiaole, suffering from dwindling internal energy, began to feel overwhelmed. Zhou Xiong seized the moment, inflicting successive wounds upon Shi Xiaole's back and calf, erupting into laughter as his attacks grew increasingly reckless. In this state of constant defense, Shi Xiaole found himself in unprecedented peril. To be candid, Zhou Xiong's formidable strength was nearly on par with that of senior brother Yuan Kui. In the past, such power was beyond Shi Xiaole's wildest imagination. After another heavy blow, Shi Xiaole staggered backward. As he beheld the long blade descending towards him, poised to sever his legs, a surge of energy coursed through him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet also pass in an instant, as Zhou Xiong's blade slowed, almost as if caught in a dream. A cyclone of energy? In his mental realm, a vortex composed of intention began to spin autonomously, forging a connection between Shi Xiaole and the air, allowing him to perceive a faint flaw in Zhou Xiong's strike. With a decisive swing, Shi Xiaole unleashed his blade. With a resounding clang, Zhou Xiong's assault was thwarted, his expression one of incredulity. Subsequently, Shi Xiaole struck again and again, each blow targeting Zhou Xiong's vulnerabilities, preventing him from fully executing his techniques, inciting Zhou Xiong's furious outcry. Is the pointing stone cyclone truly capable of such application? In stark contrast to Zhou Xiong's vexation, Shi Xiaole was filled with exuberant delight. In the realm of martial arts, aside from internal strength and techniques, the ability to adapt is an essential facet of one's prowess. The capacity to discern an opponent's vulnerabilities can undoubtedly elevate Shi Xiaole's strength to unprecedented heights. Not only did he identify flaws in techniques, but he also discovered that upon harnessing the stone cyclone, his sensitivity to natural elements such as wind and sunlight ascended to a new echelon. With a focused mind, he raised his 100 battles blade, the angle of the blade reflecting the sun's rays, causing a sharp pain to pierce Zhou Xiong's eyes. In that fleeting moment, Shi Xiaole unleashed a well-prepared sword technique. Boom! Zhou Xiong let out a cry of despair as the long blade slipped from his grasp, leaving a gruesome gash across his throat. He convulsed briefly upon the ground before falling into silence. Chapter 28. Testing Combat Strength. Zhou Xiong's unexpected demise left not only the surrounding bandits, who were poised for confrontation, in shock, but even Shi Xiaole himself was momentarily taken aback. In the depths of his being, he gained profound insights into the nature of combat. In a duel, any single factor could alter the outcome. A true master must not only possess formidable strength, but also adeptly utilize every available resource. However, the greatest revelation from this battle was Shi Xiaole's discovery of the remarkable utility of the stone cyclone. Once activated, he could sense movements within a 10-meter radius and perceive air fluctuations within a 3-foot sphere. Thus, within that confined space, the opponent's flaws in technique would be laid bare. Of course, whether he could perceive the weaknesses of an adversary possessing superior skills remained to be tested. Nevertheless, despite the absence of outward improvement in Shi Xiaole's strength, his capabilities had indeed progressed remarkably. The elusive nature of the stone cyclone rendered it an invaluable secret weapon, capable of delivering lethal strikes undetected. Zhou Xiong has perished in my hands. Do you wish to continue this futile struggle? Shi Xiaole surveyed the scene, noting the flicker of uncertainty in many eyes. With a cold smile, he activated his floating steps and swiftly dispatched another master of the 6th layer of Qi concealment with a single stroke. For those seeking death, feel free to test your fate. Confronted with Shi Xiaole's overwhelming ferocity, particularly after he had slain the formidable mountain lord, the bandits hesitated. Several higher-ranking subleaders began to reconsider their positions. With Zhou Xiong's demise, rather than recklessly avenging a fallen comrade and endangering themselves, it would be wiser to unite their forces and establish a new stronghold. In doing so, they could seize control and enjoy the spoils of victory. In this light, some might even express gratitude towards Shi Xiaole for eliminating the 3 mountain lords. As they observed Shi Xiaole commence his assault, a few subleaders exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's intentions. After a pretense of obstructing him, they begrudgingly allowed Shi Xiaole to depart unscathed. Brothers, do not pursue the desperate foe. This young man has slain 3 mountain lords. We shall surely avenge this grievance. However, in the current situation where the enemy is formidable and we are weak, it is prudent to refrain from rash actions. Moreover, with the recent demise of our leader, it is wise for us to first carry his remains back for a proper burial before deliberating on matters of revenge. Several junior leaders fervently urged action, and although a few loyal bandits hesitated to abandon their cause, their dissent was swiftly drowned out by the unanimous decision of the majority. One must not overestimate the loyalty of these bandits. For most, as long as they can maintain their modest living and indulge in pleasures, who would genuinely risk their lives for a deceased individual? In a rocky ravine, Shi Xiaole found the Zhang father and daughter. Originally, his plan was to set a trap, intending for himself and 2 others to draw the fire of the bandits while allowing this father-daughter duo to escape unnoticed. Yet, plans change unexpectedly. Shi Xiaole never anticipated he would slay Zhou Xiong, rendering his original strategy moot. Young Master Shi, your injuries. Upon seeing Shi Xiaole's multiple wounds, Miss Zhang gasped sorrowfully, her heart filled with complex emotions. It's nothing, just a few days of rest will suffice. Let's be on our way, Shi Xiaole replied. Where to? The Zhang family looked at him in confusion. To the unseen gorge. Now, no one will obstruct our passage, he stated. The father and daughter exchanged bewildered glances, doubting their own hearing. When they learned that Shi Xiaole had single-handedly defeated Zhou Xiong, their expressions were nothing short of astonishment, leaving them momentarily speechless as they gazed at him in disbelief. It was Zhang Yuanshan who first regained his composure, bowing deeply and declaring, "Young hero Shi, your immense favor to the Zhang family will be etched in my memory forever. From now on, should you require assistance, I shall never decline." Shi Xiaole chuckled. I merely did what I could. To be honest, had the circumstances been different, I might have fled alone. This admission did not displease Zhang Yuanshan. Rather, it reinforced his belief that Shi Xiaole was a trustworthy and candid individual. Without further delay, the trio set off, safely traversing the unseen gorge, a place that struck terror into the hearts of the local martial artists. Even after leaving the gorge behind, Zhang Yuanshan still felt a surreal sense of disbelief. As the sun set, he could not help but glance at Shi Xiaole's profile beside him, a strange premonition surfacing in his mind. He sensed that this seemingly calm youth would one day soar to great heights, commanding respect in the martial world. "Brother Wang, master." A Zhang family carriage was halted ahead. Just as Shi Xiaole called out, Wang Yangming shouted, "Brother Shi, don't come over. You must flee." Flee? Could he escape? Amidst a boisterous laugh, a tall and robust figure emerged from behind Shi Xiaole and the others, none other than Dong Chengwu. Previously, when Shi Xiaole was ensnared by the bandit ambush, Dong Chengwu had not dared to approach. Instead, he had followed Wang Yangming and the others, contemplating that even if he could not acquire Shi Xiaole's sword techniques, he could extort Wang Yangming, and with the Zhang father and daughter, he would not leave empty-handed. To their surprise, the carriage revealed no sign of the Zhang family. And as Dong Chengwu struggled to extract information from Wang Yangming, he found himself at an impasse. Just then, he unexpectedly spotted Shi Xiaole and his companions. "Sir Dong, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Yuanshan inquired, his tone laced with indignation. Dong Chengwu replied with a smile, "It is of no particular significance. Merely I, Dong, have risked my life to pave the way for you. While I may not have earned accolades, I have certainly endured hardship. Shouldn't Sir Zhang express some gratitude?" Shameless. Zhang Yuanshan's face flushed with anger. This man had previously abandoned them to save himself, and now that the storm had passed, he had the audacity to demand recompense. "It would be in your best interest to cooperate. Otherwise, I, Dong, would not hesitate to resort to ruthless measures," he sneered, drawing his knife and gesturing menacingly. The threat unmistakable. "Dong Chengwu, you claim to be a man of honor in the martial world, yet you engage in such disgraceful conduct. Are you not afraid of becoming a laughingstock among your peers?" Wang Yangming, though immobilized, raised his voice defiantly. Shi Xiaole perceived a fleeting glint of malice in Dong Chengwu's eyes and realized that once he had extracted sufficient gains, he would likely unleash a wave of violence to silence them. "What is it that you desire?" Shi Xiaole asked, his gaze fixed intently on Dong Chengwu. With a grin, Dong Chengwu replied, "Ah, it seems that young hero Shi is astute. My demands are modest. Simply surrender all your martial manuals and present me with 500,000 taels of silver, and I shall release you at once." The monk, uttering a prayer, was taken aback by Dong Chengwu's avaricious demeanor. 500,000 taels of silver was no trifling sum, and to demand all their martial arts manuals, essential for survival in the martial world, was beyond audacity. "And if I refuse?" Shi Xiaole countered. Dong Chengwu shook his head with a smile. "You lack the privilege to refuse, for I shall sever your head." Shi Xiaole chuckled. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, he unsheathed his battered blade. This scene took both Wang Yangming and the monk by surprise. They had assumed Shi Xiaole had cunningly deceived Zhou Xiong to arrive here. Although Dong Chengwu was not on par with Zhou Xiong, he was certainly not someone Shi Xiaole could easily contend with. "Brother Shi, I do not wish to drag anyone into this. You should leave," Wang Yangming implored earnestly. The monk echoed the sentiment with a prayer, filled with compassion. "You possess considerable audacity. It seems you require a lesson to comprehend your place in the world." Dong Chengwu sneered, lunging forward as he swung his knife forcefully toward Shi Xiaole's left shoulder, a strike akin to cleaving a mountain. As Shi Xiaole harnessed the energy of the air currents, he easily discerned multiple flaws in Dong Chengwu's technique, revealing that the latter's skill with the blade was likely inferior to that of Zhou Xiong. "Begone!" Shi Xiaole shouted. Shi Xiaole possessed but a single blade. The crimson light of the sword cleaved through the opening, emitting a sharp sound as it circumvented the opponent's blade trajectory, sending Dong Chengwu hurtling through the air. This outcome astonished all present. Although the Zhang family knew of Shi Xiaole's slaying of Zhou Xiong, they had never witnessed it firsthand, and now they were convinced of his extraordinary capabilities. Wang Yangming and the monk widened their eyes, questioning the reliability of their vision. His cultivation remained unchanged, and his swordplay was the same as before. How had Shi Xiaole achieved this? As for Dong Chengwu, he let out a cry, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. Meanwhile, the instigator, Shi Xiaole, sighed. His internal strength was ultimately still insufficient, Otherwise, that blow would not merely have repelled Dong Chengwu, but could have severely wounded or even slain him. Regarding the earlier defeat of Zhou Xiong, Shi Xiaole had primarily relied on the sunlight to strike a vital point in an instant. With the intent to familiarize himself with the stone cyclone, Shi Xiaole had now exchanged his sword for a blade, executing his technique with fluidity, compelling Dong Chengwu into a state of utter disarray. Brother Shi's swordsmanship is exquisite. Who would have thought his swordplay to be equally remarkable? Wang Yongming found himself perplexed. He realized that the longer he spent with Shi Xiaole, the more enigmatic the latter appeared, leaving him uncertain of the depths of his abilities yet to be revealed. You truly open my eyes, Brother Shi, the monk remarked with admiration. Sharing the same tier of third-rate martial arts, the Miao family sword techniques were not inferior to the 100 Battles blade techniques. And with Shi Xiaole's focus on exploiting weaknesses, his agile swordplay proved even more effective. After a dozen exchanges, Dong Chengwu bore 4 or 5 bloody gashes. Young man, spare me this time, and I shall concede, Dong Chengwu said, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, his voice low. Yet inwardly, he plotted that once he recovered from this incident, he would surely rally his comrades to slay this young man. Very well. Shi Xiaole fixed his gaze upon Dong Chengwu, suddenly discarding his long sword. Yet he did not cease his assault. Instead, he drew his blade and struck fiercely. You are a man of no honor. Dong Chengwu, filled with resentment, attempted to flee, only to feel an invisible force impede his movements. No, the sound cut off abruptly as Shi Xiaole severed Dong Chengwu's throat with a single stroke of his blade. He then stood with his sword sheathed, stating, Your folly lies in believing others to be as foolish as yourself. With eyes wide in shock, Dong Chengwu breathed his last. Shi Xiaole reached out and successfully retrieved a sword manual and an internal cultivation technique from Dong Chengwu's person. He then released the astonished Wang Yongming and the monk from their immobilization, smiling, It is time for us to depart. Chapter 29. Second-rate internal cultivation techniques. Brother Shi, how did you achieve that earlier? The day after leaving the unseen gorge, Wang Yongming remained perplexed, pondering how Shi Xiaole, with his skills, could have possibly slain Zhou Xiong and Dong Chengwu. He had witnessed the confrontation between Shi Xiaole and Dong Chengwu firsthand, and the only impression it left him with was that Dong Chengwu had seemingly bound himself, presenting himself as an easy target for Shi Xiaole. The monk, with his wealth of experience in the martial world, hesitated and remarked, It seems to me that Shi Xiaole possesses the ability to discern the flaws in Dong Chengwu's techniques. Shi Xiaole silently praised the monk's insight and chuckled. At that moment, I was merely guessing. Wang Yongming exchanged a glance with the monk. Although they were acutely aware that Shi Xiaole's words were not entirely truthful, they wisely refrained from further inquiry. In the realm of martial arts, everyone harbors their own secrets. Probing too deeply can yield unfavorable consequences. Noticing the two had fallen silent, Shi Xiaole's mind settled as he entered the Hall of Martial Deities to commence his solitary training. Previously, he had discovered a manual of sword techniques and a mental cultivation method from Dong Chengwu, which had been rated by the system as a third-tier mid-grade and a third-tier low-grade respectively. Thus, Shi Xiaole decided to utilize the sword manual to extract a mid-tier martial art, while the mental cultivation method was exchanged for 150 reward points, affording him 15 hours of training time. At this moment, he was practicing the mid-tier martial art, the 100-flower chaotic fist, as a hallmark of Yuan Shi Xiao's martial repertoire. The essence of the 100-flower chaotic fist lies in its deceptive nature and unexpectedness. However, as he practiced, Shi Xiaole sensed something amiss. Yuan Shi Xiao had experienced a significant upheaval in his life that had rendered him extreme in temperament, coupled with his mastery of various martial arts, enabling him to fully unleash the profundities of the 100-flower chaotic fist. In contrast, the scholarly Cheng Jiaoluo had also learned the art but struggled to showcase its might due to a lack of accumulation. Shi Xiaole found himself in a similar predicament as Cheng Jiaoluo. Fortunately, Shi Xiaole's perceptiveness was beyond that of ordinary individuals. After contemplating for a while, he suddenly infused his unique insights from 2 lifetimes into the fist technique, which indeed gave it a distinctive flavor. In the Hall of Martial Deities, 15 hours passed, while only 5 hours elapsed in the outside world. By the 3rd day after departing from the unseen gorge, Shi Xiaole had achieved a small degree of mastery in the 100-flower chaotic fist. At that moment, the 1,000-poison mountain loomed nearby. Though only 100 meters high, it was shrouded in a layer of colorful mist, revealing glimpses of peculiar trees within, crawling with an array of bizarre poisonous creatures. The Thousand Poison Mountain is fraught with toxins. We are utterly ignorant of how to navigate this peril. The monk furrowed his brow. Wang Yangming's expression mirrored concern. Most martial artists harbored a disdain for poison experts, viewing them as lacking in honor, and the methods employed by such practitioners were often insidious and difficult to anticipate, instilling a desire to keep a safe distance. This sentiment was a blend of disdain and vigilance. Shi Xiaole, too, hesitated. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhang Yuanshan emerged from the carriage, smiling and saying, "Rest assured, my esteemed friends. Many years ago, I fortuitously acquired a vial of detoxification elixir from the Tang sect of Sichuan. Consuming this elixir will undoubtedly enable one to ascend the peak of the Thousand Poisons Mountain." It appeared that Zhang had a hidden advantage. Wang Yangming felt a wave of relief wash over him and burst in a hearty laughter. Although the detoxification elixir was merely a common commodity of the Tang sect, it was sufficient to counteract a multitude of poisons found in the martial world, making the journey to Thousand Poisons Mountain seemingly manageable. The Tang sect of Sichuan, known for crafting concealed weapons and poisons, Shi Xiaole's reaction was the most pronounced. He had never witnessed such a display of emotion from him before. "Brother Shi, what troubles you? Is there an issue?" Wang Yangming inquired. "Nothing to worry about." After the initial shock subsided, Shi Xiaole regained his composure. He simply did not expect that there existed a Tang sect in this world, mirroring the functions of its counterpart from his past life. After each of them consumed a detoxification elixir, the five began their ascent. Along the way, they encountered venomous insects and even snakes, which, sensing the aura of the elixir, chose to veer off their path. This frightened the young lady of the Zhang family considerably, rendering her already pallid face even more ashen. "With us here, you shall come to no harm," Shi Xiaole reassured her with a smile. Strangely enough, after this encounter, the young lady indeed appeared much more composed. Half an hour later, the five successfully reached the summit. "Ah, I have sat alone atop this mountain for many years. You are the first group to arrive," an elderly man with snow-white hair and a short stature remarked as he rose from his reclined position. After a sniff, he nodded. "Ah, so it is the Tang sect's detoxification elixir. That explains it. Esteemed elder, my daughter has recently suffered from a stubborn ailment. I humbly beseech your assistance." Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. The elder's gaze fell upon the young lady of the Zhang family, and he disdainfully scoffed, "Such a trivial ailment. And you dare call it stubborn? It is laughable." Zhang Yuanshan momentarily faltered, yet he quickly regained his excitement and began to tremble with anticipation. He was unfazed by the elder's arrogance. In fact, the more audacious the elder appeared, the more confidence it signified. After an astonishingly intricate treatment from the elder, merely a day later, the pallor of the young lady's face vanished entirely, and she radiated vitality, her eyes sparkling with renewed brightness. The father and daughter were overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. Zhang Yuanshan attempted to offer the elder a reward, but was met with a single, dismissive glance that dissuaded him. Reluctantly, he expressed his profound gratitude before bidding farewell to Shi Xiaole and the others as they descended the mountain. Days later, the five returned to the Zhang family in Fian City, their mission successfully accomplished. "Young Sir Shi, here is the receipt for 200,000 taels of silver. Additionally, I shall gift you this vial of detoxification elixir, which is of no use to me," Zhang Yuanshan declared. In the grand hall, under the envious gazes of Wang Yangming and the monk, Zhang Yuanshan presented a white porcelain vial to Shi Xiaole. For many in the martial world, a single vial of detoxification elixir held value surpassing that of 200,000 taels of silver. After all, who could predict when one might fall victim to poison? At a critical moment, this elixir might very well prove to be a lifesaver. Shi Xiaole initially declined, but upon noticing Zhang Yuanshan feigning displeasure, he reluctantly accepted the gift. Once the three had received their rewards and exchanged pleasantries, they departed the Zhang residence with Zhang Yuanshan seeing them off. In the back courtyard of the Zhang estate, within a loft, the young lady of the Zhang family gazed at the retreating figure of the youth in the azure robe, a shadow of melancholy crossing her features. She understood that the experiences of the past few days would forever linger in her memory, particularly the visage and laughter of that young man. Regrettably, she was merely a fleeting presence in his life. After bidding farewell to Wang Yangming and the monk, Shi Xiaole entered an inn, rented a room, and immediately immersed himself in the system. The system had previously notified him that he had completed the 2-star task. Thus, The next order of business was to draw a lottery. Reminder to the host, the 2-star task corresponds to second-tier martial arts, with a drawing probability of 20%. Would the host like to use the drawing opportunity immediately? The system inquired mechanically. Draw immediately, Shi Xiaole replied. The probability of 1 in 5 would not change with the passage of time. The sooner he drew, the sooner he would know. He wished to maintain the rhythm of his future endeavors without disruption. A circular halo illuminated the second floor of the martial god hall, flickering incessantly. For reasons unknown. This time the flickering lasted unusually long, leaving Shi Xiaole in suspense. Just as he began to suspect the system was toying with him, the halo finally settled upon a stone wall. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn a second-tier inferior martial arts technique. The Fuqian's Qi nurturing skill. Phew. His luck seemed decent enough. After pondering for a moment, Shi Xiaole finally recalled the individual named Fuqian. How to describe him? As the prince of the Tuhan and a future heir to the throne. His appearances in the Tang martial world were sparse, and the few occasions he did appear seemed orchestrated solely for publicity. His first appearance was enigmatic. He invited Ko Zhong, Su Zilin, and Ba Fenghan for drinks, only to be turned down and depart by boat. The second time, he extended another invitation, which was again declined. On the third occasion, Prince Fuqian intended to challenge the Master Chu Ao to vindicate himself, but was thwarted midway by a student named Ba, who decisively defeated Chu Ao at the entrance. Tragically, Fuqian had previously been slated to participate in a grand finale, but was dispatched by Li Jing en route. Throughout the annals of the Tang martial world, his sole noteworthy battle was a singular punch that vanquished Pang Yu. Regrettably, Pang Yu is merely a second-rate expert from the Tianzi mansion, which does not adequately attest to Fu Qian's true prowess. However, the very act of Fu Qian daring to challenge the Master Chu Ao suggests that his capabilities are likely not to be underestimated. In fact, it has been demonstrated that Shi Xiaole's assessment was not entirely misguided. The Fu Yang Qi Gong, evaluated as a second-rate inferior skill by the system, is a unique art created by Fu Qian, focused on the principles of nurturing and sustaining life. Once perfected, it enables the internal energy to flow endlessly in a cyclical manner, rendering one impervious to the rigors of prolonged combat. For Shi Xiaole, whose internal strength is relatively weak, this represents the most suitable mental technique. Upon glancing at the task stone wall beside the martial god hall, Shi Xiaole noted that upon completing the Zhang family task, he had been awarded a substantial 500 points. Without hesitation, he exchanged this for 50 hours of cultivation time, subsequently immersing himself entirely in the practice of the Fu Yang Qigong. Within the martial god hall, 50 hours equated to nearly 17 hours in the outside world. During this period, the system would remind Shi Xiaole to step out for nourishment every 5 hours, to prevent any detriment to his health. Remarkably, after just over a day, Shi Xiaole had effectively cultivated for 50 hours. His Fu Yang Qigong had finally reached the minor accomplishment stage. At this moment, with a slight activation of the Fu Yang Qigong, his internal energy began to circulate with a seemingly slow, yet deceptively rapid pace. Shi Xiaole observed that compared to the internal energy of the Bao Yuan Jin, the energy from the Fu Yang Qigong was distinctly softer and more substantial. Although he had only achieved a minor completion, it bestowed upon him the sensation of an inexhaustible reservoir. With a sudden burst, his cultivation level surged from the mid-stage of the 5th layer of concealed energy to the pinnacle of the 5th layer. After all, the Fu Yang Qigong, being a second-rate inferior skill, possesses a profound intricacy that far surpasses that of a third-rate superior skill. To put it bluntly, had the Fu Yang Qigong been divulged at this moment, it would likely incite chaos among all the martial factions, including those from Fian City, Siyu City, and Mayun City. Chapter 30, Golden Phoenix Tower. Once he had thoroughly solidified his internal energy at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of concealed energy, Shi Xiaole finally rose, stretched lazily, and unconsciously revealed a faint smile. In high spirits, he instructed the innkeeper to prepare a bucket of hot water for a thorough wash before donning his newly purchased attire and stepping out of the inn. The bustling street was alive with movement, and as Shi Xiaole turned a corner, he suddenly called out, "Come forth." No one responded. "I have already discerned your presence. Do you wish to remain concealed?" Shortly after his words, a figure emerged from the shadows, smiling as he said, "Young master, you are indeed perceptive." This individual was none other than the masked figure who had previously rescued Shi Xiaole at the foot of Lu Yin Mountain. "Who are you?" Shi Xiaole sighed inwardly, realizing that his discovery was likely due to the other's deliberate reveal of a flaw. Young master, it is I, old Meng. The masked figure removed his veil, revealing a square, bearded face that, combined with his tall stature, exuded the aura of a martial arts hero. Stone Xiaole quickly recognized the identity of the visitor from his memory. This man, known as Meng Qi, nicknamed Violent Bear, was one of his aunt's few trusted confidants and held in high regard. Recalling how Meng Qi had previously aided him in repelling the martial steward, Stone Xiaole immediately understood that he had been sent by his aunt to protect him in secret. A warm current surged into Stone Xiaole's lonely heart, marking the first time since his transmigration that he truly felt someone else's concern. Meng uncle, what brings you here today? Is there something urgent? Suppressing his distractions, Stone Xiaole inquired with an uncharacteristic smile. Meng Qi thought to himself how perceptive the young master was. For many years, he had mostly feigned ignorance, even managing to deceive the Loju. Young master, can you truly not recall? Meng Qi asked with anticipation. The day after tomorrow marks the decade's inheritor competition of the Jinfeng Tower. Will you not return to see it? Previously, Meng Qi would have refrained from mentioning such matters, fearing it might embarrass Stone Xiaole before the Loju. However, in recent times, he had personally witnessed the changes within Stone Xiaole. Particularly after the battle at Xiajian, Meng Qi was acutely aware of the boy's potential. The inheritor competition, Stone Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, recalling that there indeed was such an event in the original owner's memories. As one of the top martial factions in Fian City, Jinfeng Tower traditionally appointed a Loju and 3 Fu Loju. To ensure the continuity of power, the first Loju established the rule that the capable shall take charge. This meant that the Loju was not designated by the predecessor, but was chosen through a grand competition held every decade among the talented youths of Jinfeng Tower, with the victor earning the right to inherit the position. Stone Xiaole had not anticipated that the once-in-a-decade competition would occur the day after tomorrow. It was rather unfortunate that he, the current Lu's nephew, had only just learned of it. He did not blame his aunt, though he possessed some talent. It was far from exceptional, especially in this generation of Jinfeng Tower. Several extraordinarily gifted individuals had emerged, making his own abilities seem insignificant by comparison. Moreover, from the fragments of memory he possessed, it appeared that while the Jinfeng Tower seemed united, there was considerable internal strife. His aunt likely wished to shield him from entanglement in such conflicts. Young master, with your current strength, while you may not be certain of defeating those individuals, you can still bolster the prestige of the Loju's faction. Furthermore, if you were to return, I believe that you would be overjoyed, Meng Qi urged gently. He undoubtedly holds high hopes for Shi Xiaole's potential. Yet potential, after all, requires time to manifest into true strength. Meng Qi, of course, is not naive enough to believe that Shi Xiaole can secure the first place in the grand competition within the building. He merely wishes for Shi Xiaole to return to the contest and, in the process, to thwart the efforts of several other factions, so as to alleviate the pressure on their own clan members. It has also been quite some time since I last saw my aunt. Even without Meng Shu's urging, I had already intended to pay her a visit. Shi Xiaole did not ponder long and immediately agreed, setting aside his relationship with his aunt. He was eager to witness the grand event of the Jinfeng Lu, a rare occasion that occurs only once in a decade. The Jinfeng Lu is certainly not a solitary structure, but rather an opulent and grand estate. At the entrance of the estate, 2 exquisite jade phoenix statues stand sentinel, marking the beginning of a path where, every 5 meters, a sword-bearing guard is stationed, forming a complete perimeter around the Jinfeng Lu. Within the grounds, the guard patrols are even more stringent, with sentries every 10 steps, rotating in shifts 3 times a day, maintaining vigilant oversight throughout the estate. Such an impenetrable defense has rendered the Jinfeng Lu one of the safest places in Fian City, even for ordinary masters of the Qi gathering realm. Breaching its defenses would require a considerable price. On this day, a stunning young lady clad in blue, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, arrived at the entrance to the Jinfeng Lu. The 6 guards, who had maintained stern expressions, immediately lit up with surprise upon seeing her, greeting her in unison. Miss Lan Ning, the granddaughter of the second master of Jinfeng Lu, has exhibited remarkable swordsmanship from a young age, standing out even among the many talents of the light sword sect. It is said that not long ago, she was chosen as a direct disciple by the sect's grand elder. Have Jin Wuwei and Sha Zongheng returned? Lan Ning inquired coldly. Miss Lan Ning, Young Master Jean and young Master Sha have yet to arrive. One of the guards promptly replied, not daring to show any hint of negligence. Lanning noted. Striding imperiously into the Jin Feng, Lu Jin Wu Wei, Sha Zongheng. 2 years ago, I was your equal. This time, in the grand competition, I shall defeat you both before everyone's eyes. As Lan Ning entered the Jin Feng Lu, 2 gallant young men arrived at the city gates of Fian City on horseback. They appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, yet their posture, expressions, and even the manner in which they held the reins exuded a sophistication that belied their youth, making it difficult for outsiders to discern any weaknesses. Brother Jean, upon my return, I have heard that Lan Ning has acquired the 3rd-tier superior sword technique, the light sword art. Surely her strength must have increased significantly. The youth on the right remarked with a grin. Why must you feign modesty, Sha? Have you not also obtained a 3rd-tier superior martial art from our sect? When shall I have the pleasure of witnessing it? The larger youth on the right casually inquired. Sha Zongheng smiled faintly and remarked, my humble martial skills are nothing in comparison to Brother Jean. I sincerely hope that when the great competition arrives in a few days, Brother Jean will show some leniency. Upon hearing this, Jin Wuai merely curled his lip in response. Sha Zongheng had always been cunning, deliberately concealing his true abilities. Anyone who underestimated him based on his words would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss. However, Jin Wuai had long since surpassed his former self. He was confident that even if Sha Zongheng and Lan Ning were formidable, they could not possibly rival him. The position of the master Jin Feng Tower was his to claim. By the way, he pondered, would that fellow, Shi Xiaole, return this time? Sha Zongheng suddenly shifted the topic, his expression revealing a hint of intrigue. As the nephew of the Tower Master, Shi Xiaole was meant to be their greatest rival. Unfortunately, he had been of mediocre talent since childhood, and now he was far outpaced not only by them but also by other young talents in the tower. It was said that he had been sent by the Tower Master to a sect on Lu Yin Mountain. Such a significant event should warrant his return. Yet, whether he returned or not, it bore no consequence. Jin Wuai spoke more directly than Sha Zongheng. In his view, if the roles were reversed, he would never return. It would be an embarrassment, better to stay away entirely. As Jin Wuai and Sha Zongheng made their way back to Jin Feng Tower, causing quite a stir within. At the unobserved entrance of the manor, a young man in a blue robe approached accompanied by Meng Qi. Master Shi, Meng Qi greeted. The 6 guards were somewhat taken aback, but quickly returned to normalcy. Meng Qi nodded and led Shi Xiaole inside. Once the two had moved on, one of the guards whispered, it seems that Master Shi will also participate in the great competition within the tower. Alas, he is destined to play a mere supporting role. Another guard immediately reprimanded him. Speak no nonsense. Be wary of the consequences of your words. The guard fell silent at once. No matter how much Shi Xiaole might embarrass the Tower Master, his status was beyond that of these minor guards. As they traversed the manor, the sight before them was filled with pavilions and towers, artificial mountains and flowing water, and long corridors arching through the gardens. Occasionally, a guard team would pass by, greeting the two before swiftly moving on. Jin Feng Tower, as the foremost martial power in Fian City, operated various enterprises including taverns, pawn shops, martial arts schools, and tea businesses, with annual net revenues amounting to tens of millions, thus earning its esteemed reputation in the surrounding regions. It was only natural. Without such vast financial resources, how could they support the thousands of people within the tower? Moreover, as the master Jin Feng Tower, Su Yanru's fame spread far and wide. All within the nearby martial world, whether in the light or the dark, showed her a measure of respect. Shi Xiaole couldn't help but wonder. Had his aunt not concealed her identity, would the elder of the Huajian sect have dared to entrap him so? Lost in thought, the two had already arrived outside the Rue Garden. Young master, I have matters to attend to, so I shall leave you here. Do remember to sing my praises in front of the Tower Master. Manchi left with a leisurely air after patting Shi Xiaole on the shoulder, the smile gracing his face. Shi Xiaole pondered to himself. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance. Manchi, though seemingly coarse, possessed an intricate mind, clearly wishing to avoid intruding upon my time with my aunt. Shaking his head, Shi Xiaole effortlessly stepped into the most significant area of the Jin Feng building. As he traversed the courtyard and pushed open the door, a faint, ethereal fragrance wafted through the air. For reasons unknown, Shi Xiaole felt his heart race, a wave of restlessness washing over him. Lele, is that you? Came a slightly languid feminine voice from behind a screen embroidered with mandarin ducks. Moments latte. A stunning enchantress emerged, clad in a flowing crimson silk gown and sporting a cascading hairdo. Her luscious lips curled into a smile that rendered all flowers envious. This captivating figure was none other than Su Yanru, the proprietor of the Jinfeng building, known as the Bewitching Phoenix. "Aunt," Shi Xiaole exclaimed, his emotions surging. In all his past lives, he could not recall encountering a woman of such mesmerizing beauty. In terms of features, Su Yanru was undoubtedly a paragon, yet she did not possess the beauty that could topple kingdoms. Nevertheless, the innate allure emanating from her very being left every man who beheld her utterly spellbound. Unable to look away, Shi Xiaole was no fool. He could not entertain any thoughts about a woman he had just met, especially one who was his aunt. Yet, an uncontrollable emotion surged within him, rendering him tense. He quickly realized that this was the residual emotion of the original owner, surfacing upon encountering the person he cherished most. "Lele, why is your face flushed? Are you unwell?" Su Yanru approached gracefully, her delicate fingers brushing against Shi Xiaole's forehead, murmuring, "It's quite normal." She continued to explore Shi Xiaole's form with unabashed curiosity, her body, one that had caused countless men in Fian City to drool, leaning against him without reservation. Taking a deep breath, Shi Xiaole resignedly said, "Aunt, do you truly enjoy teasing me so?" Had the original owner been present, he would have likely explained himself immediately. However, Shi Xiaole's keen perception revealed that while Su Yanru feigned concern, her enchanting eyes sparkled with playful mischief. She was merely toying with him for her amusement. Su Yanru regarded Shi Xiaole with a hint of curiosity. Her face remained the same, yet something about her seemed subtly different. "Lele, my shoulder ailment has flared up again. Could you scratch it for me?" she requested, her hand caressing Shi Xiaole's cheek, pinching it playfully. With a smile, Shi Xiaole replied, "Aunt, are you mistaken? Your ailment is clearly in your left shoulder." As he spoke, he inwardly sighed in relief. This woman was excessively beautiful, and her cunning was alarmingly profound. Had he not inherited most of the original owner's memories, he might have inadvertently revealed himself. Su Yanru chuckled softly, her eyes narrowing playfully as she remarked, "Your aunt is merely testing you, curious to see if you possess a conscience, my dear." She breathed a quiet sigh of relief. In truth, she had scrutinized Shi Xiaole's face moments earlier and found no trace of a human mask. Her subsequent comment was merely a whimsical inquiry born of feminine intuition. Now, it was evident that Shi Xiaole remained the same as ever. "Lele, now that you are back, do spend time with your aunt. The grand competition within the building is just around the corner. You and I shall sit together and relish the splendor of the talented individuals from Jinfeng Tower." Su Yanru took Shi Xiaole's hand, and they settled together on a chair. "Aunt, do you not wish for me to participate in the competition?" Shi Xiaole glanced at her. Su Yanru affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "Lele, they are merely competing fiercely. Why should you trouble yourself with their antics? Rest assured, as long as your aunt is here, no one shall dare to bully you, even if the tower master changes. When the time comes, I shall assist you in finding a few lovely brides. How does that sound?" A wave of emotion surged through Shi Xiaole, his heart swelling with warmth. Memories long buried resurfaced like a tide. This aunt of his was truly a spirited woman. At the tender age of 7, the original owner had his arm broken by a scion of a prominent family on the street. That very day, this aunt had stormed in, risking severe injury to confront the assailant and sever his hand. At 9, when foes of Jinfeng Tower kidnapped him, seeking to exchange his life for the territory painstakingly acquired by the tower, it was this same aunt who, disregarding all warnings, unhesitatingly agreed to their demands. Consequently, many of Su Yanru's supporters gradually shifted their allegiance to the 3 deputy masters, believing that she did not prioritize the interests of Jinfeng Tower and was thus unworthy of loyalty. This incident drew much criticism towards Su Yanru. Otherwise, with her capabilities, it would not have been possible for those 3 deputy masters to thrive. "Aunt, I know you care for me, but this time, I wish to participate in the competition." Although Shi Xiaole had initially hesitated, he now resolutely expressed his decision. He understood Su Yanru's good intentions, and it was precisely because of this that he could not disappoint her expectations or become a liability for her. Su Yanru was taken aback by Shi Xiaole's words and inquired, "Lele, what is the reason behind this?" Although reluctant to admit it, she was well aware that Shi Xiaole had always been somewhat timid, especially in grand situations where he tended to tremble with anxiety. This was a significant reason she did not want him to compete. Furthermore, this time, all the young elites from within the tower would be present. And Shi Xiaole's participation would likely result in humiliation and ridicule. Shi Xiaole replied, "Aunt, a fledgling eagle does not wish to remain under the protection of its mother forever. It yearns for the day it can use its own wings to shield her." Su Yanru's expression shifted, a smile breaking through as she said, "Lei, are you comparing yourself to a fledgling eagle?" In the past, Shi Xiaole would have blushed furiously, rendered speechless by his own insecurities. However, this time, Su Yanru was astonished to discover that Shi Xiaole not only refrained from becoming indignant, but instead responded with a calm smile. "Even if I am not a fledgling eagle, I'm still a bird capable of protecting my aunt." This seemingly understated yet profoundly confident demeanor was one Su Yanru had witnessed too often among the formidable figures of the underworld. At this moment, she reaffirmed that Shi Xiaole had indeed undergone significant transformation. "Aunt, this past year at the Painting Sword Sect has been a journey filled with experiences. I understand that some matters are inevitable. As your nephew, if I do not participate in the tournament within the building, certain individuals will surely take the opportunity to attack you. At the very least, I should make my presence known, shouldn't I?" Shi Xiaole lifted his teacup and leisurely sipped his tea. His demeanor elicited both amusement and exasperation from Su Yanru, prompting her to playfully slap his forehead. "What pretense are you putting on in front of your aunt? Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not impede you. However, you must promise me that you will fight only when you are capable. If you lack confidence, you must forfeit." Su Yanru spoke with utmost seriousness. "Understood, aunt. I will heed your advice," Shi Xiaole replied earnestly. Nevertheless, Su Yanru harbored a lingering suspicion that the lad had not fully absorbed her words. Well, if he dared to disregard her counsel, she would intervene forcefully when the time came. After a brief exchange, Shi Xiaole excused himself, citing fatigue. As soon as he departed, Su Yanru's expression darkened, and she promptly summoned Meng Qi. "Relay to me, in detail, all that Lei has experienced this past year," Su Yanru commanded coldly, reverting to her persona as the decisive leader of the Golden Phoenix Tower in the presence of outsiders. Meng Qi, his eyes glinting with understanding, recounted Shi Xiaole's tribulations, leaving no detail unexamined, including the insults hurled at him and the number of blows he had endured. However, he withheld the information regarding Shi Xiaole's remarkable progress in martial prowess. Bang! Upon concluding Meng Qi's account, Su Yanru slammed her hand on the table, her captivating eyes ablaze with fury. "How dare they bully the one I hold so dear? Lei has endured such treatment this past year." She fixed her gaze upon Meng Qi. Frightened, Meng Qi immediately raised his hands and exclaimed, "Mistress, this was your directive. To ensure that the young master comprehends the cruelty of the world, he is not to act unless faced with life-and-death circumstances." Su Yanru scoffed. "So, according to you, Lei truly lacks martial talent and remains, even now, of mediocre strength?" Meng Qi thought to himself that revealing the pleasant surprise too soon would lessen its impact. And he nodded vigorously. Yes, I believe the mistress should find an opportunity to summon the young master back to keep a watchful eye on him." With a sigh, Su Yanru dismissed Meng Qi, her interest waning. Initially, she had thought that Shi Xiaole's profound transformation was the result of some fortuitous encounter in his training. But it seemed she had ultimately been mistaken. "My dear brother and sister-in-law, even if Yanru cannot cultivate Lei into a master, she will certainly ensure his happiness in life. Rest assured." After bidding farewell to Su Yanru, Shi Xiaole wandered alone within the Golden Phoenix Tower. Occasionally, servants would pass by and respectfully greet him as young Master Shi. It was evident that these servants had been well trained. Regardless of their inner thoughts, they maintained a facade of utmost respect, leaving no room for criticism. "Oh, is that not Xiaole? You have returned." At that moment, a meaningful laughter echoed through the air. Shi Xiaole turned to see a youth adorned with a golden crown striding towards him, a smile gracing his lips, yet an air of arrogance lingered in his brow. It was Lan Yu. This individual, known as Lan Yu, was one of the three prodigies of the Golden Phoenix Tower and the twin brother of Lan Ning, who had always been at odds with Shi Xiaole. "Xiaole, are you perhaps going to participate in the grand competition within the tower?" "Hee. I hope you won't be so frightened that your legs turn to jelly," Lan Yu remarked with a furrowed brow, feigning concern, which elicited a chorus of laughter from the young men behind him. They were all offspring of the tower's upper echelons and stood firmly in the camp of the second floor, thus feeling no hesitation in mocking Shi Xiaole. According to the rules, after the grand competition, the tower's master would convene a review meeting to address the merits and demerits of the past years. Rumor had it that the three vice masters intended to collaborate with other high-ranking members to pressure the master into stepping down. Should this come to fruition, Shi Xiaole would lose his only pillar of support, leaving him with even less to fear from them. If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave to rest, Shi Xiaole declared, choosing not to engage in any harsh retorts as he bypassed the group and departed alone. For him, Lan Yu and his companions were unworthy of his words. How brazen! The master is to be replaced, and I am eager to see how he will flaunt his power then. Lan Yu hup fet indi gang di. Brother Lan, I hear your sister has returned, having made significant progress in her cultivation. If she secures the position of heir, the second vice master may very well become the interim master, and you could find yourself as the young master. At that time, remember to promote your little brothers, one individual jested, half seriously. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu burst into hearty laughter, his previous gloom dissipating as he replied, Well said, well said. Shi Xiaole's independent courtyard lay to the east of the Golden Phoenix Tower. Its scale and arrangement far surpassed that of the Painting Sword Sect's courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by two maidservants who had prepared warm bathwater, ready to attend to his needs. After engaging in light conversation with them, he instructed them to rest before retreating to his room, where he promptly entered a state of cultivation. With only one day remaining until the grand competition, he aimed to see if he could utilize his hidden energy cultivation method to break through his internal power realm. Chapter 32. The grand competition within the tower begins. The Golden Phoenix Tower, aside from its master and 3 deputy masters, is also governed by 10 elders. These 14 individuals hold the highest authority, possessing the power to dismiss the master during the quinquennial self-examination meeting should the votes surpass a majority. On the eve of the grand competition within the tower, 3 elders made their appearance in the study of the second deputy master. Second deputy master, we have observed your diligent efforts for the Golden Phoenix Tower over the years. Rest assured, after the competition, the 3 of us shall support you, declared the elders as they settled into their seats. The second deputy master, an elderly gentleman with a vigorous demeanor, responded with a smile. Indeed, Master Su possesses commendable abilities. However, her selfishness has hindered her. Had it not been for her personal interests leading to the relinquishment of vast territories, our Golden Phoenix Tower would have long been the sole ruler of Fian City. His words appeared to elucidate a point, yet they subtly cast aspersions on Su Yanru. As he revisited the past, the elder's initial hesitations diminished significantly. One of the elders remarked, Second Deputy Master, both of the other Deputy Masters have ambitions regarding the Master-S position. Therefore, tomorrow's competition is of utmost importance. At this critical juncture of competition among the 3 Deputy Masters, the designation of the Master-S successor would undeniably influence the choices of the 10 elders. After all, given comparable capabilities, it is only natural for individuals to favor the direct relatives of the successor, ensuring a seamless transition of authority and the stability of the Golden Phoenix Tower. Lan Ning had recently ascended to the 9th level of the concealed Qi realm. The revelation of this news astonished the 3 elders to the point where they nearly leapt from their seats. As one of the 3 prodigies of the Golden Phoenix Tower, Lan Ning had previously slain a martial arts master at the 8th level of the concealed Qi realm, even while at the 6th level. Now that she had advanced to the 9th level, how formidable must her strength be? So that is the case. We extend our early congratulations to you. Second Deputy Master, the elders expressed, now devoid of any reservations, their minds resolutely set on supporting the second Deputy Master. After all, should he ascend to the position of Master, they would be among the earliest loyal subjects, ensuring their future treatment would surpass their current circumstances. While the second Deputy Master plotted in the shadows, the 3rd and 4th Deputy Masters were also not idle. To outsiders, it appeared that the seemingly precarious Master, Su Yanru, was unfazed by the unfolding events, continuing with her usual tasks. Are you saying that Lele is shut away, engrossed in her cultivation? Su Yanru Wayeth, her face revealing a look of surprise as she gazed upon the exquisite dishes laid out before her. Indeed, the maidservant has yet to even catch a glimpse of the young master, the maid at her side reported. Very well, you may leave for now. Once the maid departed, Su Yanru mused to herself, what on earth is this little rascal up to? Despite her words, a flicker of delight danced in her heart. After all, she could not protect Shi Xiaole for eternity. If the latter were to cultivate self-reliance, she could rest assured even in her absence. As the grand competition approaches, The entire Jinfeng Tower is enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. Little do they know, in a secluded courtyard to the east, Shi Xiaole has been sitting cross-legged for an entire 10 hours, beseeching for a breakthrough. Under the cultivation of the Fuyang Qigong, Shi Xiaole's inner strength repeatedly crashes against an invisible barrier. He has attempted this no fewer than 1,000 times. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have long since succumbed to despair. Firstly, the pain inflicted by each impact against the barrier is beyond what an average individual could endure. This is a significant reason why most choose to break through only when they possess complete certainty. Secondly, after each collision with the barrier, the inner energy inevitably dissipates, requiring an immense amount of mental focus to reassemble. Should one falter in concentration, the risk of deviating into madness becomes substantial. Thirdly, how many ordinary practitioners of the hidden Qi realm possess the enduring inner strength of Shi Xiaole? Attempting hundreds of strikes in one go would be the limit for them. It can be said that it is the synergy of willpower, spirit, and the cultivation of Fuyang Qigong that has enabled Shi Xiaole to persevere until now. He senses that the cracks on the surface of the barrier are multiplying, on the verge of shattering. The image of his aunt flashes through his mind, and Shi Xiaole forces his focus to coalesce once more, channeling his inner strength to charge fiercely at the barrier. Boom! A jolt of piercing pain causes his muscles to spasm, only to be followed by a sudden wave of warmth. Shi Xiaole's inner strength rises at a visible pace. If we were to liken his initial inner strength to a trickling brook, at this moment, it has transformed into a gushing spring, utterly incomparable. Besides the sheer quantity, the purity of his inner strength is also enhancing, significantly boosting his operational efficiency. He has now reached the initial stage of the 6th level of hidden Qi. Exhaling a long breath of non-existent turbid air, Shi Xiaole opens his eyes, unable to suppress a look of joy. Initially, he approached this endeavor with a mindset of mere experimentation, but as he progressed, he became somewhat obstinate, embodying a spirit of determination to not relent until he achieved his goal. However, Shi Xiaole understands that this success is largely attributable to the Fuyang Qigong. Had he practiced the Baoyuan technique, success would have been a certainty. One can only say that the influence of inner power techniques on practitioners is profound. It is akin to the relationship between a motor and an automobile. Under the same conditions, a more advanced motor naturally propels the vehicle faster and more steadily. Of course, each individual's circumstances vary, and the pace of progress with the same martial arts technique can differ greatly. Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, an exceptional inner power technique can not only enhance a practitioner's strength in the short term, but can also long-term unleash their potential and transcend their limits. For instance, a practitioner of ordinary talent who cultivates a third-rate upper-tier inner power technique might one day have a slight chance of surpassing the hidden Qi realm. Conversely, if they were to practice a second-rate lower-tier inner power technique, that probability would increase exponentially. Regrettably, in this world of martial arts, any technique of even modest caliber is firmly grasped by the foremost powers of the martial realm, with few drifting into the rivers and lakes. For instance, within the nearby martial circles, a third-rate internal cultivation manual has essentially become a treasured secret of its sect. The Golden Phoenix Heart method of the Golden Phoenix Tower falls within this category. Should a second-rate inferior martial arts surface, it is certain to stir a tempest of bloodshed. Shi Xiaole, eager to test his current prowess, ventured into the courtyard and unleashed a technique known as the 100-flower chaotic fist. With a resounding crash, leaves fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, accompanied by the gentle quivering of slender branches from 3 feet away. His internal strength had increased by approximately 30 to 40%. Shi Xiaole felt a profound satisfaction. He sensed that if he were to confront individuals like Dong Chengwu at this moment, he would not find himself at a disadvantage, even without employing the Stone Chi Cyclone. If he did utilize it, he could likely dispatch his opponent in just 3 or 4 moves. It is important to note that his enhancement was not merely due to the rise in internal power. The added benefit of the Fuyang Qigong had significantly bolstered his overall capabilities. The grand competition was set for tomorrow, and he was eager to witness the true prowess of the so-called geniuses from the Golden Phoenix Tower. With a smile, Shi Xiaole turned and re-entered his chamber. As dawn broke, the sky was a pristine blue, heralding a day of clear brilliance. Just as the hour of Chun arrived, numerous horse-drawn carriages halted 100 meters from the entrance of the Golden Phoenix Tower. prestigious martial experts from Fian City disembarked, bearing gifts as they made their way towards the tower. Head of the Qin escort, you have also come, remarked one. Indeed, Chief Wang, and you as well? How could I miss the decennial grand competition at the Golden Phoenix Tower? Haha, the same applies to me. A multitude of martial experts converged on the Golden Phoenix Tower, exchanging pleasantries with acquaintances while offering respectful nods to strangers. Under the composed guidance of the steward, they arrived at the guest seating outside the grand plaza of the tower. In preparation for the competition, the Golden Phoenix Tower had gone to great lengths, arranging dozens of seats, each adorned with tables and attended by dedicated servants, who had laid out an assortment of fruits and beverages. Naturally, Fian City's martial experts numbered far more than just a few dozen. However, only those with substantial influence in the locality were deemed worthy of spectating within the Golden Phoenix Tower. On this day, Su Yenru, as was her custom, donned a flowing red veil that accentuated her curvaceous form and exquisitely beautiful visage, captivating the attention of many skilled martial artists present. Occasionally, some noble women accompanying their husbands would nudge them in annoyance, expressing their discontent at the attention their partners were bestowing upon Su Yenru. As the hour approached, a commanding shout from the steward announced the arrival of the city lord, prompting everyone, including Su Yenru, to rise in respect. The presence of the city lord indeed illuminated the Golden Phoenix Tower with grandeur. Su Yenru smiled charmingly, her demeanor enchanting all in attendance. A flicker of fervor passed through the lord's eyes as he declared, as one of the three great powers of Fian City, how could I, the lord of the city, possibly miss such a grand event? With the lord's presence, the atmosphere at the venue intensified, and the anticipation for the Golden Phoenix Tower's competition surged among the attendees. Once the lord was settled and the participants were in place, the formidable bear monkey stood up and proclaimed loudly, "Thank you, esteemed heroes, for gracing the Golden Phoenix Tower. Without further ado, let the grand competition commence. All competitors are strictly prohibited from intentionally harming others or employing hidden weapons and poisons. Violators will be dealt with according to the tower's regulations. Furthermore, the first-place winner of this competition will not only inherit the position of the Tower Master, but will also receive a Qi Gathering Pill as an additional reward." Many faces paled at the generosity of the Golden Phoenix Tower. The Qi Gathering Pill is effective only for warriors in the hidden Qi realm, significantly increasing their chances of breaking through to higher realms. On the market, such a pill is valued at no less than 200,000 taels. The second, third, and fourth Tower Masters exchanged glances. The idea of the Qi Gathering Pill had, of course, originated from them. They believed that the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be one of their descendants, so there was no reason to be stingy. After Monkey concluded his announcement, dozens of young individuals emerged from the side hall, sequentially collecting their numbers from the wooden boxes at the front. "Yenju, I have heard that your nephew is participating in this competition as well," inquired the lord of Fian City, addressing Su Yenju from a short distance away. Upon hearing the title, Su Yenju involuntarily furrowed her brow, but smiled. "Indeed." The second Tower Master interjected. "Little Lu has been training at the painting sword sect for a year. He must have made great strides and is surely prepared to astonish us all. I am quite eager to see for myself." Though he feigned praise, his tone was laced with derision, utterly dismissing the possibility of Shi Xiaole creating any significant waves. The mocking words of the second Tower Master elicited laughter from the upper echelons of the Golden Phoenix Tower. Su Yenju laughed as well, but her gaze held an icy edge. Chapter 33. The Three Talents of the Golden Phoenix Tower. You should not be participating. After the draw, the younger generation was arranged in the southeast corner of the square, where a cold, indifferent youth clad in black approached Shi Xiaole. This individual was named Lung Feng, one of the few young elites from Su Yenju's faction. "Why should I not?" Shi Xiaole inquired. "If you do not return, at least you have a reason for not doing so. Now, with the Tower Master's position in jeopardy, your performance in this competition will undoubtedly be used as a laughingstock to attack the Tower Master," Lung Feng stated. His eyes filled with anger and disappointment as he regarded Shi Xiaole. "I will take responsibility for my actions and will not allow anyone to ridicule my aunt," Shi Xiaole replied calmly. Lung Feng snorted and walked away, evidently unconvinced by his words. With the draw concluded, the decade-long competition of the Golden Phoenix Tower officially commenced. Zhang Defeng, the first contender, faced off against Wu Yin, the 46th. As the referee's voice resonated through the arena, the two young men showcased their agility, leaping onto the Tianzhong wide stage. With the eyes of numerous esteemed figures from Fian City upon them, The pair, filled with fervor, exerted their utmost efforts from the onset, eager to display their prowess before the audience. Prior to the match, the top three contenders had seemingly been determined. Lan Ning, Jin Wuwei, and Xia Zongheng had secured their positions, resulting in a steadier mindset among the remaining competitors, who were less concerned with victory or defeat. Nevertheless, they would still strive hard against others. Wu Yin, you are no match for me. Concede, for I shall unleash the shaking void palm. Zhang Defeng proclaimed thunderously, his right palm coiling with latent energy as he struck decisively towards Wu Yin. Such arrogance. Cyclone leg. Wu Yin retorted defiantly, leaping into the air with crossed legs, attacking Zhang Defeng like a pair of scissors. Both were at the 5th level of the hidden Qi realm. Yet Shi Xiaole noticed that Zhang Defeng had a superior mastery of palm techniques. Indeed, after numerous exchanges, Zhang Defeng seized upon a flaw, narrowly defeating Wu Yin with a half move. Zhang Defeng emerged victorious. Following the announcement, sparse applause erupted in the arena. However, Zhang Defeng remained unfazed and wore a look of exhilaration. The matches continued in succession. For the martial arts experts present, the preceding contests appeared somewhat juvenile, akin to middle school students observing elementary pupils solving arithmetic problems. However, by the 6th match, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The 6th contender, Lung Feng, faced the 41st, Su Ping. Upon hearing his name, Lung Feng's gaze sharpened, and with a light push of his feet, he gracefully landed at the edge of the stage, earning immediate accolades for his lightness of step. Yinju, is this truly your disciple? He seems quite remarkable, observed the Lord of Fian City, having evidently investigated Su Yinju's background, as he turned to scrutinize her profile. Before Su Yinju could respond, the second-floor master interjected. What the Lord may not know is that Lung Feng is not merely a disciple of the master, but her most esteemed pupil, barely ranking among the top 4 of the Jinfeng Tower. Upon hearing this, a nearby group exchanged peculiar glances. The saying goes, one should strike the foe without striking the face. It appeared that the second-floor master held Su Yinju in little regard. Meng Qi felt a surge of anger. His face flushed with a mix of black and red, and it was only after receiving a discreet signal from Su Yinju that he managed to temper his ire. At this moment, on the stage, Lung Feng had already engaged Su Ping in combat. As Su Yinju's most cherished disciple, Lung Feng's prowess was indisputable. At the 8th level of the hidden Qi realm, wielding twin blades, he relentlessly forced Su Ping back toward the edge of the arena. One surge leads to another. Yet the third falters, he mused. Brother Lung, you are exerting too much force. Just as Su Ping appeared on the brink of defeat, he flashed a peculiar smile, and, with a swift motion of his longsword, conjured a defense as solid as a fortress before him. The situation began to subtly shift. Whenever Lung Feng aimed to defeat Su Ping would deploy that peculiar move of his. After several exchanges, it became evident that the potency of Lung Feng's techniques had significantly diminished. Where did Brother Su learn this move? Someone whispered, casting a glance at Xia Zongheng, who was holding a folding fan. Xia Zongheng did not deny it. Rather, he chuckled. It is a move I devised during my idle hours, and to my surprise, it proves quite effective. A gasp swept through the crowd. What? The strange technique Su Ping used to counter Lung Feng was actually created by Xia Zongheng himself? Wasn't Brother Xia merely 17? Could he truly have invented a martial art? His talent was well known. There was no room for doubt. The young disciples from Su Yinru's faction wore expressions of dismay, while those from other factions, particularly the 4th Hall Master S group, erupted into cheers. Shi Xiaole did not pay attention to the others. He shook his head as he observed the arena. Just as Su Ping had stated, while Lung Feng was undeniably powerful, his offensiveness was excessive, and his endurance appeared somewhat lacking, especially after being provoked by Su Ping, leading him to lose his composure. Naturally, Shi Xiaole, relying on instinct, sensed that Lung Feng still concealed strength. But even if he were to defeat Su Ping, Shi Xiaole remained skeptical about his prospects in the subsequent matches. You force my hand. Twin blades unleashed. With a cold gaze, Lung Feng's blade trajectory suddenly transformed, striking forth with the speed of 2 grinding wheels from either side. Clang! Now flustered, Su Ping had no time to employ that bizarre sword technique. His longsword was knocked away, and then Lung Feng sent it flying with a kick. Lung Feng emerged victorious. Ultimately, it was Lung Feng who claimed the win, yet discerning eyes could see that Su Ping had compelled him to reveal his trump card, suggesting that the upcoming matches would be far from smooth for him. Below the stage, Su Yinru let out a barely perceptible sigh. Lung Feng's temperament had always been his Achilles heel. Had he maintained his composure, he could have easily identified his opponent's weaknesses and exploited them. Alas, if the battle between Lung Feng and Su Ping had finally piqued the interest of the martial arts elite present, the eighth match truly captivated their attention. Number 8. Jin Wuwei against number 39, Wang Tiancheng. Upon hearing the referee's resonant call, pairs of inquisitive eyes turned towards the arena. It's finally Wuwei's turn, remarked the second hall master, glancing at the third hall master, who wore a calm expression, stroking his beard with a smile. Although he had immense confidence in his granddaughter Lan Ning, he was also eager to ascertain the true capabilities of Jin Wuwei. I cannot say for certain. But Wuwei mentioned that if he does not secure first place this time, it would be his greatest failure. The words of the third floor master left everyone, including the second and fourth floor masters, in a state of bewilderment. Even Su Yinru's expression shifted. Such an audacious tone. On the arena, Wang Tiancheng gazed at Jin Wuwei, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and said, "Senior brother Jin, please enlighten me." Jin Wuwei nodded slightly. Channeling his entire energy, Wang Tiancheng propelled himself off the ground with his left foot, darting toward Jin Wuwei like a swift arrow, unleashing a powerful punch midair. This was the Sand Submergence Fist, a third-tier martial art. Wang Tiancheng, a notable talent from the Jin Feng Tower, at the age of 17, had already attained the 7th level of Qi concealment and had brought the Sand Submergence Fist to a minor perfection. He was confident he could endure 10 exchanges against Jin Wuwei. 10 exchanges were his baseline. 15 would signify victory. With gritted teeth, Wang Tiancheng's fist neared Jin Wuwei's face. Suddenly, Jin Wuwei extended a hand, fingers splayed, and then gently clenched. Wang Tiancheng's full force strike immediately met an insurmountable barrier, halting in its tracks. "Your strength is too feeble." Shaking his head, Jin Wuwei exerted a slight force, causing Wang Tiancheng to retreat 3 steps, his expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. One strike, and he had been defeated? Moreover, Jin Wuwei hadn't even exerted his full strength. A feeling of helplessness surged within Wang Tiancheng. It was not only he. Even the numerous martial arts elites present could not help but squint their eyes in astonishment. For a considerable portion of them, the thought of matching Jin Wuwei seemed unattainable. Did this 18-year-old truly surpass them? Wuwei, indeed, is a formidable youth. The second-floor master clenched his fists, his expression fluctuating until he noticed the calm demeanor of Lan Ning in the distance, which gradually alleviated his unease. Though Jin Wuwei is strong, Ninger is by no means inferior. Yinru, this young man is quite extraordinary. Even the Lord of Fian City could not help but utter a word of praise. Su Yinru responded lightly, then glanced at Shi Xiaole, noticing his inscrutable expression, and furrowed her brow in confusion. Is this little brat truly stunned? Lan Ning, I could not defeat you in the past, but this time, I shall make you taste the bitterness of defeat. Descending from the arena, Jin Wuwei addressed the approaching Lan Ning with an exceptionally calm expression. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Lan Ning, wielding her long sword, gracefully ascended the arena. Now it was her turn to take the stage. Her opponent happened to be a young man from the third-floor Master-S faction. Sister Lan, I apologize for the offense. The young man brandished a staff that reached his eyebrows, circling around Lan Ning in search of an opportunity to strike. Before the commencement of the competition, he received instructions from the third-floor master to extract Blue Ning's martial arts secrets at any cost, so that Jin Wuwei could be better prepared mentally. Thus, he refrained from acting rashly. After several moments, the young man observed that Blue Ning remained as unyielding as an immovable iceberg, showing no signs of vulnerability. Meanwhile, his own internal energy had diminished considerably due to the frequent use of lightness skills, and he realized he could not continue in this manner. He allowed a loud shout and charged forward with his staff. With a resounding impact, the young man arrived swiftly and departed even faster. Only a few present could discern that Blue Ning, wielding merely a fragment of a sword sheath, had effortlessly sent this young master, who was at the 7th level of concealed energy, flying off the stage. Throughout the encounter, she had not even shifted her stance. Excellent, the second-floor master exclaimed joyfully, striking the table before him. This staff-wielding youth exhibited martial prowess that even surpassed Wang Tiancheng by a margin. Based on Blue Ning's response, it was evident that she was not inferior to Jin Wuwei either. The third-floor master let out a cold snort, while the fourth-floor master's gaze flickered with intrigue. As for the others, emotions varied widely, ranging from astonishment to applause. Shi Xiaole slowly withdrew his gaze, pondering in his heart that both Blue Ning and Jin Wuwei likely possessed strengths that surpassed those of Dong Chengwu and his ilk. Had he not achieved a breakthrough the previous night, he would have felt uncertain facing them. After several rounds, it was finally time for the last of the three prodigies from Jin Fenglu, Shi Xiaole. Unlike Jin Wuwei's imposing demeanor and Blue Ning's frosty demeanor, Shi Xiaole smiled like a refined young noble, exuding no hint of threat. Regrettably, the opponent, a master at the 6th level of concealed energy, attempted to capitalize on the moment, but was effortlessly sent flying by Shi's casual flick of the hand. The two were clearly not of the same caliber. Shi Xiaole, number 18, faced Song Xian, number 29. In the 18th match, Shi Xiaole finally heard his name called. Chapter 34, The Might of Fists. Within Jin Fenglu, Shi Xiaole's reputation, while not on par with the three prodigies, still garnered considerable attention due to his relation as Su Yanru's nephew. As he prepared to take the stage, various curious gazes were directed towards him. Su Yanru felt an inexplicable sense of worry. In the past, Shi Xiaole would become overwhelmed and lose composure in such situations. If he were to falter again, her concerns were not for her own reputation, but rather for the potential blow to Shi Xiaole's confidence. In truth, Su Yanru's apprehensions proved entirely unwarranted. Confronted by the crowd's scrutiny, Shi Xiaole ascended the platform with calm assurance, step by step. Clad in a blue robe, with his back straight and a sword and dagger at his waist, he commanded a presence that was undeniably striking, regardless of his actual abilities. Truly, he was the master's nephew, radiating an extraordinary charisma. The second-floor master smiled slightly and made a deliberate remark. If Xiao Li's abilities were merely a fraction of his appearance, the host would no longer need to worry about him. The third host spoke even more scathingly, directly mocking Shi Xiaole as a mere decorative pillow, appealing to the eye but lacking substance. Su Yanru, seething with anger internally, maintained a facade of calm. At that moment, she only wished for Shi Xiaole to refrain from overexerting himself. "Junior brother Shi, you may strike first," she urged. On the arena, Song Xian hung his arms loosely, undoubtedly feeling quite relaxed. He possessed the cultivation of the 6th level of concealed qi, while a year ago, Shi Xiaole had barely reached the 2nd level. He was confident he could easily overwhelm his opponent, especially since Song Xian belonged to the faction of the third host. He was filled with an impatient eagerness to decisively best Shi Xiaole. "Brother Song, please," Shi Xiaole said, remaining motionless. Song Xian felt a jolt of surprise. What did this young man mean by adopting such a stance? Enraged, he retorted, "If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite." With a swift motion, he charged forward, unleashing a 100 Spirit Palm aimed directly at Shi Xiaole. The 100 Spirit Palm, a mid-tier martial art of the Golden Phoenix Tower, had been mastered by Song Xian months prior, making it more than sufficient to deal with Shi Xiaole. Brother Song truly lacks courtesy. He begins the match with the 100 Spirit Palm. How can junior brother Shi defend against that? Some argued, while others contended that brother Song had indeed offered an opportunity, which junior brother Shi simply refused to seize. Amidst the murmurs of the young members of the Golden Phoenix Tower, Song Xian's punch was nearly upon Shi Xiaole's sturdy nose. At that moment, Shi Xiaole moved, not with a blade or a sword, but with his fist. In stark contrast to Song Xian's agile 100 Spirit Palm, Shi Xiaole's punch was imbued with an inexplicable peculiarity. It was as if one anticipated a strike to the left, only to find it aimed unexpectedly to the right. Elusive and surprising, this was the 100-flower erratic fist. Bang! Their fists collided, causing Song Xian to stagger back 3 steps, while Shi Xiaole remained utterly unmoved. What? Song Xian's face contorted in disbelief. In that single exchange, he realized that Shi Xiaole's internal power was not inferior to his own. He too had reached the 6th level of concealed qi. The audience below erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Ignoring the commotion, Shi Xiaole pressed on without hesitation, delivering a second punch. Though he had devoted his energy to cultivating his breathing techniques in recent days, he had not neglected his other martial arts. Particularly after mastering several techniques to their fullest, he had gained considerable experience, and in just a few days, he had perfected the 100-flower erratic fist. Bang! 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 Shi Xiaole unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, forcing Song Xian into a disheveled retreat, utterly powerless to defend himself. An anticipated domination is unfolding. Yet the roles have entirely reversed. Before this moment, who could have predicted that Shi Xiaole's cultivation level would silently ascend to the 6th layer of concealed energy, and that he would master a third-rate mid-tier boxing technique to such an extraordinary degree? Shi Xiaole, your ability to conceal your strength is commendable, but alas, your revelation comes too late. Below the arena, Jin Wuwei swiftly masked the surprise on his face. How is it possible to advance from the 2nd layer of concealed energy to the 6th in merely a year? In Jin Wuwei's mind, it was evident that Shi Xiaole had previously feigned weakness, deliberately hiding his true capabilities, all to shine brightly in this grand competition. Unfortunately, this strategy of appearing weak only underscores Shi Xiaole's lack of confidence. Thus, aside from an initial astonishment, Jin Wuwei quickly regained his composure. A 15-year-old at the 6th layer of concealed energy? Sha Zongheng, fanning himself, possessed an inscrutable gleam in his eyes. The 3 prodigies of Jin Feng Tower, all 17 this year, had only slightly surpassed Shi Xiaole's current strength at the age of 15. In a subtle shift, Sha Zongheng had already begun to regard Shi Xiaole as a formidable opponent. No wonder he hastened back. Regrettably, my adversaries are solely Jin Wuwei and Sha Zongheng. You are not worthy. Quietly tightening her grip on the sword in her hand, Lan Ning remained expressionless. Shi Xiaole's sudden outburst was indeed a remarkable surprise of the day, nearly igniting the entire venue. Among all, the most exhilarated was undoubtedly Su Yanru, the master of Jin Feng Tower. Lele, Su Yanru's fair, jade-like hand clenched into a fist, then slowly relaxed, repeating this motion several times until she finally calmed down. Watching Shi Xiaole display his prowess on stage, she couldn't help but feel a wave of exhilaration, goosebumps rising all over her body. It is perhaps only Shi Xiaole who could render this composed woman, unflinching even in the face of great peril, so utterly flustered. Do not be overly arrogant. Defeat me. Song Xian, after being relentlessly attacked, could not help but feel a surge of anger and indignation. With a surge of qi, he boldly unleashed the most powerful move from the 100 Spirits palm. 100 Spirits without regret. A torrent of palm wind surged forward, yet Shi Xiaole did not flinch. He stepped forward, executing the ultimate technique of the 100 Flowers Confusion Fist. Bang! His fist, akin to a hammer, penetrated the palm wind with an unstoppable force, halting just inches from Song Xian's forehead, ruffling his dark hair. Brother Song, I concede, Shi Xiaole said coolly as he withdrew his fist. Given his current prowess, the previous skirmish was little more than a warm-up, primarily aimed at familiarizing himself with the nuances of the 100 Flowers Confusion Fist. After all, in the wandering world, there are times when one may not wield a sword. Thus, to some extent, one must also possess formidable martial skills. Otherwise, one may easily be exploited for weaknesses. You. At this moment, Song Xian was still engulfed in disbelief, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. The referee glanced at Shi Xiaole before announcing aloud the victor. Shi Xiaole exhibited remarkable tenacity. Despite his youth, he displayed an astonishing level of restraint. Indeed, it was hard to believe he had reached such proficiency in merely a year's time. Otherwise, his talent would be utterly formidable. It seemed implausible that an ordinary individual could undergo such a dramatic transformation. The crowd held diverse opinions regarding Shi Xiaole's displayed prowess, with the prevailing sentiment suggesting he had been feigning weakness all along. Master of the Tower, you truly are impressive, remarked the second master, casting a cold gaze at Su Yanru. Clearly, in his mind, Shi Xiaole could not possess such depth of cunning without external guidance, and the identity of this mentor was unmistakable. The third and fourth masters, along with several other elders, could not help but direct their attention towards Su Yanru. They were well aware of her cunning nature, and it was entirely plausible she could orchestrate such a scheme. Su Yanru neither confirmed nor denied the insinuation, instead smiling. What are you worried about, second master? Lily's abilities are nowhere near comparable to the 3 great prodigies. The second master huffed in self-satisfaction. Ignoring the others, Su Yanru turned her gaze toward Meng Qi. That simple glance, imbued with a hint of mirth, sent a shiver down Meng Qi's spine as he inwardly lamented his predicament. As time progressed, the first round of competitions swiftly concluded. Due to the elimination format of the initial rounds, the participants dwindled from 46 to 23 by the second round. After a brief intermission, the second round commenced, undoubtedly more exhilarating than its predecessor. After all, those who had triumphed were not without skill. Only a few had advanced through sheer luck. Jin Wuwei, Lan Ning, and Sha Zongheng remained invincible, having not required a second move in both rounds. Their formidable strength only elevated the acclaim for the three prodigies. Almost everyone was convinced that the ultimate victor would emerge from among them, destined to become the future master of the Jinfeng Tower. Besides these three talents, a young man named Yi Kong also shone brightly. He hailed from Su Yanru's faction and had bested a young master reputed to rival Lung Feng in the second round. By this point, the three vice masters could no longer be oblivious. Lung Feng was merely a pawn placed by Su Yanru to draw attention, while the true ace lay in this previously unassuming youth. Humph, a bunch of conceited fools. Do you truly believe the master of the tower is unprepared? Meng Qi stood at the back, a smug smile gracing his face. In the seventh match, number 18, Shi Xiaole was set to face number 21, Lan Yu. As the match reached its seventh bout, both Shi Xiaole and Lan Yu found themselves momentarily stunned upon hearing each other's names. In contrast, Shi Xiaole exhibited a casual demeanor, while Lan Yu displayed an unmistakable excitement. As the twin brother of Lan Ning, Lan Yu's innate talent, though not on par with the three great prodigies, was nonetheless among the foremost in Jinfeng Tower, widely acknowledged to surpass Lung Feng by a margin. At the age of 17, he had already attained the 8th level of qi concealment. More astonishingly, he had cultivated a third-rate martial art to the minor mastery of its transformational aspect. It could be said that during the absence of the three great prodigies, Lan Yu faced virtually no rivals among the younger generation of Jinfeng Tower, not including the unexpectedly emerging Yi Kong. Shi Xiaole, it would be wise for you to concede, lest I expend unnecessary effort. Lan Yu remarked with a teasing smile as he stood 3 zhang away from Shi Xiaole on the arena. With a dual realm advantage and superior mastery of techniques, Lan Yu could hardly conceive of a scenario in which he might be defeated. As for Shi Xiaole's victory over Song Xian, Lan Yu was confident he could dispatch him with a single strike. Without having fought, who can ascertain victory or defeat? Shi Xiaole raised an eyebrow. Lan Yu narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Shi Xiaole, believing himself victorious in one encounter, had become somewhat overconfident. Since you invite a beating, I shall oblige. Before the words had left his lips, Lan Yu drew his sword and lunged towards Shi Xiaole. Chapter 35. Fei Feng Sword Technique versus Liu Yun's 18 fans. The sword technique Lan Yu practiced was a third-rate, intermediate skill known as the Yun Feng Sword Technique. With a flick of his wrist, the resulting glimmer of the sword, born from his swiftness, enveloped Shi Xiaole and rendered him unable to advance or retreat. Shi Xiaole discerned that this was merely a feint. Should he become flustered and falter in his footing, he would unwittingly provide Lan Yu an opportunity. Executing the floating steps, Shi Xiaole countered with the 100 Flowers errant fist. Such an overreaching fool, Lan Yu seethed in anger. Did this boy think himself akin to Song Xian, capable of defeating him unarmed? With a frosty gaze, Lan Yu unleashed a flurry of swift strikes, and indeed, within a mere 10 exchanges, Shi Xiaole found himself at a disadvantage. It was only natural that Shi Xiaole would falter. After all, he was 2 realms beneath Lan Yu, and his mastery of techniques was far inferior. To have lasted this long was already commendable. Among the many young disciples of Jinfeng Tower, it was evident that while Shi Xiaole had concealed his capabilities, ultimately, he fell short when compared to the elite, and his defeat was hardly surprising. Master, Shi Xiaole is merely 15, perhaps by the time he reaches 17. He might stand a chance against you, the second-floor master commented with a smile. Lan Yu, being his grandson, defeating Shi Xiaole felt akin to avenging a personal grievance against Su Yanru. Su Yanru, though filled with indignation, harbored secret worries, fearing that Shi Xiaole might be caught off guard and suffer injury at Lan Yu's hands. Just as the spectators were lost in their thoughts, the dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. With a sudden retreat, Shi Xiaole unsheathed the long sword at his waist, the sound of metal ringing as he deflected Lan Yu's assault. Initially, Shi Xiaole had approached the contest with the mindset of honing his martial skills. However, given the brief time he had practiced the 100 Flowers chaotic fist and the low level of his floating step, he could only endure for so long. Continuing the fight would risk losing the match. At last, he unleashed his sword technique, but alas, even with both blade and sword at his disposal, it might prove futile. As he laughed heartily, Lan Yu launched a rapid offensive targeting Shi Xiaole's vital points, his swordplay erratic and unpredictable. It was evident that he had previously held back, but now he was attacking with full force. The youth is brimming with vigor. Do not stoop to his level. Elder Two remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yanru, clearly pleased with himself. Others recognized that Lan Yu intended to utterly shatter Shi Xiaole with his overwhelming might. With a calm demeanor, Shi Xiaole faced Lan Yu's decisive strike. He deftly raised his sword, and instantly, a phantom of a white crane soared from the tip, charging forward. The impact disrupted Lan Yu's sword path, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. Your mastery of swordplay has reached consummate perfection. No, has it achieved complete transformation? Lan Yu could not help but exclaim. Given his own modest proficiency, Shi Xiaole's ability to transcend 2 realms to counter him could only be attributed to a perfected technique. Yet even so, he should not have found himself at a disadvantage. Unbeknownst to Lan Yu, during their earlier exchanges, Shi Xiaole had been utilizing his internal energy to counterattack. But now he had switched to nurturing his qi, significantly enhancing his offensive capability, thus leading to the recent turn of events. Without allowing anyone time to process, Shi Xiaole wielded his sword with wild abandon, as if a celestial horse galloping freely or a graceful antelope at play, evoking a sense of fluidity akin to flowing water. By this day, his Miao family swordsmanship had reached a level of unparalleled mastery. Unconfined by mere techniques, his understanding of swordplay far surpassing that of Lan Yu. With a decisive motion, Shi Xiaole unleashed the 15th strike, his arm quaking as he deflected Lan Yu's long sword, the tip of his blade resting against his opponent's throat. Defeated? I have actually been defeated? Lan Yu's expression was one of utter despondence, as if he had encountered a ghost. Was this truly the Shi Xiaole he knew? Had this man been feigning weakness, or had he suddenly risen to prominence? How could this be? The realization hit. Shi Xiaole's prowess in swordsmanship overshadowed even his skills in fist techniques. This was the true embodiment of his strength. As Shi Xiaole claimed another victory, the spectators were left in shock, struggling to digest this incredulous reality. Su Yanru exhaled a deep breath, calming her tumultuous emotions, glanced at the grim-faced Elder Two, and remarked with a smile, "Youthful exuberance, Elder Two, do not let it trouble you," returning his earlier words to him unaltered. The second-floor master gritted his teeth and scoffed. He can only prance about for now. Once he encounters the 3 great geniuses, he will surely suffer. Many elders of the Golden Phoenix Tower frowned in disapproval, wondering what had come over the second-floor master to speak such disgraceful words today. How did you reach such a level? After stepping down from the stage, Lung Feng approached, his expression a mix of astonishment and skepticism as he gazed at Shi Xiaole. Noticing the nearby crowd leaning in to listen, Shi Xiaole chuckled. I suddenly had an epiphany, and, without realizing it, I reached this state. An epiphany? Lung Feng curled his lip, naturally convinced that Shi Xiaole was not being truthful. The innate talent and comprehension of an individual are predominantly predetermined. Such sudden enlightenment would make for a popular tale in the realm, yet it is far from reality. Moreover, for you, Shi Xiaole, to experience such enlightenment and transform from an ordinary individual to someone so remarkable, surely there must be limits to enlightenment. Xiaole, your achievements are truly commendable. I believe you will undoubtedly assist the new master in creating a glorious future for the Golden Phoenix Tower, said Sha Zongneng, approaching with a warm smile. Assist the new master? Shi Xiaole regarded him with keen interest, then glanced at Jin Wuwei and Lan Ning. Observing their expressions shift from disdain to a certain level of respect, akin to that of superiors regarding their subordinates, he thought, very well. It seems these 3 have successfully envisioned themselves in the role of the master, and thus are inclined to recruit me based on my performance. Indeed, this was the case. In the hearts of many, Shi Xiaole, who had defeated Lan Yu, was undoubtedly among the top echelon, just beneath the 3 great geniuses. Had it not been for the unexpected emergence of Yi Kong, claiming the title of the foremost among the 3 great geniuses would not have been an exaggeration. Such strength and temperament naturally drew the attention of Jin Wuwei and his companions. The second round of the competition swiftly concluded, reducing the number of participants from 23 to 12, with one fortunate individual advancing directly to the next round. The third round commenced, featuring a total of 6 matches. Notably, in the very first match, 2 prominent experts from Su Yanru's faction faced off, Shi Xiaole and Lung Feng. Prior to the competition, Lung Feng had dismissed Shi Xiaole, labeling him a troublemaker, and now, reflecting on it, he felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Junior brother Shi, please enlighten me. With a swift series of hand movements, Lung Feng unleashed his full strength right from the start. Being the disciple of his aunt, Shi Xiaole could not afford to show disrespect, so he engaged in a mock battle. exchanging over 100 moves before ultimately disarming Lung Feng's twin daggers and winning by a narrow margin. In the second match, the young talents from the second-floor Master S faction faced off against those from the fourth-floor Master S faction, with the latter ultimately claiming victory. The third match saw Jin Wuwei step into the arena, once again triumphing over his opponent with a single punch. In the fourth match, Lan Ning emerged victorious. In the fifth match, Yi Kong claimed victory. The sixth match saw Sha Zongheng triumph. Thus, the top 6 contenders were finally established, and the competition advanced to the fourth round. In this round, the 6 skilled fighters would engage in one-on-one duels, with the ultimate victors being crowned champions of this grand contest. Should there be tied records, an additional match would be arranged. The atmosphere on-site surged with excitement, as everyone anticipated the most thrilling clashes of the tournament were about to unfold. The first match featured Yi Kong against Sha Zongheng, which ignited a considerable stir among the spectators that lingered in the air. Prior to this, Yi Kong had thoroughly demonstrated his prowess, with many believing he had surpassed Shi Xiaole in skill. As for Sha Zongheng, there was no need for further introduction. He was one of the favorites to win the tournament. Junior brother Yi, you truly possess an air of hidden talent. Please, Sha Zongheng remarked with a calm smile. Gesturing with his hand, Yi Kong, a taciturn young man, uttered no words of banter. Instead, he employed his agility, swiftly covering a distance of 10 feet to launch an overhead strike towards Sha Zongheng. The Flying Phoenix technique, you truly spare no effort. The fourth-floor master exclaimed in astonishment as he observed Su Yanru. The Flying Phoenix technique, an original lightness skill created by Su Yanru, had reached a commendable third-tier level, hailed as the premier lightness skill of the Golden Phoenix Tower. The fourth-floor master was evidently taken aback that Su Yanru had imparted this signature technique to Yi Kong, who appeared to have mastered it to a small degree of transformation. Well done. Sha Zongheng laughed heartily, twirling his folding fan. With a series of metallic sounds, sparks erupted from his movements. It was then that the onlookers realized that the fan in Sha Zongheng's hand was no ordinary item. It was in fact an iron fan. Despite Yi Kang's formidable assault, he was limited by his cultivation of the 8th level of concealed qi, rendering his inner strength inferior to that of Sha Zongheng. After a prolonged assault yielded no success, Yi Kong executed a swift reversal, resembling a phoenix hanging upside down, and viciously slashed at Sha Zongheng's shoulder. The Flying Phoenix Blade Technique. This prompted the second and third floor masters to sit up with rapt attention. If Lung Feng was regarded as Su Yanru's proud disciple, then Yi Kong could be considered her sole direct apprentice, having simultaneously acquired both the Flying Phoenix Technique and the Flying Phoenix Blade Technique. Lung Feng observed the stage with a pale expression, feeling a tinge of jealousy and envy. Is this the martial prowess of my aunt? Shi Xiaole had to concede that, in terms of agility, he could not match Yi Kong at present. Unfortunately, his floating step was of too low a grade, rendering even the most diligent practice futile. As for the notion of returning to simplicity, that was beyond Shi Xiaole's current comprehension. He was confident that if he mastered the Flying Phoenix technique, his strength could significantly improve in a short span. The combination of the Flying Phoenix technique and the Flying Phoenix Blade technique wielded nearly the power of a top-tier third-class martial art, prompting Sha Zongheng to abandon any underestimation of his opponent. He swiftly turned his body, the iron fan in his hand spinning rapidly around its handle. A third-rate martial art. The Flowing Cloud, 18 fans. Futile. Yi Kong smirked coldly, his movements and swordplay seamlessly intertwining, akin to a phantom, each strike targeting the vulnerabilities in Sha Zongheng's defense. Junior brother Yi, you underestimate me gravely. A resonant voice echoed as Sha Zongheng advanced, his iron fan conjuring a spiraling gust of wind that forcefully diverted Yi Kang's blade. Haha, Zongheng's Flowing Cloud 18 fans have already reached the consummate stage. Who could possibly withstand it? Observing Sha Zongheng's earnest demeanor, the fourth-floor master finally felt at ease. Chapter 36, The Art of the Light Sword. Amidst the turbulent winds, the fan, spinning at an extraordinary speed, resembled a circular grinding wheel, with a series of clattering sounds. It sent vibrations through Yi Kang's sword, rendering him unable to execute his usual technique. While the Flying Phoenix movement, combined with the Flying Phoenix swordplay, could rival third-rate martial arts, Yi Kong, having only achieved minor success in his transformation, lacked the experience to fully unleash the power of the Flying Phoenix technique. Thus, confronted with Sha Zongheng's perfected Flowing Cloud 18 fans, Yi Kong quickly showed signs of struggle. Flying Phoenix Dragon Soars. As he recognized the unstoppable momentum of his opponent, Yi Kong abruptly shifted his strategy from aggressive offense to passive defense, prompting a nod of approval from Shi Xiaole. With the Flying Phoenix movement, once he evaded, it was indeed challenging for an average person to catch him. If he could adeptly leverage his advantages and continuously deplete his opponent's inner strength, victory was not outside the realm of possibility. Stalemated for an extended period, Yi Kang's choice was undoubtedly far wiser than that of the cold and sharp phone. No wonder his aunt held Yi Kong in such high regard. Junior brother Yi, your thoughts are commendable, but alas. As he observed Yi Kong darting about, a glint of sharpness flickered in Sha Zongheng's eyes. He brought his hands together, and the rotating iron fan immediately surged forward with an unmatched velocity, propelled by an unseen force. The ultimate technique of the flowing cloud 18 fans, the flowing cloud flying disc. This is bad, Yi Kong exclaimed in alarm, hastily raising his sword to counter. With a clang, he felt an overwhelming force assail him, sending him uncontrollably flying away. But that was not all. The iron fan reversed course and executed another fierce strike. Caught off guard, Yi Kong let out a cry as he was knocked off the stage. Sha Zongheng emerged victorious. The referee immediately announced loudly. That last move was indeed formidable. The successive strikes were beyond the capability of anyone unfamiliar with its intricacies to counter, making Yi Kang's defeat understandable. Is this Sha Zongheng's trump card? The crowd buzzed with speculation, not particularly surprised by Sha Zongheng's triumph over Yi Kong. A trump card? If this is your ultimate technique, Sha Zongheng, you are unworthy to be my adversary. Jin Wuwei pondered silently. With the foundation laid by the first match, the atmosphere in the venue surged with anticipation. In the second round, Shi Xiaole once again took to the stage, facing an adept from the fourth floor S elite, who had previously advanced. Aware of his own shortcomings against Shi Xiaole, the opponent unleashed his full strength from the outset, attempting to seize an early advantage through sheer force. However, such tactics could hardly escape Shi Xiaole's keen perception. To put it bluntly, after enduring numerous fierce battles, Shi Xiaole's concealed aura was likely the most formidable among all competitors present, even surpassing the overwhelming presence of Jin Wuwei. Without holding back, Shi Xiaole executed a swift move. The white crane spreads its wings, decisively overcoming his adversary in a single strike. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, a sense of disorientation enveloping them. It seemed that this latest blow surpassed even Shi Xiaole's prior displays of prowess. The fourth floor's master wore a face of fury, gritting his teeth in resentment, wishing he could have Sha Zongheng administer a lesson to the young man immediately. Lele, why is it that your little aunt can no longer see through you? Su Yanru murmured softly to herself, gazing at Shi Xiaole, who appeared composed and graceful in his jade-colored attire, contemplating the source of his newfound strength. As the saying goes, one can discern the essence of a person by the age of 3. Su Yanru understood Shi Xiaole's temperament better than anyone else. Could a solitary year, spent away, truly induce such a monumental transformation? The crowd roared with excitement, as if ready to break through the heavens. Heralding the commencement of the third match, the competitors in this bout were none other than the two leading contenders for the championship, Jin Wuwei and Lan Ning. Jin Wuwei, known as the Iron Fist of Domination, possessed not only an overwhelming presence, but also an aggressive fighting style. Since the beginning of the tournament, no one had managed to withstand a single blow from him. Lan Ning, a prodigy from Jinfeng Tower, equally matched Jin Wuwei in talent, was known as the Cold Frost Sword. Her swordsmanship was chillingly unparalleled within the tower. Furthermore, she was a direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Light Sword sect, rumored to have mastered the sect's ultimate sword techniques. Their encounter could rightfully be deemed a prelude to the finals. Ninger, bring honor to your grandfather. The second floor master felt a twinge of anxiety. Equally anxious was the third floor master, both aware that the outcome of this clash between Lan Ning and Jin Wuwei would likely determine the next leader of the tower, thereby significantly influencing the voting decisions of the 10 elders at the self-examination conference the following day. Thus, this battle could not afford any missteps. Lan Ning, are you prepared to face defeat? Jin Wuwei declared, instantly exuding his boundless dominance. Lan Ning rarely exhibited a smile, but this time a cold grin graced her lips. The one who will taste defeat is you. Boom! Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Jin Wuwei launched a punch, marking his first proactive strike. The force of his punch unleashed a gale upon the arena. Simultaneously, Lan Ning advanced rather than retreating, drawing her delicate sword to slice through the oncoming winds of his punch. Swish, swish, swish. The two soon encountered each other, their fists and sword strikes raining down upon one another with relentless fervor, leaving no opportunity for respite, as if they sought to determine the victor in an instant. The intensity of their clash rendered the onlookers breathless, their eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the arena. Lan Ning can see while you can. Do not compel me to unleash my true strength. After delivering yet another punch, Jin Wuwei retreated, his expression cold and unyielding. The winds howl. Do not fear the sting of the tongue. Lan Ning's response came in the form of an even swifter sword strike. Since you are so oblivious to your own limitations, I shall make you witness my true prowess. Jin Wuwei continued to withdraw, and as he reached the edge of the platform, the power he had amassed surged forth like a dam breaking, manifesting as a punch that collided forcefully with Lan Ning's blade. A phantom tiger, approximately 3 feet in height, erupted from his fist, its jaws snapping at the thrusting sword tip, forcing Lan Ning to momentarily halt her attack. The 3 streams intermediate martial art, Tiger and Dragon Fist. With Jin Wuwei's cultivation at the 9th level of concealed energy, coupled with his complete mastery of the Tiger and Dragon Fist, the might of this punch surpassed even the renowned Flowing Cloud's 18 blades of Sha Zongheng. It was not that Sha Zongheng's internal cultivation was inferior to Jin Wuwei's techniques, but rather that Jin Wuwei's martial arts emphasized lethality, while the Flowing Clouds leaned towards finesse, lacking the former's imposing presence. Bring it on. Lan Ning is pros artet. And her sword radiated a piercing coldness, a faint layer of white frost enveloping the blade. As she executed a horizontal cut, the air itself shimmered with wisps of vapor. The 2 prodigies of the Golden Phoenix Tower battled fiercely, from the edge of the arena to its center and then downward, their figures weaving and intertwining so rapidly that many spectators lost count of their exchanges. Are these truly 2 17-year-olds? Their strength is so formidable that I feel dwarfed in comparison. The new generation is truly remarkable. Many of the esteemed figures from Fian City exhibited expressions of disbelief, feeling a twinge of inadequacy in the presence of these youthful champions. Indeed, these 2 are the finest of our Golden Phoenix Tower. Even Su Yinru, despite belonging to a different faction, could not help but admire them. Yet, upon recalling Shi Xiaole, she felt somewhat reassured. Su Yinru believed that with a few years of guidance, Shi Xiaole's achievements could rival those of these 2. Jin Wuwei, be cautious. Returning to the arena, Lan Ning called out, her longsword suddenly accelerating, creating a series of white phantoms in the void. The sword in her hand now felt ethereal, as if weightless. The light sword technique. Sha Zongheng exhaled deeply, his expression growing more solemn. The light sword technique is a 3rd-tier superior sword art from the light sword sect. Though the distinction between 3rd-tier superior and 3rd-tier intermediate may seem slight, the disparity in martial prowess is stark, with an estimated increase of at least 20 to 30% in effectiveness. Especially astonishing was the fact that Lan Ning had remarkably mastered the light sword technique to the level of transformation, instantly overpowering Jin Wuwei. Allericht, Ningya. Seize the moment and win the match, exclaimed the 2nd-floor master, rising in excitement. The 3rd-floor master, unwilling to be outdone, shouted, Wuwei, unleash your ultimate move. What? An ultimate move? Before the crowd could fully grasp the situation, Jin Wuwei let out a long laugh and bellowed, shattering Iron Fist. Bang! The invincible light sword technique suddenly seemed to encounter its nemesis, as a heavy fist struck the sword, bending it perilously close to shattering. The Iron Fist School's 3 styles of Iron Fist? Lan Ning's complexion changed. The Iron Fist School was a martial arts faction on par with the Light Sword sect, and its ancestral 3 styles of Iron Fist were equally renowned, possessing even greater lethality. Lan Ning could hardly believe that Jin Wuwei had been taught the 3 styles of Iron Fist and had also cultivated them to the level of transformation. You have managed to force out my trump card. Lan Ning, you should be proud. Jin Wuwei, brimming with confidence, unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, turning the tide once more. It appeared that Jin Wuwei was indeed the more skilled of the 2. Both participants were commendable in their own right. Listening to the discussions around him, Shi Xiaole shook his head slightly. Shattering Iron Fist, Jin Wuwei executed the most potent of the 3 styles of Iron Fist. Determined to conclude the match, a tremendous force surged forth, yet a glint of pride flashed in Lan Ning's eyes. At that moment, her almost illusory sword accelerated once again, swiftly cutting through the gale of Jin Wuwei's punches, descending in a horizontal strike. Transformation perfected. Lan Ning had actually cultivated the light sword technique to the pinnacle of transformation. Sha Zongheng nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. Though both had achieved transformation, the distinction between the top and middle tiers was entirely different. Lan Ning, showcasing such mastery, had nearly become the foremost genius of the Golden Phoenix Tower. Bang! Ultimately, Jin Wuwei could not withstand it. He was struck by the blade and sent flying off the stage. The venue fell into an immediate hush. Haha, Ninger has won, the second-floor master exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. In contrast, the third-floor master's expression was akin to one suffering from constipation, exceedingly grim. You are impressive. Jin Wuwei's chest heaved as he stared at Lan Ning for a long while before reluctantly unclenching his fist. He understood very well that Lan Ning, who had perfected the light sword technique, was indeed superior to him at present, unless he also mastered the 3 styles of Iron Fist to the same level. Lan Ning is formidable. I believe she shall be the next Tower Master. However, one should not forget about Sha Zongheng, but with Jin Wuwei's defeat, Sha Zongheng would likely not prove to be a match either. This duel had left everyone with profound reflections. Undoubtedly, Lan Ning, with her profound cultivation at the 9th level of concealment and unparalleled mastery of techniques, casts an almost insurmountable shadow over her opponents, leaving little hope for victory against her. It is anticipated that she will emerge as the ultimate victor of this grand competition. After several rounds of contests, the sun now reaches its zenith at noon. The illustrious figures of the martial world, guided by their attendants, convene in the banquet hall for a meal, while others disperse to various destinations. Following the lunch break, half an hour passes, and the competition resumes. The referee announces with a resounding voice. First match, Shi Xiaole versus Sha Zongheng. Chapter 37. The Strength of Shi Xiaole. With nearly an hour's respite, the spectators' emotions have settled. It appears to them that the champion has already been determined, leading to a more appreciative attitude towards the forthcoming matches. Particularly, the second-floor master, despite his efforts to conceal it, exudes an unmistakable pride, evident even to the blind. On the stage, Shi Xiaole stands 5 paces apart from Sha Zongheng. Xiaole, I know you will not concede defeat. However, I am curious about how you intend to counter my flowing cloud flying disc. Sha Zongheng remarks with a knowing smile. His mindset has adjusted remarkably. Recognizing his inferiority to Lan Ning, he begins to relish the thrill of the competition. You shall see for yourself, Shi Xiaole replies, his expression betraying no hint of uncertainty. Sha Zongheng's demeanor gradually shifts to one of seriousness. He prides himself on his keen perception and senses an undeniable confidence radiating from Shi Xiaole's every movement. Then be cautious, he warns. The iron fan clings to his palm, and as it spins at a dizzying speed, he brings his hands together to unleash the most formidable technique of the Flowing Cloud 18 fans, the Flowing Cloud Flying Disc. Is he launching his ultimate move right from the start? It seems Sha Zongheng aims for a swift resolution. As the spinning fan closes in on Shi Xiaole, the distance dwindles to less than 3 feet. This is bad. He has reacted too late, thought Yikong anxiously from the sidelines. Many believe that Shi Xiaole fell to Sha Zongheng due to a lack of quick reflexes. This assertion holds some truth, yet it is also misleading. Indeed, he did not respond in time, but even if given another chance, Yikong doubts he could successfully block the attack. This sentiment applies equally to Shi Xiaole. With the distance shrinking to less than 3 feet, Yikong, despite racking his brain, cannot conceive of a method to counter this strike. Amidst the onlookers' varied reactions, some filled with concern, others with scorn or indifference, Shi Xiaole executes a stunning maneuver. He grasps the hilt of the knife at his waist. In a swift motion, he draws the blade. This seemingly ordinary strike emanates an extraordinary aura, as if not just the knife has been unsheathed, but also Shi Xiaole's indomitable spirit and unwavering confidence. With a resounding clash, the battle blade strikes the iron fan. The iron fan, struck with a formidable force, altered its trajectory dramatically, hurtling backward with accelerated speed. This was alarming. Sha Zongheng's expression shifted drastically as he swiftly employed his agility to narrowly evade the iron fan. Nevertheless, beads of cold sweat still formed on his forehead. Never had anyone shattered his flowing cloud flying disc with a single strike. Those privy to the circumstances, like Sha Zongheng, felt a shock that surpassed that of the onlookers, for he alone understood that the flowing cloud flying disc comprised a series of 3 strikes, each more potent than the last. He had even harbored confidence that the third strike could rival Jin Wuwei's Dragon Tiger Fist. Yet now, it had been utterly dismantled by Shi Xiaole with a mere slash, leaving no subsequent attacks. The spectators were utterly astounded. Even a usually impassive Lan Ning and Jin Wuwei were deeply captivated. What a formidable strike, murmured the city lord of Fian. The swordplay, seemingly a mere ordinary draw, unleashed such terrifying power in the hands of that young man. Instinctively, he glanced at Su Yanru, only to find her wearing an equally bewildered expression, leaving him even more perplexed. With a swift motion atop the arena, Shi Xiaole unleashed his 100 battles blade technique, each strike surpassing the last. By the 20th move, Shi Xiaole, devoid of his fan, found himself cornered at the edge of the platform, perilously close to falling. "Xiaole, I concede," he shouted. Only then did Shi Xiaole sheath his blade, responding, "Brother Sha, I am honored." What more could Shi Xiaole say? He could only shake his head with a wry smile. Initially, he had come to vie for first place, yet now he found himself outmatched, not only by Lan Ning and Jin Wuwei, but also by Shi Xiaole. Truly, life is but a play. However, whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, Shi Xiaole persistently felt that Shi Xiaole had not exerted his full strength. Shi Xiaole had actually defeated Shi Xiaole. Was this real? The significance lay not merely in the victory, but in the uncontroversial manner in which he had overwhelmed Shi Xiaole throughout the duel, which was utterly terrifying. Do you think Shi Xiaole has any chance of contending with Lan Ning? Someone dared to pose the question. That is impossible. Shi Xiaole is 3 realms beneath in cultivation, and Lan Ning's superior third-tier swordplay has achieved perfection. There are no flaws to exploit, came the reply. Indeed, witnessing Shi Xiaole's triumph over Shi Xiaole had an extraordinary impact on the audience. The younger generation, needless to say, were astounded. But even the 4 masters and 10 elders of the Jin Feng Tower stood in a daze. Is that really Xiaole? One elder could not help but voice a foolish question. First, he mastered fist techniques, then swordsmanship, and now he excels in blade techniques. Tower Master, it appears your nephew possesses considerable fortune. The master of the 4th floor fixed his gaze upon Su Yanru, a profound meaning glimmering in his eyes. The fortune that Lele had encountered was his own affair. Should anyone dare to covet it, they would do so at their peril. With a tone of indifference, Su Yanru issued a warning, her gaze sharp as a blade. The master of the 4th floor involuntarily trembled. His intention was merely to spite Stone Xiaole for having defeated his grandson, but he had not anticipated such a strong reaction from this fiercely protective woman. "Lan Ning, you have found an opponent," Shi Xiaole remarked as he stepped off the arena, approaching Lan Ning. She responded with a silent smile, clearly indicating that he was overthinking the situation. Shi Xiaole pouted in mild disappointment. Rationality told him that no matter how formidable Stone Xiaole might be, he was not a match for Lan Ning, yet he sought to provoke her, only to find her demeanor remarkably steadfast. In the subsequent matches, Jin Wuwei faced Yi Kong. Triumphing with his Dragon Tiger fist, Lan Ning confronted a master from the 4th floor, who promptly conceded defeat. By this point, the spectators began to grow weary. The only remaining suspense revolved around who was stronger, Stone Xiaole or Jin Wuwei. As the new round of matches commenced, everyone was astounded and delighted to witness the 3rd match feature Stone Xiaole pitted against Lan Ning. While the outcome seemed inevitable, it promised to be a thrilling contest. Indeed, this bout could serve as an insightful gauge of the relative strengths of Stone Xiaole and Jin Wuwei. On the arena, Lan Ning appeared in her azure attire. Her figure graceful, black hair cascading to her waist, embodying an unapproachable ice goddess. In contrast, Stone Xiaole donned a green robe, adorned with a sword, exuding the vitality and zest of youth. The crowd could not help but be captivated, silently acknowledging the pair as a striking match. "Hey, you beautiful and talented women, do you all enjoy maintaining an air of superiority?" Stone Xiaole boldly remarked, inspired by Lan Ning's stern demeanor, which reminded him of Mao Wenjing from the Painting Sword sect. However, his words struck Lan Ning's ears with an undertone of provocation. "You're courting death." A flush of crimson graced her cheeks as she exclaimed, thrusting her sword towards Stone Xiaole. He swiftly drew his blade. The clash of sword against knife reverberated, and to the astonishment of all present, Stone Xiaole matched Lan Ning's prowess evenly. The knife technique he employed was originally of mediocre caliber. However, after his refinement, its power had escalated significantly, enabling him to hold his ground against Lan Ning, who was not exerting her full strength. As the offensive met resistance, Lan Ning pressed forward, unleashing a flurry of thrusts at Stone Xiaole. He countered with his 100 battle knife technique, gradually finding himself at a disadvantage. Many began to realize that Stone Xiaole's initial strike was likely a powerful burst move, not one he could execute at will. As long as one can evade the initial strike, the rest becomes manageable. The arena was alive with the glimmer of blades and the shadows of combatants. And unbeknownst to them, the two had already exchanged over 50 blows. Lan Ning seemed to have lost her patience, coldly warning, "Be careful." With a swift motion, she unleashed her signature technique, the light sword art. The perfected form of the light sword art compelled Shi Xiaole to retreat 3 steps with its first strike. With the second, Lan Ning diminished the force of Shi Xiaole's blade, revealing an opening. Seizing the opportunity, she thrust her third sword, sealing her victory. The spectators seemed to envision the disgraceful scene of Shi Xiaole tumbling off the stage, and a few even sighed, acknowledging that Lan Ning's position was unassailable. As the tip of her sword drew nearer, Shi Xiaole remained unfazed. He struck the air with his left palm several times, conjuring an invisible prison that constrained Lan Ning. The sudden turn of events caused her sword to veer off course. "So you have a hidden card?" Though Lan Ning feigned surprise, it only intensified her resolve to defeat Shi Xiaole. Today was her moment of glory, one she would not allow anyone to disrupt. However, under the influence of the heavenly net, Lan Ning's swordplay was considerably hampered, losing its prior might. Yet, Shi Xiaole, distracted by his dual focus, also saw a significant decline in his blade technique. In the end, both were evenly matched, trading blows from the 50s to the 60s, and ultimately engaging in a relentless exchange of 500 to 600 strikes, with no clear victor. The only explanation for Shi Xiaole's ability to counter Lan Ning's light sword art lay in his own cultivation of a third-rate martial skill, which he had likewise perfected to the same level. Observing the unfolding drama, the crowd was left speechless. Who could have anticipated that Shi Xiaole, dismissed before the match, would reach such heights, rivaling even Lan Ning? Even if he remains undefeated now, given time, Shi Xiaole will undoubtedly falter. The second-floor master had not expected such a turn of events, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Shi Xiaole. Yet, his words held truth. Shi Xiaole's internal energy was indeed 3 tiers beneath Lan Ning's. Despite the enhancement from the hidden energy technique, after over 600 exchanges, he began to show signs of fatigue. "Are you still not conceding?" Lan Ning summoned all her strength, her strikes compelling Shi Xiaole into a defensive stance. "This is my current conventional strength, able to contend with Lan Ning, who has perfected the 9th layer of hidden energy for over 600 exchanges." As he retreated, Shi Xiaole reflected on the battle's outcome. "Though I may not match you, I do not intend to lose." Casting a glance towards his distant aunt, he finally activated the stone Qi cyclone. Under its influence, he gained control over a 3-foot radius, exposing several flaws in Lan Ning's swordplay. With clashing sounds, Shi Xiaole deflected Lan Ning's strikes and deftly seized her sword. Chapter 38. A gift from my aunt. The situation on the arena shifted with alarming rapidity. Just as Lan Ning seemed poised to claim victory, the weapons were unexpectedly exchanged, and the battle blade was wielded by another, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. "My apologies, but it appears I am the victor," declared Shi Xiaole. Activating the point stone cyclone was akin to cheating. Unless one possessed a mastery of techniques far exceeding that of Shi Xiaole, any flaw would be swiftly detected by him. However, he was reluctant to frequently employ the point stone cyclone unless absolutely necessary. Firstly, it could foster a dependency that would hinder his growth and strength. Secondly, and equally significant, Shi Xiaole gradually realized that each use of the point stone cyclone consumed a portion of his mental energy, which could not be replenished in the short term. This was distinctly different from the process of seeking Xian crystal stones, which, infused with spiritual energy, resonated with the point stone cyclone. Thus, when mental energy was depleted, it could be replenished through the spiritual energy. Yet, if the point stone cyclone were utilized in combat, it would lead to continuous exhaustion. It is paramount to understand that mental energy constitutes a vital aspect of one's vitality. Its absence would adversely affect one's spirit, morale, vitality, and even comprehension. The repercussions for future cultivation and combat could be dire. At present, Shi Xiaole felt no significant effects, but when he eventually did, it would be too late. Of course, he could restore his mental energy through the sensory tactic. However, due to its grade, it could not fully recuperate his mental energy, typically restoring only about 60 to 70%. Thus, Shi Xiaole had firmly resolved that in future combats, unless it were a matter of life and death, He would refrain from employing the point stone cyclone. How did you accomplish that? A quavering voice broke through his thoughts. Lan Ning's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Shi Xiaole, seeking an explanation. I thought I was destined to lose, so I went all in, and by a stroke of luck, I succeeded, Shi Xiaole replied. Luck? Lan Ning scoffed coldly, incredulous at Shi Xiaole's naivety. Yet, driven by her inner pride, she refrained from pressing further. She had always believed in the principle of rising again from where one has fallen. Today, having lost to Shi Xiaole, she resolved to return, hone her skills, and reclaim her victory. Referee, are you not going to announce the result? After a prolonged silence, without hearing the referee's voice, Shi Xiaole turned to inquire. The referee, startled, glanced around before finally exclaiming, Shi Xiaole wins. At that moment, the audience awakened from their stupor, exchanging incredulous glances with one another, each reflecting an indescribable shock in their eyes. Shi Xiaole had triumphed over the acknowledged top genius of Jin Fenglu. A hidden talent indeed. Truly, he was worthy of being the nephew of the master of the tower. He possessed remarkable prowess. People often struggle to articulate the emotions that dwell within their hearts, resorting instead to meaningless ramblings as a means of release. This decadal grand contest has indeed delivered an immense surprise to all. Bang! The second-floor master slammed his palm upon the table, his countenance dark as water. The masters of the third and fourth floors narrowed their eyes in response, and amidst their surprise and indignation, there flickered a hint of schadenfreude. Regardless of the outcome, Jin Wuwei and Sha Zongheng could never ascend to the position of the next sect leader, so witnessing Lan Ning's defeat brought a secret delight to the two elders. Ha ha ha! The young master has triumphed. With his current momentum, the position of the next floor master is already within his grasp. Delightful, truly delightful. In stark contrast to the silence of the three vice masters, Meng Qi, as the chief steward, laughed unabashedly, his square face flushed with excitement. Previously, he had fervently encouraged Shi Xiaole to participate, never anticipating that the latter would seize first place. He merely wished for him to lighten the mood and prevent Lan Ning and her companions from claiming an easy victory. Little did he expect Shi Xiaole to deliver such a magnificent surprise. In light of this event, Meng Qi suddenly realized that he had perhaps underestimated the potential of this young master. As for Su Yanru, her elation and excitement surpassed even Meng Qi's. Her joy was not merely for Shi Xiaole's unexpected victory, which thwarted the schemes of the three vice masters, but stemmed from a pure affection for the young man himself. No one wishes for their loved ones to remain ordinary. Shi Xiaole, whom Su Yanru had nurtured since childhood, held the deepest peace of her heart. With the climactic battle concluded, the remaining matches lost all suspense. In the subsequent contests, Shi Xiaole decisively overcame Yi Kong and Jin Wuwei, achieving a flawless record to rightfully claim victory in this grand competition. Lan Ning, with 5 victories and 1 defeat, secured second place, while Jin Wuwei, Sha Zongheng, and Yi Kong occupied the 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions, respectively. Su Yanru cast a glance at the Grand Elder among the 10 elders. He sighed softly, slowly rising from his seat to address the assembly. The intra-sect competition has concluded. I hereby announce that Shi Xiaole is the champion and shall become the next master of the Jinfeng Tower, and I bestow upon him a qi gathering pill. A wave of applause erupted, resonating like thunder. Many young individuals rushed towards Shi Xiaole, either offering smiles of congratulations or deliberate praises. Meanwhile, those who had previously crossed paths with Shi Xiaole could not help but feel a twinge of regret. They may have disregarded his status as the master's nephew, but now that he had transformed into the master himself, the implications were vastly different. In the future, should he wish to make their lives difficult, it would be merely a matter of a single word. As the young people busied themselves in congratulating Shi Xiaole, the esteemed figures of the martial world flocked towards Su Yanru, their praises ringing out endlessly. Su Yanru smiled in response, her already enchanting visage now radiating an alluring brilliance, igniting a fervent yearning in the hearts of many men. In stark contrast, the expressions of the several deputy masters were grim, as if they had just swallowed a pound of excrement. The realization that not only had the heir to the master's position been usurped, but also that the precious gathering qi pills worth 200,000 taels, intended for their descendants, had fallen into the hands of Shi Xiaole, provoked within them an urge to spit blood. Do not rejoice too soon. Tomorrow shall be your undoing. The second deputy master cast a glance at Su Yanru, silently vowing. The grand event of the Jinfeng Tower did not formally conclude until the guests finished their banquet and departed under the veil of night. In the Rue Garden, Shi Xiaole entered alongside a maidservant. Once she withdrew, Su Yanru's languorous voice drifted from behind the screen. Lei, come closer. Shi Xiaole smiled helplessly, complying and stepping inside, only to be struck by the sight before him. Su Yanru was sprawled on the bed, clad in a sheer pink garment, a pillow propping her abdomen, accentuating her already magnificent curves, leaving one tempted to grasp them. The flickering red candle cast a seductive glow, and the atmosphere was thick with warmth and fragrance, evoking a strong impulse in Shi Xiaole to flee. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly, scratch my left shoulder, Su Yanru instructed lazily, her eyes closed. Is that appropriate? He hesitated. Oddly enough, despite facing life and death situations with a placid heart, Shi Xiaole felt his palms grow clammy with tension. Lei, you've changed, she remarked, her words imbued with an elusive sadness, causing him to tremble. Swallowing his nerves, he took a seat at the edge of the bed, recalling her shoulder's exact location from memory, and began to gently scratch it. Since she turned 14, her left shoulder had periodically itched, prompting her to seek many renowned healers. Yet none had provided a remedy, leaving her to endure it until now. As Shi Xiaole applied pressure, she emitted soft, cat-like sounds, quickening the flow of blood within him. The situation was indeed fraught with discomfort. Lei, do you have nothing to say? Or are you concealing even this from your aunt? After a prolonged silence, Su Yanru spoke again, her voice heavy with sorrow. Realizing the moment had arrived, Shi Xiaole promptly vowed, Aunt, you are the kindest person in my life. Even if I were to deceive the heavens, I could never deceive you. In truth, all the martial skills I have acquired appeared in my mind after a single night's sleep. My system is, after all, a construct within my mind, is it not? With a swift turn, Su Yanru revealed her fair neck and the striking red of her undergarment to Shi Xiaole's gaze. Lei, do you treat me as a stranger? She said coldly. His expression shifted, his eyes suddenly reddening. Aunt, if you do not believe me, then take a knife and cut open my heart to see if I am lying. I cannot bear to live without your trust. The words made Shi Xiaole feel nauseated. Yet in his memory, his aunt had always been susceptible to such rhetoric. To put it succinctly, there was no denying that Su Yanru treated Shi Xiaole with kindness. However, upon reflecting on the past, he was somewhat astonished to realize that his aunt exhibited not only a penchant for indulgence, but also an almost pathological possessiveness towards him. This possessiveness was directly manifested in her discomfort whenever he concealed anything from her, regardless of its significance. Therefore, for the sake of the future, Shi Xiaole resolved to dispel any doubts Su Yanru might harbor regarding his considerable transformation. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. Indeed, when she saw Shi Xiaole in tears, her mood instantly shifted from overcast to sunny. She reached out, cradling his head and laughing. Silly boy, why are you crying? Your aunt is merely astonished by your performance and wishes to understand the reasons behind your rapid progress. Now stop crying. Shi Xiaole found himself both exasperated and amused. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of maintaining the act. If he did not navigate this situation successfully, the ever-suspicious Su Yanru would undoubtedly continue to question him incessantly. Thus, he continued to weep, lamenting that his aunt did not believe him, and expressing a willingness to perish, which elicited a flurry of comforting words from her, completely dispelling her lingering doubts about him. No matter how poised and confident he appeared before others, in her eyes, he remained that same little boy who loved to be coddled. Auntie, I have something to present to you, he declared seriously after a moment of feigned distress. What delightful surprise have you prepared for your Aunt Lei? Su Yanru inquired, stretching languidly without much concern. With a mysterious smile, Shi Xiaole produced a tome from his bosom and handed it to her, on which the words Fuyang Qigong were inscribed in bold letters. This was a text he had just transcribed in his room. Handing over the Fuyang Qigong was a decision Shi Xiaole had long since made. In this world, Su Yanru was perhaps the only person who genuinely cared for him. Although this enchanting woman possessed a hint of jealousy and a strong sense of possessiveness, it did not diminish his gratitude towards her. As Su Yanru opened the Fuyang Qigong, her discerning eye caught its significance. After only a brief glance, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she whispered, Lei, this tome. It is a second-rate internal cultivation method, a gift from my aunt. Shi Xiaole replied with a smile. Chapter 39. Show me how to practice it. This time, The Fuyang Qi Gong played an indispensable role in bridging the gap of three minor realms between himself and Lan Ning. Shi Xiaole elaborated further. Do you realize, Lei, that within the local martial world, a second-rate internal cultivation method is considered an unparalleled martial art? With several years of diligent practice, establishing a sect and gaining renown in Yunsanjiu would not be an insurmountable challenge. It is often said in the martial community that martial skills are passed down to sons, not to daughters. In other words, even if a husband were to acquire an exceptional martial art, he would only bequeath it to his son, never to his wife. This illustrates the profound reverence the martial world holds for secret techniques. Of course, this pertains to the individual level. When considered from the perspective of martial sects, most factions encourage their adept practitioners to contribute their martial knowledge in exchange for elevated status and resources. There are even some emerging sects that, due to a lack of heritage and resources, impose strict regulations requiring their disciples to surrender any martial arts acquired from other sections. For instance, the Huajian sect. The Jinfeng Tower, however, stands as an anomaly. Since its inception, it has never compelled its practitioners to relinquish their martial skills, which is a significant reason why Jinfeng Tower has been able to attract top talents and establish itself within a few decades. Upon witnessing Shi Xiaole unhesitatingly present a mediocre internal cultivation technique without batting an eye, Su Yanru could not feign her astonishment. Following her shock, an indescribable sense of warmth and joy enveloped her. Lei, you truly think of others before yourself. Indeed, her affection for Xiaole was not in vain. Overcome with excitement, Su Jianru embraced Shi Xiaole tightly. Feeling the ample softness against his chest, Shi Xiaole instinctively tensed, his heart racing, and he hastily pretended to break free. In addition to the cultivation technique, Shi Xiaole also verbally imparted the Tianluo Diwang stance to Su Yanru. As the foremost expert of Jinfeng Tower, who possessed skills from several mid-tier martial arts, it was believed that if she were to practice both the cultivation technique and the Tianluo Diwang stance, her strength would undoubtedly soar. At that point, even within the confines of Fian City, she would have no reason to fear anyone. Shi Xiaole's generous sharing left Su Yanru exhilarated, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight, causing Shi Xiaole to lose his composure and eventually flee amidst her peals of laughter. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, before the hour of C, the conference hall of Jinfeng Tower was already filled with 10 elders and 3 vice masters, with only the seat of the master remaining vacant. The master's recent demeanor had grown increasingly aloof, disregarding the rest of us. The second vice master scoffed, visibly displeased. This was understandable, as his nephew was poised to become the next master, freeing him from future worries for decades to come. The third vice master interjected, and the intentions behind their words were not lost on the elders, who frowned in concern. They suddenly contemplated whether, should Jinfeng Tower remain under the control of Su Yanru and her nephew for an extended period, it would be entirely dominated by the two, ultimately devolving into a mere family sect. Given Su Yanru's astuteness, this was entirely plausible. Amidst their varied thoughts, Su Yanru, adorned in a crimson robe and wielding a fine blade at her waist, gracefully entered through the door. Each individual could distinctly perceive the joy radiating from her features, causing some to feel even more discomfort. Su Yanru sat at the head of the table, clapping her hands, and in walked Mingqi, who picked up a piece of paper and began to read aloud. It contained a summary of Su Yanru's contributions to the Jinfeng Lu over the years. This was what one might call a self-assessment by the owner. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any thoughts? Su Yanru inquired, surveying the room with a faint smile. For a moment, silence enveloped the gathering, as everyone was compelled to acknowledge that, aside from the dark history of sacrificing vast territories in the past to rescue Shi Xiaole, Su Yanru's contributions to Jinfeng Lu were indeed significant. Under her leadership, Jinfeng Lu had ascended to become one of the 3 major powers in Fian City. Noticing the second-floor master exchanging glances with a few others, Su Yanru discerned that they were likely plotting a strategy to oust her. A sly smile crept upon her cherry lips as she declared, I do not wish to squander time. Since no one is speaking, let us proceed to a vote. If any of you are dissatisfied with my achievements, I shall willingly step aside. This proclamation sent a ripple of shock through the assembly. The second-floor master felt an unexpected surge of elation. According to the customary rules, the self-assessment meeting was merely a formality. The so-called voting was a ploy by the 3 vice masters, inciting the elders to take action against Su Yanru. If she opposed, their arguments would be fundamentally untenable. Yet, To their astonishment, Su Yinru had proposed it herself. The owner is loyal to Jin Feng Lu. Why must we vote? The third-floor master ventured cautiously, sensing treachery. Su Yinru smiled and replied, "If that is the case, let us adjourn." Some were momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by her clever maneuver. The second-floor master quickly stammered, "Since the owner has personally suggested a vote, we cannot defy her wishes. We shall abide by her words." Suyanru non comital, exuding an air of composure that elicited quiet admiration from several elders. From the outset, the three vice masters had been led by the nose by Su Yinru, who held the reins of initiative firmly in her grasp, making the contrast glaringly apparent. "Those who do not support me, please raise your hands," Su Yinru stated calmly, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. The second-floor master suddenly felt a heavy pressure bearing down upon him. Yet, with the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to release it. According to their prior agreement, victory was assured, and no surprises were expected. Gritting his teeth, the second-floor master raised his hand. However, as he glanced around, the smile on his face quickly froze. For throughout the room, aside from him, only the third-floor master and 3 elders had raised their hands. The other 4 elders, who had previously seemed to be in agreement, along with the fourth-floor master, remained composed, adopting an air of detachment. You all." The master of the second floor and the master of the third floor trembled in unison, suddenly realizing they had been betrayed. "What do you mean?" The master of the second floor glared coldly at the master of the fourth floor. With a smile, the master of the fourth floor replied, "I truly do not comprehend the meaning behind your words. I have always been loyal to the master, believing she is deserving of great responsibility. Is there an issue with my silence?" This remark left the others utterly speechless. It was only at this moment that the masters of the second and third floors began to feel a creeping dread. They could not discern whether the masters of the fourth floor had turned against them on a whim or had secretly aligned with Su Yinru from the very beginning. If it were the latter, it would mean that the Jin Feng Tower had long been under Su Yinru's control, rendering their recent covert maneuvers nothing more than a complete farce. The master of the second floor felt his strength wane and slumped into his seat. 4 votes. "It appears I have inadvertently offended the 4 of you," Su Yinru remarked as she rose from her seat. Her enchanting curves and alluring smile struck a chilling terror into those who had just raised their hands. No one understood better than they how merciless this woman could be in her retribution. Suyanru departith. Having spent less than a quarter of an hour in the conference hall, she offered no acknowledgement to the masters of the second and third floors, and this inscrutable demeanor only heightened their unease. In the courtyard, the figure of Shi Xiaole flickered, as if he were practicing a particular martial art. He was honing the Fei Feng body technique. For a long time, agility had been his weakness, and after witnessing the power of the Fei Feng technique yesterday, he had, of course, sought instruction from his aunt. With a sudden push from his feet and a surge of energy from his dantian, he soared into the air, leaping more than a yard high, akin to a phoenix taking flight. Women cherish beauty, and thus Su Yinru's Fei Feng technique was equally graceful and elegant. Coupled with Shi Xiaole's tall frame, it left the 2 observing maidservants momentarily entranced. Through experience and remarkable perception, Shi Xiaole grasped the essence of the Fei Feng technique in merely half a day, reaching the initial stage of minor perfection. Though still inferior to the floating steps in movement, the minor perfection of the Fei Feng technique allowed him to maneuver with considerable agility, equipping him to adapt to a broader array of combat scenarios. Shi Xiaole felt a surge of joy. Previously, when facing adversaries, he often resorted to a direct confrontation, not out of fearlessness, but due to a lack of superior agility that rendered escape futile. Now, having learned the Fei Feng technique, he had undoubtedly alleviated a significant predicament. To put it bluntly, he now had an added advantage for future escapes. "Xiaole, working so diligently, what are you practicing?" A faint fragrance wafted into his nose as Su Yinru entered with a smile. Having just exited the conference hall, she had inexplicably found her way here. Eager to see Shi Xiaole, "I am practicing the Fei Feng technique." "Aunt, has the matter been resolved?" Shi Xiaole inquired. Suyanru nadith. Last night, she had revealed to Shi Xiaole her confidence in victory. Upon hearing that Shi Xiaole was practicing the Flying Phoenix movement, Su Yinru became intrigued and smiled. "After practicing all morning, to what extent have you progressed? Have you achieved a semblance of minor success?" This was merely a jest. For most individuals, mastering a mediocre martial art to a semblance of minor success typically requires at least a month, while those with slightly better aptitude might need 10 to 15 days. Even if Shi Xiaole possessed exceptional talent, accomplishing such a feat in half a day was highly improbable. Noticing Shi Xiaole's peculiar expression, Su Yanru touched her nose, assuming she had struck a nerve, and hastily reassured him, "Don't rush. Your aunt also took a long time to get started. If you have any questions, just ask your aunt." After a moment of hesitation, in order to prevent any misunderstandings, Shi Xiaole replied, "Aunt, I haven't achieved a semblance of minor success. I'm barely at the realm of divine harmony minor success. That's all right. We'll practice diligently." And Su Yanru suddenly snapped back to reality, staring blankly at Shi Xiaole. "What did you just say? Divine harmony minor success?" Seeing Shi Xiaole nod, Su Yanru felt a surge of anger. This foolish boy. It was one thing if he couldn't practice well, but lying was unacceptable. In that case, demonstrate it for your aunt. Stepping aside and crossing her arms, Su Yanru silently vowed to give this little liar a proper lesson. Chapter 40. The Azure Edge Sword. Seeing Su Yanru's eager expression, Shi Xiaole felt a mix of helplessness and excitement. After all, Su Yanru's mastery of the Flying Phoenix movement far surpassed his own, and under her guidance, he would undoubtedly progress more rapidly. With that thought, Shi Xiaole relaxed and began to channel his inner energy to practice. The phrase "as graceful as a startled swan," as agile as a swimming dragon aptly described his movements, and clad in his azure robe, he captivated the two maids once again. Su Yanru was equally entranced. From the moment Shi Xiaole took his first step, she sensed something amiss, and by the time he had practiced halfway, her astonishment was beyond words. Divine harmony minor success. Was it truly divine harmony minor success? How had this boy achieved it? If she hadn't confirmed that she had given him her movement technique just that morning, she might have suspected he had learned it beforehand. "Aunt, I have a few questions." After completing his practice, Shi Xiaole began to voice his inquiries. However, Su Yanru was still in a daze, and after a long pause, she suddenly reached out and swiftly pinched Shi Xiaole's ear. Remembering her own earlier demeanor, Su Yanru felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yet, after Shi Xiaole begged pitifully, she giggled triumphantly and said, "Xiaole, you've truly exceeded your aunt's expectations. With your talent, you will be considered top tier even in Yin Triangle." Yin Triangle? Su Yanru cast him a glance, finally regaining the imposing demeanor of an elder, and said, "Qingshu Prefecture comprises 358 cities, with 10 major cities at its core, divided into 10 distinct regions. The area in which we reside is known as the Cloud Triangle region, consisting of 35 cities." Shi Xiaole nodded, recalling his aunt's words, and asked, "Aunt, are there many formidable young masters within this Cloud Triangle region?" "Certainly, with 35 cities and an estimated 200,000 young martial artists in each. That amounts to 700,000 in total. Even in a heap of pigs, one can find a monkey." Presently, the young martial artists in the Cloud Triangle are generally classified into 3 tiers. The third tier consists of those with cultivation at the 7th level of concealed energy, capable of contending with ordinary 9th level practitioners. The second tier requires cultivation above the 9th level, with the ability to match those at the 1st level of energy gathering. Your sword-drawing sect's eldest senior brother falls into this category, though he is among the weaker ones. As for the first tier, one must achieve the energy gathering realm and be under 20 years of age. To my knowledge, only 4 individuals currently meet this criterion, commonly referred to as the 4 young talents of Cloud Corner. Shi Xiaole listened in astonishment. Based on this classification, his current strength could barely qualify for the 3rd tier, and he realized the competition was indeed fierce. With the great martial arts system at his disposal, combined with his innate talent and circumstances, Shi Xiaole, despite his reluctance to admit it, felt a twinge of pride. However, his aunt's words swiftly shattered his inflated ego. In the Cloud Triangle alone, there were so many young masters ahead of him, and compared to the vastness of the Fima dynasty, the Cloud Triangle seemed merely a remote corner, hardly worth mentioning. This realization underscored the formidable martial prowess present in this realm. Shi Xiaole, at this juncture, had merely embarked on his journey. What was there to be proud of? "Xiaole, although your strength currently places you in the 3rd tier, your natural talent is undoubtedly exceptional. Given time, I believe there is a glimmer of hope for you to catch up to the 4 young talents of Cloud Corner." A glimmer of hope? Shi Xiaole felt a surge of defiance, which quickly transformed into a burning ambition. "Rest assured, Aunt, I will strive diligently." Su Yanru nodded in satisfaction, thinking that if Shi Xiaole could establish himself and excel in the Cloud Triangle, she would awaken from her dreams with a smile. After offering further encouragement and arranging to have lunch together, she departed the courtyard, for as the leader of the establishment, she had many matters to attend to. In the following days, perhaps spurred by motivation, Shi Xiaole found his focus sharpened. This led to remarkable results. Within just 3 days, he mastered the Phoenix Steps to a remarkable degree, leaving Su Yinru momentarily speechless. Besides the Phoenix Steps, Shi Xiaole did not neglect his other martial arts. The martial arts become increasingly refined with practice. Although some techniques have reached their limits, this does not signify a reason for complacency, for perseverance may lead to breakthroughs. Heaven does not forsake those who toil earnestly. One day, Shi Xiaole recalled the Huashan sword technique, which he had not practiced in a long time. After a session of training, an enigmatic realization surged within him. If form serves as the foundation, then spirit is the richness of that form, and transformation is the embodiment of the spirit. Is it possible that beyond transformation, there exists no new realm of techniques? Shi Xiaole was struck as though by lightning. Due to his limited understanding, he had only recognized the 3 realms of martial arts: form, spirit, and transformation. Yet both intuition and reason urged him that transformation was by no means the end. From that day forth, Shi Xiaole committed himself to mastering the Huashan sword technique. He practiced it once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, and even 1,000 times without yielding any results. In frustration, he exchanged some martial arts knowledge from the Jinfeng Tower for time to cultivate within the system. While 2 days passed in the outside world, 72 hours elapsed within the system. Shi Xiaole lost count of how many times he had practiced the Huashan sword technique, his mind filled with movements and techniques. Feeling dazed and bewildered, at a certain moment, he casually swung his sword, and an odd yet perilous essence emanated from it, akin to standing atop a mountain peak or scaling a wondrous crag. This was an entirely new realm, one stronger than transformation. Shi Xiaole trembled with joy at the prospect of opening a brand new door. Soon, the 7th day arrived. Xiaole, accompany your aunt to the Black Street. Su Yinru suggested one early morning. Shi Xiaole, having diligently trained and reached a new level of understanding with the Huashan sword technique, thought it prudent to relax a bit, especially since his aunt was in high spirits. Thus, he nodded in agreement. The Black Street bustled with visitors from the martial world. Unlike an ordinary market, this place felt oppressively heavy as it belonged to the realm of martial artists. An ordinary person stepping inside might instantly feel out of place. Su Yinru meandered through the alleyways, her demeanor shrouded in mystery as she led Shi Xiaole to a weapons shop. Su, I presume this young hero is Shi, the one who secured first place among the disciples of Jinfeng Tower. Haha. Indeed impressive, the shopkeeper, Boss Hu, remarked, clearly recognizing Su Yinru. In his mind, this stunning beauty had never ventured out alone with a man. Thus the identity of the young man in the green robe was unmistakable. Boss Hu, is everything prepared as I requested? How could I dare to delay? Boss Hu responded with a hearty laugh. He then retrieved a long box from beneath the counter. Upon opening it, revealed was a 3-foot-long sword of ancient design. This sword, named Qing Feng, was crafted from high-quality iron ore, infused with a gram of coral iron sourced from the East China Sea, classifying it as a low-grade exceptional sword. Shi Xiaole was taken aback, unable to resist stealing another glance at the Qing Feng sword. In this world, weapons are categorized into several levels akin to martial arts. They are classified as ordinary, extraordinary, spiritual, and divine. Ordinary weapons, as one might expect, are the most commonly traded items on the market. As long as they can sever wood, they qualify. Extraordinary weapons, however, are distinct. Such weapons are often forged with a touch of rare materials, enhancing their overall quality and rendering them significantly sharper and more formidable. It is said that a low-grade extraordinary weapon can achieve a sharpness capable of slicing through hair. The mid-grade extraordinary weapon can cut through iron as though it were mud, while a high-grade extraordinary weapon remains unscathed after 1,000 battles. Beyond that lies the realm of spiritual weapons, which are beyond the imagination of the average individual. These weapons often possess mysterious enhancements that can exponentially boost a warrior's strength, allowing them to defeat foes of higher caliber with ease. As for divine weapons, they remain enshrined in legend, with few in the martial world having ever laid eyes upon them. To Shi Xiaole's astonishment, the ancient sword before him was, in fact, a low-grade, extraordinary sword. What are you waiting for? Pick it up and give it a try, urged Su Yinru with a gentle push. Shi Xiaole glanced at his aunt, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and a surge of indescribable emotions welled within him. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the azure blade from its case. Surprisingly, despite its ancient and weighty appearance, the azure sword was remarkably light, so much so that even someone with no strength could wield it effortlessly. With a clang, the sword was drawn from its sheath, releasing a faint azure gleam that momentarily dazzled Shi Xiaole. At that moment, a stray lock of hair, untamed by the wind, brushed against the blade, severing silently. A sword that can slice through hair. What a remarkable weapon. Every swordsman harbors a deep affection for swords. Although Shi Xiaole is not a pure swordsman, his regular practice of swordsmanship has naturally fostered a bond with the weapon. In that fleeting moment, he found himself enamored with the azure sword, not merely for its sharpness, but because it resonated harmoniously with his own essence. Observing Shi Xiaole's reaction, Su Yanru smiled knowingly. Boss Hu, I must thank you for your assistance this time. No, the pleasure is mine. I owe my gratitude to Lady Su for patronizing my humble business. He replied. Even after leaving the weapon shop and wandering far down the street, Shi Xiaole found it difficult to process the emotions swirling within him. Turning to his aunt, he inquired, Aunt, why are you so kind to me? A low-grade, extraordinary sword carries a considerable value. Shi Xiaole vaguely recalled that the sword of the leader of the painting sword sect was also a low-grade, extraordinary sword, which he had purchased with a decade's worth of savings, an astonishing sum of 100,000 taels of silver. As the owner of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Su Yanru's expenses for training resources and daily travel could be accounted for in the pavilion's finances. However, personal expenditures still required her own funds, particularly since her annual allowance was only 30,000 taels of silver. It is easy to imagine that the cost of the azure sword was no trivial matter for her. Xiao Lele, you are the only kin of your aunt. If she does not treat you well, who else will she be kind to? Su Dianru remarked indifferently. Her words struck Shi Xiaole like a feathered arrow, leaving him both astonished and touched. Casting a silent glance at Su Yanru's delicate profile, Shi Xiaole silently vowed to safeguard this woman with all his strength, ensuring that she would never endure even the slightest harm. While Shi Xiaole and Su Yanru were leisurely wandering, an unexpected group of visitors arrived outside Jinfeng Lu. I have heard that you have recently declared your first disciple at Jinfeng Lu. Have that brat come out to compete with me. Wang Darren, a young man, flanked by a group, licked his lips and laughed heartily at the crowd gathered at Jinfeng Lu Chapter 41. Wang Bufan. Wang Bufan, what do you mean by that? A group of young people had blocked the entrance of Jinfeng Lu, and the one speaking was none other than Su Yanru's disciple, Lung Feng. The commotion had, of course, already reached the ears of the higher-ups at Jinfeng Lu. However, due to the identities involved, it was inconvenient for them to intervene directly, leaving the matter to the younger disciples within. Wang Bufan chuckled, what do I mean? The Chunqiu Hall has always overshadowed your Jinfeng Lu. As the first disciple of Chunqiu Hall, I naturally must teach your first disciple how to be a decent person. Chunqiu Hall is one of the three major powers in Fian City. Unlike Jinfeng Lu, which has developed over several decades, Chunqiu Hall is an old force that has been rooted here for centuries. Therefore, in terms of connections within the city, Chunqiu Hall holds a more substantial advantage. Nevertheless, in recent years, Jinfeng Lu has attracted many skilled individuals, and with its ever-growing prominence, it has earned its place among the three major powers. Chunqiu Hall and Jinfeng Lu have traditionally been at odds. This discord stems not only from gang rivalries and territorial disputes, but also from a significant incident 5 years ago when the leader of Chunqiu Hall, having prepared a grand gift, sought Su Yanru's hand in marriage, only to be publicly rejected, leading to a loss of face. Since then, the rivalry has escalated from competition over industries to clashes between ordinary disciples. As the adopted son of the leader of Chunqiu Hall, Wang Bufan was naturally inclined to follow in his father's footsteps, sharing in the enmity. Not long after his recent improvements in strength, he was eager to confront his rivals. You dare challenge Jinfeng Lu? A chilling voice broke the tension as three figures approached slowly, Sha Zongheng, Lan Ning, and Jin Wuwei. The one who spoke was Lan Ning, positioned in the center. Wang Bufan's gaze flickered as he appraised Lan Ning, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Quite beautiful. How about you become my little wife? Many disciples of Jinfeng Lu felt a surge of anger. Wang Bufan, overly confident in his martial prowess and emboldened by his status, brazenly spoke such outrageous words. His lascivious gaze sent a chill through Lan Ning, yet before she could respond, Another stepped forward and shouted, "Get lost." Upon observing your demeanor, it appears you must be Jin Wuwei, one of the renowned three prodigies. Wang Bufan had evidently conducted some preliminary investigation. However, when he referred to the three prodigies, his tone was laced with derision. "And what of it?" Jin Wuwei retorted fiercely. "How amusing! A rustic who has never encountered the world dares to proclaim himself a genius. It is truly laughable enough to dislodge the Grandpa Wang's teeth." Wang Bufan erupted into laughter, inciting the disciples of Shi Xiaole behind him to join in merriment. Many disciples from Jinfeng Tower suddenly recalled that this Wang Bufan seemed to have entered a legitimate martial arts sect, being a disciple of a certain elder, thus looking down upon his peers within Fian City. The so-called authentic martial arts sect is one recognized by the Qingshu Alliance, holding a sect establishment token, and possesses a status far superior to that of rogue martial forces. With a crack, Jin Wuwei's fists clenched with a resounding pop as he advanced step by step towards his opponent. He had always been a proud individual, intolerant of any insults. "Do you wish to engage in combat? Alas, you will not be my match." Wang Bufan laughed nonchalantly. That disdainful gaze ignited Jin Wuwei's fury, prompting him to exclaim, "Arrogant and conceited." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous sound erupted as Jin Wuwei unleashed a powerful Longhu fist, striking forcefully at Wang Bufan's face. "Merely a trivial technique, and you dare to expose your folly?" Wang Bufan countered with a palm strike. As their fists and palms collided, a gust of wind surged forth, stirring up the dust beneath them. Wang Bufan remained unyielding, yet Jin Wuwei was forced to retreat several steps. "Senior brother Jin?" The disciples of Jinfeng Tower gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Jin Wuwei could falter in a direct confrontation. Raising his thick brows, Jin Wuwei shouted decisively and executed another punch. The third form of Iron Fist shattered Iron Fist. This blow possessed a degree of significance. Wang Bufan's expression grew serious. He drew the blade from his back and swiftly slashed forward. As the blade's radiance met the force of the punch, Wang Bufan seized the opportunity to close the distance to Jin Wuwei, unleashing a rapid succession of 6 strikes. While each individual slash lacked considerable force, their sheer speed was overwhelming, leaving Jin Wuwei insufficient time to execute his remaining 2 punches, compelling him to retaliate with Longhu Fist. Consequently, he swiftly found himself at a disadvantage. After 36 exchanges, Wang Bufan laughed heartily, Gale Flash, with both hands gripping the blade. His long sword transformed into a sharp wind shadow, instantly shattering Jin Wuwei's fist winds and sending him flying, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood. Senior brother Jin has been injured. The disciples of Jinfeng Tower were taken aback. Some attempted to rush forward to assist, yet the struggling Jin Wuwei halted them. He gazed at Wang Bufan and inquired, "What sword technique was that?" "The 12 forms of swift wind swordplay. Your strength barely qualifies, forcing out the 9th form." Wang Bufan wore an air of pride, a smile gracing his lips. Jin Wuwei retreated silently, his expression impassive. Yet only Sha Zongheng noticed the bloodied fist hidden in his sleeve, veins protruding ominously. "Just the 9th stance?" Upon hearing Wang Bufan's words, not only the other disciples of the Jinfeng Tower, but even Lan Ning felt an overwhelming pressure. "Little girl, would you care to give it a try? However, should you lose, you must marry me as a concubine. What do you say?" Wang Bufan pointed casually at Lan Ning, beckoning with his finger, laughing uproariously. Years ago, his adoptive father had been humiliated by that wretched woman, Su Yenru. Today, marrying the talented daughter of the Jinfeng Tower would serve as a means to avenge his father's honor. "You dare! Wang, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly think there is no one in the Jinfeng Tower?" Wang Bufan's deliberately insulting words first enraged the disciples present from the Jinfeng Tower. Many faces flushed, their tempers flaring, ready to fight. "So what if I'm arrogant? Senior brother Wang is the youngest master in Fian City. Surely, none in the Jinfeng Tower can rival him." The disciples of the Chunqiu Hall were not to be outdone, directly confronting him with scornful and derisive tones. "Lan Ning, do not agree to his challenge." Jin Wuwei's voice suddenly reached Lan Ning's ears, causing her to momentarily pause. Wang Bufan possesses a cultivation level in the mid-stage of the 9th layer, slightly higher than ours. Moreover, I have a feeling that his swordsmanship has likely reached the perfected transformation stage. The 12 styles of the Gale are, to a discerning eye, merely a third-rate sword technique. If Jin Wuwei's judgment is correct, this Wang Bufan is indeed quite troublesome. Previously, Lan Ning had defeated Jin Wuwei, relying on her perfected light sword technique. However, those who witnessed that battle knew it was not an easy victory. In contrast, Wang Bufan had managed to triumph over Jin Wuwei while concealing his true strength. In light of this comparison, Lan Ning immediately realized she was likely no match for Wang Bufan. Little girl, it seems you are afraid. Indeed, you from the Jinfeng Tower are nothing but timid turtles, lacking both courage and capability. Alas, I suppose my visit has been in vain. Wang Bufan shook his head in disappointment, feigning to depart. Do not insult the Jinfeng Tower. I shall fight you. Ultimately, Lan Ning, being a 17-year-old girl with a proud heart, could not withstand Wang Bufan's provocation, deciding to step forward to confront him. Both Sha Zongheng and Jin Wuwei's expressions changed simultaneously, yet they were momentarily at a loss as to how to intervene. Indeed, she possesses courage. Wang Bufan's gaze fixed on Lan Ning's delicate face, his lips licking in anticipation, the flames of desire igniting within him. Junior sister Lan, this matter should be left to me. Just then, a melodious yet deep voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. They turned to follow the sound, discovering a young man in a green robe standing not far away. A subtle, tranquil smile gracing his face. Shi Xiaole has returned. Presently, Shi Xiaole's prominence among the disciples of Jinfeng Tower is unparalleled compared to the past, not only due to his formidable abilities, but also because of his impending identity as the future master of the tower. He is regarded with a newfound respect. Thus, upon his return, many were filled with excitement. What are you, to dare obstruct me? Wang Bufan's eyes flickered, feigning ignorance. I'm the opponent you seek. Oh, you're that Shi Xiaole, right? Heh, after lying low for so long, you finally dare to show yourself. Amid the laughter of the Chuanqiu Hall disciples, Shi Xiaole remained composed, refraining from drawing his Qingfeng sword. Instead, he unsheathed an ordinary blade and remarked, You may laugh now, but soon you will face despair. Is that so, just with you? Wang Bufan narrowed his eyes dangerously. He had already resolved to make Shi Xiaole regret his audacity. Now, he intended to leave numerous marks upon his visage. Master, I fear Xiaole may not be his match. Will you not intervene? From a high tower of Jinfeng Tower, Su Yanru, having returned ahead of time, heard the words of the fourth-floor master and replied, Upon returning, Xiaole has been methodical in his actions. Let us observe further. In truth, even without the fourth-floor master as reminder, Su Yanru had already determined that if Wang Bufan dared to deliberately harm Shi Xiaole, regardless of his status as the first prodigy of Chuanqiu Hall, he would face consequences. As she contemplated this, the fierce battle outside Jinfeng Tower had already commenced. Wang Bufan, agile as a leopard, lunged forward, striking at Shi Xiaole with a swift slash of his blade, employing the third-rate superior martial art, the Gale Blade technique. It was evident he aimed for a quick victory, intending to defeat Shi Xiaole with overwhelming force, thereby showcasing his exceptional prowess. Cultivating his internal energy to its utmost, Shi Xiaole unleashed a series of palm strikes with his left hand, weaving a net of defense, while his right hand brandished the sword to meet the attack. The clash resounded twice. First, Wang Bufan's long knife struck Shi Xiaole's sword, influenced by the enveloping net of energy. Second, Shi Xiaole aimed for Wang Bufan's shoulder, which he barely managed to block. I wonder how many strikes you can withstand, Wang Bufan roared, unleashing the Gale Blade technique in a relentless barrage, closing in step by step. Yet, Shi Xiaole, wielding the Miao family sword in one hand and the net of energy in the other, held his ground. However, Wang Bufan's internal cultivation was considerably deeper than Shi Xiaole's, and after several dozen exchanges, he slowly began to gain the upper hand. Such as the so-called first young expert of Jinfeng Tower, it is not so formidable after all. With each successive advantage, Wang Bufan laughed heartily before suddenly shaking his arm, unleashing his blade like a whirlwind. This move, Jin Wuwei clenched his teeth. He had previously fallen to this very strike. Faced with an aggressive onslaught, Shi Xiaole suddenly thrust the hilt of his sword into his chest, utilizing the rebound of his internal energy to propel the sword swiftly towards Wang Bufan. Was such a trick of any value? As his body executed a lateral maneuver in midair, Wang Bufan's descending strike fell once more. Of course, Shi Xiaole did not place his hopes on that prior strike. His true objective was merely to buy time to draw his blade. With a resounding clash, he unsheathed his sword, the momentum eclipsing even that of Wang Bufan, completely countering his attack. Young man, you are fortunate to have compelled me to unleash my 10th strike. Even before his body had fully descended, Wang Bufan's chest heaved violently, as though he were channeling all his strength into his hands, delivering a ferocious slash from left to right. Like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, the sheer speed of this strike rendered it almost invisible, yet it still exuded an aura of inevitability. Lan Ning's eyes widened, her white teeth biting down on her lip. How could she not perceive that Wang Bufan's strike now surpassed her own light sword technique in power? Were she to take the stage, defeat would be her only outcome. How would Shi Xiaole respond? All gazes fell upon the young man in the azure robe, with his defenses wide open. Within the lofty building, Su Yanru had already begun to mobilize her body, preparing to rush out of the Jinfeng Tower. Time seemed to slow, even as thoughts raced. Shi Xiaole suppressed the urge to employ the Point Stone Cyclone. Otherwise, defeating Wang Bufan would merely take a few moves. Of course, refraining from using the Point Stone Cyclone did not signify Shi Xiaole's defeat. He suddenly abandoned his sword for the blade, gripping the Qing Feng sword at his waist, thrusting both sword and sheath forward. In his mind's eye, a perilous mountain loomed, Mount Hua. A powerful wave radiated from this strike, as if he stood atop a mountain peak, resolutely leaping downwards. This bizarre and treacherous strike effectively halted Wang Bufan, for he understood that should he continue his assault, the outcome would be mutual destruction, a fate he did not desire. Shi Xiaole, with his sword still sheathed, followed the instinct within him, executing one strike after another, each technique growing increasingly perilous, while he himself felt a deepening solitude. Cold sweat beaded on Wang Bufan's forehead, for he realized that when he had compromised on his first strike, he had already lost some of his momentum. Faced with increasingly fearsome sword techniques, his courage began to wane. With a clang, Shi Xiaole deflected Wang Bufan's blade, sending the sheathed sword crashing against his opponent's face, propelling him a full yard away, where he rolled several times before finally coming to a halt. Sure, you have grasped the realm of intent? Wang Bufan gazed at Shi Xiaole, as if he had seen a ghost, even forgetting to wipe the blood from his lips. The realm of intent? Is this what it means to transform? Shi Xiaole's bewildered thoughts only served to astonish and terrify Wang Bufan further. As a disciple of a genuine martial arts sect, Wang Bufan's insights naturally surpassed those of the individuals present. The realms of martial arts techniques, namely, the initial 3 stages of form, similarity, spirit harmony, and transformation, are merely the nascent phases of mastery. One might even argue that these 3 realms represent higher meanings of form similarity. Only those who truly achieve a comprehensive understanding can grasp the essence of the techniques. The issue lies in the fact that such individuals are far from commonplace. Even within the esteemed martial arts force to which Wang Bufan belongs, they are exceedingly rare. Yet, here was Shi Xiaole, seemingly oblivious to the very notion of essence, somehow managing to impart it to him. What manner of person is this? Witnessing the once imperious and haughty Wang Bufan now gazing at Shi Xiaole, as if he were a monster, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. Regarding Shi Xiaole's recent swordplay, their immediate reaction was that the techniques appeared rather ordinary, yet they exuded an unsettling aura. Essence? Su Yanru forcibly stilled her body, her enchanting visage momentarily blank. As an outsider, she had traversed various realms of the martial world and was not unacquainted with such levels of technique. However, witnessing it manifest in the 15-year-old Shi Xiaole was nothing short of astonishing. Xiaole, I have indeed underestimated you, she murmured, lost in thought. Wang Bufan refrained from uttering a single harsh word, retreating alongside the Spring and Autumn Hall disciples amidst the mocking jeers of the Jinfeng Tower students. He was, of course, unwilling to accept such defeat. Particularly, Shi Xiaole's perceived threat level in his mind had escalated significantly. Should such a person mature, the very landscape of the martial world in Fian City would inevitably shift. This brat must perish. I must inform my adoptive father, Wang Bufan thought maliciously. Senior brother Wang is truly remarkable, remarked the Jinfeng Tower disciples, their faces alight with excitement. If the previous internal competition had been Shi Xiaole's battle for recognition, then this time undoubtedly solidified his standing among the disciples of Jinfeng Tower. It was a testament to his strength, independent of status. Has he grown even stronger? Lan Ning pondered, her gaze fixed on Shi Xiaole, her eyes ablaze with fervor. A temporary lead is of little consequence. I shall surpass him in due time. Sha Zongheng shook his head with a rueful smile, noticing that Jin Wei had returned to the Jinfeng Tower in silence, and hurried after him. Shi Xiaole remained immersed in his own understanding. Following the recent battle, his comprehension of this essence had evidently deepened. Amusingly, he realized that the essence he had grasped was, in fact, a reflection on the spirit. What constitutes the extraordinary, and what defines the perilous? Ultimately, these are mere subjective interpretations. Had Wang Bufan possessed a slightly more resilient will or been more ruthless with himself, he would undoubtedly have had a significant opportunity to unravel his own essence. In such a predicament, Shi Xiaole deemed his defeat to be inevitable. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Let us refer to this as a perilous and enchanting situation. With a subtle smile, Shi Xiaole lifted his gaze and noticed Su Yanru's shimmering eyes fixed upon him from afar. He returned her smile, sheathed his sword, and stepped into the Jin Feng Tower. The news of Shi Xiaole's victory over Wang Bufan swiftly spread. Consequently, in the following days, throughout the streets and alleys of Feiyin City, wherever martial artists gathered, the name Shi Xiaole resonated. Everyone was aware that from Jin Feng Tower emerged an extraordinary prodigy who, at such a tender age, had comprehended an elusive realm that others could only aspire to. Many esteemed figures from the martial world, upon hearing the news, came knocking one after another, eager to meet Shi Xiaole, hoping to glean insights into the methods of grasping such realms. After all, it was rumored that one's comprehension of such a realm could significantly enhance one's strength. Particularly for these esteemed warriors who had exhausted their potential and found it arduous to elevate their internal energy, they turned their attention to the mastery of techniques. Yet, Shi Xiaole possessed no methods to impart. If one were to insist, perhaps it was merely a combination of innate talent and diligent effort. However, how could one articulate such a notion? One by one, the illustrious figures of the martial world returned disheartened, only to be replaced by matchmakers at the door. Once an obscure figure, Shi Xiaole had now transformed into a paragon of excellence, hailed as the youngest martial expert in Feiyin City. And poised to inherit the Jin Feng Tower, his future boundless and bright, naturally becoming the ideal son-in-law in the eyes of countless parents. The threshold of Jin Feng Tower was nearly worn down by the incessant visits of matchmakers. Shi Xiaole, wishing to evade their advances, found solace behind his aunt, relishing his tranquil leisure, opting to remain in the courtyard to hone his martial skills. The elusive realm, though I have grasped but a fragment. It seems I have reached a standstill. One day, while seated in the courtyard in contemplation, Shi Xiaole reflected on the encounter following the duel, when Su Yanru summoned him to Ru Garden and shared her insights regarding the realm, which greatly inspired him. Shi Xiaole speculated that comprehension of such a realm necessitated specific circumstances or simulations of certain phenomena, requiring a preliminary reference to ease one's entry into it. To discern a general concept from techniques proved exceedingly challenging. Perhaps a return to Luyin Mountain would offer clarity. The mountain's undulating terrain harbored numerous perilous spots, which could somewhat substitute for Hua Mountain. Subtly, the thought of returning to the Huajian sect began to take shape in Shi Xiaole's mind. You intend to return to the sect? Su Yanru, upon hearing his intentions, was initially taken aback, then a profound sense of reluctance washed over her. Although she had cared for Shi Xiaole before, she had never felt such a strong desire to keep him close. Yet this time, inexplicably, she wished for him never to depart. And in just over a month, the sex competition will commence, and as a direct disciple, I cannot remain absent. Shi Xiaole explained. Very well, but once matters are settled, you should return swiftly. There is no need for you to linger at the sword painting sect. I will draft a letter to Yu Fanga, requesting his permission for your return to the Golden Phoenix Tower. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaole was rendered speechless. Why did it feel as though the leader of the sword painting sect, Yu Fanga, was regarded as nothing more than a servant in his aunt's eyes? Despite his reluctance, Shi Xiaole quietly departed from the Golden Phoenix Tower in the early hours of the following day. The reason for his stealthy exit was the tumultuous events of recent days, which had raised suspicions in both Shi Xiaole and Su Yanru that someone might be stirring trouble behind the scenes. As expected, just after Shi Xiaole left Feiyin City, he encountered several ambushes, including attacks from masters at the nascent energy stage. Fortunately, Su Yanru had anticipated this, and, accompanied by skilled warriors from the Golden Phoenix Tower, they arrived in time to thwart all threats. Still unconvinced, the headstrong Su Yanru insisted on escorting Shi Xiaole to the foot of Luyin Mountain, leaving only after much persuasion from him. Amused and touched, Shi Xiaole watched as the figures of his companions faded from view before he turned to ascend Lian Mountain. Following the path up the mountain, after several hours, Shi Xiaole returned to his small courtyard. However, upon entering, he was astonished and enraged to discover that his abode had been occupied. "Brother Shi, it is not us. It is the Grand Elder who claims you have descended the mountain without cause, your actions shrouded in mystery, suggesting ulterior motives. He has taken it upon himself to expel you from the sect in the name of the leader," explained several disciples of the sword-painting sect who were sleeping in a large shared space. Chapter 43. Framed and Defamed. Hearing the disciples' explanations, Shi Xiaole's expression darkened instantly. What an audacious Grand Elder! Not only had he previously targeted him and sent assassins after him, but now, fearing exposure, he had acted preemptively to cast him out of the sect? Was there no one to intervene? Shi Xiaole inquired. The second elder had expressed dissent, but alas, Brother Shi, you have indeed been absent for months, and under pressure from the Grand Elder and the third elder, the second elder had no choice but to acquiesce. The disciples patiently elucidated. Ever since Shi Xiaole had defeated a disciple of the Fuchin sect as a direct disciple, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Brother Shi, the Grand Elder harbors deep grievances against you. If he learns of your return tonight, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. You should flee at once. One disciple ventured to caution in a hushed tone. The behavior of the Grand Elder was well known throughout the sword-painting sect. Unfortunately, his considerable power and martial prowess left no one daring to voice dissent. Although the first senior brother Yuan Xiaowei and second senior brother Xiao Yuanbo were not afraid of him, the former adhered rigidly to the principles of respecting one's master, bordering on the pedantic, while the latter was carefree and indifferent to worldly affairs. Regrettably, with the sect leader still in seclusion, no one was available to stand up for Shi Xiaole. To speak candidly, the disciples' descent from a mountain is not a matter of great significance. A mere announcement would suffice. However, from Shi Xiaole's perspective, it is evident that the Grand Elder would undoubtedly create numerous obstacles for him, thus rendering his clandestine actions justifiable. Ultimately, it comes down to Shi Xiaole's lack of comprehensive strength. The adage that an arm cannot outmuscle a thigh aptly applies here. Would he not show me mercy? Upon hearing the disciples' words, a subtle smile graced the corners of Shi Xiaole's mouth. If the Grand Elder harbored no intention of sparing him, why would he ever consider granting clemency to the Grand Elder? Upon returning to the sect, Shi Xiaole had no desire to continue his forbearance. His previous restraint was merely due to his insufficient strength. He feared that a confrontation might threaten his very life. As for now, aside from the sect leader Yu Fanga, who possesses the cultivation of the nascent Qi realm, and his senior brothers, even if the Grand Elder, a master of the 9th layer of Qi concealment, were to confront him directly, what did he have to fear? Experts of the 9th layer of Qi concealment were not without their share of adversaries. To my esteemed junior brothers, I am grateful for your reminders. I am well aware of my situation. Feeling their goodwill, Shi Xiaole clasped his fists in gratitude before stepping into the night. Alas, although Shi Xiaole relied on connections, he indeed possessed strength. It was surprising that he faced expulsion. In the world of martial arts, righteousness always reigns supreme. The blemish of his expulsion may haunt Shi Xiaole for life, potentially affecting his chances of joining another sect. The Grand Elder's deliberate announcement to the Liu Yan 13 faction, escalating the matter, was rather ruthless. After Shi Xiaole's departure, several disciples sighed deeply. Fortunately, no outsiders were privy to the events of the night. Shi Xiaole managed to leave the mountain safely, and even if he departed from the painting sword sect, other opportunities may yet arise. However, the disciples could hardly fathom that Shi Xiaole had not truly left. The following morning, at the martial arts arena of the painting sword sect, as per the daily routine, hundreds of disciples either engaged in exchanges and sparring or gathered before the mountainside to peruse the latest news from the martial world, discussing which masters had recently emerged. Senior Brother Qin has arrived. Good morning, Senior Brother Qin. Before long, Qin Zhao appeared, brimming with vigor, and upon noticing the greetings, he smiled in response. These days have proven to be the most comfortable for Qin Zhao in recent years, for the thorn in his side, Shi Xiaole, had finally been eradicated. Although it was regrettable that he had not been killed by the martial affairs steward, leaving behind a potential future threat, his uncle's method of handling the situation was, in fact, more insidious than death itself, tarnishing Shi Xiaole's reputation, rendering him unable to stand in the martial world. As for any potential retaliation, Qin Zhao felt no trepidation. He was confident that his aptitude and strength surpassed those of Shi Xiaole. The disparity between them would only widen with the passage of time. Should they meet again in the future, Qin Zhao would not hesitate to eliminate the threat that Shi Xiaole posed. Senior Brother Qin, I have a few uncertainties regarding the Plum Blossom sword technique. May I seek your guidance? A young maiden with bright eyes and a radiant smile approached, gazing expectantly at the handsome Qin Zhao. Certainly, Qin Zhao revealed a smile. As the departure of Shi Xiaole left yet another vacancy in the ranks of the sect leader's direct disciples. It was a foregone conclusion that Qin Zhao would ascend to this position. In recent days, countless individuals had sought to curry favor with him, gratifying his vanity to an unprecedented degree. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Zhao's prowess and insights into swordsmanship undoubtedly surpassed those of most disciples present. Senior Brother Qin, I find myself perplexed by a few sword techniques. Might you offer your guidance? A clear voice suddenly resonated from the outskirts of the gathering. Of course, Qin Zhao instinctively replied, only to realize that the voice sounded oddly familiar. As the crowd parted, he was taken aback upon recognizing the speaker. It was Shi Xiaole. Not only was Qin Zhao stunned, but the surrounding spectators were equally astonished. The disciples who had tried to dissuade Shi Xiaole the previous night felt a wave of unease wash over them. Shi Xiaole, you have descended the mountain without permission, intending to collude with outsiders and jeopardize the Huajian sect. You dare to return, unafraid of death? After a brief moment of astonishment, a surge of vindictive glee coursed through Qin Zhao, with the great elder pulling the strings. Shi Xiaole had become nothing more than a pariah within the sect, since he had so recklessly returned. Why not seize the opportunity to eliminate him and prevent future troubles? As for how to explain it when the sect leader reemerged, he trusted that the great elder would handle it. After all, over 80% of the sect high-ranking members had aligned with the great elder. What use was the sect leader's personal martial prowess in this situation? Colluding with outsiders to harm the sect? That is quite the accusation, but do you possess any evidence? Shi Xiaole retorted with a mocking smile. You, a disgrace to our sect. The martial affairs elder was uneasy about you and secretly followed you down the mountain, having clearly witnessed you meeting with a masked individual. This serves as evidence, Qin Zhao declared, his face alight with self-satisfaction. A tide of furious indignation surged within Shi Xiaole. The martial affairs elder had clearly been sent by the great elder to eliminate him. Yet now, with a mere twist of the tongue, he had become a so-called hero of the sect. Huh, Qin Zhao, why waste breath on this traitor? Such a treacherous dog should be dealt with directly. A loud voice boomed as the martial affairs elder strode forth, his gaze upon Shi Xiaole brimming with lethal intent. Upon Shi Xiaole's appearance, a few disciples had rushed to inform the nearby martial affairs elder, prompting his swift arrival. Scanning the vicinity and finding no trace of the masked figure, the elder secretly breathed a sigh of relief, soon finding amusement in the situation. This was Huajian sect. Any masked individual daring to approach would surely meet their end. Kill me? It seems your last attempt was unsuccessful, yet your treacherous heart remains undeterred. Shi Xiaole regarded the martial affairs elder with calm composure, as tranquil as one might observe a corpse. The words he uttered stirred a tempest of tumultuous waves in the hearts of the disciples present. What? Did the martial steward truly contemplate taking action to eliminate Shi Xiaole? Could it be true? Some gazes flickered with uncertainty. The elder's intent to deal with Shi Xiaole had long been an open secret within the Huajian sect. He was unaware of it, especially after Shi Xiaole had repelled formidable foes from the Fuchin sect, thereby proving his own strength. The animosity was more palpable than ever. In such a scenario, the possibility of sending someone to carry out a clandestine assassination was not without merit. Conversely, Shi Xiaole, being the direct disciple of the sect master, and with his aunt having a profound relationship with the master, had an ostensibly boundless future within the Huajian sect. Did he truly need to communicate with external enemies? In truth, when the elder unilaterally declared Shi Xiaole's expulsion, many disciples harbored doubts. Yet who would dare offend the elder without cause? Many lamented internally that Shi Xiaole had acted too impulsively. Had he chosen to return during the sect's grand competition, when the sect master would emerge, he would have had a reliable ally to confront the elder directly. However, as matters stood, it was exceedingly simple for the elder's faction to eliminate him. Should the sect master inquire afterward, any fabricated charge would render the master powerless. Why would I seek to kill you, you scoundrel? Your misconduct is notorious. and yet you dare to slander others. Qin Zhao, do not hesitate to cleanse the sect. The martial steward, well aware of the principle of swiftly resolving chaos, bellowed at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao stepped forward, exuding confidence. Shi Xiaole, surrender willingly, or you shall face certain death. Death? Indeed, someone would perish today, regrettably. That individual shall not be me. Shi Xiaole, armed with a saber and a sword, the former being the renowned Baijian saber and the latter the Qingfeng sword, felt a surge of killing intent as he grasped the hilt of his weapon. Shi Xiaole was not a bloodthirsty individual, but if his adversaries were intent on forcing him into a corner, he would not hold back. Ha ha! So you intend to kill me? Truly, you are a heartless individual. I would relish the opportunity to witness your skills. Qin Zhao laughed heartily as he advanced step by step. To slay Shi Xiaole before the gathered disciples of the Huajian sect would be a dream come true for Qin Zhao. Junior brother Qin, do not act rashly. From afar, 3 figures raced towards them: Yuan Xiaowei, Xiao Yuanbo, and Mao Wenjing. Shi Xiaole was the sect master's chosen disciple. He could not perish within the Huajian sect. Qin Zhao, strike now, the martial steward urged silently. You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Qin Zhao seized the initiative, channeling his inner strength to the 7th level. His sword shimmering with brilliance as it enveloped 18 vital points surrounding Shi Xiaole. This was his all-out strike, aimed at killing Shi Xiaole on the spot. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the disciples, with some turning away, unable to bear the impending scene. More than a month ago, Shi Xiaole could not have withstood this strike, and might have even faced grave injury or death. However, at this moment, Shi Xiaole coldly smiled, drawing forth his 100 battles blade while simultaneously unleashing the power of his concealed energy, reaching the 6th level of cultivation. The clash of blades echoed as the perfected 100 battles sword technique, imbued with tremendous force, swiftly subdued Qin Zhao as modestly developed plum blossom sword technique. With a twist of his wrist, Shi Xiaole executed a second horizontal slash, a flash of crimson illuminating the air. Blood sprayed forth, and Qin Zhao fell backward, lifeless. Chapter 44. Audacious and reckless Qin Zhao. Witnessing Qin Zhao, drenched in blood, collapsing to the ground in a feeble heap, the martial affairs elder roared, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. 2 moves. Qin Zhao could not withstand merely 2 moves from Shi Xiaole. A tumult of astonishment surged within the martial affairs elder. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaowei, Xiao Yuanbo, and Mao Wenjing, who were hastening towards the scene, were equally stunned, scarcely believing their own eyes. The recognized 4th young master of the painting sword sect had nearly been vanquished by Shi Xiaole in an instant. The outcome was utterly astonishing. Scoundrel, you dare to harm others? I shall ruin you. Enraged, the martial affairs elder advanced, launching a palm strike directly towards Shi Xiaole's face. Although his status was inferior to that of Qin Zhao, the martial affairs elder was a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of concealed energy, possessing years of experience in the martial world, rendering him far stronger than Qin Zhao. Had it not been for his intent to extract secrets from Shi Xiaole, he could have resolved the matter in a mere 3 or 4 exchanges 2 weeks prior. Seeking death, unfazed by the martial affairs elder's palm, Shi Xiaole raised his blade, delivering a fearsome slash. With the enhancement of his concealed energy, although Shi Xiaole's cultivation level was beneath that of Qin Zhao, his internal strength was not lacking. What he had demonstrated earlier was merely the 100 battles sword technique. Now, he unleashed the true art of drawing the sword, a technique designed to kill in a single stroke. The blade's aura sliced through the air, its terrifying momentum almost instantaneously seizing the martial affairs elder's spirit, compelling him to attempt a retreat. Alas, it was far too late. With a cry of agony, the unseen force was cleaved apart, leaving a crimson mark on the martial affairs elder's throat. He staggered backward, his eyes reflecting a tumult of unwillingness, resentment, and even regret. Until his last breath, the martial affairs elder could not comprehend how, in less than 2 months, Shi Xiaole's prowess had reached such terrifying heights. No one understood. The training grounds, once filled with commotion, were enveloped in a shroud of silence. Shi Xiaole's earlier 2 strikes that had severely injured Qin Zhao had already been eye-opening. Now, dispatching the more formidable martial affairs elder with a single stroke left the onlookers gasping in astonishment. Even Yuan Xiaowei and his companions regarded Shi Xiaole with the eyes of strangers. Shi junior brother, his martial arts. Xiao Yuan was stammered, at a loss for words. The recent scene unfolded with such swiftness that it proved difficult to fully comprehend. You dare to slay the sect's steward. May you meet a wretched end. Blood streamed continuously from Qin Zhao's chest, and it appeared that without immediate measures to staunch the flow, he was destined for demise. Yet, Qin Zhao was oblivious to this peril, for at that moment, Shi Xiaole appeared to him as a merciless demon, advancing step by step, intent on delivering the fatal blow. No, you cannot kill me. The painting sword sect forbids conflict among its own. If you slay me, your fate will be sealed as well. Qin Zhao retreated like a stray dog, desperation in his eyes. So, to kill me means your own death, but to take my life incurs no consequence for you. Is that the implication? Shi Xiaole's cold laughter echoed in the air, under the weight of his imposing presence. Not a single disciple dared to speak in defense of Qin Zhao. This was primarily due to the fact that both Qin Zhao and his accomplice were evidently in the wrong, their arguments utterly untenable. As Shi Xiaole raised his blade, Yuan Xiuwei shouted, "Shi, junior brother, do not." Yet, someone was quicker. "You dare, little dog." The voice thundered like a storm, approaching from afar. The crowd turned to see the source. The elder, grim-faced and seemingly ready to devour, had arrived upon receiving the news. The elder's gaze fell upon the severely wounded Qin Zhao and the martial steward lying in a pool of blood, his fury and murderous intent nearly erupting from his chest. "Shi Xiaole, if I do not kill you, I shall cease to be human." The elder howled toward the heavens, his hair standing on end, his robes billowing with uncontainable rage, causing all present to hastily retreat. "Old fool, I have awaited your arrival." The disciples of the painting sword sect widened their eyes in disbelief as, in defiance of the furious elder, Shi Xiaole not only stood his ground but charged forward with his blade drawn. Profound painting palm. Unable to restrain himself further, the elder roared, unleashing a powerful strike aimed directly at Shi Xiaole. The profound painting palm, a top-tier technique of the third tier, was one of the sect's 3 ultimate skills. Years prior, the elder had perfected this technique to an extraordinary level, augmented by his mastery of the 9th layer of concealed energy. The might of this strike was so overwhelming that it rendered the onlookers breathless. With hair billowing, Shi Xiaole's eyes sparkled with an icy resolve akin to dark gemstones. This elder, since his arrival at the painting sword sect, had relentlessly targeted him, culminating in attempts on his life and slanderous actions that left him no avenue for survival. Never had anyone incited such a profound desire for vengeance within Shi Xiaole. With his left hand, he delivered a series of strikes, creating a celestial net that diverted the elder's palm strike just enough to send the 100 battle blade flying. In this moment, Shi Xiaole grasped the Qingfeng sword, this inferior yet remarkable weapon drawn for the first time. The blade sang as it was unsheathed, the pale blue light reflecting in the sunlight, piercingly dazzling and causing the elder's eyes to sting. Shi Xiaole wielded his sword, exuding an aura of perilous solitude that instilled fear in the hearts of those who beheld it. In an instant, the Grand Elder seemed to find himself teetering on the edge of a precipice, a single step forward leading to the abyss. "What is this?" The Grand Elder's face was awash with horror. Yet, being of advanced age, his mental fortitude surpassed that of Wang Bufan. He quickly regained his composure and pressed onward, suppressing his dread. However, he failed to realize that unless one could truly disregard fear, their movements would instinctively falter. In a contest between masters, a slight misstep could result in a catastrophic outcome. Under the combined influence of the perilous ambience and the intricate web of strategies, the Grand Elder was unaware that his actions had strayed from their intended path. Though he surpassed Wang Bufan in experience and temperament, he lagged significantly in enlightenment and adaptability. 10 strikes, 20 strikes. By the 29th strike, Shi Xiaole seized an opportunity. His azure blade pierced through the Grand Elder's defenses with a sharp crack, inflicting a deep 3-inch wound upon the Elder's shoulder. The Grand Elder, overwhelmed, was defeated. The disciple who had counseled Shi Xiaole the previous night muttered, as if in a dream. Reflecting on Shi Xiaole's gaze at that moment, he realized that the opponent was not merely feigning calm, but had indeed acquired the strength to demand justice. How little time had passed. After a series of strikes, the Grand Elder was left disheveled and in utter disarray. At that moment, a long sword suddenly intervened, blocking Shi Xiaole's strike. "Junior brother Shi, show mercy." The interjector was Yuan Qiuwei, who spoke while directing his disciples to tend to Qin Zhao and the Grand Elder's injuries. Xiao Yuanbo and Mao Wenjing soon approached, gazing at Shi Xiaole with a peculiar intensity. "Are all 3 of you trying to stop me?" Shi Xiaole inquired. We're not attempting to obstruct you. We merely wish to prevent you from making a grave mistake. As a disciple, offending your seniors is a transgression that, if it were to spread, would tarnish your reputation irreparably, Yuan Qi advised earnestly. In this martial world, offending one's master is considered a grievous sin. Here, master refers not only to one's teacher, but also to the elders within the sect. Any practitioner of virtue who bears the stigma of such an offense is doomed to be scorned for life. As for the martial steward, due to his status, should it be discovered that he had indeed acted against Shi Xiaole, the repercussions of his demise would not be as severe. Offend my master? Shi Xiaole cast a glance at the Grand Elder, who had narrowly escaped with a glimmer of relief and malice in his eyes, and silently scoffed. This Grand Elder must not be spared. Yet, Yuan Qi's words held truth. If he wished to navigate the righteous path of the martial world, he must avoid grievous blemishes on his name and refrain from challenging the moral foundations of the entire community. Shi Xiaole was indifferent to the opinions of others. However, if a more prudent approach could be adopted, why indulge in a fleeting moment of recklessness? After all, whether through open confrontation or covert assassination, the act of killing remains the same. As Shi Xiaole was being obstructed by his 3 direct disciples, the senior members of the Huajian sect, including the 3rd elder, arrived, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before them. Upon grasping the underlying circumstances, their astonishment intensified. Just as the 3rd elder was about to unleash a furious reprimand, he inadvertently met Shi Xiaole's cold, unfeeling gaze, causing him to shudder involuntarily. This young man, audacious enough to lay hands on the Grand Elder in broad daylight, nearly taking his life, was undoubtedly a madman. Did he truly wish to incur his wrath? His lips moved, yet the 3rd elder fell silent. Thus, an awkward tableau unfolded on the martial arts stage. The higher-ups allied with the Grand Elder found themselves too intimidated by Shi Xiaole's audacity to chastise him. As they too felt a twinge of guilt, it was the 2nd elder who, upon his arrival, vehemently berated Shi Xiaole. What is the meaning of this? As the situation reached a stalemate, a voice, filled with confusion, suddenly pierced the air, striking an incongruous note. Unbeknownst to the gathering, a tall, composed middle-aged man had appeared from the crowd. His features were gentle, his countenance handsome, and his long black hair was tied back with a blue scholar's ribbon. Master! Yuan Qiuwei and his companions exclaimed in unison. The sect leader has emerged from seclusion. The 2nd elder was equally elated. Meanwhile, the 3rd elder and others seemed to have found their patron, hastily approaching the middle-aged man, eager to lodge their grievances. Sect leader, this rogue, Shi Xiaole, harbors insidious intentions and is merciless by nature. During your period of seclusion, he conspired with external enemies and plotted treachery. Allowing him to remain among us could spell disaster for our Huajian sect. The Grand Elder was no less confrontational, immediately pointing a finger at Shi Xiaole, seeking to incite the sect leader to take action. Yu Fangge furrowed his brow and inquired of Yuan Qiuwei regarding the sequence of events. In no time, his piercing gaze was directed at Shi Xiaole. Unfazed, Shi Xiaole met his stare with composure. Xiaole, are you aware of your transgressions? Yu Fangge asked solemnly, inciting a wave of covert delight among the Grand Elder and 3rd elder. Though the sect leader may be somewhat naive, his martial prowess was undeniable, and with his intervention, Shi Xiaole's fate seemed sealed. Just as Shi Xiaole was about to respond, Yu Fangge unexpectedly added, considering your youth, we shall temporarily set this transgression aside. But let it serve as a warning. Shi Xiaole was taken aback by this unexpected leniency. The Grand Elder, as if hearing the most implausible news, cried out sharply, Sect leader, this handling is improper. I cannot accept it. What are your intentions, Grand Elder? Yu Fangge retorted, if the sect leader chooses to favor Shi Xiaole, I shall withdraw from the Huajian sect at once. Yu Fangge has always been somewhat indolent, spending his days solely in cultivation, which has led the elder of the sect to manage all affairs of the sword-drawing sect. The elder was confident that the sect leader would never allow him to depart. However, after a moment of contemplation, Yu Fangge unexpectedly declared, in that case, elder, you may leave. What did he just say? All present were left agape, astonished by the seemingly muddled sect leader, Yu Fangge. In everyone's mind, he had always been the epitome of a benevolent figure, indifferent to trivial matters and oblivious to significant issues, dedicating himself to cultivation day in and day out. He had shown unwavering trust in the elder, who was secretly usurping power without a trace of doubt. No one anticipated that upon emerging from his seclusion, he would catch everyone off guard. Could it be that the sect leader has suffered a lapse in judgment? Pondered the third elder and others maliciously. The most awkward among them was undoubtedly the elder. He had proposed his departure from the sect himself, and now, confronted with Yu Fange's seemingly respectful demeanor, his face flushed crimson. Shi Xiaole observed Yu Fange with great interest, inexplicably reminded of his aunt. Elder, you have been exceedingly careless. The martial affairs elder thought to himself, recalling that at the moment the assassination attempt on Xiaole occurred, Yu Fange had been clandestinely emerging from his seclusion. Yu Fange, relentless in his shocking revelations, suddenly unleashed a significant piece of news. You are that masked figure. The elder let out a startled cry, only to immediately fall silent. Alas, it was too late. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, everyone discerned the truth of the matter. Most importantly, with the sect leader himself implicating the elder. Who would dare to speak against it? A series of scornful and disdainful glances fell upon the elder. For the multitude of disciples, suspicion was one thing, but confirmation was an entirely different matter. The elder had abused his power, openly dispatching assassins to eliminate Shi Xiaole, a deed utterly devoid of ethics. Elder, considering your years of service to the sword-drawing sect, you deserve some leniency. Take Qin Zhao with you, and I shall not make it difficult for you. With that, Yu Fange flicked his sleeve and turned his head aside. Yu Fange, you are indeed tearing down the bridge after crossing it. Very well, very well. The elder laughed maniacally as his conspiracy was exposed. Fully aware that he must leave today, he gazed skyward with a wild laugh, then discreetly cast a glance at Shi Xiaole before departing with the equally disheartened Qin Zhao. Once they had left, Yu Fange instructed the others to restore order in the aftermath and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, return to your tasks. Do not let your cultivation be delayed. Xiaole, go wash up and come to my room." With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled away. Shi Xiaole's eyes flickered as he regarded Yu Fange's retreating figure. Lost in thought, on the mountain path, Qin Zhao seethed, unwilling to accept this. That scoundrel Yu Fange has revealed his true colors today. Fear not, Zhaoer. A gentleman takes his time to seek vengeance. 10 years is not too long. The elder vowed fiercely, whether it be Yu Fange or that little dog Shi, both shall meet their end. As he pondered whether to seek the assistance of an assassin organization from the underworld, a straight figure clad in a blue robe suddenly appeared before him. It was Shi Xiaole. Qin Zhao was taken aback, and the grand elder turned pale, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" Shi Xiaole laughed. "I have come to eradicate the root of the problem." A quarter of an hour later, the forest fell silent. Shi Xiaole wiped the blood off his sword with leaves and departed without a backward glance. In the study of the sword-painting sect's leader, "Xiaole, you have arrived," came the voice of Yu Fange, who sat opposite him at a desk adorned with fragrant incense, scrutinizing Shi Xiaole through the haze as if admiring a work of art. "Master, what exactly is your relationship with my aunt?" Shi Xiaole inquired directly, coming to a halt. Yu Fange chuckled. "What a clever child you are. By lineage, you should refer to me as uncle." "What?" Shi Xiaole exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Surprised, are we? Xiaoru is my half-sister. Had she not sent me a letter to handle some matters, I would not have emerged from seclusion so soon." Shi Xiaole stood in stunned silence, eventually coming to a realization. It was undoubtedly Mengqi who had informed his aunt about his affairs at the sword-painting sect, prompting her to intervene on his behalf by secretly writing to Yu Fange. No wonder his aunt spoke of Yu Fange as if he were family. He truly was not a stranger. However, given their significant relationship, why had his aunt never mentioned it? As if sensing Shi Xiaole's confusion, Yu Fange offered an awkward smile and waved his hand dismissively. "Let's not dwell on matters from the previous generation." Shifting the conversation, Yu Fange suddenly fixed his gaze intently on Shi Xiaole and earnestly stated, "Xiaole, I hear from Xiaoru that you have comprehended the essence of the techniques." Shi Xiaole hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yu Fange, filled with excitement, immediately requested Shi Xiaole to demonstrate. After the performance, Yu Fange clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Indeed, you are a prodigy, Xiaole. Your uncle did not misjudge you. However, your understanding of the essence is merely in its infancy. You must exert considerable effort in the future. From your words, it seems you possess a profound understanding of this essence." Shi Xiaole raised an eyebrow. The term uncle made Yu Fange beam with delight as he laughed heartily. "I cannot claim to have a comprehensive understanding, but I am certainly qualified to provide guidance for your current state." Clearing his throat, Yu Fange continued, "Xiaole, what do you believe the essence truly is? This question left Shi Xiaole perplexed, as he had never contemplated the matter deeply before. People often spoke of a place having great essence, or a painting being profoundly artistic. Yet how many could articulate the meaning of essence? Very well, you may withdraw now. When you are able to address this question, it is certain that you will have made significant progress in terms of artistic comprehension. Observing Yu Feng's pretentious demeanor, Shi Xiaole could not help but chuckle. He chose to remain silent, performed a courteous bow, and gracefully exited the study. What an amusing youth, Yu Feng thought to himself with a smirk. After that day, the sword-drawing sect underwent substantial transformations. The departure of the Grand Elder naturally allowed the Second Elder to assume control of the sect's affairs, becoming the foremost figure beneath the sect leader. With Yu Feng's tacit approval, the Second Elder initiated a series of personnel changes. For instance, the Third Elder, who had previously managed the library, was now reassigned to the Dark Chamber, tasked with administering the disciples' wall-facing punishments, thus experiencing a significant demotion. Additionally, several individuals affiliated with the Grand Elder were also reassigned to various positions, relegated to the periphery of the sect. The upheaval among the upper echelons of the sect did not greatly affect the disciples. Notably, even after several days, many disciples continued to discuss the battle of that day. Numerous individuals even believed that Shi Xiaole's current prowess was already comparable to that of the second senior brother, Xiao Yuanbo. Shi Xiaole remained oblivious to the opinions of others and was indifferent to them. During these days, he wandered alone through Lu Yin Mountain, seeking out perilous locations to pause and contemplate, hoping to deepen his understanding. On this particular day, he found himself standing before a precipice, beneath which lay an abyss shrouded in clouds. The wind howled, and the clouds surged in tumult. Gazing down, Shi Xiaole felt as though his spirit had detached from his corporeal form, plunging into the depths of the clouds, lost to the world. The concept of artistic comprehension can be dissected into essence and realm. The former is an objective existence, while the latter is a subjective thought, applied to martial arts. This signifies the fusion of techniques and momentum in a certain manner, giving rise to artistic comprehension. After what felt like an eternity, Shi Xiaole suddenly awakened, realizing that the perplexing issue that had troubled him for so long had dissipated like the white clouds above, revealing a clear blue sky. In that moment, he felt a spark of enlightenment. With a swift motion, he drew his Qingfeng sword, and beneath the morning sun, he danced with the wind, the sword light flashing. Lost to all external distractions. Were there any observers present, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For in that moment, Shi Xiaole appeared to be one with the cliff, the peaks, and the white clouds, a harmonious blend of motion and stillness, resembling a complete ink-wash painting. Half an hour later, Shi Xiaole came to a halt. According to his aunt, artistic comprehension can be divided into 10 stages. Thus, at this moment, he could barely consider himself at the first stage. Artistic comprehension, elusive and ethereal before realization, becomes strikingly clear once one enters its domain, allowing one to discern their current stage within. The previous battles with Wang Bufan and the Grand Elder had merely revealed a nascent form of his perilous comprehension. It was only through these days of accumulation that he could genuinely claim to have progressed to the first stage. Regarding the profound and perilous essence of the first level, Shi Xiaole was uncertain, surmising that only by confronting a formidable adversary could he truly discern its potency. A mechanical voice, long anticipated, resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. By comprehending the first level of perilous essence, you have earned an opportunity to draw from the third-tier martial arts. Do you wish to proceed? At that moment, Shi Xiaole felt a sense of resignation. Previously, he only needed to cultivate his martial arts to the realm of transformation to receive a chance to draw from the third tier. Although the system had subsequently raised the standards, he had not expected that after painstakingly achieving a level of essence, he would still only be granted a third-tier martial arts drawing opportunity. This seemed exceedingly unfair. The system clarified that this reward was an additional benefit bestowed upon the host, and it was entirely at his discretion to accept or decline. Well, one must bow their head under the eaves. Moreover, should he draw an offensive third-tier superior martial art, it would indeed prove beneficial for Shi Xiaole at this juncture. The Heavenly Net technique was merely an auxiliary martial arts maneuver. Observing the square halo flickering on the first floor of the Martial God Hall, Shi Xiaole felt a considerable amount of experience. Thus his nerves had calmed considerably. Ultimately, The square halo settled upon a blank stone wall, only to find it empty. With a grim expression, Shi Xiaole exited the system. Fortunately, he calculated that with 3 days remaining until the middle of the month, he would have another opportunity to draw. Time swiftly passed, and the middle of the month arrived. Ding! It is now the middle of the month. Would you like to proceed with the martial arts drawing? Draw. This time, the square halo flickered between the 5th and 6th levels, suggesting that with a stroke of luck, he might even draw a divine-level martial art. Alas, the system was not so generous. According to its explanation, the probability of drawing an empty result in this free drawing reached 50%, while the likelihood of obtaining a third-tier martial art stood at 25%. By similar logic, the chance of securing a divine-level martial art dwindled to just over 1%. There were no loopholes to exploit. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a third-tier superior martial art, the Tai with 3 Green Peaks by Yu Buchuan. Was it truly the Tai with 3 Green Peaks? Shi Xiaole was momentarily taken aback, then a hint of a smile graced his lips. Despite the controversies surrounding Yu Buchuan, the self-created Tai with 3 Green Peaks was indeed commendable, at least for Shi Xiaole at this stage. Chapter 46. The Contest for the 3 Shun Grass. Do not be misled into thinking that after Shi Xiaole comprehended the first level of essence, the third-tier superior martial arts would be of no use to him. In truth, given Shi Xiaole's current strength, status, and background, even acquiring second-tier martial arts techniques would deter him from wielding them openly. As the saying goes, a common man is guiltless, yet possesses precious treasures can lead to peril. In the Yin Triangle region, second-tier martial arts are tantamount to unparalleled techniques. The slightest whisper of their existence would incite a tempest of bloodshed. At present, Shi Xiaole lacks the ability to protect himself. In contrast, the third-rate upper-tier martial arts are different. These martial arts are both formidable and relatively common. Essentially, most powerful sects possess them, alleviating concerns of attracting envy from others. Most importantly, the realm of 1's intent serves as Shi Xiaole's trump card, which he cannot readily deploy. Time flows swiftly, and more than half a month has passed. Under the influence of the cultivation of the breath-nourishing technique, Shi Xiaole's internal energy has ascended to the mid-stage of the 6th level of energy concealment. Remarkably, the Tai Wei Sanqing Peak has already achieved the perfect realm of manifestation 5 days prior. The astonishing progress is likely attributed to his mastery of the Huashan sword technique. After all, Tai Wei Sanqing Peak is derived from the Huashan sword technique. Having thoroughly comprehended this technique, his cultivation has become remarkably efficient, yielding extraordinary advancements. In addition to his internal strength and Tai Wei Sanqing Peak, Shi Xiaole's Baihua, Suichuan, and even his Feifeng Shundong have also reached the stage of perfect manifestation. Thus, his cultivation, swordsmanship, knife techniques, boxing skills, and lightness techniques have all been enhanced, leaving him with no apparent weaknesses or flaws. Shi Xiaole feels confident that, should he face the Grand Elder again, even without employing his realm of intent, he would still be capable of defeating him. While the disciples of the Huajian sect were fervently preparing for the upcoming sect competition in half a month, Yu Feng suddenly announced a postponement of the event. What? Postponed? Is there a mistake? I heard from the second elder that this matter should be absolutely certain. Why the delay? I am not privy to that information. Upon hearing the news of the postponement, the disciples were collectively stunned, many expressing disappointment, while a few lazy disciples secretly rejoiced, even wishing for the competition's cancellation. The discovery of a substantial quantity of Sanqing grass. As a direct disciple and one of the few masters of the Huajian sect, Shi Xiaole was summoned to the sect's assembly hall, where he was taken aback upon hearing the news. Inside the assembly hall stood Yu Fengge, the second elder, and 3 prominent direct disciples. Sanqing grass is a crucial ingredient for concocting blood-replenishing pills and is exceedingly rare. If memory serves, a single Sanqing grass plant is valued at no less than 5 taels of silver in the market. Xiao Yuanbo clicked his tongue in astonishment. The Luyin 13 sects are mostly emerging sects that have recently relocated to Luyin Mountain over the past decade, thus lacking thorough exploration of the extensive Luyin Mountain. Just a few days ago, a Huajian sect disciple responsible for herb gathering accidentally fell from a cliff, and miraculously surviving, stumbled upon a vast quantity of Sanqing grass. Consequently, this disciple hastened back to the sect to report the matter. It was then that Shi Xiaole understood the reason behind the postponement of the sect competition. After all, the sects of the martial world also need to sustain themselves. The sword painting sect possesses far fewer resources than the Golden Phoenix Tower. And to sustain the nearly 1,000 members within the sect, a crucial source of income comes from the sale of healing elixirs. During ordinary times, the rare Sansheng grass is in short supply, resulting in a high demand for these elixirs, leading to a rather bleak financial outlook for the entire sect. With the recent discovery of a substantial quantity of Sansheng grass, the sect naturally aims to mobilize a significant workforce to secure it. After all, the Luoyan 13 sects, nestled against Luoyan Mountain, primarily engage in the trade of herbs and medicinal pills. Should the other 12 sects become aware of this development, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil. The second elder cast a glance at the others, a faint smile of resignation appearing on his face. Do not celebrate prematurely. This matter has already leaked. How could it spread so quickly? Yuan Xiaole exclaimed in astonishment. Because there is a traitor within our ranks. The second elder retorted with a huff, anger evident in his voice. Several sects have learned of this and have rushed to the area overnight, prepared to seize the opportunity. Xiao Yuanbo questioned, how does the second elder know this so clearly? The second elder, momentarily distracted, was met with Yu Feng's triumphant response. It's quite simple. We have also planted our own people within the other sections. The expressions of Shi Xiaole and the others turned peculiar. The second elder's face twitched as he continued. Due to the leak regarding the Sansheng grass, all 13 sects are now on high alert. In fact, 6 sects, including the Changfeng sect and the Fuqian sect, have already clashed to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. The upper echelons of the 13 sects have decided that the ownership of the Sansheng grass will be determined by the disciples of each sect. The second elder fixed a deep gaze upon the 4 of them, stating, the reason I have summoned you is that I hope you 4 can represent our sword painting sect in acquiring that patch of Sansheng grass. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaole and his companions immediately adopted solemn expressions, as if bearing a heavy responsibility. The second elder cautioned, in this competition, you must be adaptable and refrain from taking lives indiscriminately. Xiaole, as the eldest disciple, you must exercise restraint, and above all, ensure the safety of your junior brothers and sisters. Yuan Xiaole affirmed resolutely, Master, second elder, you can rest assured, even if it costs me dearly. I will defend the interests of our sect and protect my fellow disciples, ensuring that no one else succeeds. After a further round of instructions and encouragement, the 4 of them turned to leave. Second elder, you seem troubled? Yu Feng inquired with a smile. Alas, I worry for Xiaole and the others. Among the 4 talents of Luoyan, Chu Lin is said to be on the brink of entering the Qi gathering stage, his strength surpassing that of old. Furthermore, Zhao Nanxing of the Iron Sword sect is equally unwilling to lag behind. In comparison, Qiuwei and Ha Hohua the Fuqian sect appear to be lacking. Yu Feng squinted, pondering for a moment before replying with a chuckle. Why should we fret over things beyond our control? Even if we do not obtain the Sansheng grass, it could serve as a valuable trial for our disciples. Besides, a miracle might yet occur. The second elder shook his head, clearly not in agreement. He sometimes felt both envious and speechless at the master's optimistic outlook. Due to the contention among the disciples of the 13 sects, this time, aside from the 4 esteemed disciples of the Painting Sword sect, 16 elite individuals were selected from a pool of 6 to 700 ordinary disciples, making a total of 20 companions. The number of disciples participating in battle cannot exceed 20, a decision mutually agreed upon by the 13 sects. Otherwise, should the numbers swell, the risk of conflict escalating into a chaotic melee among the disciples would render the situation dire, making direct combat seem preferable. Under the guidance of the disciple who first discovered the Sansheng grassland, the group traversed the mountainous path for over 2 hours, finally arriving at a hillside teeming with dense foliage. As they gazed across the landscape, beneath the verdant canopy 100 meters above, lay an expanse of low-lying purple, 3-petal flowers swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a fragrant aroma, marking the Sansheng grassland. At that moment, on the lower slope of the grassland, factions from the east and west had gathered in droves, the atmosphere thick with tension. Shi Xiaole counted roughly 200 individuals. According to the rules of the 13 sects, with each sect contributing 20 disciples, a total of 260 would be participating in this contest, indicating that not all had yet arrived. Zhao Nanxing, you truly are a fool. As Shi Xiaole neared the crowd, he heard a cold reprimand laced with a tone of exasperation. What did you say, Chu Lin? Zhao Nanxing, a remarkably handsome young man, turned pale at being scolded publicly by his rival. Chu Lin responded with a cold smile. due to geographical circumstances. The first to arrive at this location were the disciples of the Longfeng sect and Zhao Nanxing's Taijian sect. Chu Lin had initially intended for them to act swiftly, to seize the Sansheng grass while they could, gathering as much as possible. However, Zhao Nanxing, in his arrogance and greed, foolishly sought to claim the Longfeng sect share due to past grievances, resulting in a stalemate between the two sections. As other sects gradually arrived, the opportunity to harvest the Sansheng grass would inevitably vanish. Surveying the elite disciples from various sects surrounding him, Chu Lin pondered aloud, "Esteemed colleagues, it is untenable for us to remain at an impasse. To avoid unnecessary conflict, why not send forth our champions to determine the rightful claim to the Sansheng grass through individual combat?" Upon hearing this, several voices rose in vehement opposition. Though reluctant to concede, it was undeniable that Chu Lin's prowess positioned him as the foremost disciple among the 13 sects. Who could rival him? Unfazed by the dissent, Chu Lin chuckled lightly. "Allow me to finish. I do not seek to monopolize the Sansheng grass. My proposal is for each sect to nominate a representative. The victor shall receive 20% of the Sansheng grass, while the second to fifth places will each claim 10%, and the last 5 will receive 8%. The clamor gradually subsided as many began to contemplate his words. Shi Xiaole cast a glance at Chu Lin. Given the current circumstances, unless someone possessed the extraordinary ability to single-handedly face 100 opponents, no sect could hope to seize the Sansheng grass unilaterally. Under such circumstances, Chu Lin proposed that the allocation of the Sansheng grass be determined through personal combat, a strategy that not only favored him, but also rendered others speechless. The crux of the matter was that 10 sects would share the Sansheng grass. Even if the remaining 3 sects were dissatisfied, they would dare not act against it for fear of inciting public ire. "Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts?" Chu Lin inquired with a self-assured smile. "I concur," came the first voice, that of Ha Ho Hua, one of the 4 talents of Lu Yan. "I too agree," added Yuan Qiuwei, a gentleman who preferred to minimize conflict through one-on-one encounters while confidently securing a share for the painting sword sect. The other 3 also expressed their agreement, and the proud Zhao Nanxing, unwilling to fall behind, let out a cold snort of approval. The 4 talents of Lu Yan had always been the flag-bearers among the disciples of Lu Yan Mountain, and with the unanimous decision of the 4, the remaining individuals had no objections. "Very well. Which 2 disciples shall step forward to enlighten us?" Julin Lauet Li, standing with one hand behind his back as he surveyed the crowd. Representing the 13 sects were naturally the most skilled disciples, who, being well acquainted with one another, hesitated not. Soon, 2 individuals stepped forth, engaging in a fierce duel. Chapter 47. The Manifestation of Intent. Among the 13 sects, the Changfeng sect to which Chu Lin belonged and the Taijian sect of Zhao and Nanxing were the strongest, while the Painting Sword sect and the Dust Brush sect occupied a mid-tier position. The 2 young warriors battling at that moment hailed from the weakest sects among the 13. After several hundred exchanges, the second brother from the Fei Leg sect triumphed over the elder brother of the Finger Flick sect. As their bout concluded, 2 more contenders emerged, initiating a new round of competition. Thus, within the span of a quarter of an hour, experts from 8 different sects had taken the stage. Shi Xiaole observed intently, making mental comparisons, and realized that, without employing his intent, he could perhaps rank in the middle tier among these formidable fighters. Shattered Skyblade. From a slope, Ha Ho Hua of the Dust Brush sect leapt down from a tree, delivering a powerful downward strike. His opponent was none other than Zhao Nanxing, known as the Iron Sword Killer Palm. "Excellent," Zhao Nanxing exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his body maneuvering through the forest like an eel, evading the shattered Skyblade while simultaneously unleashing 10 mighty tremors with his 100-pound iron sword, striking at Ha Ho Hua with a unique rhythm. This was the 3rd-tier superior sword technique, the 10 tremors of fatality. With a resounding clash, the blade light shattered, and Ha Ho Hua staggered backward, his complexion paling by 3 shades. In terms of martial arts realm, he was not inferior to Zhao Nanxing, yet he fell short in internal strength. The latter had recently crossed into the half-step chi accumulation realm. "I concede," Zhao Nanxing laughed heartily, casting a glance at the composed Chu Lin before returning to the jubilant disciples of the Iron Sword sect. It seemed that the top 2 contenders this time would indeed be Chu Lin and Zhao Nanxing. The disciples present exchanged glances, having already anticipated the outcome, and thus were not particularly surprised. "Brother Yuan, please," Chu Lin said with a smile as he stepped forward. "Be cautious, senior brother. warned the disciples of the painting sword sect. Yuan Xiaole stepped into the arena. Yet to everyone's astonishment, his displayed prowess exceeded that of Hao Hua by a notable margin, making it difficult for Chu Lin to secure an easy victory. Yuan Xiaole, Hao Hua murmured, his eyes glinting. "Ha, brother Yuan, you have concealed your strength remarkably well. It seems you are nearing the threshold of the half-step breathing technique." Although Chu Lin smiled, a shadow of ominous intent lingered in his tone as he advised. "However, I suggest you concede, brother Yuan. Otherwise, one of us may sustain grave injuries." Bearing the weight of his sect's mission, Yuan Xiaole replied nonchalantly, "I humbly request your guidance." "Brother Chu." "Very well." Suddenly, Chu Lin retreated with a swift motion, creating an ethereal illusion due to his incredible speed. In the next moment, he surged forward with even greater velocity. The invisible sword. Brother Chu has unleashed his ultimate technique. The disciples of the Long Wind sect laughed heartily, their anxiety dissipating. In contrast, the disciples of the Painting Sword sect wore expressions of grave concern. Yuan Xiaole took a deep breath, his sword moving in a peculiar rhythm, enveloping the area within 3 feet in a dazzling display of sword light. This was one of the Painting Sword sect's 3 supreme techniques, the Windless Willow Sword. With a sharp sound, Chu Lin's thrust was halted midway by Yuan Xiaole's blade, causing his momentum to falter. At that moment, Yuan Xiaole twisted his waist, his sword gliding along the edge of Chu Lin's blade at an uncanny angle, aiming directly at him. "This is bad. Brother Chu is in peril," the disciples of the Long Wind sect exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Get away from me." Sensing the impending danger, Chu Lin shouted fiercely, intercepting sword radiance. With a tremendous effort, his sword seemed to break free from the constraints of form, successfully blocking Yuan Xiaole's attack. Bang! The ground beneath them was pierced by their combined sword energies, creating a small pit several feet deep. The next moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The soil surrounding the pit crumbled and collapsed, dragging both Chu Lin and Yuan Xiaole into the abyss. "Brother Chu, senior brother." The disciples of both the Long Wind sect and the Painting Sword sect gasped in horror, while the disciples from the other 11 sects stood in stunned silence. Standing around the deep pit, they peered into the darkness below, a sense of foreboding rising within them. "Surely, the Haven Tea perished?" someone inquired anxiously. Zhao Ananqing stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "This matter must be reported to our masters. However, before we do so, we must first address the issue of the Sansheng grass. According to our prior agreement, the Iron Sword sect is to claim the first position. Do you have any objections?" A disciple from the Long Wind sect raised a challenge. "How can you assert that, when you have not triumphed over Brother Chu?" Zhao Nanqing responded calmly. The Long Wind disciple retorted with indignation, "What shamelessness!" With a sudden motion, Zhao Nanqing swiftly struck the disciple, sending him several meters away, and coldly warned, "Mind your words. Zhao Nanqing, do not take advantage of us." Seeing this, the other 8 disciples from the Long Wind sect were incensed. Zhao Nanqing laughed heartily. "Are you dissatisfied? Very well, step forth and compete with me. Whoever can defeat me shall have my departure." The disciples from the Long Wind sect were filled with rage, their faces flushed. Zhao Nanqing continued, "Given that Chu Lin has vanished, your Long Wind sect must send another to battle, and that substitute will contend for the Sansheng grass. The same applies to the Painting Sword sect." Upon hearing this, not only did the Long Wind disciples change countenance, but the disciples from the Painting Sword sect did as well. Excluding Chu Lin and Yuan Xiaole, the remaining experts from both sects were not particularly formidable, at least in the eyes of the other disciples, making it difficult to vie for a top 5 position. This, however, played into the hands of the other sects, as it effectively reduced the number of strong competitors. "I concur." Agreed. The remaining sects expressed their opinions, and amidst the chorus of voices, the objections of the 2 sects were summarily disregarded. "Everyone, the contest can be postponed. I believe rescuing those in peril is of utmost priority." At that moment, Shi Xiaole could no longer contain himself and stepped forward from the crowd. "I have already stated that rescuing requires reporting to our master. Did you not hear?" Zhao Nanqing replied impatiently. In truth, he wished to prolong the time as much as possible, thereby diminishing the chances of survival for Chu Lin and Yuan Xiaole. "Senior brother, senior sister, you should return to the sect and report this matter to the master, while I remain here." Shi Xiaole pointedly ignored Zhao Nanqing and spoke to the concerned Xiao Yuanbo and Mao Wenjing, leaving the latter too momentarily taken aback. "To be honest, Their minds had long since drifted from the matter of the Sanshang grass. However, if Shi Xiaole were to stay behind, it would inevitably pose a danger. Junior brother, you and junior sister should leave. I will remain here. Xiao Yuanbo declared resolutely. Do not worry, senior brother. No one here can harm me. Although Shi Xiaole was grateful for Xiao Yuanbo's goodwill, he understood that the latter's presence offered no tangible advantage. Moreover, Shi Xiaole's decision to stay was not merely a matter of guarding the location, since others were unwilling to relinquish the Sanshang grass. He had no qualms about contending for it. His confident words drew glances of surprise from both Xiao Yuanbo and Mao Wenjing. Recalling the previous actions of Shi Xiaole, Xiao Yuanbo suddenly nodded. Very well. In that case, junior brother, please wait a moment. We shall return shortly. Xiao Yuanbo exchanged a glance with Mao Wenjing before departing. This infuriated Zhao Nanxing, who glared at Shi Xiaole and the others with fiery eyes. Especially at Shi Xiaole, this unknown brat who dared to disregard him in such a manner. Zhao Nanxing was indifferent to the whereabouts of the members of the sword-painting sect. He was solely aware that his dignity had been trampled upon. Stop! In a fit of rage, Zhao Nanxing bellowed, swinging his sword towards the departing Xiao Yuanbo and Mao Wenjing. Xiao Yuanbo turned, parrying the strike, and was pushed back 3 steps as he exclaimed, Zhao Nanxing, what madness has possessed you? Zhao Nanxing chuckled menacingly. Xiao Yuanbo, you cowardly turtle, do you dare not fight on behalf of the sword-painting sect? Senior brother, you all go ahead, Shi Xiaole interjected, standing firm in their path as he addressed Zhao Nanxing. Your opponent is me. You? Huh? What are you to be my opponent? Zhao Nanxing? Zhao Nanxing laughed wildly, so furious that his hand trembled around the sword. Remember, I am Shi Xiaole. Without any further ado, Shi Xiaole drew his blade. He understood that only by intimidating Zhao Nanxing could there be a possibility of resolving today's conflict. Seeking death, Zhao Nanxing's expression darkened, and he swung his iron sword at Shi Xiaole's 100 battle blade. Clang! The clash of their immense powers caused the air to resonate with a slight tremor. Both Shi Xiaole and Zhao Nanxing staggered back 2 steps. Junior brother, Xiao Yuanbo, Mao Wenjing, and the other disciples of the sword-painting sect were taken aback. How had Shi Xiaole's skills seemingly advanced in just a few days? The disciples from other sects were equally astonished to witness Shi Xiaole standing on equal footing with Zhao Nanxing. Shi Xiaole's strength? From the Fuqin sect, Qi Guang, Qi Hui, and Zhao Molan were all dumbfounded. 2 months prior, Shi Xiaole's prowess was inferior even to Qi Hui. Yet the blade he wielded moments ago was clearly far superior to theirs. Ah, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. But I wonder how long he can hold out. Fueled by rage and indignation, Zhao Nanxing employed his lightness skill, wielding his iron sword like a fierce tiger, charging towards Shi Xiaole. Shi Xiaole did not show any signs of retreat, with his right hand gripping the 100 battle blade and his left hand conjuring the celestial net. He met Zhao Nanxing head-on. The two clashed in an instant, akin to a celestial dragon battling a terrestrial tiger. As their blades met, sparks flew, and the ferocity of their techniques left the onlookers shuddering in dread. Submit to me, 10 Thunder Absolute Kill Sword. After over 20 exchanges, Zhao Nanxing, relying on his profound internal energy, had established a distinct advantage. However, to utterly crush Shi Xiaole, he unleashed the very sword technique that had bested Ha Ho Hua. The 100 battle blade was instantly knocked aside, and gasps echoed from behind him. Shi Xiaole remained unperturbed, his right hand firmly grasping the Qingfeng sword. With a resounding clang, the blade unleashed a brilliant azure light, momentarily transforming the scene into a perilous peak where Shi Xiaole danced on the edge, poised to fall at any moment. Such a thrilling ambience. Zhao Nanxing's eyes widened in shock, and under the onslaught of Shi Xiaole's swordplay, he felt as though his very thoughts were stalling. An illusion. You cannot deceive me. He bit down on his tongue and swung his iron sword with fervor, unaware of how many strikes he had delivered. When he finally landed, though unscathed, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Chapter 48. The Azure Light Grass. The nascent essence of danger had already unsettled Wang Bufan and the Grand Elder, and now that it had reached a rudimentary stage, its potency had undoubtedly escalated. To speak candidly, had Zhao Nanxing not been the one to receive the blow, Shi Xiaole's Qingfeng sword would likely have been stained with blood. What martial arts is this? Zhao Nanxing inquired gravely. Among the more than 200 distinguished disciples of Lianshan present, many shared his confusion. Essence, Shi Xiaole replied with indifference. Essence? What essence? Many furrowed their brows. unable to comprehend its meaning. Yet a few others displayed expressions of disbelief, their gazes toward Shi Xiaole filled with astonishment. Although the 13 sects of Lianshan were immersed in the world of martial arts, some disciples were well-versed enough to have heard of the concept of essence from tales shared by mentors and elders. Wasn't that something only geniuses could grasp? It was rumored that only those who thoroughly understood and mastered their techniques had even the slightest hope of entering that realm. For these disciples, essence was akin to a function for elementary students, beyond their comprehension, yet it manifested in Shi Xiaole, leaving them utterly astounded. Xiao Yuanbua, Mao Wenjing, and the other disciples of the painting sword sect exhaled deeply, their emotions slightly calmed, for the technique Shi Xiaole had used to defeat the Grand Elder mirrored today's display, albeit with less force. You, young man, turn out to be the most concealed talent of the painting sword sect. I, Zhao, refuse to believe I cannot best you. Zhao Nanxing, ever arrogant, could not accept that an unknown individual stood before him. Enraged, he charged forward once more. Shi Xiaole's gaze remained tranquil, unwavering. Observers could see that Shi Xiaole's conventional strength paled in comparison to Zhao Nanxing's. Yet whenever he faced peril, he could utilize the essence of danger to counterbalance the odds. Time and again, Zhao Nanxing found himself at a loss against Shi Xiaole. Use your strength without relying on any essence. Let us battle honorably. Zhao Nanxing scolded furiously. Suddenly, there was a clang, and his iron sword was cleaved by the Qingfeng sword, resulting in a slight gash that ran along its length. After all, the Qingfeng sword was a low-grade extraordinary weapon. It would be a miracle if it did not gain the upper hand in a protracted confrontation. As victory seemed increasingly elusive, Zhao Nanxing ultimately resolved to take a step back. Just then, a dart laced with poison suddenly shot forth from among his disciples, hurtling toward Shi Xiaole with astonishing speed. The crowd erupted in gasps of shock. As the intended target, Shi Xiaole felt the hairs on his body stand on end. In the face of imminent peril, he forcefully shifted to the side, the dart barely grazing his Qingfeng sword. However, the sheer force of it sent him stumbling backward. A malicious glint flashed in Zhao Nanxing's eyes as he swung his iron sword toward the dart, yet the force of his strike reverberated through the ground, all of it impacting Shi Xiaole's form. This was dire. Shi Xiaole's foot slipped, and he plummeted into an abyss of unfathomable depth. Junior brother, witnessing this scene, Xiao Yuanbua was incensed, and Mao Wenjing's expression turned icy. The two seemed to have a silent agreement, simultaneously raising their swords and charging at Zhao Nanxing. The remaining disciples of the Huajian sect were not to be outdone, swiftly joining the fray against the disciples of the Taijian sect. Some retreated, while others pressed forward to obstruct, and inevitably, all were drawn into the chaotic melee. In the end, numerous disciples fell into the pit, leaving only a scant few remaining. Among them was Qi Guang of the Fuchin sect. Everyone, hold your attacks. Qi Guang ruspoke in agraviton. This matter has escalated. We must return to our sect immediately and report the events to the sect leader. The remaining individuals wore somber expressions but did not voice any dissent. Once the fervor subsided, it became evident to all the gravity of the situation, should any of the fallen perish. It would be an unprecedented blow to the 13 sects of Lu Yan. As for the San Sheng grass, it was of little consequence now. Without further delay, the group of a dozen or so practitioners activated their lightness skills and hastily made their way back to the sect. During his descent, Shi Xiaole harnessed his internal energy while using his Qingfeng sword to scrape against the walls, mitigating the tremendous force of his fall. After what felt like an eternity, with a resounding splash, he landed in the water below. The water was stagnant yet peculiarly fragrant. Clambering ashore, he allowed his eyes to adjust to the darkness, and with heightened senses typical of a warrior, Shi Xiaole managed to discern his surroundings. He found himself in a spacious, elongated corridor, the stagnant water aligning perfectly with the deep pit above, sparing him from a grim fate. A breeze wafted through the air. Noticing the movement of air, Shi Xiaole contemplated his next move and cautiously made his way eastward along the corridor. Shortly after he began walking, others began to fall from above, splashing water everywhere. The corridor stretched on longer than Shi Xiaole had anticipated, and the air grew increasingly fresh. With each breath, he felt invigorated, as if his very pores were opening, bringing a sense of utter relief. Could this be the essence of spiritual herbs? Although he had never personally encountered them, he had read about such extraordinary flora that possessed the ability to uplift one's spirit and rejuvenate one's essence, much like the sensation he was experiencing in that moment. He could not suppress his suspicions. Could it be that the passage ahead harbored the legendary spirit grass? Quickening his pace, he ventured forth. And after approximately a quarter of an hour, his vision suddenly expanded. Before him shimmered glimmers of light, revealing two figures engaged in fierce combat. Who else could they be but Chu Lin and Yuan Xiaowei? The ethereal glow emanated from a small patch of vibrant green grass to their left. This grass, though no larger than ordinary blades, radiated a luminous emerald hue from its intricate veins, swaying gracefully and mesmerizing all who beheld it. The Bai Guang grass. Even with Shi Xiaole's steadfast temperament, he found it impossible to remain composed. The Bai Guang grass, one of the world's revered spirit herbs, takes a decade to mature. Its greatest virtue being its ability to purify a warrior's internal energy, eliminating impurities. It is crucial to understand that a warrior's internal energy is not conjured from thin air. It is derived from the absorption of spiritual essence from the heavens and earth through their cultivation methods. However, no technique can guarantee a perfect transformation of this spiritual essence into internal energy. Excess spiritual energy through the body's circulatory processes can become impurities, lingering within and potentially harming both prowess and foundation over time. To avert such a predicament, warriors often find themselves spending additional time in meditation, striving to clear blockages and expel waste. Unfortunately, this method is both time-consuming and exhausting, often yielding less than satisfactory results. Yet with the presence of the Bai Guang grass, the scenario changes dramatically. As a spirit herb, its contained spiritual essence possesses the extraordinary ability to dissolve impurities within a warrior's internal energy in a remarkably short time, significantly enhancing its purity and elevating the warrior's capabilities. Observing Chu Lin's sullen expression and relentless demeanor, Shi Xiaole realized that the other party had intentions to claim the Bai Guang grass for himself. Brother Chu, I have already relinquished the Bai Guang grass to you. Why do you continue to pressure me? Yuan Xiaowei, bearing numerous cuts and gasping for breath, was clearly at a disadvantage. This compelled Shi Xiaole to regard Chu Lin with renewed scrutiny. It was evident that he was not exerting his full strength in this external confrontation. To properly absorb the Bai Guang grass, a solitary environment is essential. With Brother Yuan nearby, I cannot be at ease, Chu Lin remarked with a chilling laugh, inciting Yuan Xiaowei's indignation. The implication was unmistakable. He was insinuating that he would take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. With a careless misstep, Yuan Xiaowei was struck by two more sword blows to his shoulder, blood streaming down, rendering him somewhat dizzy. Though reluctant to accept his fate, Yuan Xiaowei understood that if this continued, his demise was inevitable. Brother Yuan, do not blame me. Blame only the presence of other opportunities here. I truly do not wish to share, so you must perish. Chu Lin's smile was both cruel and triumphant, his gaze hardening as he unleashed his sword with a dazzling flourish, briefly illuminating the area within 3 feet. This was his signature technique, the sword flow of light. Yuan Xiaowei attempted to block the strike, but his arm spasmed, leaving him helpless to watch as the blade descended toward his throat. Clang! In a moment of peril, a pale blue sword light sliced in from the side, intercepting the fatal blow on Yuan Xiaowei's behalf. Junior brother, with the gleam of the sword, Yuan Xiaowei discerned the visage of the newcomer and could not help but exclaim, Master brother, let us unite against this individual. Shi Xiaole looked at the cold-faced Chu Lin and spoke. A disciple of the painting sword sect? Chu Lin's voice was heavy, laden with a palpable murderous intent. The appearance of Shi Xiaole raised his suspicions that more individuals had infiltrated this place. Thus, to seize the opportunity, he had to act swiftly. Initially reluctant to employ this technique, the circumstances now compelled him to do so. Suddenly, Chu Lin swept his hand across the sword's edge, allowing the blood from his palm to flow onto the blade, endowing him with an inexplicable, fearsome aura of malevolence. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, the blood-soaked sword lunged forth like a crimson viper, ferociously striking at Shi Xiaole and Yuan Xiaowei. In a mere stroke, blood rained down from the sky. He shattered Yuan Xiaowei's windless willow sword, carving 6 deep gashes upon his body. Chu Lin, how dare you cultivate the demonic sword technique? Yuan Xiaowei's face turned ashen, filled with shock, rage, and trepidation. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil have never coexisted for disciples of the righteous path. Practicing demonic martial arts would undoubtedly invite scorn and condemnation. Chu Lin, without a shred of hesitation, had evidently resolved to eradicate the two brothers. The bloodied sword thrust forward. Its overwhelming and cunning force forced Shi Xiaole to retreat 2 steps, his chest heaving with turbulent energy. Although Chu Lin's primary target was Yuan Xiaowei, he nonetheless managed to suppress Shi Xiaole, showcasing the formidable prowess of this individual. Master brother, we must retreat. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Shi Xiaole unleashed a perilous technique from the Huashan sword art to momentarily hinder Chu Lin, then strategically fought while retreating. Yuan Xiaowei, aware of the life-and-death crisis, hastened to assist as Shi Xiaole's swordplay proved effective. Damn, what is this technique? Chu Lin's expression darkened. Having employed demonic martial arts, he was resolute in eliminating Shi Xiaole and Yuan Xiaowei to find peace of mind. However, seeing the two escape further away, he could not abandon the Biguan grass, lest all his prior efforts be in vain. Once I refine the Biguan grass, I shall have your corpses in pieces, he vowed silently. Chapter 49. The 7th Layer of Concealed Breath. Alas, fate had other plans. Just as Chu Lin prepared to refine the Biguan grass alone, disciples who had fallen alongside Shi Xiaole arrived one after another. Chu brother, it is wonderful to see you unharmed. Upon spotting Chu Lin, several disciples from the Chongfeng sect rushed forward, their voices brimming with excitement, causing even those who had yet to notice Chu Lin to turn and look. Chu Lin's heart seethed with fury, yet he was forced to feign a similar expression of joy. Chu Lin, what is it that you hold in your hand? Zhao Nanqing suddenly fixated on the object in Chu Lin's grasp, his eyes gleaming with interest. Zhao brother, this is something I acquired. You are in no position to inquire. Chu Lin Vito. Chu Lin coldly remarked. Haha, your words hold no weight. With so many people present, Brother Chu, it is unwise to seek solitary gains. Zhao and Nanqing, standing in opposition, incited the crowd, convinced that Chu Lin had acquired something extraordinary. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Chu Lin's right fist tightened and then relaxed, only to tighten again. Finally, taking a deep breath, he had no choice but to loosen his grip. The Biguan grass. Shi Xiaole and Yuan Xiaowei fled together, only stopping to rest when exhaustion set in. Junior brother, without you I would have already met my end here, Yuan Xiaowei said, bloodied and injured. Yet he thanked Shi Xiaole without hesitation. In the past, he had harbored a dismissive attitude towards his junior brother. But today's battle had made him realize that he had no right to underestimate Shi Xiaole. Given Shi Xiaole's current martial prowess, it was only a matter of time before the title of the foremost disciple of the painting sword sect would change hands. Reflecting on this, Yuan Xiaowei felt a surge of emotion, but the pain from his injuries quickly brought him back to reality, prompting him to sit down and channel his energy to heal. Shi Xiaole, unscathed, stood guard over Yuan Xiaowei while surveying their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, they had escaped the passage and found themselves in a square clearing. From the corners of the clearing, for lengthy passages branched out, indicating that they were likely at the center of an underground space. However, the mysteries that lay ahead remained unknown. Suddenly, Shi Xiaole felt a stirring in his heart, not the flutters of attraction one experiences in the presence of the opposite sex, but a profound sense of intuition. Following this instinct, he cautiously approached the northern passage, and to his astonishment, he felt the energy in his mind begin to swirl autonomously. The cause of this phenomenon could only be one. The northern passage concealed a Xianjing stone. A tremor coursed through Shi Xiaole's body, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Although his martial skills were not weak, indeed, he might even surpass Chu Lin and the other four swans in technique, his internal energy cultivation was still lacking. Compared to the four who had reached the 9th level of Qi concealment, his mid-level 6th was woefully inadequate. It was true that Shi Xiaole was merely 15 years old, younger than the four swans, yet his aspirations had never been limited to them. Lianshan was merely a starting point for him. If he could not surpass those around him at the fastest pace, how could he hope to traverse the martial world and make a name for himself? Observing Yuan Xiaowei, still recovering, Shi Xiaole suppressed the impulse to rush into the northern passage. After half an hour, Yuan Xiaowei finally regained consciousness, smiling. Junior brother, thank you for your assistance. This mysterious cavern, aside from the Biguan grass, may hold other opportunities. Thus, seeing you remain by my side instead of exploring, I cannot help but feel deeply moved. Master brother, to avoid being pursued by Chu Lin, it is prudent for us to vacate this place. Indeed. Yet where shall we go? Previously, we traveled south. This time, let us reverse our course and strike towards the rear of Chu Lin. Shi Xiaole could not directly suggest taking the northern passage, lest it raise suspicion. It was not that he doubted Yuan Xiaowei, but their bond was still tenuous, necessitating a measure of caution. After some contemplation, Yuan Xiaowei found merit in this plan and nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them promptly set forth, entering the northern passage. As they delved deeper, the point stone vortex in Shi Xiaole's mind spun increasingly rapidly, as if on the verge of spiraling out of control. Activating his sensing technique, his intent radiated from the point stone vortex, extending like invisible tendrils in all directions, enveloping a 10-meter radius. Within his line of sight, the dark passage revealed no glimmer of light, save for a few spots that flickered like fireflies. Xianjing stones. A surge of joy filled Shi Xiaole's heart. However, to avoid arousing Yuan Xiaowei's suspicions, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, bending down only to collect the stones as they passed. "Junior brother, what troubles you?" Yuan Xiaowei inquired, observing him closely. "Nothing. I merely seek any clues that might aid our escape," Shi Xiaole replied. The two engaged in casual conversation, and as they neared the end of the northern passage, Shi Xiaole had managed to conceal 6 coveted Xianjing stones within his robes. The fluctuations of the point stone vortex finally settled, indicating that the surroundings had been thoroughly scoured. Yet, Shi Xiaole felt a twinge of regret. Firstly, the sensing technique was merely a subpar method of point stone manipulation, and his own skills had been self-taught from the notes of the three-eyed elder. With a mere 10-meter range, the possibility of oversight lingered, leaving potential threats unaddressed. This thought caused him a pang of distress. However, he quickly reminded himself that possessing both martial prowess and point stone techniques rendered him considerably fortunate, and he need not be greedy. "Junior brother, it appears there is a stone chamber ahead." Amidst his musings, he heard Yuan Xiaowei's hushed voice. Turning his gaze, Shi Xiaole indeed spotted an inconspicuous stone door against one wall. Had Yuan Xiaowei not nudged it, it would have surely gone unnoticed. Adhering to a principle of caution, Shi Xiaole used the hilt of his sword to pry the stone door ajar. After a prolonged silence, he and the admiring Yuan Xiaowei ventured inside. Within the stone chamber, 2 rows of shelves lined with tomes on medicine and poison occupied the space, with a quaintly designed alchemical furnace positioned in the center. Lifting the furnace lid, a waft of fragrant aroma enveloped him, revealing only remnants within, devoid of any elixirs. It seemed this place had once belonged to a predecessor devoted to the study of medicine. "Esteemed predecessor, forgive our intrusion," the 2 juniors humbly offered. Yuan Xiaowei solemnly bowed to the void, inadvertently colliding his head against the bookshelf with a resounding thud. To the astonishment of both Shi Xiaole and his companion, a drawer unexpectedly sprung open from the inner side of the bookshelf, revealing a small white porcelain vial accompanied by a slip of paper. Inside the vial was a bottle of blood essence pills. Once ingested, this elixir could exponentially enhance one's strength in a short period, although it would subsequently deplete vital energy and severely harm a body. "Caution is advised." The words on the paper stirred a profound reaction in Shi Xiaole and his companion. Indeed, as the esteemed elder had indicated, the potency of the blood essence pills seemed excessively formidable. However, at times, it could also serve as a life-saving remedy. In the tumultuous world of martial arts, one inevitably encounters dire predicaments. If the effects of the blood essence pills were truly as stated, their value would be beyond measure. Yuan Xiaowei picked up the porcelain vial and removed the cork, only to discover 3 blood-red pills within. He proposed, "Junior brother, we have uncovered this medicine together. You may take one, while I shall surrender the remaining 2 to our sect. Is that agreeable? Are you not taking one for yourself?" Shi Xiaole queried. "How could I, Yuan, be so selfish?" Yuan Xiaowei replied. Shi Xiaole regarded his senior brother, finding him exceedingly rigid, yet his unwavering loyalty to their sect was commendable. Of course, Shi Xiaole knew he could not aspire to such selflessness. After distributing the blood essence pills, the 2 deliberated and ultimately decided to remain in the stone chamber. Firstly, Yuan Xiaowei had not fully recovered from his injuries and needed time to recuperate. If they were to inadvertently encounter Chu Lin, their chances of escape would be slim. Secondly, Shi Xiaole sought an opportunity to swiftly absorb the Xianjing stone. If he did not consume it soon, he would remain unsettled. In the stone chamber, they each occupied a corner. Noticing that Yuan Xiaowei was engrossed in his recovery, Shi Xiaole closed his eyes and discreetly grasped a Xianjing stone from his sleeve. As he broke through its delicate surface, he immediately channeled his energy to absorb its essence. In that fleeting moment, Shi Xiaole felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy coursing through his arm's meridians, invigorating him to the point of nearly gasping in pleasure. Within just a few breaths, the first Xianjing stone disintegrated into fine particles. At that moment, his internal strength had increased significantly, reflecting the cumulative progress made over the past several days. Without pausing, he began to absorb the second Xianjing stone, followed by the third and fourth. After consuming 4 Xianjing stones in one go, Shi Xiaole's internal cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of hidden energy, a mere hair's breadth away from the 7th layer. At this juncture, he suddenly retrieved a pill from his robe, the Gathering Energy pill, awarded to him for securing first place in the Gene Phone Tower competition. The Gathering Energy pill was specifically designed for martial practitioners at the hidden energy realm, enhancing the probability of breakthroughs. In this critical moment, Shi Xiaole swallowed it without hesitation. The medicinal pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm current that coursed throughout his entire being. In an instant, Shi Xiaole's inner strength surged forth, akin to a torrent of floodwaters, circulating at an unprecedented speed. A gust of wind, neither too strong nor too feeble, emanated from Shi Xiaole, startling Yuan Xiaowei, who was in the midst of recuperating. Has he truly broken through to the 7th level of qi concealment? Yuan Xiaowei's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend Shi Xiaole's rapid transformation. Just 3 months prior, he had only been at the 2nd level of qi concealment. Such an acceleration was beyond comprehension. Sensing the newfound depth and purity of his inner strength, Shi Xiaole exhaled in relief. With the foundation of nourishing qi techniques, each minor advancement in his inner strength brought about a significantly greater enhancement than that experienced by ordinary practitioners. Take the 4 talents of Liu Yin as an example. Their training was based on inferior 3rd-tier inner martial arts, where each minor breakthrough in qi concealment at most yielded a 20% increase in strength. In contrast, for Shi Xiaole, this figure escalated to approximately 40%. His original prowess was already comparable to Zhao Nanxing, and with this dramatic surge in inner strength, he felt confident in defeating Zhao Nanxing within a matter of dozens of exchanges. Even when facing the formidable Chu Lin, he believed he could contend for superiority. With his cultivated power now solidified, Shi Xiaole finally stood upright. It had been over 3 months since his arrival in this world, and he had inadvertently grown taller during this time. Junior brother, congratulations. Yuan Xiaowei, ever straightforward, took a moment to express his sentiments. In truth, he was more curious about Shi Xiaole's methods of cultivation, but the personal nature of such inquiries held him back from asking. Elder brother, how is your injury? Shi Xiaole inquired. It is primarily external wounds. With some rest, I shall be fine, Yuan Xiaowei replied, and Shi Xiaole did not press him further. After 2 hours had passed, Yuan Xiaowei felt sufficiently recovered and suggested they leave the stone chamber, prompting their departure. As they navigated the dark passage for roughly an hour, the sound of approaching footsteps jolted Shi Xiaole from his thoughts. He grasped his Qing Feng sword tightly. The individuals approaching had evidently noticed Shi Xiaole and Yuan Xiaowei as well. Elder brother, junior brother, Xiao Yuanbo and Mao Wenjing approached with expressions of joy. What brings you here? Shi Xiaole exhaled in relief, perplexed by their presence. Having fallen into the deep pit, he was unaware of the events that had transpired afterward. After listening to Xiao Yuanbo's explanation, understanding dawned upon him. By the way, did you encounter Chu Lin? If there was anyone in the underground space that Shi Xiaole regarded with wariness, it was undoubtedly Chu Lin. For the sake of the Baiguang grass, Chu Lin and Zhao Nanxing are engaged in a fierce struggle. Aware that we could not compete and concerned for your safety, we chose to venture out alone, Xiao Yuanbo explained. Shi Xiaole acknowledged this with a simple O. In the midst of the bustling crowd, it was evident that Chu Lin dared not unleash his demonic sword techniques. Otherwise, Zhao Nanxing would have long since met his demise. Senior brother, I wonder what the effect of using Beijing grass for alchemy would be. Stone Xiaole inquired suddenly. Yuan Qiwei replied, do not be deceived by the diminutive size of Beijing grass. Its medicinal potency is astonishing. One would scarcely require a single leaf. If utilized for alchemy, it could yield at least 20 purified pills, and their efficacy would surpass that of direct consumption. At this point, he cast a curious glance at Stone Xiaole, perplexed by his interest in the matter. With such purified pills, I am certain that our 3 senior brothers and sisters could ascend to greater heights. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qiwei, Xiao Yuanbua and Mao Wenjing exchanged glances. The statement was undoubtedly accurate. However, the issue lay in the presence of Chu Lin and Zhao Nanxing. No one could hope to claim the Bijin grass. Although it appeared that Stone Xiaole was locked in a fierce struggle with Zhao Nanxing, the greater reliance was on the power of one's intent. Once the duel extended beyond several hundred exchanges, the disparity in internal strength would only widen, leading to Stone Xiaole's inevitable defeat. Mao Wenjing blinked and tentatively suggested, "Junior brother, you and TB contemplating contesting for the Bijin grass, would you?" Stone Xiaole replied, "Why not? The Bijin grass is a rare find. If I cannot compete for it, so be it. Now that I possess the strength to contend, how could I not take the risk?" The disciples of the sword-painting sect were left dumbfounded. Was he truly considering such a venture? No. Yuan Shiwei was the first to object, fully aware of how formidable Chu Lin was. To put it bluntly, among the entire Lian 13 sects, there was not a single disciple who could match him. "Senior brother, in such a public setting, Chu Lin would not dare," Stone Xiaole asserted, thinking to himself that even if he were to wield his demonic sword techniques, he was not necessarily afraid of him now. Yuan Shiwei, ever prudent, still disapproved of the idea of contesting for the Bijin grass. However, given the presence of the others, he was not overly concerned about Chu Lin resorting to lethal measures. Thus, when Stone Xiaole proposed to take a look, he reluctantly acquiesced. Yet Xiao Yuanbua had a sense that this junior brother had not truly changed his mind. Before long, the disciples of the sword-painting sect arrived at the heart of the fierce battle, and indeed, they discovered the location of the Bijin grass. Surrounded by disciples from various sects, Chu Lin and Zhao Nanxing were engaged in a wild, disheveled fight, resembling sworn enemies. They had clashed 5 times already, with neither achieving a decisive victory. It seemed this bout would be no different. If they continued in this manner, they would exhaust themselves before ever securing the Bijin grass. The crowd buzzed with speculation. They too had their thoughts on the Bijin grass, but lacking the requisite skill, they could only watch from the sidelines. "Brother Zhao, you cannot best me, nor can I best you. How about we split the Bijin grass?" Chu Lin proposed midway through the battle. Naturally, he had no desire to share the Bijin grass. However, the demonic sword technique ultimately cannot be exposed to the light. Conventional methods are insufficient to deal with Zhao Nanxing, and thus, Chu Lin must reluctantly part with it. Of course, he has resolutely vowed in his heart that if he can escape this predicament, he will find a way to eliminate that wretched troublemaker, Zhao Nanxing. "Huh, are you afraid, Chu Lin?" Zhao Nanxing grinned, yet similarly withdrew his hand, revealing that he too was reluctant to continue the fight. Chu Lin paid no heed to his words, retrieving the shimmering Bai Guang grass from his bosom, preparing to snap it in two. In that moment, many eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait!" At that instant, Shi Xiaole suddenly bellowed, stepping forth from the crowd. Yuan Shiwei extended his hand, as if to impede Shi Xiaole. Xiao Yuanbua displayed a knowing smile of resignation. Mao Wenmei's sparkling eyes fixated on Shi Xiaole, while disciples from various factions regarded him with a myriad of expressions. "What do you intend to do this time?" Zhao Nanxing was momentarily taken aback, then shouted furiously, his face ablaze with rage. "Nothing much. I merely wish to contend for this Bai Guang grass," Shi Xiaole replied with an air of indifference. "Just you? I suspect you seek to exploit the situation, you vile cur." Zhao Nanxing gritted his teeth, his thoughts mirroring those of the others, believing that given sufficient time, he could undoubtedly defeat Shi Xiaole, thus deeming him unworthy to intervene. Chu Lin's expression was equally grim. Compared to Zhao Nanxing, his murderous intent towards Shi Xiaole was tenfold greater, for this lad knew his secret. If it were to be revealed one day, it would spell trouble. "I will not take advantage of your plight. You may rest long enough to regain your strength, and I will strike then," Shi Xiaole stated impassively. Even as Zhao Nanxing insulted him, his gaze remained untroubled. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chu Lin felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. "Rest? No need. I, Zhao, wish to eliminate you right now." Zhao Nanxing abruptly produced a pill and swallowed it. In mere moments, he appeared revitalized and brimming with vigor. The recovery pill, which can instantly restore one's strength, a disciple of the Iron Sword sect exclaimed, his eyes glinting with schadenfreude as he regarded Shi Xiaole. "Zhao Nanxing is indeed decisive. I recall the recovery pill cost tens of thousands of taels each. He cannot have many on hand." It seemed Shi Xiaole had truly provoked Zhao Nanxing's ire. As the spectators observed with eager anticipation, Zhao Nanxing suddenly let out a fierce roar and charged towards Shi Xiaole with great strides. You forced me to waste a recovery pill, you wretched cur. Kneel before me. After a grueling 5 matches, Zhao Nanqing's momentum surged, fueled by his fury towards Shi Xiaole. At this moment, he resembled a ferocious tiger unleashed, wielding his iron sword with such ferocity that it seemed to slice through the very fabric of the void. Ha-ho-wah! Amidst the crowd, narrowed his eyes. The might of Zhao Nanqing's strike had surpassed his limits of endurance. Had it been a day prior, Shi Xiaole would have made the same choice to evade. Yet now, he possessed only a single strike. The profound energy coursing through his meridians surged like a torrential river, and the azure sword light pierced the air, akin to an antelope's horns, boldly confronting Zhao Nanqing. Step back. Zhao Nanqing roared with laughter, believing this to be his ultimate blow. Shi Xiaole's audacity to meet it head-on was tantamount to inviting disgrace upon himself. The two sword tips soon clashed, like needles confronting wheat, as immense power surged through both blades, propelling into the opposing forces. With a thud, both retreated 3 steps in unison. To stand firm in a direct confrontation, Xiao Yuanbo exclaimed, nearly leaping in disbelief. Had the realm of internal energy experienced another breakthrough? Mao Wenjing's expression was a tapestry of shock, confusion, and shame, as if she had encountered a ghost. The astonishment among the disciples was palpable, but the most astonished of all was Zhao Nanqing himself, not merely for Shi Xiaole's ability to withstand a strike, but for the rapid counterattack that followed. As Shi Xiaole's second sword thrust came with blinding speed. Clang! Shi Xiaole, like a startled phoenix, delivered a heavy blow upon the iron sword, deepening the already significant dent. I will see you dead, Zhao Nanqing bellowed in a fit of rage. However, before he could unleash his lethal technique, Shi Xiaole smiled faintly, suspended in midair, and unleashed a third strike. This time, Zhao Nanqing was compelled to retreat repeatedly, relying solely on his formidable internal energy to evade severe injury. I cannot believe this. What manner of sword technique is this? Zhao Nanqing cried out in madness. The 3 peaks of Taiyue, Shi Xiaole revealed, devoid of concealment, for there was no purpose in hiding it. Moreover, given the relationship between Yu Fangge and his aunt, there would be no repercussions for studying other sword techniques. Clang, clang, clang. Shi Xiaole executed 3 strikes in succession, each angle and posture distinct, resembling random assaults. It was precisely this unpredictable swordplay that disordered Zhao Nanqing's rhythm, rendering him incapable of launching his own attacks, let alone executing a proper defense. Such was the advantage of a heightened realm of internal energy. In the past, Shi Xiaole's lack of strength had limited the potency of his techniques, relying solely on his understanding of the art. Now, empowered by the 3 peaks of Taiyue, he disrupted Zhao Nanqing's tempo. You have been defeated. With the 33rd strike, Shi Xiaole's sword path shifted, emanating an aura of peril, as if one were poised upon the precipice of an isolated peak, ready to plummet into the abyss. Zhao Nanqing's gaze was vacant, as the iron sword was sent flying. He too was propelled through the air by a kick from Shi Xiaole. Zhao Nanqing defeated, even in the dim light of the underground. It seemed as if a radiant aura emanated from Shi Xiaole, an intangible brilliance. Has my junior brother's strength truly surpassed mine? Yuan Shuai murmured to himself. Through the earlier comparison, he was reluctant to acknowledge it, yet the reality was undeniable. After his breakthrough, Shi Xiaole's prowess had officially eclipsed his own. No, perhaps even before the breakthrough. Chu Lin, it is now your turn. Ignoring the others, Shi Xiaole turned his attention to the silent Chu Lin. Chapter 51, Thunder and Fury. A wave of shock and trepidation swept through the crowd. Chu Lin's strength was indeed comparable to Zhao Nanqing's. Since Shi Xiaole could defeat the latter, vanquishing the former would likely pose little challenge. This previously unremarkable individual seemed poised to challenge 2 renowned masters of the Lu Yin sect within a single day, aspiring to become the foremost disciple of Lu Yin Mountain. Shi Xiaole. Within the throng, Qi Hui's expression was nearly distorted. He had never imagined that this youth, whom he envied and resented, could achieve such heights. The greatest pain in life is witnessing others attain dreams that seem unattainable to oneself. Qi Hui was now engulfed by that very sentiment. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Lin suddenly revealed a faint smile, stating, "Junior brother Shi, your skill is truly unparalleled. I must concede that I am no match for you. This by Guang grass, naturally, is yours." With that, he flicked his fingers, and the shimmering Bai Guang grass landed in Shi Xiaole's hands. Indeed, seeing your brother Chu possesses great magnanimity, I am impressed. Shi Xiaole was far from being sarcastic. A barking dog is not to be feared. It is individuals like Chu Lin who can bend and endure that are most vexing, for one cannot find any leverage against them. Shi Xiaole was certain that if he were to reveal Chu Lin's practice of the demonic swordsmanship, Chu Lin would effortlessly concoct a multitude of excuses to absolve himself. Of course, this was primarily due to the fact that only he and Yuan Xiaowei were privy to the truth, rendering it less credible. Having successfully acquired the Bai Guang grass, the members of the Painting Sword sect began to regard Shi Xiaole with newfound respect, and their attitudes underwent subtle transformations. In truth, from a moment Shi Xiaole had slain the martial affairs elder and defeated the grand elder, he had already established his standing as a direct disciple within the Painting Sword sect. Should today's event spread, there was no doubt that the name Shi Xiaole would reverberate throughout the 13 factions of Lu Yin, drawing the attention of all. Esteemed colleagues, this area is vast. Aside from the Bai Guang grass, there may be other opportunities waiting to be discovered. Why not explore further? Shi Xiaole seemed to recall something and address those around him. To be honest, junior brother Shi, we have already scoured the surroundings, but regrettably, we found no other opportunities, someone promptly replied. In his heart, Shi Xiaole pondered that the opportunities here were already scarce, and now that both he and Yuan Xiaowei had taken their share, it was only natural that others had none. The reason for his inquiry was to obfuscate the truth, suggesting that many had been searching high and low. Consequently, when other sects inquired later, it would be impossible to ascertain who had seized the opportunity. Undoubtedly, Shi Xiaole's rapid breakthrough in cultivation indicated that he had encountered some form of fortune, yet it was merely a minor advancement, insufficient to provoke a significant uproar among the 12 sections. After contemplating all aspects and reassuring himself that there would be no trouble, Shi Xiaole finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Now, he could only await the rescue from his sect. Such a major incident could not escape the notice of the sect. The wait was not long. Within less than an hour, individuals began to emerge from the deep pit, each one a steward from the 13 sections. It turned out that after Qi Guang and others had sent word, the 13 sects immediately dispatched a large number of personnel to encircle the pit for investigation, and finally, with great boldness, sent people down. It is fortunate that you were unharmed. Several stewards from the Painting Sword sect expressed their relief upon finding Shi Xiaole and the others. This time, it was due to Qiu Wei's incompetence, causing not only concern for the master, but also trouble for you to come down. Yuan Xiaowei said apologetically. Not at all. The stewards quickly declined the blame, appearing somewhat flustered. Having learned of the earlier events from some disciples, they could not help but steal glances at Shi Xiaole. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Shi Xiaole, in turn, scrutinized others. He would not forget that his fall into the pit was the result of a covert attack by a dart. Judging by the power and speed of that dart, the hidden assailant's strength was likely far superior to Zhao Nanxing's. Regrettably, amidst the crowd, he had been unable to discern the identity of the attacker. If the adversary had targeted him, it was likely they would strike again after this incident. With this realization, Shi Xiaole's heart sank. Thick ropes, bound together, were lowered from the top of the pit, encircling the stone walls. Each disciple of the 13 sects, being extraordinary individuals, swiftly climbed out of the pit using their internal energy and the ropes, finally seeing the light of day again. An hour later, everyone successfully emerged. Younger generation, I have heard that you seized the Bai Guang grass from Chu Lin. Just as they were resting, a stern-faced, middle-aged man in brocade approached, his words laced with reprimand and accusation. This remark made Shi Xiaole chuckle lightly. Is this the intention of Chu Lin or yourself? The leader of the Chongfeng sect's gaze deepened. The method of claiming the Bai Guang grass was agreed upon by all present. Chu Lin willingly surrendered the grass to me. Thus, it is rightfully mine. Wherein lies the notion of theft? Shi Xiaole met the gaze of the other unflinchingly, undeterred by the veiled threat in his eyes. The leader of the Chongfeng sect burst in a hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What a farce! The Bai Guang grass is a spiritual herb of the world. Its rightful ownership should be determined collectively by the leaders of various sections. When did it become your turn? You young one, hand over the Bai Guang grass immediately." As he spoke, a surge of inner strength emanating from the nascent Qi realm erupted from his body, overwhelming Shi Xiaole entirely. Caught off guard by the sudden force, Shi Xiaole stumbled, almost falling to the ground, his chest feeling as if it had been struck by a powerful fist. leaving him momentarily dazed. My disciple, Chu Lin, is magnanimous and simply does not wish to compete with you. Do you truly believe yourself superior? The leader of the Chongfeng sect mocked from a position of authority. The surroundings fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. A few sect leaders displayed expressions of schadenfreude, knowing that Lei Lai was notoriously domineering, and that the young man named Shi was in for a rough time now that he had caught his attention. And what are you? As a sect leader, you can only rely on a sudden assault from the nascent Shi realm. Does this give you a sense of accomplishment to bully the weak? However, unexpectedly, Shi Xiaole's response was fiercely defiant, showing no regard for Lei Lai's authority. Among the crowd, two individuals bore smiles. One was Chu Lin, and the other was the previously uninvolved Yu Fangge. Out of control, even if the King of Heaven were to descend today, I, Lei, shall teach you a lesson. You uncultured wretch. With a piercing gaze, Lei Lai, consumed by rage, hurled his palm towards Shi Xiaole. The force behind that strike was such that if it landed, it would surely shatter Shi Xiaole's skull. Many in the crowd recognized that Lei Lai harbored intentions of murder, aiming to eliminate Shi Xiaole. Lei sect leader, do you not see me here? A figure abruptly intervened, blocking Lei Lai's strike with an outstretched hand. Yu Fangge, wise enough to step aside, warned otherwise. Do not blame me for being merciless. Lei Lai regarded Yu Fangge with disdain. As the leader of the Chongfeng sect, he was known as the foremost master of Luyin Mountain, holding Yu Fangge in low esteem. Lei Lai had already resolved that. Regardless of whether Shi Xiaole was truly formidable, today he would at the very least incapacitate him to prevent any future threat to the Chongfeng sect. As for reputation and morality, as long as Lei Lai's fists were strong enough, who would dare to speak against him? Merciless, you say? Let us see you try. Contrary to expectations, Yu Fangge not only showed no fear, but wore a slight smile. Boom! In the next moment, Lei Lai launched his attack. His massive fist appeared to be shrouded in an invisible tempest, producing a hissing sound as it sliced through the air. Many in the crowd felt a chill run down their spines upon recognizing this as Lei Lai's renowned technique, the Gale Fist. It was said that the leaders of the Flying Leg sect and the Flicking Finger sect had been defeated by this very punch. Yet, Yu Fangge's smile remained unchanged as he drew his long sword from his waist and executed a swift motion. The windless willow sword. With a sharp sound, the clash was imminent. The once fierce gale of fists was abruptly shattered, while the long sword trembled, quivering in a chaotic rhythm. What surprise, Yu Fangge! It seems you have concealed your true prowess. Lei Lai narrowed his eyes, his expression as somber as a still pond. Master Lei, we all reside in Luyin Mountain. There's no need to make our relationship excessively tense, Yu Fangge stated, his grip on the sword steady. The two faced each other for a prolonged moment, the light in Lei Lai's eyes shifting like the tides, before he finally remarked coldly, "You are quite impressive, you." Despite his words, he ultimately refrained from striking. The crowd collectively exhaled, relieved that a confrontation between the two formidable masters had been averted, for such a clash would surely complicate matters further. However, curiosity about Yu Fangge burgeoned among many, particularly the leaders of sects such as Fei Legong and Danziman. With their discerning eyes, they could easily see that Yu Fangge's capabilities far exceeded theirs, although they could not ascertain who was stronger between him and Lei Lai. Placing him among the top three in Luyin Mountain was indisputable. Indeed, Yu Fangge was a master of concealment. The incident involving Shi Xiaole was merely a minor interlude. Subsequently, the 13 sects commenced the division of the Sansheng grass. This time, Yu Fangge intentionally allowed the first place to be awarded to the Chongfeng sect. According to the agreement, the first place would receive 20%, while the second to fourth places would each obtain 10%, a mere difference of 10%. Compared to the readily available by Guang grass, this slight loss was negligible. Xiaole, you were too impulsive today, Yu Fangge remarked as they walked back, approaching Shi Xiaole. I must also thank my uncle for his timely assistance today, Shi Xiaole replied sincerely. Yu Fangge chuckled softly from his observations. This young lad was certainly not a reckless individual. Had he unwittingly been used as a pawn today? On their way back, Shi Xiaole remained unusually silent, understanding that had it not been for Yu Fangge's intervention, he might have met his end at Lei Lai's hands. Given the opponent's indiscriminate brutality, he would have no qualms about responding in kind in the future. Upon returning to the Huajian sect, Shi Xiaole first handed the Bai Guang grass to the second elder, who would arrange for its refinement and ensure that the elixir would be distributed proportionally upon completion. Everything seemed to return to its original course. Yet there was an undeniable shift in the atmosphere. Daily, as Shi Xiaole descended from the back mountain after his training, he would encounter numerous disciples passing by, pointing and whispering. On several occasions, some audacious female disciples even blocked his path, seeking his counsel on martial arts. With the spreading news of the San Sheng grass incident, who in the Huajian sect was unaware that Shi Xiaole had triumphed over Zhao Nanxing, one of the four heroes of Luoyan, and had compelled Chu Lin, the leader of the four heroes, to concede. He had undoubtedly earned the title of the foremost disciple of Luoyan Mountain. Yet, amidst the ebb and flow of daily encounters, unbeknownst to anyone, a pair of icy eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated on Shi Xiaole. Chapter 52. Bloodied Hands and Slaughter. As dawn broke, the sky was painted in hues of crimson, reflecting upon the vast expanse of clouds. At the edge of a cliff bordering the sea of clouds, beneath an ancient pine, Shi Xiaole was practicing his swordplay, clad in a flowing azure robe. The grand competition of the painting sword sect had concluded a fortnight ago. In the absence of Yuan Xiaowang due to injury, the only lingering suspense of the event was the identity of the fourth-place winner. Ultimately, Shi Xiaole emerged victorious, securing first place without a single defeat, while Xiao Yuanbua and Mao Wenjing claimed the second and third spots, respectively. The fourth position was taken by an ordinary disciple of merely 16 years. Compared to 2 weeks prior, Shi Xiaole's swordsmanship had become markedly more refined. With each swing, his movements appeared effortlessly fluid, seamlessly transitioning between the Miao family sword technique, the Huashan sword technique, and, subsequently, the Taiyue 3 green peaks. After practicing for over an hour, Shi Xiaole finally paused, drenched in perspiration. His grasp of the perilous realm was becoming increasingly solidified. However, he lamented that he had only comprehended this singular state. Not all martial arts lead to the realization of such realms. Aside from personal aptitude, suitability plays a crucial role. For instance, despite dedicating considerable time to the Miao family sword technique, Shi Xiaole had yet to glimpse any trace of its essence. Were it in the hands of another, the understanding might have already blossomed. Conversely, the Huashan sword technique may yield no result for some, yet Shi Xiaole had attained insight into the perilous realm. Thus, the ability to comprehend such realms hinges on both innate talent and the affinity with the martial art. Having tasted the sweetness of understanding, Shi Xiaole found himself yearning for further enlightenment. Unbeknownst to him, for an ordinary person, grasping even one such realm is a monumental blessing, and daring to aspire for more would seem audacious. Although he encountered a bottleneck in his understanding, Shi Xiaole did not emerge empty-handed. Perhaps due to the shared origins, he discovered that while practicing the Taiyue 3 green peaks, he inadvertently tapped into the perilous realm inherent in the Huashan sword technique. This revelation significantly augmented the power of the Taiyue 3 green peaks, leaving Shi Xiaole astonished on several occasions. Previously, he had triumphed over Zhao Nanxing by combining the Taiyue 3 green peaks with the Huashan sword technique. Now he sensed that should he unleash the Taiyue 3 green peaks, Zhao Nanxing would likely surrender without resistance. Moreover, of paramount importance, a lethal technique he had devised based on the Huashan sword technique was nearing completion. The extent of its lethal potential remained to be tested. After resting briefly at the cliff's edge, Shi Xiaole descended to the nearby waterfall, shedding his garments and plunging into the river. As spring transitioned into early summer, he felt no concern for catching a chill, bolstered by his robust health. Most crucially, this moment provided him a rare opportunity for relaxation amidst his rigorous training. "Ah, who is that? How shameless!" exclaimed a group of elegant young women from the painting sword sect, their faces flushed with embarrassment and anger as they peered from the nearby bushes. Half undressed, they were dismayed to find someone had stolen their chance to bathe in the river. Yet now they dare not speak out, for that detestable fellow is paddling about in the river in various poses. What if he catches sight of them at the slightest sound? Thus, several frustrated female disciples of the drawing sword sect are left to maintain their embarrassed demeanor, watching in silent anger. After indulging in a refreshing swim, Shi Xiaole rises, and, just as he dons his clothing, he hears the rustling of garments from the bushes, followed by a sharp cry. "You little thief, surrender your life." Shi Xiaole swiftly evades the long sword while deftly snatching the weapon from his assailant. Just as he prepares to retaliate, he hears the astonished exclamations of the girls. "Shi Xiaole, is that you?" A round-faced girl blushes deeply, stamping her foot in frustration. Upon glancing at the group, Shi Xiaole is surprised to spot Mao Wenjing among them. Noting her peculiar expression, He wonders if she truly does not recognize him or if it is a deliberate act. Esteemed junior sisters, I apologize for my intrusion and any offense caused, Shi Xiaole utters, uncertain of how he has disturbed them. The girls quickly wave their hands, signaling that it is of no consequence, as if their previous animosity had vanished entirely. However, Mao Wenjing, with a hint of disdain, responds, "Junior brother, you have kept us waiting for quite some time. Is a mere apology sufficient? It is evident that she is the central figure of this small group, as no one else dares to interject. What does the third sister mean?" Shi Xiaole asks, feigning ignorance. "It seems insincere." "Very well." Mao Wenjing shakes her head and turns to leave. Shi Xiaole muses, "Am I to offend you merely for bathing?" Yet outwardly he says, "Esteemed sisters, please wait. I possess a set of sword techniques. If you do not mind, might this serve as compensation?" At that moment, an idea strikes him. If he were to teach the Miao family's sword techniques to these women, perhaps one among them could cultivate a deeper understanding. After all, it is merely a set of mediocre techniques, and their relevance to him has diminished. He might as well consider it an experiment. The female disciples, including Mao Wenjing, are overjoyed, their lips curling into smiles. Many are aware that Shi Xiaole has had the fortune to learn several formidable martial arts while outside, and the sect leader has not pursued the matter. In such circumstances, who would pass up the opportunity to learn? Immediately, Shi Xiaole demonstrates the Miao family's sword techniques, explaining the important details and patiently guiding them until they grasp the concepts, after which he takes his leave. "This Shi Xiaole is truly a rare talent," they murmur. Though the sword techniques are merely of mediocre quality, his explanations seem to elevate their potency beyond that of the Huame sword technique. With his remarkable aptitude, generous disposition, and striking appearance, one wonders which woman will ultimately win his affections. As they gaze at Shi Xiaole's retreating figure, a sense of longing wells up within them. Mao Wenjing felt a wave of frustration wash over her, for throughout their encounter, the young man had scarcely glanced in her direction, as if her allure had utterly failed to captivate him. The incident by the waterfall was soon forgotten by Shi Xiaole. On this day, having fully consolidated his inner strength, he absorbed the remaining 2 mysterious crystals, propelling his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 7th level of concealed qi. At this juncture, Shi Xiaole had reached the pinnacle of his current capabilities, making further progress within a short span exceedingly difficult. The training grounds remained as lively as ever. This bloodhand butcher was undeniably audacious. How could he dare to proclaim himself invincible among those of the concealed qi realm? Indeed, his hubris was palpable. Yet he possessed genuine prowess. Since 7 days prior, he had bested over 20 formidable opponents from the righteous sects, including disciples from certain esteemed martial arts factions. Given this momentum, it seemed improbable that anyone could temper his arrogance. A throng of disciples gathered on the eastern side of the stone wall, perusing the notices displayed there. It turned out that over a month ago, a martial artist from the concealed qi realm, who called himself Bloodhand, had arrived in Suyu City. Upon his arrival, he promptly set up a challenge arena, declaring his willingness to accept any challengers from the concealed qi realm, offering 10 taels of gold to anyone who could defeat him in 3 matches a day. As history has shown, wealth is a powerful motivator, and coupled with the butcher's brazen demeanor and claims of invincibility, it naturally attracted many skilled fighters eager to take him on. However, without exception, most could not withstand even a single blow. The notoriety of Bloodhand Butcher grew exponentially. Soon, martial artists from the surrounding areas of the concealed qi realm began to take heed. Freelancers, scions of noble families, and masters from various sects all flocked to Suyu City. Regrettably, even with 3 battles a day, the butcher maintained his streak of consecutive victories, leaving no young talents, including the top disciples of the Light Sword sect and Iron Fist sect, able to withstand his might. At present, the question of who could defeat Bloodhand Butcher in the concealed qi realm had become the most talked about topic in the nearby martial world. It was said that he practiced a form of demonic martial arts, dismissing the prowess of righteous experts as mere trifles, inciting frustration among many. Who do you think can vanquish him? It seems an insurmountable task. Bloodhand, with his mastery in inner strength, techniques, and combat experience, epitomized the peak of the concealed qi realm, leaving him with virtually no weaknesses. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such an impressive record? The disciples of the sword painting sect engaged in animated discussions. Although they recognized the formidable nature of the butcher, they could not help but indulge in fantasies of themselves as the ones to defeat him, thus rising to fame and fortune. Bloodhand, Shi Xiaole stood apart from the crowd, gazing at the announcement posted on the wall. Ding! With sword in hand and wine at the ready, I shall make my name known. Task 4 is issued. The host must defeat Bloodhand Butcher within 3 days, thereby ending his undefeated record in the concealed Qi realm. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, a random selection of second-tier martial arts, or the activation of a system's assassination technique function, yielding a reward value of 500 points. Failure penalty. The host will lose 2 minor levels of cultivation and a third-rate martial art. May I ask the host if you accept the task? After a prolonged silence, the system suddenly echoed incessantly in Shi Xiaole's mind. It appears that Lien Tu is indeed a formidable opponent. Otherwise, the difficulty would not have reached a 2-star level. After a moment of hesitation, Shi Xiaole weighed his capabilities against the challenge of a 2-star task and resolutely decided, I accept the task. Though a 2-star mission poses a certain degree of danger for him at present, the rewards are equally substantial. Moreover, the previous escort of the Zhang family's young miss also bore a 2-star difficulty, and he successfully navigated that challenge. There is no reason to now falter, having progressed in his skills. I believe I just saw senior brother Shi. Do you think he stand a chance against Lien Tu? After Shi Xiaole departed, a disciple on the periphery snapped back to reality and suddenly spoke up. I find it unlikely. Although senior brother Shi is the top disciple of Luyan Mountain, we must not forget that the chief disciples of the Light Sword sect and the Iron Fist sect possess strengths that rival, if not surpass, those of the 4 heroes of Luyan. At best, senior brother Shi is on par with them. If they have been defeated, how could he possibly win? That is a valid point. Sigh, I wonder how long Lien Tu will continue to be so arrogant. After leaving the training ground, Shi Xiaole first returned to his courtyard. After preparing his belongings without notifying anyone, he departed from the Huajian sect via a mountain path. Half a day later, Suiju City came into view. With his recent surge in strength, Shi Xiaole felt no need to fear the Black Sha gang. Thus he strode boldly into the city. Coincidentally, the arena of the blood-handed Lien Tu was situated directly across the street from the Black Sha gang. Upon his arrival, Shi Xiaole witnessed Lien Tu effortlessly swatting away a peak master of the 9th layer of concealed Qi with a mere gesture. Chapter 53, The Challenge. From the bystanders, it was revealed that the master of the 9th layer of concealed Qi was a renowned figure in the local martial world, having once subdued a 1st-layer master of Qi. Yet, such a formidable individual was casually flung aside by Lien Tuesday. Today's 3rd match unfolded without any suspense. Just how did this Lien manage to attain such extraordinary martial prowess? Surrounding the arena, many martial artists wore expressions of indignation, their eyes betraying an unmistakable trepidation. I hope those who take the stage tomorrow possess some sense. Otherwise, they will only bring humiliation upon themselves and waste Lien's time. Lien Tu, standing at 8 feet tall, donned a striking red outfit. After a disdainful smile, he turned and exited the arena. Amidst the sounds of anger and sighs, the crowd of spectators began to disperse. A woman in blue suddenly halted. Junior sister Lan, what is the matter? Inquired the man beside her. Lan Ning surveyed her surroundings and after a moment, replied, perhaps I was mistaken. I thought I saw Shi Xiaole. That fellow wouldn't he be foolish enough to challenge Lien Tu, would he? The notion left Lan Ning momentarily speechless, a bemused smile gracing her lips. What was the connection? Even the senior disciple had been defeated. How could Shi Xiaole possibly consider himself a worthy challenger? When Lan Ning spotted Shi Xiaole, he too noticed her. However, his naturally aloof demeanor prevented him from approaching her to exchange pleasantries. After wandering around Chuyu City and finding that certain individuals had not taken the bait, Shi Xiaole reluctantly returned to the inn. For the next 2 consecutive days, he attended the matches between Lien Tu and various formidable opponents. The 6 battles provided him with a profound insight into Lien Tu's prowess. Undoubtedly, Lien Tu had honed his internal energy and techniques to the pinnacle of concealed mastery, and his adaptability in combat was unparalleled, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. Such individuals, having risen amidst the tumult of the Jianghu since childhood, wield immense strength, capable of unleashing their full might. Thus, they are often the most formidable adversaries. Moreover, based on Shi Xiaole's observations, Lien Tu appeared to have cultivated a certain external technique, endowing him with remarkable strength and defense. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to breach his defenses with a single strike. Conversely, one would find it challenging to withstand even one of his blows. In summary, Lien Tu was a formidable opponent, seemingly devoid of any vulnerabilities. On the third day, the final day of the system's deadline, a new round of challenges commenced. Who would take the stage today? After so many days, those with the capability and courage had largely already stepped forward. The remaining few, if they dared to enter the ring, would only be met with defeat. Sighs of resignation echoed among the spectators. Many would rather not return without the hope of a miraculous turn of events. Lien, too, stood high upon the platform, surveying the spectators below, and for a long moment, no one dared to challenge him. Had he fought until no one was willing to step forward? Many local martial artists felt a sense of frustration. Just as the crowd's anticipation hung in the air, a figure gracefully descended onto the stage. Zhu Qian of the Light Sword sect, here to bestow his esteemed techniques upon you. Zhu Qian, the foremost disciple of the Light Sword sect? Had he not already been vanquished by Lien Tu previously? There was no rule prohibiting a defeated challenger from trying again. In my view, Zhu Qian exhibited far more courage than many who hesitated to step forth. Lien Tu lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing like a predatory beast fixated on Zhu Qian, and spoke, "Do you wish to taste defeat once more?" His tone dismissed the esteemed first disciple of the Light Sword sect entirely. Infuriated, a few of Zhu Qian's fellow disciples, led by Lan Ning, were on the verge of retorting when Zhu Qian interjected, "Having lost last time does not guarantee defeat this time. Liant tu scanted, remarking. It appears this region's Jianghu has no capable individuals left. Very well, let today mark my final 3 battles. Prepare for combat." Without waiting for his command, Zhu Qian could no longer restrain himself. The arrogance of his opponent suggested that accepting his challenge was a considerable burden. With a swift and powerful display of his skills, Zhu Qian unleashed a flurry of strikes with his long sword, akin to a gust of wind, relentlessly assaulting Lien Tu and forcing him back several paces. Shi Xiaole discerned that Zhu Qian's mastery of the light sword technique was far more adept than that of Lan Ning, although both were at the perfected phase of transformation. The term perfected transformation pertains to the depth of understanding of the techniques. The proper application ultimately hinges on the individual. On the arena, Zhu Qian wielded his sword with a speed that outpaced the last, leaving Lien Tu no opportunity for resistance, swiftly cornering him to the edge of the stage. The speed of the elder brother's swordplay had indeed accelerated since their last encounter. In the face of such absolute velocity, any attempt at resistance proved futile. If he maintained this pace, victory was not beyond his grasp. Several disciples of the Light Sword sect gasped for breath, anxiously observing the unfolding duel. Lan Ning, Likevise, remained fixated, her eyes unblinking. Your swordsmanship has indeed progressed somewhat since the past, but to think that such an improvement could vanquish me is rather naive. Liant Tu, having refrained from attacking earlier merely to gauge Zhu Qian's reliance, now moved, using his right shoulder to strike against the long sword. Under the influence of his martial training and inner energy, Zhu Qian's consecutive strikes were disrupted. With a fierce shout, Lien Tu unleashed a punch imbued with a faint crimson glow, striking forth with determination. The third-rate superior martial art, Blood Hand. A resounding thud echoed as Zhu Qian felt his vitality surge within him. Barely retreating a few steps, Lien Tu's second punch came crashing down, the tide of battle shifting instantaneously. Prepare to receive my signature strike. Just as defeat loomed once more, Zhu Qian erupted with a mighty roar, raising his long sword high, the tip grazing the air and tracing a perfect arc. This strike appeared light and insubstantial, devoid of any threat, yet it caused Lien Tu's countenance to shift, prompting him to hastily retreat. A faint sound echoed as droplets of blood fell through the air. Lien Tu's blood. Excellent. You have finally grazed my skin. Lien Tu's eyes darkened as he lifted his hand, revealing a 1-inch long wound on his right arm. You grazed my skin? Zhu Qian's pupils contracted, as if all strength had drained from him. I concede. The heartfelt strike was a technique he had devoted considerable effort to, specifically devised to counter Lien Tu's day. After observing Lien Tu's battles on several occasions, Zhu Qian believed this strike would be sufficient to inflict severe damage. To his dismay, Lien Tu's vigilance and reflexes surpassed his expectations, resulting in nothing more than a superficial wound. What a farce! You think a mere scratch warrants a concession? Lien Tu erupted into raucous laughter, delivering a punch that sent Zhu Qian crashing to the ground, where he spat out a mouthful of vital blood. Elder brother, you, Lien, are crossing a line. The disciples of the Light Sword sect seethed with anger, unable to witness their elder brother's plight. However, Zhu Qian merely raised a hand, his voice weak yet resolute. Enough, defeat is defeat. Do not complicate matters further. Individuals who cultivate the demonic martial arts cannot be judged by the standards of ordinary people. Zhu Qianxing feared that his fellow disciples might provoke Lin Tu, leading to even more dire consequences. With Zhu Qian's strength and aptitude, he has already distinguished himself among the masters of the hidden Qi realm in this region, yet he still falls short against Lin Tu. I doubt anyone could defeat him now. After the battle, an elderly man with white hair sighed deeply, echoing the sentiments of many around him. This Lin Tu is indeed a remarkable talent. How splendid it would be if he could be recruited into my Black Fiend gang. In a nearby tall building, several figures clad in black were seated, and the leader spoke with a tone of regret. Chief, this individual, relying on his modest prowess, has repeatedly spurned our Black Fiend gang. Should we send someone to make a threatening gesture? The leader of the Black Fiend gang suddenly narrowed his eyes, gazing at the arena, and replied, "Let us discuss this matter later." Another challenger has stepped forth. Around the arena, discussions erupted like boiling water, instantly rising in fervor. Even Lin Tu seemed momentarily taken aback. The newcomer was a youth, far too young, his face still bearing a hint of childish innocence. "You wish to challenge me?" Lin Tu's voice was low and grave. "Indeed," Shi Xiaole nodded affirmatively. The crowd below became even more animated. While many hoped to avoid a lull in the event to preserve the reputation of the local martial world, they had not anticipated a child stepping forth to take a stand. "Shi Xiaole, what are you doing? Come down at once." Lan Ning shouted from below, her lovely face filled with astonishment and shock. She realized now that her eyes had not deceived her. The audacity of this boy was indeed remarkable. Shi Xiaole? Is he not the one who defeated junior sister Lan at the Golden Phoenix Tower competition? Zhu Qian regarded Shi Xiaole with a flicker of brilliance in his eyes. "Truly, heroes emerge from youth. For your audacity, I too shall treat you well." Lin Tu, seasoned in the ways of the martial world, quickly discerned the peculiarities of Shi Xiaole after the initial surprise faded. The boy exhibited an unusual calmness, a tranquility that emanated from his very being, a steadiness rooted deep within his blood and bones. Such confidence could not be feigned. "How intriguing." Lin Tu licked his lips and said, "I hope you can withstand several of my strikes." In the next moment, Lin Tu leaped into the air, propelled by a terrifying momentum, and unleashed a powerful punch toward Shi Xiaole. The force of the punch preceded its arrival, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Shi Xiaole felt a slight pressure, yet the fighting spirit within him ignited like a blazing flame, spreading through every inch of his being. With a clang, a blood-red blade of light erupted from Shi Xiaole's arm, slicing fiercely through the air, colliding with Lin Tu's crimson punch in an explosive clash. Despite the unyielding onslaught of Lin Tu, Shi Xiaole took a step back. "Only a single step?" Someone exclaimed, incredulous. "Well," Lin Tu looked maniacally, channeling his inner strength as his fists surged forth like an unrelenting river, relentlessly striking at Shi Xiaole. The thunderous sounds of impact revealed the true meaning of dominance and devastation. Under the barrage of Lin Tu's relentless punches, Shi Xiaole found himself reduced to mere defense, narrowly escaping several strikes that could have sent him flying, leaving many spectators on the edge of their seats. Shi Xiaole had to concede that Lin Tu, who mastered both internal energy and external martial arts, possessed a level of power that surpassed even that of Chu Lin, coupled with vicious strikes and precise reactions. The situation was evolving unfavorably for him. "Is this all you can do?" Lin Tu scoffed. Shi Xiaole remained silent, suddenly twisting his body, discarding his dagger and drawing his sword, unleashing a torrent of brilliant sword light. Chapter 54, A Glimmer of Hope. The sword-drawing technique was merely an experiment for Shi Xiaole. His true prowess lay in his swordsmanship, interwoven with the perilous essence of the Huashan sword technique. In an instant, Lin Tu envisioned a terrifying plummet, and before the dangerous sword move, his spirit involuntarily quivered, causing his movements to slow. In a fateful encounter, the brave shall triumph. A manic expression emerged on Lin Tu's face as he disregarded the incoming azure sword and launched a fist towards Shi Xiaole's face without hesitation. With a hiss, the azure sword narrowly grazed Lin Tu's neck, leaving Shi Xiaole astounded. His previously invincible perilous essence had been unexpectedly deciphered. Though he had anticipated that facing a formidable and sharp-witted opponent would diminish the effectiveness of his essence, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. "Kid, you've actually grasped the essence and achieved a tenth of its mastery," Impressive. Unfortunately, even so, you cannot defeat me. The astonishment on Lien Tu's face quickly vanished. With a swift turn, his crimson fists surged forth like cannonballs, evidently pushing the blood hand technique to its utmost peak. Brother Shi is in danger, Zhu Qian remarked with a shake of his head, causing Lan Ning to pale visibly. She could see clearly that Lien Tu's current attack power even surpassed that of the Master Brother's earlier light sword technique. How could Shi Xiaole possibly withstand it? If anything were to happen to that young man here, it would spell trouble for the Jin Feng Tower once again. Before Lan Ning could finish her thoughts, she witnessed Shi Xiaole not retreating, but advancing, boldly charging forward with a sword aimed straight at Lien Tu's day. The azure sword light met the crimson fist with a resounding, clear clang, astonishing Lan Ning as Shi Xiaole leaped into the air, twisting his body to launch a second strike towards Lien Tu's neck. However, just as Lien Tu had managed to block it, Shi Xiaole's third, lightning-fast sword strike was already en route, this time targeting his eyes. In that fleeting moment, an unparalleled sensation surged once more within Lien Tu's heart, yet it was markedly more intense than the first time, by at least 30 to 40%. It was the embodiment of the perilous essence of the Taiyue Three Green Peaks. As a third-rate martial art, the Taiyue Three Green Peaks wielded a potency that surpassed that of the Huashan sword technique by 2 tiers. When intertwined with the essence of danger, the synergy was far from mere addition. Rather, it complemented one another, simultaneously enhancing both the power of the sword strikes and the intimidation factor of the intent. Under the weight of this duality, even Lien Tu, with his formidable will, found himself collapsing unexpectedly. With a swift stroke of his sword, Shi Xiaole sent Lien Tu flying several meters away. What? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. The shift in the situation occurred so rapidly that many could scarcely comprehend it. Was this truly the first time Lien Tu had been vanquished? But do not rejoice too soon. Observe. The crowd's gaze turned, horrified to see Lien Tu rise, bearing only a faint mark upon his body, devoid of even a drop of blood. Lien Tu's hard-earned training was slightly superior to his inherent strength. As long as his defenses remained unbroken, victory would elude his opponent, who would find themselves crushed in return. Zhu Qian let out a heavy sigh, articulating the most disheartening aspect of Lien Tu's resilience. Yet Lan Ning scarcely registered his words, for her focus was solely on Shi Xiaole, the one who had sent Lien Tu sprawling. Well done. You were the first to leave a mark upon me since my arrival in Suyu City. You should take pride in that. However, as a form of retribution, I too shall leave my mark upon you. Lien Tu licked his lips, a cruel expression flickering across his heavily muscled face. Those who beheld this moment could not help but feel a chill creep into their hearts. It seemed that Lien Tu's fighting spirit had only now been ignited. Come at me, Shi Xiaole stated calmly, gripping his Qing Feng sword. With a ferocious howl, Lien Tu's demeanor transformed entirely. If he had once resembled a wolf cloaked in sheep's clothing, he had now shredded that guise, revealing his terrifying ferocity. His thick arms bulged with sinewy veins, muscles forged like steel, as he channeled all his strength into his fists, launching a relentless barrage towards Shi Xiaole, shaking the air with a thunderous roar. Shi Xiaole's response was elegantly simple. He struck out, wielding his sword. Back and forth, the Taiyue Three Green Peaks, imbued with the essence of danger, met the fists that seemed poised to pierce flesh, which in his eyes were inconsequential. Despite their stark physical differences, the two were embroiled in a fierce and desperate struggle. While Lien Tu's ferocity was understandable, having emerged from the tumult of the martial world, Shi Xiaole appeared to be but a youthful novice, likely having trained in martial arts for only a few years. How could he possess such a fierce determination to face death? A heart of a fierce tiger, yet delicately savoring the rose. At this moment, as they observed the inscrutable Shi Xiaole, a few individuals found themselves reflecting upon a particular phrase. Young man, you possess remarkable courage. Yet, you shall never breach my defenses, while I can repeatedly inflict wounds upon you until your demise. Lien Tu acknowledged Shi Xiaole's formidable prowess. Yet this recognition only ignited his ferocity as he chuckled sinisterly. Today marks our final confrontation, and I still possess a move that I have yet to unveil. Allow me to employ it upon you. What? He has a secret technique? Upon hearing Lien Tu's declaration, the skilled fighters present were struck with trepidation, nearly believing they had misheard. Lien Tu, without even utilizing his ultimate technique, had nearly swept away the masters of the concealed energy realm in this vicinity. How powerful must he be when he finally unleashes his secret move? It dawned on them that from the outset, they had never even been granted the qualification to compel him to exert his full strength. The various formidable fighters who had previously taken to the stage were engulfed in feelings of shame, anger, and helplessness, unable to articulate their emotions in this moment. Zhu Qian's face fluctuated between crimson and pale, rendered speechless. Yet at that moment, Lan Ning cried out, "Shi Xiaole, quickly concede." Concede? It was already too late. With a sinister laugh, Lien Tu concentrated his life's energy, enveloping his fist in a faint crimson glow. This aura was more profound than before, akin to a conspicuous pool of blood. No one present understood that Lien Tu had earned the moniker Bloodhand, not due to his previous martial prowess, but because of this very lethal technique, the floating bloodhand. The emergence of the floating bloodhand signified that Lien Tu had adopted a murderous intent. Boom! He lunged forward, one hand raised high as he pressed down towards Shi Xiaole. Amidst the gazes filled with terror, worry, confusion, and even indifference, Shi Xiaole remained unfazed, suddenly relaxing his entire body, raising his sword with both hands, and then gently sweeping it forward. Time seemed to come to a standstill. This strike appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet as it sliced through Lien Tu's blood hand, it emitted a serrated sound. When it passed over the sword marks on Lien Tu's body, those scars instantly split open, culminating in a series of resounding thuds as torrents of fresh blood erupted from Lien Tu's form. What? Overwhelmed by shock and fear, Lien Tu nearly bit his own tongue. Meanwhile, the other spectators were left utterly dumbfounded, enveloped in an eerie silence. Lien Tu possessed a lethal technique, and Shi Xiaole, known for his caution, would surely have prepared for it. In fact, during the period when he grasped the essence of perilous realms, Shi Xiaole had conceived an idea regarding the Huashan sword technique, aspiring to amalgamate its elements into a singular move. The essence of refinement is vital for martial artists seeking to enhance their prowess. Just as inner strength requires it, so too do techniques. However, regardless of how rudimentary the Huashan sword technique might be, merging it into a single move demanded efforts and dedication beyond ordinary comprehension. Fortunately, Shi Xiaole was not lacking in perseverance, and he had ultimately perfected this technique mere days prior. In truth, his acceptance of the task was largely predicated upon the confidence instilled by this particular technique. What manner of swordplay is this? The bloodied figure of Lien Tu inquired with reluctance. A slender thread of hope, replied Shi Xiaole nonchalantly. This thread of hope resonated profoundly with the perilous essence of the Huashan sword technique, seamlessly intertwining with its essence of danger. Before this sword, any adversary is afforded but a fleeting chance of survival. Indeed, what a splendid move, this thread of hope. I cannot begrudge my defeat, Lien Tu remarked, coughing blood even as he broke into a maniacal laugh. His bloodied hands required continuous victories to consolidate their momentum. Yet even in defeat, there lies merit. As the saying goes, one must break to rebuild. After this encounter, he would surely advance significantly. I hope we need not cross paths again. Shi Xiaole cast a glance at Lien Tu before descending the arena without a backward glance. Just moments prior, Lien Tu had harbored murderous intent towards him. Under normal circumstances, he would not have spared his opponent. Yet now, there lurked another foe in the shadows, poised to strike. Weighing his options, Shi Xiaole resolved to maintain his composure, prioritizing the elimination of immediate threats first. Shi Xiaole, a voice filled with complexity called from behind, prompting Shi Xiaole to pause and turn as Lan Ning hastened toward him. Are you truly Shi Xiaole? Upon uttering her question, she realized the folly of her words, her frosty visage inexplicably flushing. Sister Lan, there are too many eyes here. It is not convenient for discourse. I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us converse another time, Shi Xiaole stated, his mind preoccupied with the lurking adversary, and departed, leaving Lan Ning visibly disheartened. Humph! What airs he puts on. Is defeating bloodied hand Lien Tu such an achievement? One disciple of the Light Sword sect could not help but scoff. It is indeed quite an accomplishment, another disciple responded instinctively, only to be met with reproachful glares from those nearby. Sister Lan, while this disciple possesses considerable talent, he seems rather arrogant, Zhu Qian remarked as he approached, his tone ambiguous. Lan Ning shook her head, taking a moment to withdraw her gaze with a sigh. In the past, she had not regarded Shi Xiaole with any significance. Perhaps now, she too was merely a familiar stranger in his eyes. Shi Xiaole departed with decisive grace, unaware that he had ignited a tempest throughout the entirety of Tsuyu City. By midday, word of Lian Tu's defeat had spread among the local martial artists. To their astonishment, the vanquisher was a mere boy of 15 or 16, possessing only the cultivation of the 7th level of hidden Qi. Upon the revelation of this news, many were stirred, eagerly inquiring about the identity of the young prodigy. Witnesses to the interaction between Lan Ning and the boy soon unraveled the mystery, and the youth's identity became an open secret. In a fleeting moment, the name Shi Xiaole emerged, first mentioned by the wandering figures of the nearby martial world. Chapter 55. The Revenge of the Shui Family. In the conference hall of the Black Fiend Gang, the gang leader received a report. I have confirmed that the young man who killed the soul-claiming fiend is indeed Shi Xiaole, a man said, bowing his head before the cold, dark-clad leader. The gang leader nodded, gesturing for the reporting man to withdraw. Leader, the soul-claiming fiend is one of the 8 fiends of our Black Fiend Gang. We cannot let this vendetta go unavenged. Otherwise, we will fail to account for our brothers and invite other forces in the city to perceive us as easy prey, asserted a scarred, bald man with an air of menace. The gang leader stroked his hands, glancing at the others present. What are your thoughts? An elder pondered for a moment and replied, I believe it would be unwise. This young man possesses extraordinary talent and has already demonstrated remarkable martial skills at such a tender age. It would be prudent to avoid provoking him. The bald man immediately retorted, You fear death. I do not. Moreover, if we eliminate him preemptively, what does his talent matter? But what if we fail to kill him? The disagreement escalated into a heated argument. Observing the escalating tension, the gang leader called for silence. Once all eyes were upon him, he slowly remarked, You may not know this, but Shi Xiaole is not only a disciple of the Painting Sword sect, he is also the young master of the Golden Phoenix Tower. At this revelation, the hall fell into a profound silence. Even the previously boisterous bald man rendered speechless. The Golden Phoenix Tower had flourished in recent years, and even those in Tsuyu City had heard whispers of its rise. If this information were true, the question would not be whether the Black Fiend Gang should seek vengeance against Shi Xiaole, but rather if the Golden Phoenix Tower would retaliate against them. After all, it was the Black Fiend Gang that had initiated the conflict. Observing the expressions of those present, the gang leader smirked coldly, thinking to himself, Do you believe the Golden Phoenix Tower has remained idle? I simply acted judiciously, offering substantial benefits to appease them. Shi Xiaole hastily departed from Tsuyu City, treading cautiously through the dense forest, all the while coughing up blood. Damn it! Although I narrowly triumphed over Lian Tu's strike, I am severely injured. I will need to recuperate for at least a month, he lamented, settling beneath a large tree, his pallor betraying his weakness. The surrounding shade provided a perfect refuge. Without hesitation, Shi Xiaole began to cultivate his internal energy to heal, soon reaching a state of profound oblivion. However, at this critical moment, a poisoned dart suddenly flew from the shadows, aimed at Shi Xiaole's brow from an astonishing angle. The suddenness of the attack, coupled with Shi Xiaole's focused state, left the hidden assailant with a chilling smile, as if envisioning the moment Shi Xiaole would fall lifeless to the ground. You've kept me waiting, the assailant thought. Unexpectedly, as Shi Xiaole was channeling his energy, he suddenly drew his sword, forcefully deflecting the flying darts. Caught in a trap, the figure lurking in the shadows changed countenance, instinctively turning to flee. However, Shi Xiaole had previously exerted his stone energy vortex to pinpoint the intruder, rendering every movement within a 10-meter radius crystal clear to him. There was no escape for this individual. Utilizing the flying phoenix footwork, Shi Xiaole launched his assault with the ferocity of the Taiyue's 3 green peaks, each strike lethal. With 3 resounding clangs, the assailant, possessing the cultivation of the 9th layer of concealed energy, managed to parry the first 2 strikes with his sword. But the third pierced through his shoulder. His expression darkened as he bellowed, You insolent brat, do not push me too far. Am I pushing you too far by seeking to kill you? Shi Xiaole retorted sarcastically, intensifying his onslaught. As the man fled, he intermittently hurled darts backward. To his astonishment and fear, no matter the timing, method, or angle of his throws, he could not harm a single hair on Shi Xiaole. The youth's reflexes were unparalleled in his experience. At one moment, Shi Xiaole pierced his other shoulder, prompting the man to laugh maniacally. Fool, you are doomed. As he spoke, He suddenly tossed a pill from his sleeve. With a bang, the pill exploded, enveloping Shi Xiaole in a cloud of black mist. What can mere poison do to me? Yet, to his utter disbelief, the dark haze inflicted no harm upon Shi Xiaole. Instead, due to his oversight, the man found himself thoroughly subdued. Previously, Shi Xiaole had acquired an antidote from Zhang Yuanshan and had preemptively consumed one, rendering him immune to ordinary toxins. Who sent you? Shi Xiaole inquired, standing dominantly over the middle-aged man. Ha! You are indeed cunning, Shi. I understand now. You were merely playing a part all along, even feigning injury to draw me out. The man replied with a bitter laugh, his eyes filled with deep-seated apprehension. Shi Xiaole chose not to argue, but suddenly recalled something. He seized the man's chin, picked up a nearby twig, and probed within his mouth, ensuring no poison was present before releasing him. Whether to kill or to maim, do as you wish. To extract information from me is but a fanciful delusion, the middle-aged man declared defiantly. He believed that such a stance would cause the inexperienced Shi Xiaole to hesitate, or, at the very least, end his own life, which would be a satisfactory outcome. However, the next moment, a horrific scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from the man's mouth. It turned out that Shi Xiaole had grasped his hand and, targeting one of his fingers, slowly pierced it with the sword's tip. The saying 10 fingers connected to the heart held true, as the agony inflicted upon the fingertip was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. The middle-aged man, though a seasoned warrior, was drenched in cold sweat, his lips tinged with a pallid hue. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter, Shi Xiaole remarked with an icy demeanor. He had always been clear about his grudges. When it came to adversaries, he never hesitated to employ any means necessary. Since the opponent had explicitly declared an intent to cause his demise, any further politeness would be folly. Another scream pierced the air. Throughout the ensuing ordeal, Shi Xiaole subjected his foe to relentless torment, leaving the man soaked in perspiration, his body trembling instinctively under duress. Yet, the man remained obstinate, refusing to divulge the identity of the true mastermind behind the scheme. Shi Xiaole chuckled lightly before abruptly asking, "What incentives has old master Shui bestowed upon you to elicit such unwavering loyalty?" "What did you say?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils dilating in realization. By the time he comprehended he had been deceived, it was too late to conceal his dismay, leaving him with a heart heavy as ash. Shi Xiaole had correctly surmised the involvement of the Shui family, and his deduction was not unfounded. A review of his past actions revealed that the only factions he had offended were the Black Sha gang, the Shui family, and the Changfeng sect. As for the forces of the Chunqiu Hall, their previous ambush had likely stemmed from envy of his talents, and with Jinfeng Tower watching, their infiltration here seemed improbable. The Black Sha gang was also unlikely, as his aunt had informed him that she had already dealt them a blow. Furthermore, when Shi Xiaole had been assaulted by darts, he had yet to engage the Changfeng sect directly, leaving only the Shui family as the remaining suspect. "Dog thief, you have slain 2 of old Master Shui's descendants. Severing his lineage, this enmity is irreconcilable. He will not spare you." The middle-aged man, having had his secrets laid bare, erupted into a maniacal laugh. "What do you know? I will not reveal anything. I shall await you in the underworld, where you will witness your family's ruin and experience the depths of suffering." Shi Xiaole had no time to indulge in his words. With a swift stroke of his sword, he ended the man's life. From the dialogue, he harbored an unsettling suspicion. The Shui family not only sought his demise, but also aimed to eliminate his loved ones. And they had likely already set their plans into motion. The only family he had left in the world was, of course, Su Yanru. Is the Shui family planning to strike at Jinfeng Tower? The strength of the Shui family was not inferior to that of Jinfeng Tower, and in despair, old Master Shui could resort to any desperate measures. Sensing the impending crisis, Shi Xiaole remained composed as he weighed the pros and cons. He resolved to return to the Huajian sect to inform Yufanga. Given the display of power Yufanga had exhibited, he would undoubtedly be an indispensable ally in times of peril. A journey that typically took 2 hours was completed by Shi Xiaole in less than 1. Disregarding the curious gazes of his disciples as he hurried to the headmaster's study. Half an hour later, Shi Xiaole departed from the Huajian sect, hastening towards Fian City with great urgency. His apprehensions proved well-founded. At that moment, Jinfeng Tower was indeed facing an unprecedented crisis. The tower's master reported that 13 shops in the eastern part of the city, 11 inns, and 5 taverns in the west, along with 3 large warehouses, had suffered a sudden and devastating attack, resulting in significant losses. Within Jinfeng Tower, 4 masters and 10 elders gathered to hear the report from the chief steward, Meng Qi. The tension was palpable, evident in the dark expressions on each face. For the past fortnight, Jinfeng Tower's considerable enterprises in Fian City had been subjected to relentless sabotage by the Shi Xiaole and a mysterious faction. To date, the direct losses had escalated to an astonishing several million taels, not accounting for casualties, compensation, and the destruction of shops. What a Shi Xiaole! Sudianruing Weiyuth. Meng Qi chuckled coldly. The brothers within the tower have been seething with anger. Shi Xiaole has also incurred substantial losses. Although this revelation somewhat alleviated the group's frustrations, their ire remained unquenched. Suddenly, the third master posed a question. Have we ascertained the identities of those who collaborated with Shi Xiaole? Meng Qi discreetly glanced at Su Yanru, who nodded in affirmation. Taking a deep breath, he responded, "They're from the Shui family of Moi City." The mention of the Shui family elicited exchanged glances among the 3 deputy masters and 10 elders, as they struggled to comprehend how the Shui family had become entwined with Shi Xiaole. Furthermore, in their memory, there had been no prior enmity between Jinfeng Tower and the Shui family. Su Yanru sighed inwardly, aware that once the truth was revealed, Xiaole would inevitably become the target of ire. Yet, as the master of Jinfeng Tower, she felt compelled to unveil the truth, both morally and emotionally. Resolutely, she decided that she would spare no effort, even at the cost of her own life, to assist Shi Xiaole through this perilous ordeal. And she would not permit anyone to harm him. Days later, a spirited steed galloped into Fian City, halting before Jinfeng Tower. "Young Master Shi!" Several guards exclaimed upon sighting Shi Xiaole, their eyes betraying an unusual expression. Shi Xiaole returned the greeting with a polite clasp of his hands before entering. Whispers circulated among the guards, speculating that young Master Shi had stirred up considerable trouble, bringing misfortune upon Jinfeng Tower, yet he dared to return. "Do not speak nonsense. We are not fully aware of the circumstances, and the fact that young Master Shi has returned signifies that he bears some responsibility," a few guards murmured. As Shi Xiaole walked through the tower, he sensed a disquieting atmosphere. The guards and servants regarded him with a mixture of reverence and an inexplicable unease. Being astute, Shi Xiaole quickly deduced the gravity of the situation. Upon learning of his return, Meng Qi felt a mix of joy and concern, remarking, "In such dire circumstances, young master, you should not have returned." Shi Xiaole merely inquired about the circumstances surrounding the matter. After grasping the full context, he stated, "Since the situation originated from me, I must return. I cannot expect my aunt to clean up my mess." Meng Qi wanted to retort, "What good will your return do? What is the current state of affairs?" The spring and autumn hall and the Shui family had begun to intensify their efforts, showing no signs of restraint in recent days. Jinfeng Lu was besieged on all sides, with its assets diminished by over 70%. Many skilled individuals had either sustained injuries or perished, while others, sensing the dire straits, had voluntarily withdrawn from Jinfeng Lu. A distinct expression of anger mingled with helplessness marked Meng Qi's countenance. Although aware of the gravity of the situation, he was astounded by its severity. A sense of foreboding washed over Shi Xiaole, and he hurriedly inquired, "Where is my aunt?" "The owner has gone to the city lord's mansion today," came the response. After further questioning, he was informed that the shops of Jinfeng Lu had once again been vandalized. Meng Qi excused himself and hastily departed. Step by step, they were pressuring and gradually eroding the strength of Jinfeng Lu. Shi Xiaole's expression darkened. From the information Meng Qi had revealed, he surmised the intentions of the Shui family and the spring and autumn hall. Their approach was akin to the method of boiling a frog in warm water. Each assault on Jinfeng Lu was meticulously calibrated, not too severe to provoke immediate retaliation, yet sufficient to inflict significant harm. If this continued, Jinfeng Lu might very well collapse under the mounting pressure. Shi Xiaole understood that if it came to that, both he and his aunt would find themselves facing a grim fate. With life and death at stake, Shi Xiaole's mind raced, contemplating various strategies to break the impasse, only to dismiss each one in turn. Unbeknownst to him, he had returned to his courtyard. As evening fell and his aunt had yet to return, Shi Xiaole, weary from travel, chose to close his eyes and rest. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the silence, one that he would have missed were it not for his heightened vigilance. A wisp of smoke wafted through a copper tube inserted into the door, quickly permeating the air within the room. After a brief interval, the door creaked open, and 3 individuals entered. Had I not wished to avoid causing a ruckus, I would not resort to such underhanded tactics, young man. Do not blame me, spoke the tall, vigorous figure, none other than the second-floor master. Second-floor master, what are you up to? Shi Xiaole, who had been unconscious, opened his eyes and rose to question him. He had previously held his breath, thus avoiding the effects of the tranquilizing drug. The second elder, realizing that the plot had been uncovered, darkened his expression and declared, I intend to bind you and deliver you to the Shui family. Deliver me to the Shui family? Shi Xiaole understood the plan. They intended to sell his life as a bargaining chip to the Shui family. However, such a notion was exceedingly naive. At this juncture, would the Shui family in the spring and autumn hall truly relent and forfeit their claim to the vast prize that was Jinfeng Lu simply because of him? The old man naturally understood that your life could not resolve the issue. However, could at least buy time, granting the Jinfeng Tower a chance to breathe. The second-floor master coldly reprimanded, Shi Xiaole, this time your selfishness has implicated the Jinfeng Tower, putting it in grave danger. Even your aunt has been drawn into this predicament, forced to lower herself and plead with the city lord. Do you not wish to atone for your sins? The words of the second-floor master left Shi Xiaole momentarily breathless. He readily admitted to implicating the Jinfeng Tower, but felt no remorse. In truth, he had never believed he had erred during the incident in Moyun City. What troubled him was that his proud aunt had to plead with the city lord, who clearly harbored ulterior motives towards her. All of this was a consequence of his actions. I shall bear the consequences of my deeds, Shi Xiaole declared resolutely. Bear? Such a fine sentiment. What capability do you possess to bear it? Is it not your aunt who must clean up after you? The second-floor master retorted angrily. Shi Xiaole, you are a bane, determined to bring ruin upon the Jinfeng Tower. His fury escalated, and he shouted, Bind this boy. The 2 men beside him, his trusted confidants, were both peak experts at the 9th level of concealment. Previously, the second elder had chosen to use sleeping powder to avoid creating a disturbance. But now that Shi Xiaole refused to yield, he could no longer restrain himself. The 2 major stewards, their faces grim, lunged at Shi Xiaole from either side like iron pincers, leaving him no room for resistance. In recent days, the Jinfeng Tower had been fraught with anxiety and urgency, bustling with activity. Thus, despite the widespread news of Shi Xiaole defeating Lian Tu, few within the tower were aware of it. Otherwise, they might have reconsidered. Facing the combined assault of the 2 Jinfeng Tower experts, Shi Xiaole drew his sword. Standing his ground, with his sword directing his movements as if it were an extension of his arm, he sent the 2 men flying after merely 6 or 7 exchanges. This boy, the second-floor master, was taken aback, astonished by the power Shi Xiaole had unleashed. Second-floor master, Shi Xiaole has always kept his word. This incident arose because of me, and I shall not shirk my responsibility. Shi Xiaole sheathed his sword, locking eyes with the second-floor master. I cannot guarantee that I will resolve this matter, but I can assure you that if it cannot be resolved, I will perish before you. His eyes, brighter than gems in the depths of a dark ocean, sparkled with determination and resolve. Even the second-floor master felt scorched by this radiance, unable to meet his gaze. I shall observe how you intend to conclude this matter. Should you truly possess the capability to resolve it, I shall no longer trouble you. With a flourish of his sleeve, the second-floor master, face etched with disbelief, departed with his 2 confidants. From an impartial perspective, the second-floor master could not help but acknowledge that the Shui family had indeed been excessively domineering in Moyun City, leaving Shi Xiaole little choice but to retaliate. However, matters in the martial world have never been about right or wrong. Ultimately, it is determined by the strength of one's fist. Presently, the Golden Phoenix Tower finds itself in peril, on the brink of collapse. While the Shui family and the spring and autumn hall lurk with keen interest, poised for imminent gain, such is the outcome. As the lanterns flickered to life, Su Yanru, clad in a scarlet gown, returned to the Golden Phoenix Tower, only to learn of Shi Xiaole's return, prompting her to hasten over. Xiaole, Annie. Upon seeing Su Yanru's noticeably gaunt and haggard visage, a pang of sorrow pierced Shi Xiaole's heart. This marked the first instance of emotional upheaval since his arrival in this realm. Xiaole, are you well? Why have you returned? The turmoil was a consequence of his own entanglements, yet in his aunt's gaze, there was no trace of blame or resentment, only concern and compassion. Suppressing a surge of emotion, Shi Xiaole stated, Auntie, please do not regard me as a child any longer. This time, I have returned to eliminate the enemies of the Golden Phoenix Tower. Su Yanru regarded him with a bemused smile, replying, Xiaole has indeed grown. Shi Xiaole was not oblivious to her feigned indifference. He recognized that words alone would not persuade her to believe in his resolve, and thus deemed it prudent to devise a plan in the days to come. Have you met with the city lord? Su Yanru offered that I is might. I waited for 5 hours, yet the city lord did not receive me, and I was left with no choice but to return. With Su Yanru's intelligence, she was well aware of the city lord's intentions. He clearly sought to use this opportunity to slight her, thereby compelling her to lower her own status. In such a scenario, she would be left vulnerable to his whims. As for his ulterior motives, Su Yanru, being a woman, understood all too well. Yet, it was precisely this manipulation that fueled her indignation. Across the entirety of Fian City, the Golden Phoenix Tower now stood as a crumbling edifice, inviting opportunistic predation. Some individuals had finally cast aside their hypocritical facades, revealing their true natures. The trials faced by his aunt solidified Shi Xiaole's determination to navigate through these challenges by any means necessary. Within him, a plan began to take shape. That night, after his aunt departed, Shi Xiaole eagerly entered the system space. Following his victory over Lian Tu, he had completed the system task and was now there to claim his reward. Congratulations, host, on completing task 4. Would you prefer to draw a second-tier martial art or activate the system's assassination skill function? The system inquired mechanically. What is the assassination skill function? Shi Xiaole asked, narrowing his eyes. The assassination skill function allows the host, in times of peril, to sacrifice several martial arts techniques as a cost, and after contributing a certain amount of reward value, to draw upon a singular opportunity to unleash a formidable skill. The nature of the skill depends on the level of sacrificed martial arts, and the result of the draw is not fixed. Shi Xiaole inquired with a contemplative gaze. What is the power of this skill? It is equivalent to the host's full exertion of that skill. The system's response filled Shi Xiaole with unbridled joy. In other words, as long as he successfully acquired a unique skill, it was akin to momentarily possessing the prowess of its original master, albeit limited to a single move. Between the realm of second-rate martial arts and the activation of the lethal skill feature, Shi Xiaole unhesitatingly opted for the latter. After all, the latter was a novel feature, while second-rate martial arts would inevitably become available in due course. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the lethal skill feature. Additionally, you have received a reward of 500 points for task completion. Would you like to utilize them immediately? Recalling that redeeming the lethal skill required extra reward points, Shi Xiaole replied, I will not use them for now. He found himself at an impasse in his martial arts training. His techniques had reached a standstill, and his internal energy could not be rapidly enhanced. Even converting the points in a training time might not yield satisfactory results. It would be wiser to conserve them for potential future needs.